The Perfect Supreme Chapter 1 to Chapter 78. Blind Youth. It's time to get up, otherwise I'll be late. In a simple and unadorned room, the youth sat up on the bed and muttered to himself. He had delicate features and looked to be about 15 years old. However, his eyes were wrapped in bandages, as if his eyes were injured. But soon, the youth's body felt as if it was struck by lightning. After reacting, he muttered, "I had a dream of studying again. Alas, it's a pity that this is no longer the original place." His name was Lin Ling. He had already been in this world for 3 days. Although he felt that it was inconceivable, he still knew that he had transmigrated. In his previous life, he was an orphan. The first half of his life could only be described as ordinary. It was so ordinary that Lin Ling was numb to it. As for the cause of his death, it was because he was trying to save a child and was hit by a truck. Until now, Lin Ling still remembered when he was in the hospital. His soul looked at the child who was saved and looked at him with gratitude. Those clear eyes made Lin Ling feel that everything was worth it. Perhaps the heavens saw that he was virtuous and allowed him to come to this world. But when other people transmigrate, if they aren't pampered princes or young masters, then they are peerless experts. Why am I a blind person? Lin Ling's mouth revealed a bitter smile. After his soul took over this body, he realized that the original owner had fought with someone and was accidentally killed. Most importantly, the original owner left him with a pair of injured eyes. Although in his memory, the original owner's master, in order to heal his eyes, stuffed some unknown medicine into his eyes, he still had a feeling. He was afraid that he would go blind. After death, he would be resurrected and come to this world as a blind person. Lin Ling felt that the future was dark. Moreover, the situation doesn't seem good. Lin Ling sighed as he recalled. The original owner was also called Lin Ling. He was a disciple of Alcade Peak, one of the 6 peaks of Guyan sect. As for his master, in his memory, he was called Huiletang. It was said that when his master was cultivating, he suffered from qi deviation, causing his mind to be muddled as if he had lost his mind. Of course, it was one thing for him to lose his mind, but the problem was that his master was an elder of Alcade Peak, and Alcade Peak was a place where spirit herbs were grown. For a madman to be in charge of tens of thousands of spirit herbs, it naturally drew the dissatisfaction and envy of many people. After a while, the elders of the various peaks found his master to be an eyesore and even wanted to remove his master from his position as an elder. As a result, as one of his master's only 2 disciples, the original owner was also implicated. This time, he was beaten to death, which benefited Lin Ling. Right at this time, an anxious voice came over. "Big brother Ling, not good. Elder Xianxia, they all came knocking." The door was pushed open, and a girl of about 14 years old ran in anxiously. This girl was a little dirty, and her hair was messy, making it difficult for people to see her face clearly. "Yu," Lin Ling shouted. In his memory, Yu was another disciple of his master. In the past, Yu was very good to him. Yu clung to Lin Ling and said worriedly and fearfully, "Elder Xianxia came knocking?" Hearing this, Lin Ling sucked in a breath of cold air. Although he didn't know why Elder Xianxia came knocking, he was very clear that it wasn't a good thing. Moreover, the past in his memory made him even more nervous. When the original owner was 12 years old, he also had a few young playmates in Guyan sect. Unfortunately, for unknown reasons, they mysteriously disappeared. Now that he thought about it, Lin Ling knew that it wasn't because they disappeared, but because they didn't have a backer. They were secretly killed. Lin Ling was just an ordinary person. He was the same as those young playmates who died. He had no backer, no potential, and no strength. This kind of passive feeling is not good. The child that I saved in my previous life must be watching me. It must be because of his blessing that I was able to come to this world. Therefore, I can't let him down. I must live on. Lin Ling took a deep breath, and then slowly walked towards the hall with Yu's support. At the same time, his eyes became even more itchy. He didn't know what medicine that crazy master put on his eyes. "Huiletang, your courage is really not small. You let your disciple commit murder and actually dare to openly steal things in Guyan sect. Do you still have Guyan sect in your eyes? In the hall, Elder Xianxia of Gu Yan's sect brought a large number of disciples and came to denounce Huoleitang. Elder Xianxia was the elder of Tianxian Peak, one of the 6 peaks. Although he was short and fat like a ball with a face full of fat, his reputation in Gu Yan's sect was not low. There were a large number of martial arts disciples in the peak. Everyone's gaze was on a middle-aged man. That middle-aged man's face was indifferent. He had a long beard on his face. He was the elder of Alcade Peak, Huoleitang. Huoleitang sat on a chair. His sharp eyes kept flashing, as if he was angry, because of the after-effects of qi deviation during cultivation. Huoleitang's temperament was temperamental like a devil. Trying to reason with him was simply impossible. Elder Xianxia also knew this point. He just wanted to provoke Huoleitang to find an excuse. Huoleitang's elder position, he had been coveting Alcade Peak, this popular place, for a very long time. What? Huoleitang spat out 2 words. It was as if he only spoke 2 words. You want to ask me what I want? Humph, Huoleitang, don't tell me you still want to protect your disciple? Your disciple wanted to steal my disciple Xianxia's water spirit grass. This matter is obvious to all. According to Gu Yan sect's rules, outer disciples are not allowed to fight within the sect. Therefore, your disciple has already violated the rules. Hand him over immediately. Elder Xianxia coldly snorted. He was very clear about Huoleitang's temperament. This guy had once suffered qi deviation and was delirious. He did not have the ability to think like a normal person. Therefore, he only needed to casually assign a crime to Huoleitang, and this was enough to force Huoleitang to explode. That's right, that's right. Hand over that trash Lin Ling. Behind him, the disciples all agreed. It was as if the truth was on their side. This denouncement was very big. Disciples from other peaks also came to watch the show. This made Elder Xianxia even more proud. The more people there were, the more people there would be to prove that Huoleitang could not help but explode later. From the looks of it, Huoleitang could not endure for much longer. With Yuyu's support, Lin Ling walked along the corridor. Naturally, he also heard the commotion in the hall. That denouncement made him frown. This was slander. It was obviously Elder Xianxia's disciple Xianxia who indiscriminately hit him and killed him by accident. Now, they dared to shamelessly denounce him, and even slander him, Lin Ling, for wanting to steal Xianxia's water spirit grass, and should be punished according to the sect's rules. Wasn't this forcing Lin Ling to a dead end? Moreover, Lin Ling was very clear that he was implicated. Elder Xianxia's goal was Alcade Peak, and he was only the trigger for Huoleitang's anger. This was a typical case of an innocent man getting into trouble because of his wealth. Most importantly, with Huoleitang's temperament, he could do anything when he was enraged. At that time, he would violate the sect's rules, and the result would be obvious. These guys had a good plan. However, in order to save his life, Lin Ling could not let them do as they wished. What's going on? So many people came to see me. Everyone is so considerate. A visit to denounce Lin Ling? Everyone looked at the youth who walked into the hall with bandages wrapped around his eyes, and they were all shocked. Huoleitang's cold face also loosened a little, and the anger from before also disappeared. Damn it. Looking at the change in Huoleitang's attitude, Elder Xianxia cursed inwardly. His wishful thinking was disrupted, and he shouted angrily, Lin Ling, you dare to come out and meet people after violating the sect rules? Lin Ling took a deep breath. Elder Xian is so angry. I wonder who offended you. Or was your wishful thinking disrupted, so you flew into a rage out of humiliation? He was already forced to a dead end, so he absolutely could not back down. Because if he backed down, the result would be violating the sect rules, so he had to bite the bullet and speak, or else it would give people the feeling that he had a guilty conscience, and as long as he was in the right, with his master's position as an elder, Elder Xianxia would not dare to touch him openly. And the people in the hall who were gloating quieted down. In their impression, Alcade Peak's Lin Ling was a good-for-nothing, cowardly, and not good with words at all. How did he speak so fluently now? Elder Xianxia frowned, but soon sneered disdainfully. With his status, he naturally would not care if Lin Ling was a mute or not. He was just about to speak, but Lin Ling was faster than him. Elder Xian, haven't you always been eyeing my Alcade Peak's elder position? If you want this position, just say it. Why do you have to resort to such schemes? When these words fell, Elder Xianxia's face changed. Lin Ling was directly peeling off his skin and exposing his thoughts to the world. Although this matter was known by everyone, knowing was one thing. Saying it out in public was another matter. It was like an ambitious person plotting to usurp the throne. This rebellion was known by everyone, but it could not be said. Once it was said, it would lose the hearts of the people. Sure enough, Lin Ling's words caused the disciples of the various peaks in the hall to whisper. Elder Xianxia was about to explode with anger. At the start, he had disdained Lin Ling, but even if he was beaten to death, he never would have imagined that Lin Ling would shoot his mouth off like this. In the future, even if Huoleitang was ousted by him, the other disciples would definitely say that it was Elder Xianxia who used underhanded tactics to force Huoleitang out of his position. At that time, Xianxia wouldn't be able to face anyone. Nonsense. Lin Ling, you actually dare to slander this elder. Elder Xian wanted to use his prestige to intimidate Lin Ling. Lin Ling's expression was calm. Elder Xian, don't be impatient. The more anxious you are, the more guilty you seem. Well, your master is not good with words, but you have a sharp tongue. Elder Xianxia's face was as gloomy as water. After being scolded by Lin Ling, he couldn't get angry, but if he did, he would seem guilty. Left with no choice, he signaled the disciples behind him with his eyes. Lin Ling, your words sound nice, but you're just trying to wash away your sins. Unfortunately, justice is in everyone's heart. Stealing my water spirit grass is a violation of the sect's rules, you can't deny it even if you want to. At this time, a young man walked out from Elder Xian's side, looking at Lin Ling with a sinister gaze. He was the one who started all of this, Xianxia. You said that I stole your water spirit grass, did anyone see it? Lin Ling said lightly. Xianxia smiled contemptuously. Of course, junior brother, he and the others all saw it. Lin Ling, I advise you to admit your wrongdoings early, don't be so stubborn. So, I really did steal it. Lin Ling frowned. It seems like these shameless people did a flawless job. If he can't think of a way to deal with them, then he won't be able to escape punishment today. Admit it? Everyone in the hall shook their heads and laughed. Lin Ling admitted it, then he won't be able to escape the sect's punishment. The atmosphere suddenly became oppressive. Someone come. Elder Xianxia waved his hand, wanting to tie up Lin Ling, but at this time, Lin Ling slowly opened his mouth. It's rare for him to be reborn, so as long as there's a glimmer of hope, he won't give up. Elder Xianxia only bullied Huoleitang because he was mentally unstable, not good with words, and didn't know how to reason, but he, Lin Ling, knew how to. As a person of two lives, he was obviously better at arguing. I really did steal Xiaoxia's water spirit grass, but I want to ask Elder Xian, what kind of place is Alke Peak? Lin Ling's voice became cold. Elder Xianxia said contemptuously, Alke Peak is the place where Gu Yen sect grows spirit grass. Lin Ling, you want to use your identity as a disciple of Alke Peak to escape punishment? Unfortunately, it's useless, you're not an inner disciple, so Gu Yen sect won't protect you. You think too much. I don't intend to use my identity to escape punishment, because I didn't commit any crime. Lin Ling coldly shook his head, but since you know that Alke Peak is the place where spirit grass is grown, then I want to ask you, Xiaoxian came to my Alke Peak to steal spirit grass, so I took back Alke Peak spirit grass. What crime is this? Took back Alke Peak spirit grass? Elder Xianxia was stunned for a moment, then the fat on his face trembled. He didn't expect Lin Ling to admit to stealing spirit grass, but it was to take back Alke Peak spirit grass. If it was really like this, then how could Lin Ling be guilty? Xiaoxian was guilty instead, and it wasn't a light crime. After all, Alke Peak spirit grass belonged to the entire Gu Yen sect. No one was allowed to touch it, or else it would be treated as theft, and their limbs would be broken and they would be chased out of Gu Yen sect. Now, Lin Ling's rhetorical question made Elder Xianxia somewhat unable to react. I didn't steal Alke Peak spirit grass, Lin Ling, don't make slanderous accusations. Xiaoxian also knew that the situation had taken a turn for the worse. This Lin Ling's reaction was very fast. Then where did your spirit grass come from? Don't tell me that you planted it. If you could plant it, then why do you still need Alke Peak? You definitely stole it. Lin Ling lightly said, let me think, what kind of crime is stealing spirit grass? Unless you have the identity of an inner disciple, otherwise your cultivation will be abolished, your limbs will be broken, and you will be chased out of Gu Yan's sect. Plop, Zhao Shanhe was only a 15-year-old youth, he simply couldn't stand the fright and directly sat down. Seeing Zhao Shanhe's appearance, Lin Ling's heart finally relaxed. He suddenly thought that since Elder Xianxia came here to slander him, then he could also slander the other side. Anyway, he was a disciple of Arcade Peak, slandering Zhao Shanhe for stealing spirit grass would make people believe him. When the disciples in the hall saw Zhao Shanhe sitting on the ground, they all began to talk about it. However, no matter how they looked at it, Zhao Shanhe indeed had a guilty conscience, and Lin Ling said it like it was true, so they had no choice but to believe it. I didn't steal it, I don't have water spirit grass at all. That was just an excuse made by Master to punish you. Under the stares of everyone, Zhao Shanhe was incomparably scared and anxiously said. The sect rules of Gu Yan's sect were very strict. Zhao Shanhe had seen with his own eyes that disciples who violated the sect rules were punished, beaten bloody, and chased out of Gu Yan's sect, living a life worse than death. He wasn't even an inner disciple. If he really committed a crime, then naturally it would be difficult for him to escape punishment. But Elder Xianxi's identity as an elder, even if the matter was exposed, he would be safe and sound, at most he would lose face, so Zhao Shanhe was scared. Zhao Shanhe, you waste. Elder Xianxia was stunned for a moment, then he roared in a low voice. He originally came here full of confidence, and everything was well planned. In the end, he didn't lose to Huoleitang, but instead, he was checkmated by Huoleitang's disciple. Just by relying on his mouth, he had messed up his plans and made him feel even more humiliated. Moreover, this Zhao Shanhe usually looked smart, but at the critical moment, he was extremely timid. He was actually scared by Lin Ling to the point that he spilled everything. Eyes recovered. Elder Xianxia, I've already said that you're only eyeing my master's position. It's not like we can't talk about it. If you want it, I'll give it to you. Why do you have to resort to trickery? Lin Ling said again. This time, his words were directed at Elder Xianxia. Elder Xianxia clenched his fists in anger. His knuckles cracked. So that's how it is. All the disciples in the hall had a strange expression on their faces. They would be fools if they still didn't know the whole story. It seemed like all of this was set up by Elder Xianxia to frame Elder Huoleitang. After Zhao Shanhe calmed down, he realized that he was frightened by Lin Ling's words. He quickly hugged Elder Xianxi's leg and said, Master, I. Trash. Elder Xianxia kicked Zhao Shanhe and coldly looked at Lin Ling. Then, he turned around and left. Obviously, he failed today. He finally left. Hearing the footsteps leaving, Lin Ling let out a sigh of relief. He finally escaped this disaster. Lin Ling, if you have the ability, don't leave Arcade Peak. Otherwise, you're dead. Zhao Shanhe snorted. If you have the ability, come to Arcade Peak and steal the spirit grass again. Lin Ling coldly replied. Zhao Shanhe's legs trembled and he almost fell to the ground. His heart was filled with resentment. The disciples of the various peaks had nothing to watch and left. However, before they left, they looked at Lin Ling in surprise. They didn't expect that today's crisis would be solved by Lin Ling with just a few words. This Lin Ling seems to be different from usual. Brother Ling Yu ran over and held Lin Ling's hand. Even now, she was still frightened. Lin Ling felt warmth in his heart. Then, he felt something strange. Although he couldn't see Huoleitang, he could still feel that Huoleitang was looking at him. Lin Ling was in awe of his deranged master. No one could predict what his master would do in the next moment. Master, what medicine did you put on my eyes? After pondering for a moment, Lin Ling said. Huoleitang sat on a chair with an indifferent look on his face. Stone. He felt extremely strange. It was as if the previous incident had nothing to do with him. He did not feel angry at all. Stone? Lin Ling opened his mouth and waited for Huoleitang to continue. Unfortunately, Huoleitang remained silent. Alas. Lin Ling sighed softly and didn't ask any more questions. He left with Yu Yu. Master has gone mad and lost his mind, and the original owner is weak and incompetent. Who would have thought that I would face such a situation after being reborn? Returning to his room, Lin Ling's eyes constantly flickered. However, since he was already here, he might as well take things as they came. After being reborn, he, Lin Ling, did not want to be a cripple for the rest of his life. He wanted to climb to the peak of this world and look at the whole world. That being said, Elder Xianxia was still eyeing the arcade peak covetously. Therefore, Lin Ling had to grow stronger. Besides, there was still Xianxia, who would never let him go, and the only way was to increase his strength. In this world, the strong were revered. The martial path was vast and colorful. There were all kinds of unique innate spirit bodies. There were rumors of fire attribute innate spirit bodies that could control all the fire in the world. There were rumors of gods and demons that could split mountains and break seas. There were even demons that could swallow the clouds and ride the mist. The martial path in his memories filled Lin Ling with curiosity. As for martial artists, at the beginning, they used the spiritual energy of the world to shape their body. The initial realm was the body transformation realm. This realm was divided into 10 realms that strengthened the body's internal organs, bones, essence, and so on. Every time a realm was reached, the body's strength would increase by 1,000 gene. Qingyuan art, the basic cultivation method of the ancient face sect. After recalling, Lin Ling hurriedly began to cultivate. Although Qingyuan art was not profound, it was peaceful and suitable for beginners. However, an hour later, Lin Ling was speechless as he discovered that the spirit qi he had absorbed into his body had strangely disappeared. What is going on? Is my talent so bad? Lin Ling was shocked. After recalling, he realized that this trash talent was brought to him by the original owner. In the 5 years of cultivation in the ancient face sect, the original owner had always been at the body transformation realm. But for others, even if their talent was poor, they would have reached the body transformation realm. No wonder the original owner had the title of trash in the ancient face sect. When I'm unlucky, it keeps happening again and again. Could it be that the heavens want to torture me by sending me here? Lin Ling smiled bitterly and began to cultivate again. After a few hours, Lin Ling found something wrong. His dantian was wrapped in a layer of membrane. This membrane was like an eggshell, with complex lines engraved on it. All the spiritual energy that entered his body was absorbed by this eggshell membrane. The spiritual energy that entered my body was absorbed. Was I sealed? Lin Ling had some guesses, but who sealed him? He was not sure. After rummaging through the original owner's memories, he discovered that the original owner only had memories from after 10 years of age. The memories before 10 years of age were blank. I don't know who it was. Not only did they seal my future, but they also sealed my memories. Sigh. The next morning, the sun shone through the window. The warm light made Lin Ling feel extremely comfortable. He sat up and saw a faint light through the haze. Wait, it seems like I can see. Although he was still covered in gauze, he could still see the light in his eyes. At this moment, Lin Ling was filled with joy as he carefully removed the gauze. The first thing that entered his eyes was a dazzling light. Lin Ling subconsciously closed his eyes and then slowly opened them again. After gradually getting used to it, he finally looked at this world for the first time: a simple hut, a wooden bed, a wooden chair, and a bronze mirror. All of these things were vivid and lifelike. His eyes had finally recovered. This is great. There is finally something to be happy about. Lin Ling laughed excitedly. Although his talent was not much, the recovery of his eyes would at least be of great help. Moreover, he was not used to being blind. After that, he went to the window and looked at everything outside with a cherished expression. There were birds chirping, flowers fragrant, and butterflies dancing. It was as if they were all cheering him on and striving to grasp his destiny. Moreover, he felt that his eyesight had improved. He could even clearly see the ants on the ground 100 meters away. Eh? There is an old man cultivating over there. Suddenly, Lin Ling's eyes flashed. In the spiritual grass field far away, he saw a strange old man sitting cross-legged cultivating. However, other than Yu and his master, how could there be outsiders on Arcade Peak? After pondering for a moment, Lin Ling walked towards the spiritual grass field. After a moment, he politely said to the old man, "Senior, I am a disciple of Arcade Peak. How can I help you?" He guessed that this old man should be a senior of Guyan Peak, so he greeted him. However, the old man did not even look at Lin Ling and laughed loudly. "The strength of 9 dragons is extensive and profound. This is a 10th grade yellow rank cultivation technique. With this cultivation technique, I have hope of entering the martial spirit realm. With the strength of 9 dragons, I will be invincible in the same realm." 9 dragon strength. Do you have to be so arrogant? I know you're a senior, but what's the point of showing off your superiority in front of a nobody like me? Lin Ling said helplessly in his heart, but he still smiled and said, "Senior, do you need any spirit herbs? I'll go inform Master." The old man continued to ignore Lin Ling. Although this 9 dragon strength is strong, it requires a lot of training resources. One level surpasses the next. Lin Ling was also amused. He wanted to see how long this old man could ignore him. In his memory, a martial art was indispensable. The higher the level of the art, the stronger the power. Just like his Qingyuan art, it was only a pitiful 1st grade yellow class art, and this old man was talking about a rare 10th grade yellow class art. It surpassed countless disciples of the Guyan sect, so, with all these factors added together, Lin Ling didn't believe that the old man was willing to tell him the art. However, Lin Ling was surprised this time. Not only did the old man in front of him explain it in detail, he even started to practice it live. It was as if he was teaching Lin Ling step by step. What does this old man mean? Could it be that this art will cause one to go mad? I'm just a nobody. If he wants to touch me, he can just move his fingers. Why use a butcher's knife to kill a chicken? Lin Ling frowned. But he was still curious and couldn't help but follow the old man's instructions. If it were any other disciple, they wouldn't dare to practice it casually. But Lin Ling was already the most useless person here, so what was there to be afraid of? As for going mad, maybe Lin Ling didn't even have the qualifications to go mad. This is strange. Outside the eggshell seal in my dantian, there seems to be a black spirit energy forming. After practicing for an hour, Lin Ling's face changed. It seemed that he had succeeded. But this was normal. Because the 9 dragon strength was easy to learn, and with the old man's guidance, he didn't have to take the wrong path. Let's try again. Cultivate the 2nd black spirit energy. The 2nd time required even more spirit chi, but after 6 hours, he was still able to cultivate the 2nd stream of black spirit chi without a hitch. At the same time, a strange feeling came over him. It was as if his whole body had been reborn, and his strength was infinite. Outside the eggshell in his dantian, there were 2 black dragon-like spirit energies wandering around. These 2 black spirit energies seemed to be the 9 dragon strength. Here. Lin Ling was dumbstruck. He discovered that he had unknowingly reached the 2nd stage of body transformation. One must know that his dantian's eggshell seal was able to absorb any kind of spiritual energy. This was also the reason why he was still a waste even after cultivating for 5 years. However, this time, he did not absorb any of the 9 dragons' energy. Most importantly, he had only used a few hours to achieve what he had achieved in 5 years. How strange. Lin Ling was speechless. He had inexplicably seen an old man cultivating in the spirit grass field. Then, he had inexplicably guided him, and he had inexplicably reached the 2nd stage of body transformation. However, since I have reached the 2nd stage of body transformation, then the 9 dragon strength skill should be correct. It is easy to get started, but difficult to master. It is a rare skill. Lin Ling secretly guessed. After all, the 9 dragon strength skill was a 10th grade yellow level skill. Moreover, the black spirit energy formed by this skill did not seem to conflict with the dantian's eggshell. This was the most important point. But why is this old man so nice, teaching me such a rare skill? If this skill were to be placed in the ancient face sect, I'm afraid it would cause a reign of terror. Lin Ling looked at the old man. However, the old man was still cultivating, and continued to ignore Lin Ling. Could it be that he can't see me? Lin Ling suddenly shivered. He carefully touched the old man. In the next moment, his face turned pale. This was because his hand had passed through the old man's body. This old man was not a physical body, this old man was A ghost, Lin Ling's eyes widened. They were filled with disbelief. Brother Ling, it's time to eat. What are you doing over there? At this time, Yu Yu's voice came from afar. Soon after, the little girl ran over in large strides. Yu Yu, you came just in time. Can you see this old man? Lin Ling hurriedly asked. Yu Yu looked at Lin Ling strangely. Brother Ling, I saw you talking to yourself before, and then touching here and there. It's so strange. Lin Ling did not pay attention to Yu Yu's words. From Yu Yu's words, he realized that only he could see this old man. Could it be that he really saw a ghost? Brother Ling, your eyes are better. At this time, Yu Yu exclaimed. At the same time, Lin Ling felt that he had caught something. It seemed that after his eyes were better, he could see these strange figures. Moreover, these figures did not look like ghosts because they did not have consciousness. They were only minding their own business and cultivating. Could it be that he was looking at the past? This also meant that a long time ago, someone had cultivated in this place. And for some reason, the scene at that time had been replicated and could be seen by his eyes, although he did not know what caused it. This world was mysterious. He knew too little. Therefore, he could only let nature take its course for now. Yu Yu, look at my eyes. What's the difference? Lin Ling wanted to make sure. Yu Yu's big eyes were a little nervous. She reached out her small hand to hold Lin Ling's cheek and looked carefully. Oh, it seems like there's a green line in the middle of your eyes. But I can't see it clearly. Lin Ling was more and more certain that everything was caused by his eyes. But why did his eyes become like this? Yu Yu saw that Lin Ling was silent and thought that Lin Ling was unhappy. She immediately withdrew her hands in self-abasement. Brother Ling, Yu Yu's hands are too rough. Did they hurt your face? Lin Ling's thoughts were interrupted. Then, his heart ached. He rubbed the little girl's messy hair. No, Yu Yu's hands are touching my face. Brother is very comfortable. Yu Yu, don't think too much. Brother will always be by your side and protect you. In his memory, Yu Yu was a pitiful girl. She grew up without parents. The disciples of Gu Yan sect despised her and mocked her. Her only family was Lin Ling. In the past, whenever Lin Ling was bullied, Yu Yu would take care of him. And every time after taking care of him, Yu Yu would cry in fear at night. She was afraid that the only brother in this world who did not despise her would leave her. At that time, she would be even more unwanted. If Lin Ling died, she, Yu Yu, would not hesitate. She would definitely die with him. The Yu Yu in his memory made Lin Ling's heart ache. So when he saw Yu Yu lowering her head, he secretly swore to protect this girl. Thank you, Brother Ling. Yu Yu's messy hair covered her big eyes. At this moment, if her dirty hair was pushed aside, one would definitely find that this girl had a delicate face like a porcelain doll. Let's go back. Brother is hungry today. Pick it up. After lunch, Lin Ling was still thinking about his eyes. He was sure that the ability to see the passing of time was brought about by his eyes. As for the reason, could it be because of Huolei Tang's medicine? But Huolei Tang's mind was not clear, so he could not ask anything. In desperation, Lin Ling's thoughts fell on the 9 Dragon's strength. Although the 9 Dragon's strength is strong, it is difficult to master and consumes a lot of resources. Unless it is a prince or young master, ordinary people cannot practice it. Thinking about the biggest flaw of the 9 Dragon's strength, Lin Ling could not help but smile bitterly and shake his head. This skill burned a lot of money. At present, Lin Ling wanted to break through to the 3rd stage of body transformation by absorbing the spiritual energy between heaven and earth. The probability was very low, so Lin Ling's eyes fell on the medicinal pills. Medicinal pills were one of the cultivation resources for martial artists. The chi-gathering pill had 10 times the effect of condensing spiritual energy. It was suitable for Lin Ling. The chi-gathering pill was a 1st-grade medicinal pill. Every Gu Yan sect disciple could receive one every month. In a few days, it will be time to deliver the medicinal ingredients. I can go to the Dan Hall to receive my medicinal pills and see if I can get some medicinal pills. Arcade Peak grew spiritual herbs, so every month Lin Ling would be ordered to deliver medicinal ingredients to the Dan Hall. Early in the morning, Lin Ling and Yu Yu walked down the mountain path. Although leaving Arcade Peak, there would definitely be some blind people looking for trouble. But Lin Ling believed that when they went, no one would dare to provoke them. After all, he was carrying the medicinal ingredients. It was a matter of great importance. Whoever blocked his path was equivalent to blocking the path of the Dan Hall. In the Guyan sect, no disciple dared to provoke the Dan Hall. Brother Ling, Yu's medicinal pill is yours. Good luck. All along, Yu's medicinal pills were for Lin Ling. She did not even dress like a normal girl, let alone cultivate. No, from now on, I cannot take Yu's share. Before, it was Yu who protected brother. Now it is brother's turn to protect Yu. You are not allowed to refuse. Lin Ling's denial made Yu unable to say anything even though she wanted to. The Guyan sect had 7 peaks: Tianshu, Tianxian, Tianji, Tianquan, Yuheng, Kaiyang, and Yaoguang. Each peak had an elder, and the first peak, Tianshu Peak, was where the sect leader lived. It was the most important of the 7 peaks, and the Dan Hall was located on Tianshu Peak. Arriving at Dubhe Peak, Lin Ling saw a magnificent hall in the distance. The hall exuded a mysterious aura, as if it was the palace of an immortal. Around the hall, a large number of disciples had gathered. It seemed like they were all here to collect their pills. A trash master has a trash disciple. When I first came to Guyan sect, I almost entered Alcade Peak. Luckily, I was quick-witted and chose Alioth Peak at the crucial moment. Otherwise, I would have been dragged down by that trash walating for the rest of my life. Many people were discussing. No matter where you were, as long as you were weak, you would be mocked and sympathized with. Lin Ling was very clear about this principle. It was just that this world was more naked. Ignoring the mocking around, Lin Ling continued to walk forward. That must be Yu Lu. She is so ugly and dirty. She has dirted our Guyan sect. That's right. Her hair and clothes have not been washed for a long time. I really wonder if she has any sense of shame. She actually has the nerve to walk out. A few female disciples were talking sarcastically. They puffed out their chests as if Yu Lu was a toad and they were white swans. Yu lowered her head and did not say a word. She felt extremely inferior. Lin Ling felt that Yu Lu was holding his hand even tighter. This made Lin Ling's eyes turn cold. Those female disciples who thought they were beautiful were from noble backgrounds. They entered the Guyan sect and were supported by their family's resources. On the other hand, Yu Lu had nothing. How could they compare? Don't be afraid of them. They only rely on their family's background. Lin Ling's face was cold. He held Yu Lu's hand and walked forward. He did not care if he was being mocked, but he did not allow Yu Lu to be mocked. Trash, who allowed you to walk this way? Yu Lu is so dirty. Get out of my way immediately. Seeing Lin Ling walking over, a few princess-like girls suddenly frowned. One of them shouted. This girl seemed to be the leader of the group. Obviously, her background was not small. Lin Ling did not say anything. He grabbed a spirit grass from the bag behind him and threw it at the girl. Pick it up. Are you crazy? You dare to throw rotten grass at me and you dare to ask me to pick it up? The girl in the lead raised her eyebrows. She was furious. She did not understand where this trash of the first realm of body refining got the courage to order her to pick up the herbs. Do you want to teach me a lesson? But let me give you a piece of advice. I am carrying the alchemy hall's herbs. If even one spirit grass is missing, you will not be able to escape punishment. Lin Ling's face was calm as he spoke. These words were like a bolt from the blue, silencing the girls. The alchemy hall's reputation in the Guyan sect was not low. It was only second to the sect leader. How could they dare to provoke him? So you rely on the alchemy hall. You are ruthless enough. This time, you escaped. But if you have the ability, don't come out of the alchemy hall. Let's go. The girl in the lead said fiercely. She knew that Lin Ling could not make a mistake in the process of delivering the herbs. So, she temporarily avoided him. Of course, even so, she was still angry. Because in front of so many people, she actually gave way to 2 country bumpkins. Before she entered the Guyan sect, she was the daughter of a rich family. When had she ever suffered this kind of humiliation? In her home, she could beat anyone she wanted to beat. She did not need to lower her voice and give way. In her eyes, Lin Ling and Yu Yu were not even comparable to her servants. Lin Ling saw Yi Xiaolan turn around and leave. He coldly said, "You're leaving just like that? What do you want? You are only at the first realm of physique training, and I am at the third realm of physique training. If it was any other time, I would beat you into a dog." Yi Xiaolan stopped and angrily glared at Lin Ling. Lin Ling shook his head lightly. The alchemy hall specifically asked for a 3-leaved red fruit. But now, I am missing the spirit grass. If the alchemy hall asks, I can only say that you took it. After he finished speaking, his cold eyes looked at the spirit grass on the ground. His meaning was obvious. That spirit grass was the 3-leaved red fruit. You threw that spirit grass yourself. You dare to say that I took it? You are wrongly accusing me. Don't go too far. Yi Xiaolan's eyes widened. Too far? When you are mocking others, why don't you say that you are going too far? Pick it up. Lin Ling calmly said. His attitude was extremely unyielding. This trash is so strong today. The people in the distance were secretly shocked. They could see that Lin Ling wanted Yi Xiaolan to lower her noble head. Trash, do you know who I am? Yi Xiaolan was furious. She knew that Lin Ling wanted to embarrass her and make her lose face. After all, if Lin Ling was really afraid that the alchemy hall would pursue the matter, then wouldn't Lin Ling pick it up himself? I will say this for the last time. Pick it up. Ignoring Yi Xiaolan's provocation, Lin Ling's voice gradually turned cold. You did well. Yi Xiaolan hesitated for a long time. In the end, she walked back and picked up the 3-leaved red fruit. During this process, her heart was filled with shame. She actually lowered her head and picked up something for 2 country bumpkins. This was a big loss of face. This also meant that she was apologizing. In the past, she was a proud daughter of the Yi family. When had she ever picked up things for others? When had she ever apologized? Yu Yu, did you see that? She is just a human. There is nothing to be proud of. She has to lower her head when she has to. Moreover, she thinks that she is a beauty just because she put on some rouge. Hee hee, what a joke. They are not as pretty as Yu Yu. Lin Ling said to Yu Yu. Yu Yu nodded heavily. She was extremely touched. She would never forget this scene for the rest of her life. Not only was Brother Ling teaching Yi Xiaolan a lesson, he was also returning all the humiliation that Yi Xiaolan gave her back to Yi Xiaolan. This was also helping Yu Yu regain her dignity. Dan Hall, you made me lose face today. You also helped this dirty woman regain her dignity. But I don't know where you got the courage to not think about the consequences of doing such a thing. Can you bear it yourself? After picking up the 3-leaves vermilion fruit, Yi Xiaolan walked towards Lin Ling and said coldly. Threatening me? Do you want to pick it up again? Lin Ling's eyes were still cold. His words made Yi Xiaolan grit her teeth. In the end, she remained silent. She knew that if she said anything more, this young man would find trouble with her again. At least when the young man was delivering the herbs, she did not dare to cause any more trouble. Those who humiliate others will be humiliated by others. Remember, you are also a human. Lin Ling said coldly and continued forward with Yu Yu. Yi Xiaolan stood in place, trembling with anger. Many eyes looked at her as if they were silently mocking her. Not long after Lin Ling disappeared from the square, several figures came from afar. A young man said anxiously, Xiaolan, I heard that Lin Ling came to the Dan Hall. Did you see him? Today, I will cripple him. He was Zhao Shanhe. I saw him. But crippling him is a favor to him. Why not kill him? Yi Xiaolan's eyes were filled with killing intent. Zhao Shanhe was stunned for a moment, then laughed coldly, that's a good suggestion. Walking along the road, Lin Ling smiled and talked to Yu Yu to ease the tension in Yu Yu's heart. Although he looked calm on the surface, he was deep in thought. Before the first wave had subsided, another wave had risen. That woman's background was not small. It seemed that after leaving the Dan Hall, without herbs to rely on, the trouble would not be small. If he had strength and talent, he would have been valued by the Gu Yan sect. Then, the previous incident would not have happened. Lin Ling secretly clenched his fists. His pursuit of strength was even more urgent. Yu, we have reached the Dan Hall. Go back first. Lin Ling knew that when he left the Dan Hall, there would be trouble, so he wanted to send Yu away first. But Yu was not stupid. She knew that Lin Ling would be in trouble. It's fine. When there are too many lice, it won't itch. When there are too many debts, it won't worry. Big Brother will have a way to deal with it. Lin Ling smiled. Yu was silent for a moment. She seemed to be afraid that she would be a burden, so she nodded and left. Lin Ling took a deep breath and entered the alchemy hall. Lin Ling is here. Anne, put these medicinal ingredients here. The old man in charge of collecting the herbs was familiar with Lin Ling. After checking the herbs, he looked at Lin Ling with a smile. He had a good impression of Lin Ling. Even though this youngster's temperament was a bit weak, he was polite to others. He was not like the other youngsters of Guyan's sect who were arrogant and condescending. Hello, Senior He. Lin Ling smiled and greeted him. After thinking for a while, he slowly took out a stalk of spiritual grass. Oh right, the spiritual grass field has a bumper harvest this year, and there's an extra stalk of rock grass. I don't know how to concoct pills, and I don't have any use for it, so I'll give it to Senior He. All of Alcade Peak's spiritual grasses were recorded by Guyan's sect. However, spiritual grasses would occasionally grow on their own, so they were left out. These spiritual grasses naturally belonged to the disciples of Alcade Peak. This was also the reason why there were so many people coveting Alcade Peak. Of course, there were not many spiritual grasses that grew on their own, only 1 or 2 stalks occasionally. The old man hesitated for a moment, but still took the spiritual grass. His gaze towards Lin Ling softened. Lin Ling smiled in his heart. Cultivation resources, no one would complain about having too much. Therefore, he was not surprised that the old man accepted the rock grass. The reason why he gave away the rock grass was naturally for a reason. Senior He, you see, I've come to the alchemy hall many times to deliver herbs, but I've never entered. You see. The old man revealed an awkward expression. However, he bitterly smiled. It seemed that this little guy was also very smart. Giving me the spiritual grass, he had ulterior motives. He nodded, you can go in if you want, but you can't be recognized. Also. I know. Even if I'm caught, I can't give up Senior He. I promise I won't say anything even if I'm beaten to death. Lin Ling smiled. He would first sneak in, then see if there was any way he could get his hands on the pills. You little demon, you're much more crafty than before. The old man laughed and scolded, take this. This is the alchemy apprentice robe, and this is your identity jade tablet. Remember, don't get caught. Lin Ling smiled as he received the 2 items. After bidding farewell, he walked into the depths of the alchemy hall. The old man looked at Lin Ling's back and smiled again. Although he had been schemed against by Lin Ling, he was not angry. Moreover, compared to the previous timid Lin Ling, he liked the current Lin Ling even more. This little guy had changed quite a bit. This little guy's temperament is not bad. If his aptitude was also good, his potential would be extraordinary. What a pity, the old man sighed. The alchemy hall was very big, and the surroundings were filled with the fragrance of pills. Here were the highly respected alchemists of the Guyan sect. Alchemists were extremely rare in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. Every one of them was a highly respected existence. In the Guyan sect, there were only 2 people who could be called alchemists. One was Master Mu, an expert who was second only to the sect master. The other was Master Mu's disciple, an Yuer. It was said that this was a heavenly daughter, and the existence of countless male disciples in the Guyan sect. As for the others, they were just alchemy apprentices and could not even be considered alchemists. This was Lin Ling's understanding of the alchemy hall. After pretending to be an alchemy apprentice and walking around, Lin Ling did not find anything. He then stopped in front of a large hall and looked around. Return to the primary pill hall? Return to primary pill. This was a pill of a lower grade than the chi amassing pill. In fact, it could not even be considered a pill. After all, the chi-amassing pill was a grade 1 pill, but the return to primary pill was not even a grade 1 pill. The effect of the return to primary pill was to heal injuries. Healing pills naturally had no use for Lin Ling. He was about to leave. "What are you doing loitering around? It's almost time for alchemy. Get your ass in here." At this time, a cold voice sounded. There were a large number of alchemy apprentices in the hall, and the one who spoke to Lin Ling was a middle-aged man. Looking at him, he seemed to be the deacon of the primary pill hall. "What's going on?" "Right, I'm wearing the alchemy apprentice's robe. He must have mistaken me for an alchemy apprentice." Lin Ling was stunned for a moment, then he quickly lowered his head and entered the hall. Like the others, he found a pill furnace and waited quietly. After all, he was a fake. Before he found the chi-amassing pill, he could not be seen through. The deacon coldly snorted. He did not recognize that Lin Ling was a fake. After all, there were many alchemy apprentices in the alchemy hall. It was impossible for him to remember everyone's face. In front of the pill furnace, Lin Ling looked to the side. There was a handsome young man waiting for alchemy. He quickly said, "Senior brother, what are you doing now?" The young man looked at Lin Ling strangely. "Are you stupid? This is the primary pill hall. Naturally, it's the place to refine the primary pill. If we alchemy apprentices want to learn alchemy, the first step is to refine the primary pill." Lin Ling somewhat understood. However, he had never refined a pill before. At this time, a bell rang. All the alchemy apprentices were shocked. Right now, Gu Yan sect is in dire need of primary pill. Each alchemy apprentice must refine 3 bottles of primary pill. Each person has 10 sets of ingredients. If you can't complete the task, then your contribution points will be deducted. Your contribution points will be reduced to 0, and your status as an alchemy apprentice will be removed. Of course, if you exceed the quota, then you will be rewarded with chi-amassing pills and can learn how to refine higher-grade pills. The deacon's voice sounded. After these words, all the alchemy apprentices' faces turned serious. They were afraid that if they made a mistake, they would be kicked out of the alchemy hall. A terrifying 7 bottles. "Senior brother, how do you refine the origin returning pill?" Lin Ling asked the youth beside him. "Haha, didn't you listen to the alchemy hall lecture?" The handsome young man said indifferently. "Because of the last alchemy hall lecture, I was delayed by something, so I don't know." "Senior brother, can you give me some pointers?" Lin Ling sincerely said. "Who do you think you are to be worthy of my pointers?" The handsome youth coldly laughed and said, "There are many alchemy apprentices, so the competition is great. How can I teach you? I can't wait for you to be eliminated. One less competitor is more beneficial to me." Sigh. These people are so cold. Lin Ling's face turned cold. They could only ask him for help, but he really didn't know how to refine pills. After all, he had only been in this world for a few days. He didn't even know half of what cultivation was, let alone recognize medicinal ingredients. Lin Ling's blank face was extremely conspicuous. Naturally, it was also seen by the alchemy apprentices. They all laughed. No matter if it was martial arts or alchemy, there would always be someone at the bottom. However, it was precisely because there were disciples at the bottom that they could show off their talent. They were waiting to see a good show. The deacon also saw Lin Ling. He shook his head and mocked, "You don't even know the basics. What a disgrace." Sigh. Lin Ling didn't know what everyone was thinking. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. He saw that not far from him, next to a pill furnace, an old man was refining pills without any concealment. He was extremely generous. The old man's technique was like moving clouds and flowing water. Compared to the careless alchemy apprentices around him, he was simply a master. The old man muttered to himself, "Although the origin returning pill is not ranked, it is still a pill. There are 4 levels of pills: heaven, earth, profound, and yellow. The yellow level is the worst, and the heaven level is the best. I, Xianxia, can refine all kinds of high-level pills, but I have never refined a heaven-level pill. This time I will definitely succeed." Sigh. Lin Ling was startled. He looked around and found that no one was looking at the old man. This made him speechless. It seemed like his eyes had seen a ghost again, with the example from Arcade Peak. Lin Ling was very sure that this old man was definitely someone who had passed away. In other words, many years ago, this alchemist Xianxia had refined pills here, and for some unknown reason, the process of refining pills had been recorded. Although he didn't understand what kind of time and place was needed for such a strange scene to appear, the key was to solve the current problem. With this old man's hands-on guidance and explanation, Lin Ling believed that perhaps the origin returning pill would not be difficult. Sharpening the axe won't delay the work of cutting firewood. Lin Ling was not in a hurry. 2 hours later, he finally refined pills for the first time in his life. In the end, the rejuvenation pill is not ranked. It can also be refined with ordinary fire. It only requires the spiritual energy in the body to stimulate the flame. The alchemy furnace in front of him was an ordinary fire. Lin Ling patted the alchemy furnace with his right hand, and the spirit qi in his body flowed into the alchemy furnace through his palm. The fire under the alchemy furnace suddenly became vigorous, and this action was what he had learned from the old man. Safflower vine, pearl powder, tiger cane, Salvia miltioriza. After the alchemy fire rose, Lin Ling threw a variety of medicinal ingredients into the alchemy furnace in an orderly manner. Refining pills was generally divided into 2 processes. First, tempering the medicinal ingredients. Second, fusing the pills. These 2 steps seemed simple, but in reality, they were broad and profound. Every detail was extremely crucial. Bang! Bang! At this time, a slight sound came from the alchemy furnace. Lin Ling frowned. The first time, he failed, however, this was also normal. Although the old man had given him hands-on guidance, Lin Ling was still a newbie. It was normal for him to fail the first time. Again. Bang. The second time, he failed again. Hee, what are you fooling around for? Seeing Lin Ling fail twice, the handsome youth could not help but shrug his shoulders. Lin Ling did not pay attention to him. After 2 failures, he continued to summarize his experience. However, the third time, Lin Ling still failed. However, Lin Ling laughed. Failure was the mother of success. After 3 failures, he gradually found a way. So the control of flames is very crucial. It seems that alchemy is closely related to cultivation. However, the black spirit qi in my body seems to make me more familiar with controlling flames. Hee. Lin Ling thought to himself. Then, he began to refine pills for the 4th time. With the experience of the previous times, not long after, a pill fragrance wafted out. In the alchemy furnace, hundreds of pearl-sized pills emitted light. This time, he succeeded. On the side, the handsome youth had just failed once. However, when he smelled the pill fragrance, he could not help but turn his head to look. His expression immediately became ugly. This guy messed around and actually succeeded once. He really hit the jackpot. Hee. He was very unhappy in his heart, but soon, he sneered. He could see that Lin Ling's alchemy technique was different from the alchemy hall's teachings. Therefore, he was very sure that Lin Ling's previous success was just luck. Lin Ling did not know what he was thinking. He continued to refine pills. The 5th time, he succeeded again. This time, it was even better than the origin returning pill. The 6th time. The 7th time. The 8th time. Lin Ling could not help but smile in joy. Completing the task above expectations meant that he would be rewarded with qi-gathering pills. In this way, his goal of coming to the alchemy hall would be accomplished. Consecutive successes? How is this possible? The handsome youth was dumbstruck. He was momentarily distracted, and instead, he failed repeatedly. The alchemy furnace emitted black smoke, causing his face to turn black. Dong, at this time, a bell rang. The alchemy time was over. In the main hall, some disciples had disappointed expressions. It was obvious that they had not completed the task. However, some had proud expressions. It was obvious that they had completed the task given by the alchemy hall. It had to be known that alchemy always had a failure rate. Even experienced alchemists could not have a 100% success rate. Therefore, to have a 50% success rate out of 10 sets of ingredients was already extremely rare. Number 1, 3 bottles of origin returning pills. Pass. Reward, 100 contribution points. The deacon put away the pills, examined them, and then announced the results. Number 2, 4 bottles of origin returning pills. Pass. Reward, 1 chi gathering pill. Number 3, 5 bottles of origin returning pills. How rare. This talent is not bad. If he works hard, he might have a chance to become an alchemist. Reward, 2 chi gathering pills. The disciples who had completed the task above expectations puffed out their chests arrogantly, their faces full of pride. The deacon examined them one by one, but the best result was still 5 bottles of origin returning pills. Not long after, his eyes flickered with disdain. Number 35. Number 35, it's that idiot. Haha. Haha, that guy didn't know where to start. It was obvious that he didn't know anything. This time, I'm afraid he will be kicked out of the alchemy hall. Exactly. I don't know how he managed to sneak in, but I feel ashamed to be with him. Haha. The alchemy apprentices all laughed disdainfully. The deacon was also extremely disdainful of number 35. Then, he began to count the pills on the table. His expression suddenly changed. 1, 2, 3, 7 bottles in total. Haha. As soon as he said this, the main hall was completely silent. 7 bottles, that was a 70% success rate. Up until now, the best result was only 50%, and that was exceeding expectations. Number 35 had actually refined 7 bottles? Snobbish. Deacon, he must have done something. Those pills are fake. At this moment, a pill refining apprentice shrieked. He was the youth who had refined 5 bottles of rejuvenation pills. Seeing that Lin Ling had stolen the limelight, he was extremely dissatisfied. Moreover, he did not believe that Lin Ling could surpass him. That's right, I saw it before. His method of refining pills is different from the ones taught in the pill hall. Kick him out of the pill hall. One by one, the pill refining apprentices spoke. So it's fake. I said it before, how could you have refined 7 bottles? Number 35, you tried to deceive the pill hall. Your identity as a pill refining apprentice is revoked. The deacon also nodded. After all, he had been in the pill hall for many years, but he had never seen anyone achieve a success rate of 70%. The surrounding voices joined together to exclude Lin Ling. This made Lin Ling's heart burn with anger. He only wanted the spirit-gathering pills, but because these people were jealous of his better results, they were all making things difficult for him. He coldly said, "Deacon, you didn't even look at my pills. How can you be so sure that my pills are fake? Are you questioning me?" The deacon coldly snorted. Your method of refining pills is different from the ones taught in the pill hall. Moreover, no one has ever achieved a success rate of 70%. Based on this, I know that your pills are fake. Also, you dare to question me? That's challenging my authority. Get out of the pill hall now. From now on, you are not allowed to take a single step into the pill hall. These are my words. If you have the ability, go complain to the sect leader. The deacon's words caused many of the pill refining apprentices in the hall to echo. Their heated voices almost overturned the hall. Lin Ling's face was indifferent. What a good bully. What a pair of dog eyes. This is the pill hall's deacon? Undeserved. Reputation. He was fearless because he was a fake pill refining apprentice. Even if something happened, he could leave at any time. The hall became silent. No one thought that the youth who had become a thorn in everyone's side would dare to mock the deacon at this time. This was simply too daring. The deacon's face turned ashen. You dare to scold me? It seems that if I don't teach you a lesson, you won't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Quiet. The pill hall is a place for alchemy. For you to be so noisy, do you think the pill hall is a market? It seemed like the noise here had caused someone to be displeased. At this moment, a figure appeared at the entrance. It was a woman in a pink dress. She was around 17 years old, and her skin was whiter than snow. Her eyes were like autumn water. She was the disciple of the alchemy hall's master Mu, and Yuer. Senior sister. Seniorin. Everyone's eyes narrowed. And Yuer's position in the alchemy hall was second only to Great Master Mu. She was one of the most respected alchemists. Even the sect master praised her greatly. Everyone saluted. Only Lin Ling stood there stubbornly. This was extremely conspicuous. And Yuer looked at Lin Ling and said indifferently, "What happened?" "What?" Lin Ling also looked at Yuer. He said calmly, "Senior, I refined 7 bottles of rejuvenation pills, but the deacon said I was cheating. Therefore, I feel that the deacon of the alchemy hall has an undeserved reputation." "Oh?" And Yuer looked at the deacon with a questioning gaze. "Senior sister, don't listen to his nonsense. It's impossible for him to refine 7 bottles of rejuvenation pills with 10 sets of medicinal ingredients. Moreover, his alchemy technique didn't come from the alchemy hall." The deacon hurriedly said. He wanted nothing more than to cut Lin Ling into pieces. Lin Ling's words were questioning him, making him extremely embarrassed. "You don't understand because your level isn't high enough. Remember, there's always someone better than you. Your usual knowledge doesn't mean everything," Lin Ling said calmly. "You." The deacon gritted his teeth in anger. "This alchemy boy, Deacon Li, has been reviewing pills in our alchemy hall for 5 years. He's only 1 step away from becoming an alchemist. What right do you have to doubt him? However, since you're not convinced, our alchemy hall won't bully you. I'll review your pills and make you convinced." And Yuer said calmly. She naturally believed the deacon's words. "That's right. Senior and will personally review them and make him convinced." In the main hall, the alchemy boys all said disdainfully. Lin Ling once again experienced the cruelty of the world. He smiled coldly. "Review then review. I'll wait here." And Yuer also didn't bother to say more. She walked in front of the deacon and picked up Lin Ling's pills to review. 7 bottles of pills were poured out on the table. She slowly examined them. Her delicate little face gradually turned from disdain to seriousness. There were 700 origin recovery pills. Every one of them was the same size. The pill fragrance wafted through the air. On the surface of the pills, there were 4 mysterious pill patterns. And Yuer crushed a origin recovery pill and sniffed it. Finally, her brows furrowed. "These 7 bottles of origin recovery pills are all real." Her voice was extremely serious. She looked at Lin Ling with eyes full of shock. A success rate of 70% was extremely rare for alchemists. Even if she was the one refining the pills, she probably wouldn't be able to achieve 70% effectiveness. However, that alchemy boy had succeeded. This was simply inconceivable. "It's all real?" The alchemy boys in the main hall craned their necks like ducks being pinched by the neck. The deacon's face was extremely pale. Senior sister and had personally admitted it. This was definitely not a mistake. Since he had committed such a big mistake, his punishment wouldn't be light. "I'm sorry. This is our alchemy hall's negligence. Deacon Li also made a mistake earlier. I hope you won't take it to heart." And Yuer said indifferently. "He didn't make a mistake. He didn't even look. This is a dog looking down on others," Lin Ling said calmly. However, his words caused the deacon's expression to become even uglier. He had called him a dog in front of everyone, and he couldn't refute it, and Yuer continued, "The alchemy hall has always treated everyone equally. Right is right, wrong is wrong. Deacon Li, from tomorrow onwards, you will be guarding the door." "Senior sister, the deacon's expression changed. Guarding the door?" This meant that his status had plummeted. He couldn't help but look resentfully at Lin Ling. "You're asking to be humiliated," Lin Ling said indifferently. If the deacon had made a mistake, he wouldn't have bothered so much. However, the other party didn't even look and insisted. There was no need for him to give face to such a person. "You." The deacon clenched his teeth and disappeared from the main hall. The alchemy hall's words carry enormous weight. Since you've exceeded the quota, you naturally won't be lacking in chi condensation pills. Furthermore, I, and Yuer, can give you an extra bottle. However, I heard that your alchemy technique is different from the alchemy halls." And Yuer continued. She was a bit curious about Lin Ling's alchemy technique. I don't want the extra bottle. I'll only take my share. All right. Lin Ling shook his head. Although that girl hadn't used her position to bully him, he knew that she was worried about the alchemy hall's reputation. That was why she was so easy to talk to. However, in reality, that girl still looked at him with an arrogant gaze. It was as if he was a servant, and the servant had done something abnormal that had made her curious. Threat. This guy actually rejected Signorin? Seeing Lin Ling decisively shake his head, many of the alchemy apprentices were jealous. If it were them, they would have respectfully accepted the favor and even flattered Signorin with a smile. After all, Signorin was still an alchemist. Moreover, she was devastatingly beautiful. She was the goddess in the hearts of the male disciples of Guyan sect. This little guy. Enuer was extremely surprised, but she quickly thought that perhaps the other party was playing hard to get. First, he rejected her in an attempt to attract her attention. Then, when she took a step back to talk, this youth immediately took the opportunity to approach. However, she had seen this kind of trick too many times. She was extremely disgusted, so Enuer sneered and quietly waited for Lin Ling's next move. Unfortunately, Lin Ling did not say anything. He took the pills and indifferently left. Moreover, he left very decisively, without any reluctance. This stinking brat, so arrogant. Enuer was stunned for a moment. Her fists clenched tightly. That youth had directly ignored her, making her feel a sense of defeat. As soon as Lin Ling left the main hall, he smiled. He had finally obtained the chi-gathering pills. There were a total of 4 pills, plus the one he could receive himself. Perhaps there was hope for him to reach the 3rd stage of body transformation. That, your alchemy technique from before, can you give me some pointers? At this time, a person chased after him. It was the handsome youth from before. Obviously, he also saw that Signorin was very curious about the alchemy technique, so he wanted to learn it and then take the opportunity to approach Signorin. Lin Ling looked at him indifferently and sneered, "Who do you think you are? You think you are worthy of my pointers?" Finished speaking, he indifferently left, leaving the handsome youth stunned. Then, he stood in place, gnashing his teeth, his eyes spitting fire. Previously, he disdained to give pointers to Lin Ling, so he arrogantly said, "Who do you think you are?" But now, Lin Ling returned those words to him. This could be considered as asking for his own humiliation. This little guy really dares to ignore me. Doesn't he know that as long as he has a good relationship with me, he will have a meteoric rise in Guyan sect? Also, am I not good-looking? Enuer walked along the corridor. Thinking of what had happened earlier, an evil fire rose in her heart. Who provoked you?" At this moment, a kind voice sounded from behind her. An old man in his 60s walked towards Enuer. This old man was dressed in a purple robe. He had white hair and a youthful face. His aura was extraordinary. This was the Alchemy Hall's Grandmaster Mu. "Master, there was a little fellow who used 10 sets of medicinal ingredients to refine 7 bottles of yuan returning pills. But he was too arrogant and actually dared to ignore me." Enuer acted out of character and wrapped herself around the old man's arm like a little girl. Vitality recovery pill? Master Mu was rather curious. Such low-grade elixirs were once refined by the Heaven Mystics Kingdom's Grandmaster Dan Cauldron, Senior Xianxia. He refined 8 bottles out of 10 sets of herbs, and they were all rare Heaven-tier elixirs. Senior Xianxia is worthy of being called the Titan of our alchemists. Enuer's eyes were filled with admiration. The name Senior Xianxia was practically the idol of every alchemist. Master Mu continued. But that little fellow had a 70% success rate. Although he did not break Senior Xianxia's record, he is not older than Senior Xianxia, so he is also very rare. Let me take a look at those yuan returning pills. TCH. Thinking of that despicable, arrogant young man, Enuer immediately clenched her teeth. He just got lucky. I'm afraid he doesn't even know how to refine pills. As she spoke, she took out the yuan returning pills that Lin Ling had refined. You're just a little girl. Master Mu laughed and scolded her. He then carefully examined the elixirs. The more he looked, the more serious his face became. Finally, his eyes widened. If that little fellow didn't get lucky, then he is a genius alchemist. And Yuer's face changed. How is he a genius? She asked. He just got lucky. Master, didn't you say that if one performs exceptionally well, a 70% success rate is not impossible? I didn't say 70%, but these yuan returning pills are all heaven tier. Master Mu said, emphasizing each word. To date, in the entire Heaven Mystics Kingdom, only Senior He Yenshan was able to refine a heaven tier low-grade yuan returning pill. Ah? And Yuer was still holding on to the remaining elixir bottles. In her shock, she suddenly crushed them. At this moment, Lin Ling was walking towards Arcade Peak. He did not think that his mysterious eyes would help him so much. The first time was when he saw the 9 Dragon Strength technique. The second time was when he saw the method to refine the yuan returning pill. When he was at a loss, the strange scenes he saw both times gave him hope. He was looking forward to finding the third strange scene. Stop. You are Lin Ling, right? I have something to ask of you. Just as Lin Ling was thinking, a figure suddenly blocked his way. Lin Ling's eyes flashed. He had forgotten that it was time to return to Arcade Peak. Without any medicinal ingredients to rely on, those troublemakers became unbridled. What is it? Lin Ling looked at that person cautiously. Don't be so afraid of me, and don't think of running away. Here is a dirty scarf. You will understand once you see it. That person had a sneer on his face, but his hand was holding a scarf in disdain. Scarf? Lin Ling frowned and had a change in expression. He was very familiar with that scarf. It belonged to Yu. Did these people kidnap Yu? Yu was a defenseless and weak girl. How could these people do it? If you have anything, come at me. Why are you implicating Yu? Lin Ling bellowed. He had underestimated how despicable these people were. If you want to protect that country girl, then follow me. Otherwise, we cannot guarantee that she will be fine. Of course, she is dirty and ugly, and we are naturally not interested. But in places like brothels, as long as it is a woman, I think there will be people who like her. The youth opposite him said sinisterly. Lead the way. Lin Ling yelled out coldly. His eyes were red. That's good. The youth opposite him took large strides and walked away. Looking at his direction, he seemed to be leaving Gu Yan's sect. Sure enough, the two of them, one in front and one behind, arrived at the small forest east of Gu Yan's sect. There, 2 figures had been quietly waiting for a long time. They were Xianxia and Yi Aaron. The two of them wanted to catch Lin Ling, but they were afraid that Lin Ling would run away. Therefore, they caught Yu to lure Lin Ling out. And this place was not Gu Yan's sect. If they killed Lin Ling, no one would know. Rumble. In the sky, it was unknown when it started to drizzle. It fell into the forest, making the forest hazy and extremely depressing. Hee, Lin Ling, you made us wait for a long time. After Lin Ling arrived at the small forest, a sentence floated out from the depths. Lin Ling frowned and looked around. The first thing he saw was under a big tree. Zhao Shanhe was holding his chin with both hands and laughing coldly. Behind Zhao Shanhe, Yi Xiaolan was holding a bronze mirror. She did not even look at Lin Ling. It was as if Lin Ling was a dead man in her eyes. As for Yu, she was hanging on the big tree. Her mouth was stuffed with cloth. Although she could not speak, her big eyes were filled with worry. Lin Ling could clearly see that there was a clear palm print on Yu's face. The first battle anger boiled in Lin Ling's heart. He coldly said, "Speak, what do you want?" Yes. He didn't talk nonsense. Those 2 guys had a grudge with him, so they used Yu to lure him out. Naturally they didn't come here to talk about old times. Oh, I thought you would ask some idiotic questions, like why did you lure me out? I didn't expect you to be so calm. Zhao Shanhe coldly laughed. He touched his nose. Nothing, I just want to kill you. Kill. Lin Ling's heart went cold. He thought Zhao Shanhe only wanted to teach him a lesson. He didn't expect that he wanted his life. This made him realize once again the cruelty of this world. After all, he didn't have any deep hatred with Zhao Shanhe, nor with Yi Xiaolan. It was just a small conflict. Because of a small conflict, he wanted his life. In this world, the strong preyed on the weak. Okay, but you have to let Yu go first. Lin Ling said. Hee, you think you have the right to choose here? You want to die, that country girl also wants to die, what is this called? Yes, kill to silence. Xianxia shrugged, then said to the other youth, cripple him first. Brother. Brother Sean, it's a piece of cake, this trash is only at the first level of body refining, I'll take care of him in 3 moves. Yes. The youth who brought Lin Ling here, with a satisfied face, walked out. Lin Ling's eyes narrowed, he had no choice, he was in a situation where he had to fight with his back to the river, he couldn't escape, if he did, they would kill Yu, so he could only fight, even so, his heart was bitter, after all, if he had a little more time, with the strength of the 9 dragons, he was confident he could defeat Xianxia and the others, but time waits for no one, moreover. He had only been in this world for a few days, he still didn't know much about martial arts, and had never fought with anyone, this was his weakness. While Lin Ling was thinking, the youth's feet stepped on the ground, like an arrow shooting towards Lin Ling, a fist aimed at Lin Ling's chest. This speed, so slow. Yes. At this critical moment, Lin Ling's eyes narrowed, in his eyes, the opponent's movements were very slow, he seemed to see the youth's movements clearly. What was going on? Could it bite was his eyes? Lin Ling was suddenly enlightened, not only could his eyes see the passing of time, he could also clearly see his opponent's moves. Bang! The punch landed on Lin Ling, causing Lin Ling's body to fly out like a kite, heavily crashing into a large tree in the distance. Although he could clearly see the trajectory of his opponent's attack, it was still his first time fighting with someone. His momentary shock had caused him to be distracted. You dare to be distracted while fighting me, Wu Zhiping? What a piece of trash. That young man had succeeded in 1 move. He smiled proudly and said, Brother Sean, I didn't even need 3 moves. I finished him in 1 move. I haven't even warmed up. What's there to be proud of? He's just trash at the first stage of body transformation. Winning doesn't mean anything. Go, see if he's dead or not. Capture him. Xianxia said lightly. The young man nodded and strode forward. At this moment, Lin Ling had fallen under the large tree. Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth, and his chest was burning with pain. However, the injury he had imagined did not appear. That's right. He seems to be at the 2nd stage of body transformation, and so am I. That's why his fist didn't injure me that much. Lin Ling pondered for a moment, and suddenly realized that the young man's punch had the strength of 2,000 genes. If he was at the 1st stage of body transformation, he would have been seriously injured if not dead. However, he was also at the 2nd stage of body transformation. His hand subconsciously groped around, and suddenly he felt a wooden plank that looked like a bed. It was the broken branch of the tree that Lin Ling had crashed into. The wooden plank was held in his hand like a large sword. AI, you can't even withstand a single blow. I, Wu Zhiping, have a body of martial arts, but facing trash like you, it's difficult to display them. Sigh. At this moment, the young man shook his head and slowly walked over. He still believed that Lin Ling was either dead or seriously injured. However, as he was speaking, a figure suddenly burst out from the broken branch, and then a large wooden plank heavily slammed towards the young man. The battle is not over yet. Eat my plank. Eat. This sudden attack was very fast, and the young man had no time to react. Like a rubber ball, he was sent flying and smashed into a distant tree. The forest instantly quieted down. Eh? Xiaoshan's eyes flashed as he looked into the distance. The sky was hazy with rain, and in the forest, Lin Ling stood indifferently. His clothes were stained with blood, and his right hand was holding a large wooden plank. His eyes were like that of a wounded tiger. This guy can still stand. Wu Zhiping, you piece of trash, you can't even deal with a 1st stage of body transformation, Lin Ling? Xiaoshan said in a low voice. The 3 of them had surrounded one person, and it was the trash of Arcade Peak. If this trash could still escape alive, then they wouldn't need to practice martial arts anymore. Trash, you dare to sneak attack me? You're dead. Wu Zhiping spat out a few mouthfuls of blood, and his face was extremely ugly. He was sent flying by Lin Ling's wooden plank. If this news were to spread to the ancient face sect, he would have no face to see anyone. If I don't beat you until you kneel, then my surname is not Wu. Eat. The young man stamped his foot, and the ground shook slightly. He rushed straight towards Lin Ling. This time, he was serious. At this moment, Lin Ling was not as nervous as he had been during the first confrontation. His eyes were constantly flashing, and he had seen through the young man's movements. Let's see whose fist is harder. As the young man's fist came crashing down, Lin Ling did not retreat or dodge. He also punched out. He also wanted to see who was stronger at the second stage of body transformation. Bang! Two fists collided in the forest, and an invisible astral wind rushed out in all directions. A tyrannical force came from the fist, causing Wu Zhiping's pupils to constrict. Then a terrifying thought arose in his heart, and he subconsciously shouted, "Brother Shan, he is not at the first stage of body transformation. Now you know, it's too late. Eat my plank again." Lin Ling did not pay attention to his surprise, and the large wooden plank in his right hand struck out again. "Bastard!" Wu Zhiping cursed, but it was too late to block. The large wooden plank heavily slammed into his face, and his nose was smashed crooked. His body flew backwards like a bullet, and once again smashed into a distant tree. With great difficulty, he pointed at Lin Ling, "You." Before he finished speaking, he fainted. And before he fainted, he thought that he had actually lost to this trash from Arcade Peak. It must be known that although he was at the second stage of body transformation, in the ancient face sect, his strength was the strongest. So he had always been confident and proud. He had never thought that he would lose to Lin Ling. Useless. Zhao Shanha's face was ugly. Beside him, Yi Xilan's face was unhappy. These cockroaches really know how to jump. Zhao Shanha, I'll give you an incense stick of time to deal with him. An incense stick of time? Why do I need that? Zhao Shanha smiled proudly, and slowly walked out. He looked at Lin Ling and said, "You can be considered well prepared. Unfortunately, I am at the third stage of body transformation, and you will never be able to surpass me. It is impossible for you to survive in my hands." His whole body shook, and a strange aura emitted from him. That guy from before also said the same thing, but he was still defeated. Do you all only know how to talk? The more he fought, the stronger he became. The power of words? Humph, Wu Zhiping said he would finish you in 3 moves, then I will finish you in 1. Boom. Zhao Shanha's aura was fierce, and he arrogantly said, "A general's success is built on the bones of 10,000 soldiers." Ascending to the heavens with a single step, Hell King's bone shock fist. Boom. His figure blurred and looked like an illusion under the pitter-patter of rain. When Lin Ling finally reacted, he only saw a huge fist coming towards him. So fast. Boom. Lin Ling was shocked. This time, his eyes could not see through the opponent, as if Zhao Shanha was using martial arts. Martial arts were indispensable to martial artists. If martial arts were to accumulate the energy of heaven and earth in the body, then martial arts were to use the energy of heaven and earth to attack. Bang! Being hit by the fist, Lin Ling spat out a few mouthfuls of blood, and his body flew backwards. At the same time, he felt that a few of his ribs were broken. Taking turns to fight is one thing, but Zhao Shanha's realm is higher than mine, and he's using martial arts. This is really an unfair fight. Boom. Lin Ling clenched his teeth as he thought. Finally, he hit a rock, and the wooden plank in his hand shattered, and he spat out a few more mouthfuls of blood. Am I going to die? Lin Ling only had this thought in his mind, but at this time a warm current flowed into his chest, and his broken ribs no longer hurt as much. Huh? Boom. Lin Ling was surprised that he did not die as he imagined. Then, he was surprised to find that the 2 black energies in his dantian were the 9 dragons' strength. The 9 dragons' strength could actually heal injuries. Lin Ling's heart suddenly filled with confidence. One must know that since he started cultivating, there was no one to guide him, and everything depended on himself. He was not familiar with martial arts, so he did not know how strong the 9 dragons' strength was. But now, after continuous fighting, he was more familiar with the 9 dragons' strength. Hell King's Bone Shock Fist is a rank 1 yellow class martial art. Among the outer disciples of Guyan sect, only Lin Ling was hit by my fist, and all the bones in his body should be broken. Senior Yi, you should vent your anger. Boom. At this moment, Zhao Shanha was extremely confident. He turned around and said to Xilan. Half of my anger has been vented. Originally, I wanted to give him 3 slaps, but forget it, I'll just kill this country girl while I'm at it. Xilan put away the bronze mirror and replied indifferently. Xianxia shrugged. Just as he was about to move on, he suddenly stopped in his tracks. Feeling something strange, he turned around and was shocked. In the forest, the drizzle was hazy. In front of the rock in the distance, the youth struggled to stand up. His body was covered in blood, and his body was trembling. His head was lowered, and under the hazy drizzle, this scene looked extremely evil. The battle is not over yet. You think too highly of yourself. Suddenly, the young man raised his head and revealed a cold smile. Whoosh, a figure shot towards Xianxia. Xianxia's pupils constricted. This Linling was still alive, and the king of hell's bone-shattering fist didn't shatter his bones. Xilan also frowned. This strange scene made her faintly uneasy. So what if I'm not dead? Could it be that you still want to defeat me? Xianxia was worthy of being at the 3rd stage of body transformation. In an instant, he reacted. His right hand shook, and his bones cracked. His fist blasted out, King of Hell's bone-shattering fist. This time, Linling did not dodge or retreat. He made the first move because he wanted to take the initiative. He did not like to take a beating without fighting back. Defeating you is a matter of time. A low voice came from Linling's mouth, and his fist also punched out. Bang, a dull sound like a drum sounded. The 2 fists collided, and the forest seemed to be blown by a strong wind. Then, the 2 figures retreated. Xianxia retreated 20 meters, and Linling retreated 30 meters, but this time, Linling did not fall. How is this possible? He is only at the 2nd stage of body transformation, and yet he blocked my King of Hell's bone-shattering fist. As he retreated, Xianxia's heart was filled with shock. When their fists collided, he felt that Linling's fist was extremely powerful, and there was a black light shining on it. Pooh! Linling retreated, but at the same time he spat out a mouthful of blood. Although the 9 Dragon's strength could heal injuries, it only allowed him to recover some battle strength. It did not mean that his injuries were all healed. But the corner of his mouth curved up in a sinister smile. Previously, he had used the 9 Dragon's strength in his dantian on his fist. The power of that fist was extremely great, and it gave him the strength to fight. The 9 Dragon's strength was very strong. A 10th grade yellow rank skill, it really lived up to its name. You were lucky, right? Or is this the final radiance of the setting sun before you die? It's a pity that you were hit by my fist at the beginning. Coupled with the previous one, you have injuries on top of injuries. Even if I don't touch you, you won't be able to escape death. Xianxia coldly said. He felt extremely ashamed that he had not managed to finish off Linling with 2 punches. Is that so? Linling smiled coldly. A large number of medicinal pills appeared in his hand. They were the rejuvenation pills he had refined in the Hall of Alchemy. After he had successfully refined them, he had kept some for himself. He didn't expect that they would come in handy now. Swallowing the pills in his hands, Linling immediately felt a warm current flowing through his body. Not only did his previous injuries seem to have healed, but the spirit energy that he had lost was also faintly recovering. The effects of the returning energy pills were even better than he had imagined. He did not know that the returning energy pills that he had refined were rare heavenly rank pills. Not only could they heal injuries, but they also had the effect of restoring spirit energy within the body. My injuries are almost healed. Lifting his head, Linling coldly smiled at Xianxia. You. Xianxia's face was gloomy like water. He had never thought that dealing with a 2nd stage body transformation trash would be so troublesome. I know you want to say something to boost your morale, but can you shut your mouth? With his injuries almost healed, Linling once again rushed towards Xianxia. Bastard! Seeing Linling rush towards him, Xianxia's face turned red with anger. According to convention, he should be the one to attack, and Linling should be the one to defend. But now, it looked like he was being suppressed by Linling. The anger in his heart had not yet dissipated when Linling's crazy fist came crashing down. Xianxia had no choice but to meet it head-on. Pung! 2 fists collided. Xianxia's body flew backwards, and Linling was the same. But in the next moment, Lin Ling once again rushed towards him, crazy, like a madman who did not care for his life. Xianxia's pupils panicked. He was beginning to feel fear. Lin Ling was simply unbeatable, and was extremely difficult to deal with. Not only that, but after continuously colliding with him, Xianxia was gasping for breath. His spiritual energy was running out. In addition, after several moves, he became more and more confused. Lin Ling was at the second stage of body transformation, and he was at the third stage of body transformation. The difference of one stage was like the difference between clouds and mud. There was a difference of 1,000 genes of strength, but Lin Ling was able to evenly match him. Could it be that Lin Ling's cultivation method was of a higher level? Pung pung. Gradually, the two were evenly matched. The only difference was that Lin Ling once again swallowed some pills, and then rushed towards Xianxia like a madman. You motherfucker! Xianxia could not help but curse. Was this bullying him because he did not have any pills? He flew into a rage out of humiliation. Lin Ling, you cannot defeat me. To be evenly matched with me at the second stage of body transformation, you should be proud. Do you still want to continue? Hell King's bone-shattering fist. Didn't you say you could finish me in one move? Now you're scared? Where's your pride? Lin Ling took a deep breath, and once again rushed toward Xianxia. He punched out, take another punch from me. If you don't lose, I'll admit defeat. Humph. Humph, who do you think you are? I can't beat you, but do you think you can beat me? Humph. Being mocked by Lin Ling, Xianxia's pride was aroused again. His whole body's spiritual energy surged, and he punched out, Hell King's bone-shattering fist. Humph. Facing that punch, Lin Ling didn't dodge, showing off his ability. Boom. Crazy fists once again collided in the woods. This time, both of them didn't fly back, but maintained the momentum of their fists colliding. At this moment, time seemed to have stopped. Above the sky, the drizzle was still falling on the two teenagers' bodies. It was extremely depressing. Yi Xiaolan was already shocked to the point that she couldn't close her mouth. Today's scene was beyond her imagination. At this moment, her eyes were fixed on the two teenagers. She faintly felt that this final confrontation was about to determine the winner. The rain flowed down Xianxia's forehead. His face was pale, but his heart was shocked like thunder. In front of him, Lin Ling's face was indifferent, his eyes flashing. Thank you for teaching me my first battle in this world. As a reward, I'll tell you that you don't know Hell King's bone-shattering fist. Bang! Bang bang bang! After these words, Xianxia's bones felt like they were hit by an invisible hammer, and then he fell on his back. His bones were shattered by Hell King's bone-shattering fist, his eyes were wide open, recalling Lin Ling's desperate attacks. He faintly felt that this wasn't Lin Ling's recklessness, but through every confrontation, this guy learned his Hell King's bone-shattering fist. Pretending to be weak, and then seize the opportunity to fight back, this Lin Ling is not only crazy, but also has a terrifying talent in martial arts. I won. Humph. Lin Ling took a deep breath and looked coldly at the big tree. Then, he walked over step by step. Yi Xiaolan's expression changed drastically. She couldn't understand how the two of them could take turns fighting Lin Ling. Moreover, Xianxia's strength was one level higher. Yet, not only did they fail to kill Lin Ling, they were also defeated by him. Was this Lin Ling the same trash as in the rumors? At this moment, seeing Lin Ling walking towards her step by step, her legs went soft and she plopped down on the ground. She no longer had the arrogant look she had at the beginning. What do you want? I've already informed senior brother Xian. He's my boyfriend. If you dare to touch me, he won't let you off. In truth, there isn't much enmity between you and me. You mocked you, and I humiliated you. We don't owe each other anything, that's all. However, because you were humiliated, you became resentful and wanted to kill me and you. Tell me, what do you think I want to do now? Lin Ling's voice was extremely low, and his eyes were ice cold. Yi Xiaolan swallowed her saliva with difficulty, but she couldn't say anything. Her arrogance in the past could only be used to face the weak. Once she faced the strong, her arrogance was blown away by the wind. I won't kill you. It will dirty my hands, but I will hit you. Lin Ling suddenly stretched out his right hand and grabbed Yi Xilan's neck. He lifted her up. Yi Xilan's face was pale, and her heart was filled with deep regret. This young man was not easy to deal with. After all, Lin Ling came from another world. For him to casually take someone's life, he couldn't bring himself to do it. Even though Yi Xilan wanted to kill him, he couldn't bear to do it. He could only slap her face to vent his anger. Bang! At this moment, a giant tree on the left was smashed. It was as if it was blown up by a powerful force. In the rain of broken wood, a figure shot out and appeared coldly in front of Lin Ling. It was a young man around 16 years old. He was wearing a white robe and had an elegant demeanor. However, at this moment, his face was filled with anger. Yi Xilan immediately shouted with difficulty, "Senior brother Xian." The young man nodded and looked at Lin Ling. "Let her go, and I will let you go. Otherwise, die." His words were extremely overbearing. He didn't give Lin Ling any choice. He didn't ask who was right or wrong. He only wanted Lin Ling to do as he wished. "Who do you think you are?" Lin Ling frowned. He didn't let go of his hand that was holding Yi Xilan's neck. Instead, he tightened his grip. He hated these self-righteous people. They didn't ask what was right or wrong and decided everything. The more the other party wanted him to let go, the more he wouldn't let go. "It seems like you don't know who I am. I am the son of Tianxian elder Xian Hai, Xian Feng. Offending me won't end well for you. If you have the ability, tell me your name." The white-robed young man, Xian Feng, said coldly. "Son of elder Xian Hai." Lin Ling sneered, "You don't even know who I am. Go back and ask your father. Does the face you lost at Arcade Peak still hurt? You are Lin Ling? You have guts. Let go of Lana immediately. If she loses a single hair, I want your entire peak to be buried with her." After Xian Feng found out that the young man in front of him was Lin Ling, he couldn't help but become even angrier. This trash of Arcade Peak was also so daring? "I'll move for you to see." Lin Ling's sneer became even more intense. His pupils emitted a cold light. Today, he was going to throw caution to the wind. Pa pa pa, loud and clear slapping sounds echoed in the forest. Accompanying the slapping sounds were those cold words, "I know you hit Yuyu's face. Now, I'll return it to you on behalf of Yuyu." Yi Xilan's face was swollen from the slapping. She didn't have that arrogant look from before. She stammered and couldn't say anything. "You're courting death." Xian Feng was furious. In the Guyan sect, there had never been anyone so daring to hit his girlfriend's face. Moreover, it was in front of him. This was equivalent to slapping his face. He completely didn't expect that the more he threatened Lin Ling, the more Lin Ling wanted to hit him. For a moment's dignity, you threw away your life. You've done well. However, I am at the 5th stage of body transformation. If you don't have this strength, then this forest will be your burial ground. Xian Feng's entire body was filled with murderous intent. At this moment, as if accompanying his murderous intent, a bolt of lightning flashed across the sky, illuminating the dusky sky. Soon after, on top of a giant tree in the distance, he saw a strange figure. That figure lightly stepped on the leaves like a demon god. His hands were clasped behind his back, and his face was filled with murderous intent. Xian Feng borrowed that bolt of lightning to clearly see who that person was. "It's him." Xian Feng cursed incessantly in his heart. He knew that there was no hope for revenge today. He could only say to Lin Ling, "Let her go. Today's matter will be settled when we return to the Guyan sect. If you're a man, then agree." Lin Ling frowned. In fact, when Xian Feng appeared, he still dared to hit Yi Xilan. That was because he knew that even if he didn't hit her, Xian Feng wouldn't let him go. But now, Xian Feng actually said that the grudges would be settled when they returned to the Guyan sect. This guy's words, could he believe them? Battle challenge. After Xian Feng received it, he coldly looked at Lin Ling. "You are very lucky to have someone protecting you. However, if you don't die now, you will live a life worse than death. In Guyan sect, you will regret your actions today." After saying this, he did not say anything else and left with Yi Xilan. "I will be waiting for you," Lin Ling coldly said, causing Xian Feng to stop in his tracks. His teeth chattered, but when he thought of that strange figure, he could only helplessly leave. After they left, the forest instantly quieted down. Only the pitter-patter of rain could be heard, as if confirming the previous fierce battle in the forest. Lin Ling's eyes flickered incessantly. He sensed that the white-clothed youth from before was very strong. Currently, he was not his opponent at all. However, the battle challenge had been set, and he, Lin Ling, would not be a coward. Suppressing his thoughts, Lin Ling hurriedly ran to the tree and rescued Yu. "Brother Ling, it's all my fault." Yu's face had a palm print, and her eyes were filled with tears. She was both moved and worried. She was moved because Brother Ling, in order to save her, accepted the challenge alone. She was worried because Brother Ling, in order to save her, had risked his life to fight, and had offended an even stronger enemy. "Silly girl, they came for me. I implicated you. Alright, don't cry. Let's go back first." Lin Ling rubbed Yu's head and said. Then, he held Yu's hand and left through the forest. "But, they are very bad, and very strong." Yu was still worried. Lin Ling stopped, his eyes filled with determination. "I will be stronger than them." Yes. This sentence sounded like he was trying to show off. If other people heard it, they would definitely laugh disdainfully. However, Yu was stunned. In Lin Ling's smile, she saw a strong sense of confidence, which made her nod heavily. The two were like children abandoned by heaven and earth again. Holding each other's hands, they disappeared into the forest. Rumble, the sky was still covered by dark clouds, lightning flashed, and a bolt of lightning flashed. On top of a big tree, the ghost-like figure was still quietly standing there. His face was cold, and his eyes were lifeless. He seemed to be acting on instinct. If Lin Ling was here at this moment, he would definitely be so shocked that he couldn't close his mouth. Who else could it be other than Huoletang? "Protect." Huoletang mumbled to himself. These two words seemed to have been carved into his heart, causing him to act according to his instincts, just like a puppet. Perhaps, he had once suffered from chi deviation while cultivating, causing him to lose consciousness. His instincts told him that he needed to protect a certain youth. Perhaps, this was also his motivation to live, or perhaps, when a young man was in a life-or-death situation, he would make a move. After returning to Gu Yen's sect, Lin Ling comforted Yu before returning to his room. "I was lucky enough to win this battle, but the benefits were huge. It showed me the power of the 9 dragons." Thinking of the battle not long ago, Lin Ling's eyes constantly flashed. His battle experience had increased. For example, his mysterious eyes seemed to be able to see through his opponent's moves. Although this kind of insight was not perfect, it at least increased his battle strength by a level. Next, the 9 dragons. This 10th grade yellow class skill was even more fierce than he had imagined. The black spirit energy could not only heal injuries, but also increase one's attack power. Lin Ling was confident that once he reached the 3rd stage of body transformation, martial artists of the same stage would not be his match. However, his current enemy was Xianxia. This guy was not weak. With an elder as his father, he did not lack cultivation resources. His strength was much stronger than Lin Ling's, therefore, he had to work harder. Swallowing the spirit-gathering pill, the spirit energy in his dantian rippled. Time quietly passed. 10 days later, Lin Ling naturally reached the 3rd stage of body transformation. If he were to face Xianxia now, he could defeat him with a single punch. Unfortunately, the eggshell seal in his dantian was still not broken. This made Lin Ling shake his head helplessly. Moreover, his cultivation resources had been cut off, so he had to find more spirit-gathering pills. That's right, I'll use the spirit-returning pill to exchange for the spirit-gathering pill. Lin Ling thought of his own advantages. The spirit-returning pill was used to heal injuries. As long as one was a martial artist, they were indispensable. Moreover, he had used his own spirit-returning pill before, and it seemed to be different from the ordinary ones. Its effects were even better. As for medicinal herbs, Arcade Peak did not lack them. The ancient Yan sect did not value these common herbs too much. Several days later, Lin Ling refined 30 bottles of spirit-returning pills. According to his guess, 1 bottle of spirit-returning pills could be exchanged for 1 spirit-gathering pill. Then 30 bottles would have 30 pills. This should be enough for him to break through to the fourth stage of body transformation. Of course, although he had the pills, where to trade was still a problem. Therefore, Lin Ling decided to go to Tianshu Peak to take a look. Tianshu Peak was the first peak outside of the 6 peaks. Usually, most disciples would stay here. At this moment, in the vast square, disciples were gathered in 2s and 3s. There is still a month until the inner sect disciple assessment. At present, besides Tianshu Peak and Arcade Peak, the other 5 peaks are filled with geniuses. Like Xian Feng, Yu Hailan, and Lian Shan, these fellows all have hopes of entering the inner sect. Of course Xian Feng is powerful. But then again, Arcade Peak has not done anything this year. TCH, Arcade Peak only has 2 trash disciples and a crazy elder. It is normal that they have not done anything. Suddenly, a disciple saw Lin Ling and immediately laughed. It's Lin Ling. This voice attracted a lot of attention, and the sound of discussion floated up again. I heard that during the inner sect disciple assessment, senior brother Xian Feng challenged Lin Ling, and Lin Ling also accepted the challenge. No way, senior brother Xian Feng is the strongest 16-year-old. Is Lin Ling stupid? He actually dared to accept the challenge. Who knows, maybe this trash wants to liven up the atmosphere and let senior brother Xian Feng abuse him. In the distance, Lin Ling was stunned. During the inner sect assessment, Xian Feng wanted to challenge him, and he accepted. When did he accept? Lin Ling's heart was suddenly filled with anger. Xian Feng seemed to have manipulated everything about him. Whatever he wanted him to do, he would do it. It seems like both sides agreed to the challenge. In the Guyan sect, even if one side is injured or killed, the other side is not guilty. Lin Ling suddenly thought of the Guyan sect's rules. Xian Feng agreed on his behalf, forcing him to be on the stage. When the time comes, Xian Feng can kill him in front of everyone's eyes, and no one will have any objections. So this is what he meant when he said he would settle accounts in the Guyan sect. Lin Ling somewhat understood. Xian Feng's plan was very good. He wanted to use the inner sect to deal with him, and at the same time step on him to show how powerful he is. But this kind of challenge, according to the Guyan sect's rules, I can refuse. Lin Ling wanted to refuse the challenge. His cultivation time was short, and he did not have any cultivation resources. Currently, how could he be Xian Feng's opponent? But after thinking about it, he knew that he could not refuse, because once he refused, Xian Feng would secretly kill him. The difference was that one was an assassination, the other was an open killing. Xian Feng obviously wanted to kill him openly, so Lin Ling could not avoid it. No matter what, he had to settle this grudge. And the time was only 1 month. Going to Mountain View Town? Are you going to Mountain View Town? There's an auction there, maybe you can buy some good stuff. In a corner of the square, a chubby little fatty was talking to a few disciples. Lin Ling's eyes lit up, and he listened quietly. Mountain View Town was on the east side of 100,000 Mountains. It was the most prosperous place in the area. Many martial artists would hunt demonic beasts, or martial arts that they didn't need, and medicinal pills were all traded there. Senior brother, can you take me with you to Mountain View Town? Yes. Lin Ling walked over and politely asked. Of course, everyone will pay for the travel expenses. The little fatty smiled and nodded, then said, What's your name? Yes. Lin Ling. Yes. Lin Ling? Arcade Peak disciple? I was wondering who it was. The little fatty's eyes showed contempt. You have guts. With your trash cultivation, you dare to challenge senior brother Xian. You're simply courting death. Sorry, I can't take you with me when we set out tomorrow. I don't want to offend senior brother Xian because of you. Yes. Lin Ling frowned. He pondered for a moment, then took out an energy recovery pill. What do you think of this energy recovery pill? Yes. Finished speaking, he flicked his right hand, and the pill shot towards the little fatty. The little fatty smiled disdainfully, then said, What's the meaning of this? You want to use the energy recovery pill as a reward to make me take you? Unfortunately, you can stop dreaming. Although the energy recovery pill is indispensable, its price isn't high. Yes. Try the one in your hand. Lin Ling said. The little fatty hesitated for a moment, then swallowed it directly. Instantly, his face changed dramatically. As a martial artist, he was naturally clear about the effects of the energy recovery pill. But after swallowing an ordinary energy recovery pill, most of it would slowly heal, dispersing the clots. But after swallowing this one, his whole body felt extremely cool. Not only did the stubborn injuries from the previous battle show signs of dispersing, even his spiritual energy seemed to have recovered a bit. This isn't an ordinary energy recovery pill, little fatty exclaimed. Then, he felt that he had shouted too loudly. He hurriedly covered his mouth, afraid that someone would notice. A high-grade essence returning pill could often save a martial artist's life when they were in a life-or-death situation. Think about it, when you were fighting with an evenly matched opponent, and both of them were exhausted and heavily injured, with a precious essence returning pill, you could naturally turn defeat into victory and save your life. Therefore, it would be strange if little fatty was not surprised. Lin Ling nodded calmly. You're not that stupid. Fatty quickly rubbed his hands together. Junior brother Lin, no, senior brother Lin, do you have any more of those rejuvenation pills? If you do, give me 5 more. No, 3 will do. I'll take you to Mountain View Town. Lin Ling thought of the little fatty's arrogant face from before. He lightly said, that's not good. If you bring me there and senior brother Xianxia finds out, he will blame you. Little fatty's expression was ugly, extremely ugly. Wasn't Lin Ling's words what he had said before? He was so angry that he couldn't say anything. Lin Ling continued, I'd better find someone else. I believe that with a bottle of essence returning pills as payment, there should be someone willing to take me there. 1 bottle. Little fatty's eyes bulged. Such a rare essence returning pill, if he had 3 of them, he might be able to save his life 3 times. As for 1 bottle, he didn't dare to think about it. Uncle, young master, little ancestor, please let me take you there. Little fatty's face was full of urgency. Where was that arrogant face from before? You really were born in the year of the dog, changing faces so quickly. But I'm in a hurry, so I'll choose you. Lin Ling sneered, but he didn't want to complicate matters. Born in the year of the dog? These words slapped little fatty's face again, making him feel incomparably ashamed. But for that bottle of essence returning pills, he could only swallow his anger. Senior brother Lin, wait here tomorrow morning, I'll take you there. Okay. Lin Ling nodded his head, turned around, and left. Little fatty recalled the previous scene, and was once again shocked. This disciple of Arcade Peak's trash master was not as bad as he had imagined. That calm and cool-headedness, from beginning to end, he had grasped himself in the palm of his hand. The next day, Lin Ling went to the square early in the morning. After little fatty saw Lin Ling, he gave some instructions, and then brought Lin Ling out of the Guyan sect. Lin Ling, on the other hand, was thinking about Xianxia. Currently, Xianxia was the strongest disciple among the outer disciples of the 6 peaks. Becoming an inner disciple was something that was set in stone. Many seniors and disciples of Guyan sect had high hopes for him. If such a strong genius were to lose at his most glorious moment, and also lose miserably, would Xianxia still have the face to stay in the Guyan sect? Lin Ling coldly smiled. He decided that on the day of the inner disciple exam, he would step on Xianxia and make him lose miserably. Xianxia's strength was at the 5th stage of body transformation. As long as he reached the 5th stage of body transformation, then he would absolutely be able to defeat him. Not long after, the two arrived at the foot of an emerald green mountain. Riding a giant centipede, they crossed the mountains and rushed towards Mountain View Town. Their mount was actually a centipede. Lin Ling's horizons were broadened, but he quickly adapted to it. Along the way, the surrounding mountains and rivers were like the sea. Clouds and mist were faintly discernible, giving Lin Ling the feeling of 1,000 mountains with no birds flying, 10,000 paths without a trace. Eh? That pagoda is quite mysterious. After looking for a long time, Lin Ling pointed towards a place in the mountains. He could vaguely see a mysterious pagoda sitting there. That is a burial ground. Little fatty's face was somewhat dignified. That place is a tomb, the tomb of Lord Zhang. There are countless treasures inside, and it is said that they were placed there by the Zhang family of one of the 8 great ancient clans. Lin Ling's eyes brightened. He looked at the people near the mountain range, and then nodded. No wonder there are so many martial artists running along those mountain paths. So it is because of that tomb. Although Lin Ling did not know the origin of the 8 great ancient clans, he knew that they were not ordinary just by hearing the name. And the tomb they set up, there were naturally many treasures inside, which made him a little moved. How can there be anyone? Your eyes must be playing tricks on you. Little Fatty also looked into the distance and shook his head. That tomb is full of traps. In the past, who knows how many people died in the mountains for the treasures in the tomb. Otherwise, it would not be called a burial ground. No one? Lin Ling was startled. He did see many martial artists leaping onto roofs and running on the walls. Could it be that he saw the passing of time again? Those people must be the martial artists who died in the burial ground. However, some of those martial artists were very close to the pagoda, and some were outside. If he followed them, he might be able to get close to the pagoda and obtain the treasures. Thinking of this, Lin Ling smiled. It seemed that he had to go to that place. Your smile is so evil. Could it be that you have ideas about the burial ground? I advise you to give up. Who knows how many disciples wanted to enter Gu Yan's sect, but none of them came out. Little Fatty could not help but say. Maybe. Lin Ling nodded and did not say much. Not long after, a large town appeared in the valley ahead. Although it was called a town, it looked more like a city. Lin Ling sighed. A town was so big, what if it was a city? Elimination system. From the Little Fatty, he learned that in the 100,000 great mountains, the disciples of the 4 great sects had the highest status, followed by the rogue cultivators. Of the 4 great sects, the disciples of the Flying Snow Palace had the highest status, and the Gu Yan sect was the weakest. As for the auction venue, it was called the Emerald House. The owner of the Emerald House was a powerhouse at the 10th stage of body transformation. Although he could not compare to the 4 great sects, he was still a formidable character in the Mountain View town area. If you want to auction your own items, you either have to have an extremely rare item, or you have to rely on the elimination system. The so-called elimination system meant that everyone wanted to auction their own items to maximize their profits, but there were too many monks and too little porridge, so it was up to each person to eliminate each other. The loser would not be able to auction their own items. When Lin Ling followed the Little Fatty to the Emerald House, in front of the ancient building, there was a surge of people. All of them were martial artists who had come to put up their items. A tall and sturdy middle-aged man stood in front of the building and shouted, "In the 100,000 great mountains, the only town is Mountain View Town. So everyone comes here to trade their items. But according to the rules, except for rare items, if you want to auction your items, you have to go through the elimination system. This year, there are 10 spots." As the middle-aged man's voice fell, the surrounding voices were like the waves of the sea. "Owner Liu, you don't need to explain the rules, we Raging Blade sect disciples naturally know. Everyone, out of the 10 spots, my Raging Blade sect wants one. Is there anyone dissatisfied?" "Bullshit, who do you think you are? My Falling Leaves sect didn't even speak. What qualifications do you have to speak?" "Arrogant. You sure are arrogant. See you in the elimination system." In the corners of the building, the disciples from the 4 great sects were all in high spirits. It seems like the competition is very fierce. "Senior Brother Lin, do you also want to auction your items?" The Little Fatty said in a low voice. He had never auctioned before, and usually came to buy more because his strength was not enough. "Since I'm already here, I definitely want to auction it." "Yes." Lin Ling nodded, causing the Little Fatty's face to change. He did not think that Lin Ling would come to the auction to auction his items, but those who dared to participate in the elimination system were not weak. Did Lin Ling have the qualifications? At this time, the middle-aged man's voice was heard again. "Considering that we are in a hurry, we will not choose one by one. Let's do it in one move. Draw a circle and fight with one move. Whoever leaves the circle first will be eliminated. Those who want to participate in the auction, come to the front." As his voice fell, one after another. The middle-aged man looked at the crowd and secretly nodded his head. The people who were preparing to sell were all 16 or 17-year-old youths. Their cultivation was between the 3rd and 4th stages of body transformation. It looked like the four sects had many good seedlings this year. Lin Ling didn't act rashly. He carefully looked at the people who walked out. After a moment, a green line quietly appeared in his eyes. For some reason, the people who walked out became clear. Lin Ling could vaguely guess their cultivation levels. Those people should be between the third and fourth stages of body transformation. With my current strength, I should not fear them. Lin Ling nodded. He was a little surprised that his eyes had such power. At this time, the middle-aged man shouted, a total of 53 people. Is there anyone else? No one else came out. At this time, a slightly childish voice sounded, wait, there's still me. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Lin Ling walked out. Behind Lin Ling, the little fatty originally wanted to pull Lin Ling back, but his hands were too slow. This caused the little fatty to open his mouth and say, even I, who am at the third stage of body transformation, doesn't dare to go up. He must be stupid. Because he was the last to come out, the others also looked at Lin Ling. But soon, they all shook their heads. They did not place Lin Ling in their eyes. The middle-aged man from the jadeite house didn't pay too much attention, he only knew that the youngster was the youngest. He shouted loudly, altogether 54 people, perfect for pairs. Now draw 27 circles, 54 people separately exchange blows. This was a very time-saving elimination system. Half of the 54 people would be eliminated, leaving 27 people to continue fighting until there were only 10 spots left. Generally speaking, this kind of elimination would be decided in an incense stick of time. Then they began to divide the opponents. This was arranged by drawing bamboo tiles randomly. It depended a little on luck. Everyone walked into the circles. Some of the more impulsive disciples immediately attacked. Pung 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 sounds rang out. Almost half of the people were blasted out of the circles by their opponents. The elimination was extremely fast. Haha, so far, among the four sects, only Guyan's sect has been completely eliminated. Looking at the results of the elimination, some of the onlookers shouted. It's true. Looks like the Guyan sect has declined. The others also nodded. They saw that the Guyan sect disciples who participated in the elimination system were all lying on the ground, their faces full of unwillingness. Eh? There's still a Guyan sect disciple. He's the last to come out, the youngest one. Suddenly, someone said. Then, many eyes looked towards Lin Ling. At present, Lin Ling was the last person from the Guyan sect. If Lin Ling was eliminated, then this year's Guyan sect would lose face. Of course, no matter how you looked at it, because of Lin Ling's young age, his elimination was a foregone conclusion. Although the elimination system does not mean anything, it still shows that there are rising stars in the sect. It seems that the Guyan sect being ranked last is not baseless. The middle-aged man from the Emerald House was not optimistic about Lin Ling's chances. After all, Lin Ling was already at the third stage of body transformation at his age. This was already very good, and his cultivation was not enough to pass. I, Tai Zhu, am a disciple of the Flying Snow Palace. Third stage of body transformation, I have more than 3,000 gene of strength. In the same stage, I am invincible. Get out of the circle yourself, I don't even want to fight. In the 2-meter-wide circle, Lin Ling's opponent indifferently said. This was a tall and sturdy youth who was nearly 2 meters tall. Compared to him, Lin Ling was extremely small. The people all around laughed, as if Lin Ling was a fish on the chopping block. That tall and sturdy youth's fellow apprentices cheered. They wanted the tall and sturdy youth to finish off Lin Ling and eliminate the last person from the Guyan sect. The tall and sturdy youth was very satisfied with the attention. I originally wanted you to get out yourself, but who told you to be the last person? I can only step on you to gain face. I only want to know, what do you feel now? Are you scared? Or do you feel ashamed? Lin Ling helplessly shook his head and said indifferently, what do I feel? I'm just curious what you ate, why are you like a cow? You dare to tease me, you're dead. The tall and sturdy youth suddenly became angry. I'll break your bones with one punch. The tall and sturdy youth did not hold back. His sand nest-sized fist carried a strong wind as it blasted towards Lin Ling. That fist was actually bigger than Lin Ling's head. Many people shook their heads and laughed, waiting to see the scene of blood splattering everywhere. Some soft-hearted people even closed their eyes, afraid to see a tragedy. It's over, I'm afraid I won't be able to get back that bottle of Return Yuan Dan. The little fatty sighed. Then he saw that Lin Ling actually did not punch out when facing that sand nest-sized fist. Instead, he used his body to block it. This made the little fatty sigh, thinking that Lin Ling was scared silly. Bang, the huge fist smashed onto Lin Ling's head, making a dull sound that made many people's hearts skip a beat. Hee hee, it's over, really easy. The tall and sturdy youth shrugged, as if he had dealt with the enemy. He did not even look at Lin Ling and wanted to walk out of the circle. It's not over yet, and you want to leave? Luck, what? Nothing happened. The tall and sturdy youth sucked in a breath of cold air. One must know that at the third stage of body transformation, one's entire body had a strength of 3,000 Jin. His fist had already exceeded 3,000 Jin of strength. Against a martial artist of the same stage, if he didn't die, he would be seriously injured. However, the youth in front of him was as if he was made of iron, safe and sound. Could it be that this youth's head was harder than his fist? You lost. Win. Ignoring his opponent's surprise, Lin Ling punched out. The seemingly ordinary fist had a flickering black aura. With one punch, the tall and sturdy youth was blown out of the circle. Then, Lin Ling walked out of the circle. He won. The surrounding people were stunned. They didn't understand at all. They only saw the tall and sturdy youth fall out of the circle. Taizhu, what are you doing? You actually jumped out of the circle. This Guyan sect disciple is really lucky. It must be that Taizhu's old injury just happened to flare up, and he was the lucky one. The Flying Snow Palace disciples were unwilling to accept this. So it's luck. Yes. The surrounding people were somewhat stunned. After all, the previous scene was a bit strange. The youth took a punch but came out unscathed. Instead, he defeated his opponent with one punch. This didn't make sense, so it must be that his opponent's old injury flared up, causing him to be unable to use his strength. Of course, not everyone thought this way. For example, the middle-aged man from the ancient Jadeite sect didn't think so, but he couldn't figure out the reason. Luck? Yes. Lin Ling shook his head. When he took the punch earlier, he actually used the black spirit energy in his body to protect his head. The black spirit energy was extremely powerful. In the same stage, as long as he didn't use any martial arts, he wouldn't be afraid. To put it bluntly, his cultivation method was stronger than the tall and sturdy youth's. The next 27 will continue. Yes. The middle-aged man shouted again. Lin Ling walked into the circle again. The disciples from other sects stared at Lin Ling. They were jealous that Lin Ling relied on luck to pass and become the only disciple of the Guyan sect. Not bad, you actually defeated my junior brother Tai. Unfortunately, you met me, so your luck has come to an end. Yes. Within the circle, Lin Ling's opponent appeared. It was a young man wearing a purple long robe. This young man had his hands behind his back and had an extremely arrogant expression. From his clothes, he seemed to be a disciple of the Flying Snow Palace. Yinan, this guy came to sell last year, and he's here again this year. Looks like he wants to prepare more cultivation resources and charge into the ranks of Flying Snow Palace's inner court disciples in one go. Someone recognized the purple-robed youth. That youth was obviously a regular customer of the Emerald House, and his strength was not weak either. He was at the 4th level of body tempering and had the potential to become an inner disciple of the Flying Snow Palace. Everyone looked at Lin Ling again and shook their heads. This time, would the youngest guy be able to pass by relying on luck? Still not quitting? Let me give you a word of advice. It's better to know your place. Yinan looked down at Lin Ling. Although Lin Ling had defeated Taizhu, that was only luck. Yinan was at the 4th stage of body transformation. Lin Ling's luck had come to an end. Senior brother, let's begin. Lin Ling was too lazy to say anything more. AI, why are the youngsters nowadays so arrogant? It's better for those who practice martial arts to be down to earth. Yinan seemed not to have heard Lin Ling's words. He spread out his hands and muttered to himself. He completely did not expect that when he said those words, he was the impetuous one. Looking at his confident appearance, it was as if he was giving pointers to the younger generation. This caused many people in the distance to shake their heads and laugh. Lin Ling lightly sighed. Without saying anything more, he punched out, Hell King bone-shattering fist. Above the fist, a black light wrapped around it, as if it was a black iron fist. For this punch, Lin Ling also used the black spirit energy in his dantian. With the help of martial arts and the black spirit energy, the strength of this punch had already reached over 4,000 jin. This was Lin Ling's current strongest attack. Courting death, I'll let you have a taste of my 7-star finger. However, Yinan did not put Lin Ling's attack in his eyes. He pointed out a finger. His 2 fingers were wrapped in purple spirit energy like flames. 7-star finger. The face of the middle-aged man from the Emerald House changed slightly. He had heard of this martial art before. It was extremely powerful. The finger was like an arrow, and the attack was swift and fierce. Logically speaking, this martial art could not be practiced without reaching the 5th level of body transformation. He looked at Lin Ling again and shook his head. He did not think that with luck, the youth could block that finger. Bang, the fist and finger collided. A sudden change occurred. A figure was sent flying out of the ring, the crowd followed the figure and their faces changed. The one who was sent flying out of the ring was actually Yinan. The crowd looked at the ring again. They saw Lin Ling standing like a pine tree, maintaining his punching posture. On his fist, a black light flickered, as if it was made of pig iron. This scene to them was like a dream, and extremely illogical. This time, it was not luck. I won. Lin Ling walked out of the ring, his face calm. To him, defeating the youth was normal. This was because the black spirit energy in his dantian increased the power of his Hell King's bone-shattering fist, allowing him to battle with a 4th level of body transformation. He is the youngest and is only at the 3rd level of body transformation. How could he defeat Yinan, who is at the 4th level of body transformation? Maybe the level of his martial arts is higher. Nonsense. Yinan's 7-star finger is at the 5th level of body transformation. That youth's level of martial arts is higher than his. How could it be possible? The others could not see how Lin Ling had won. Yinan sat on the ground, angry and furious. Previously, he had looked down on Lin Ling arrogantly, but in the end, he was defeated in one move. This caused him to lose a lot of face, but he was unwilling. The competition was different. The range was only 2 meters, so you won by luck. But if it was any other place, you would have lost. At this moment, Lin Ling had already walked out of the ring. A loss is a loss. What's with all this nonsense? Yinan was stunned and became even more unwilling. Then how did you beat me? Lin Ling did not even look at him. Luck. Luck. Yinan's face instantly darkened. He gnashed his teeth. That little guy is so mysterious. To be able to defeat Yinan, his martial arts must not be weak. His background must be extraordinary. The middle-aged man from the Emerald House looked deeply at Lin Ling, then said, "Okay, there are 14 people left. Let's stop here. This year, the Emerald House will make an exception and let 14 people enter the consignment sale." His words shocked many people. They subconsciously looked at Lin Ling. They all felt that the reason the Emerald House could make an exception this year was because of that youth. Junior brother, your strength is not bad. I have high hopes for you. But since you've won the consignment sale quota, why not give it to me? At this moment, a voice came from the crowd. It was a youth wearing a blue robe. As he spoke, his entire body's aura was released. It seemed to be on purpose. A faint light appeared on the surface of his body, making him seem as if he was wearing a layer of protective armor. Protective aura chi. Many people sucked in a cold breath. Protective aura chi was to expose one's spiritual energy to the outside of one's body, forming a protective effect. This was also an advantage after reaching the 5th level of body transformation. That youth was definitely at the 6th level of body transformation. I won't fall for this. How tyrannical. Lin Ling frowned, his heart was puzzled. That guy was so strong, why didn't he compete for the spot, but instead came to snatch his fruit? Did he think it was easy to get a Spot? No, that guy didn't compete for it, probably because he didn't want to lose face. That guy was a 6th-stage body transformation cultivator. If he fought, it would be considered as bullying the weak. He was the only one in the Gu Yan sect who got a spot, so the youth naturally took a fancy to him. Lin Ling shook his head, he definitely wouldn't give up his spot. After all, it was related to his future strength. He lightly said, I'm sorry, senior brother, I can't give up this spot. Oh. Oh? Oh. The youth didn't expect Lin Ling to not give him face. He coldly said, I'm an inner disciple of the Gu Yan sect, a 6th-stage body transformation cultivator. Junior brother, have you thought it through? Oh. What does it have to do with me? Lin Ling said. The youth's face became gloomy. Lin Ling refused him in front of so many people, it was equal to not giving him face. It seems you don't know who I am. Let me tell you, I'm Yang Zhan. He hadn't finished speaking when Lin Ling interrupted him, no need to introduce yourself, I'm not interested. If you want to use your status and strength to intimidate people and bully the weak, then find someone else. I won't fall for it. Haha. Haha, this little guy has courage and a magnanimous temperament. Suddenly, there was a lot of laughter. Lin Ling's words carried a hint of ridicule, making people laugh. You have guts. The youth's face turned red as he stared at Lin Ling. Lin Ling ignored him and looked at the middle-aged man from the jadeite house. The middle-aged man lightly nodded. This was a dispute between sect disciples, he would not participate. Seeing that Lin Ling refused to give up his spot, he led the rest of the people into the jadeite house. The elimination round was over, the surrounding onlookers were discussing animatedly. They were all curious as to who that young man from Gu Yan sect was. He was so young, but his strength was not weak at all. The young man stood where he was, trembling with anger. According to the rules, when he revealed his status and strength, the other party should give him face and be extremely respectful. However, what he got in return was an icy cold rejection. Moreover, the other party even ridiculed him, causing him to feel extremely embarrassed. I don't dare to touch you in the Emerald Pavilion, but if you have the ability, don't leave the Emerald Pavilion. The young man turned around and left. Wherever he passed, no one dared to stop him. The little fatty also followed them into the Emerald House. With a face full of fear, he said to Lin Ling, Grandpa, young master, little ancestor, I, who are paying, have to hand it to you. It's fine if you didn't give up your spot, but why did you have to be so tough? Aren't you offending that senior brother? He had always thought that Arcade Peak's Lin Ling was a cowardly trash who was afraid of death. Who would have known that Lin Ling's pride was not weaker than anyone else's? Even if it was an inner sect disciple, he still wouldn't give face. Lin Ling looked at him coolly. Do you think that if I don't give up my spot and say some nice words, that guy will let me go? The little fatty stared blankly. I don't think so. As long as you don't give up your spot to him, it seems like he won't let you go. That's right. Since he won't let me go, why should I be afraid of him? Lin Ling walked along the corridor, leaving the little fatty scratching the back of his head. After thinking for a long time, he realized that Lin Ling's words were indeed reasonable. After taking the rejuvenation pills to be appraised, Lin Ling quietly sat in the private room, thinking about what happened earlier. He discovered that the martial artists of this world were all extremely cold and domineering. Once they took a fancy to something, there was no reason for it. If they wanted it, they would take it. Perhaps this was also the reason why everyone wanted to be strong. I'm still not strong enough. If my strength surpassed his, he wouldn't have dared to say these words. However, that guy's strength is very strong. He has Orochi protecting his body. Even Xianxia isn't his opponent. Lin Ling muttered to himself. Fortunately, the rejuvenation pills could be put up for sale. He could also increase his strength and have the ability to protect himself. In addition, he also considered going to the burial ground to take a look. There were many treasures there. If he could obtain one, then when he returned to Gu Yan sect, not to mention Xianxia, perhaps he wouldn't even need to fear that arrogant young man from before. Not long after, the door was pushed open and the Emerald House's owner came in with an old man. The two people's faces were extremely dignified. They sized up Lin Ling from head to toe, and their attitude was even more polite. This little friend, I am Lu Manyun. This is the Emerald House's appraisal master, Elder Kuan Yang. The Emerald House's owner introduced himself first. Greetings to the two seniors. Greetings. Lin Ling quickly stood up. Elder Kuan Yang seemed to be unable to hold back and anxiously said, Little friend Lin, the rejuvenation pill you put up for sale has been appraised by us. It is a heavenly grade rejuvenation pill. Its value is not low. Speaking until here, he sucked in a breath of cold air. I have appraised countless treasures, but this is the first time I have seen a heavenly grade rejuvenation pill. If I remember correctly, in the current Heaven Mystics Kingdom, only Senior Xianxia can refine it. This elixir shouldn't be refined by you, right? Indeed. This elixir was not refined by me. It was refined by my master. Yes. Lin Ling's face was calm, but his heart was a little surprised. Although he already knew that the rejuvenation pill he refined was not cheap, he didn't expect it to be a heavenly grade rejuvenation pill. Of course, he didn't intend to say that he refined it. After all, an ordinary man's wealth was his own ruin. He was very clear about this principle. Lu Manyun and Elder Kuan Yang looked at each other. If it was refined by his master, could this young man's master be Senior Xianxia? But it was very possible. This young man's origin was mysterious, and only Senior Xianxia could cultivate him. Someone, bring me some good biluakun. Who asked you to use pu'er to serve me? Lu Manyun wiped the sweat from her forehead and quickly shouted. Elder Kuan Yang didn't dare to underestimate Lin Ling. These rejuvenation pills, we will treat them as the treasure of this auction. May I know what young friend Lin wants to exchange for? Yes. Lin Ling was stunned for a moment and then smiled helplessly. He guessed that these two people misunderstood that he was Xianxia's disciple. He smiled and said, I want to exchange for essence gathering pills. The more the better. Yes. According to the market price, a normal bottle of rejuvenation pills can be exchanged for one essence gathering pill. Yours is a heavenly grade rejuvenation pill. I think one bottle can be exchanged for 5 pills. Furthermore, your rejuvenation pills are this year's treasure, so the Emerald House will give you 10 extra essence gathering pills. Elder Kuan Yang said. Lin Ling was instantly delighted and smiled as he nodded. In the ancient Yen sect, he could only receive 1 essence gathering pill a month, but the Emerald House was extremely generous and gave 10 pills at once. It was equivalent to a year's worth of cultivation pills for an ordinary disciple, plus the essence gathering pills he obtained from the transaction. The purpose of this trip was achieved. In addition, to show our sincerity, our Emerald House will also give you a purple gold card. In the future, you don't need to go through the elimination system. You can come to sell your items at any time. Lu Manyun's smile was extremely sincere. I only hope that when your master, Senior Xianxia, has time and passes by here, he can come visit the Emerald House. Wow, so this guy is trying to make friends. Lin Ling somewhat understood. Unfortunately, he didn't know Senior Xianxia, so he could only shrug his shoulders and say, if Senior Master has time, I will definitely tell him. Yes, his words had another layer of meaning. He only said master, not Senior Xianxia. His master was the crazy Huolei Tang. Intercepted on the road at the auction site, all the martial artists were going crazy. The Jadeite house was very experienced and said that these pills came from Senior Xianxia's hands and were Heaven Step returning origin pills. If one missed this opportunity, they would not be able to buy them. As a result, the price of Lin Ling's returning origin pills was crazily raised, and all the martial artists fought for them. Finally, the price of a bottle of pills was raised to 10 spirit-gathering pills, causing Lin Ling's eyes to widen. In the end, the 27 bottles of returning origin pills were bought by a female disciple from the Falling Leaf sect. That woman was said to be a core disciple of the Falling Leaf sect, and her cultivation was extremely high, so no one dared to compete with her. Lin Ling had no interest in who the returning origin pills would end up in. What made him happy was that the 27 bottles of returning origin pills were exchanged for 270 spirit-gathering pills, enough for him to cultivate for a long time. The spirit-gathering pills were finally in his hands. Xian Feng, I hope you're stronger than I imagined. After the auction ended, Lin Ling hurriedly received his pills, and not long after, he left without stopping. Mountain View Town was the most prosperous town in the 100,000 Great Mountains. Besides the jadeite house, the other places were also very lively. Lin Ling thought of Yu, so he bought some girly accessories. After he walked along the street for half an hour, suddenly, a figure blocked his path. This person was the one who forced Lin Ling to give up his spot in the jadeite house's elimination system, Xianxia. Haha, you really made me look for you. Without the jadeite house, what else can you rely on? Xianxia blocked the road, coldly staring at Lin Ling. He had been waiting for Lin Ling for a long time. It's you. Ah. Lin Ling subconsciously took a step back, his face dignified. He did not expect this guy to be waiting for him. His eyes swept around and found that many martial artists on the street had a look of ridicule on their faces, none of them intending to stop him. It seemed that this kind of thing was not uncommon in Mountain View Town. This was a bit troublesome. This Xianxia was an inner court disciple with tyrannical strength. He was not his match. Are you regretting offending me? Back then, I gave you a chance, but you didn't grasp it. Today, I'll tell you that there are some people you can't afford to offend. Looking at Lin Ling's expression, Xianxia couldn't help but sneer. His voice was filled with pride as he stared at Lin Ling like a cat catching a mouse. Lin Ling's face was indifferent. He had to think of a way to resolve the crisis before him. If he were to fight, it would be impossible for him to win. As for escaping, it would be very difficult as well. However, at this critical moment, although Lin Ling was anxious, he wasn't scared silly. Instead, he calmly thought of his own advantages. That's right, essence-gathering pill. With a lift of his right hand, several essence-gathering pills appeared in Lin Ling's palm. These pills caused the surrounding martial artists to lick their lips in anticipation. As long as one was a martial artist, they would never complain about having too many spirit-gathering pills. Since I can't escape death, then let's fight to the death. These are my many years of savings. Whoever helps me punch him once, I'll give him one. Punch him 10 times, I'll give him 10. A calm voice floated out from Lin Ling's mouth, causing the surrounding martial artists' eyes to become even more greedy. Then, they heard Lin Ling say, "Don't even think about snatching the essence-gathering pills from my hands. Otherwise, I'll destroy them all." So, if you want to obtain essence-gathering pills, there's only one way, and that's to beat him. Lin Ling's left hand pointed at Xianxia. Everyone's eyes simultaneously turned towards Xianxia. Although Xianxia was a disciple of the 4 great sects, and his cultivation seemed to be very strong, if it was just one punch, it wouldn't be difficult, and one punch in exchange for one essence-gathering pill, this was also very worthwhile. After all, other than the disciples of the 4 great sects, it was even more difficult for these rogue martial artists to obtain essence-gathering pills. Money makes the world go round. In a world where martial strength was revered, cultivation resources were always the most important thing to martial artists. They could even fight for it with their lives. Disciple of the 4 great sects, you and I have no enmity in the past, nor do we have any grievances today. I'm just taking someone's money to eliminate a disaster for them. An old man rushed out, rushing towards Xianxia. This old man was very anxious, as if he was waiting for the essence-gathering pill to break through. Perhaps he had a blood feud and was waiting for Xianxia's strength to increase, so he threw caution to the wind. "It's yours." Before the old man's fist could reach Xianxia, Lin Ling threw an essence-gathering pill over. "Thanks." The old man's footsteps sped up. His goal was very simple, to punch Xianxia. Even if it was just a touch, it would be considered as completing his mission. Hee, how can I, the one-eyed dragon, miss out on such a good thing? Brat, one of your essence-gathering pills, I'll take it. Another martial artist rushed out, pouncing towards Xianxia. "Don't worry, I won't cheat anyone. Even if you kiss him, I'll give you one essence-gathering pill." Lin Ling lightly said. "I'm definitely going to kiss him." "Me too." With someone in the vanguard, the other martial artists began to stir. Originally, they were a little apprehensive, but now that there were more people, their courage grew. Not to mention that the sect disciple wanted to settle accounts with them, but with so many people, they couldn't find him, so they had to strike first. Touching his butt counts, right? Spitting is fine? The street gradually turned into a chaotic mess. Yang Zhan was still dumbstruck by the sudden turn of events. Only when he saw a large number of rogue cultivators rushing over did he react. He couldn't help but roar, "Bastards! Bastard! Didn't you say no one would help me? Sorry, I have a lot of people right now." Lin Ling's slightly childish face revealed a sneer that didn't match his age. In his hand, he continuously threw out essence-gathering pills. His strength was indeed not as good as Yang Zhan's, but he had essence-gathering pills. Today, even if he had to use essence-gathering pills, he would smash Yang Zhan to the ground. Although Yang Zhan's strength was strong, how could he withstand the human wave tactic? After sending a person flying with a punch, he was immediately submerged, followed by countless fists smashing on his body. In addition, there were also people touching his butt, kissing his face, and even spitting on his face. He was a dignified inner sect disciple of Guyan sect. He had always had his eyes above his head, like a son of heaven. When had he ever experienced this kind of treatment? This was simply molestation. This made the anger in his heart burn like a flame. Yang Zhan had never thought highly of Lin Ling, nor had he ever looked down on him. However, this 15-year-old youth had made him suffer twice in a row today. "Yang Zhan, I'll remember you." Lin Ling's face was cold. He threw the essence-gathering pills in his hand towards Yang Zhan's direction, then took advantage of the chaos to escape. With this throw, the street became even more chaotic. Those rogue cultivators were like refugees who had been starving for months. One after another, they rushed towards Yang Zhan. Yang Zhan was previously thrown by Lin Ling's essence-gathering pills on his body, clothes, and hair. Suddenly, countless hands reached towards his clothes, hair, little brother, chrysanthemum, and other places. "Don't let me see you, or I'll kill you." Yang Zhan was pressed down by countless people, lying on the ground. His eyes were red as he roared, "Boneyard training." Taking advantage of the chaos, Lin Ling rushed out of Mountain View town. Previously, he had thrown out over 100 essence-gathering pills. This was simply his blood and sweat. Fortunately, he knew how to refine essence-returning pills and could exchange them for essence-gathering pills without limit. Otherwise, he would have died of heartache, but thinking of Yang Zhan's miserable state, Lin Ling felt that the 100 essence-gathering pills were worth it. This time, I relied on the essence-gathering pills to escape danger. Next time, I may not be so lucky. I must quickly increase my strength. At present, Lin Ling still had over 100 essence-gathering pills. It should be enough to break through to the 5th stage of body tempering. At that time, with the advantage of the 9 dragons' strength, he believed that he would not be afraid of Yang Zhan again, the boneyard. When he came, Lin Ling had already memorized the route, so it was not difficult to return. But that place was rarely visited and gave people a feeling of dread. In my previous life, I read many grave-robbing novels. I didn't expect to personally rob a grave in this life. Lin Ling smiled helplessly. A day later, he finally arrived at the foot of the boneyard. Looking up, he could vaguely see the peak of a pagoda in the mountain. At the same time, below his feet, a path like a snake spiraled into the depths of the mountain. 8 great ancient clans, the tomb of Lord Zhang. Lin Ling's eyes flashed. He did not recklessly advance. Instead, he looked around and saw that the path was littered with bones. Obviously, on this path to the pagoda, countless people had died here. Today, no one dared to come here. Of course, others did not dare to come, but Lin Ling had the mysterious eyes. He may be able to enter. Thus, he was not in a hurry. He quietly looked at the ancient path in front of him. This place is mysterious. I can only look at the passing of time. Lin Ling stared at the great Tao without blinking. He wanted to see how the deceased martial artists would walk on this great Tao. Not long after, 2 green lines appeared in his eyes. Following his eyes, he saw that at the beginning of the path, a tall and sturdy figure appeared. His eyes finally saw the passing of time. Haha, Lord Zhang was famous in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. Who would have thought that he would be buried here? His tomb must have countless treasures, all of them belong to me, Nan Badian. That figure was a middle-aged man with an indifferent expression. His entire body exuded a boundless domineering aura. He carried a bronze sword the size of a door on his back, making him look like a hidden expert. Lin Ling's mind trembled. This person's strength was so strong, and his domineering aura was unparalleled. If he followed him, he might even be able to enter the boneyard. "It's moving!" Then, Lin Ling exclaimed. The warrior named Nan Badian waved his right hand and the bronze sword on his back appeared in his hand. Then, the tip of the sword slashed the ground and shot into the great path. Lin Ling stared intently, afraid that he would miss something. Whoosh! Whoosh! Just as Nan Badian entered the great path, a strange phenomenon occurred on the other side of the great path. It was as though a mechanism had been triggered, and pitch-black iron spears shot out like arrows. Puff! That mighty and domineering Nan Badian only walked 10 meters before he was shot by the iron spear. His body was nailed to the cliff on the other side of the road. Lin Ling, originally, he was looking forward to it. In the end, Nan Badian's appearance was impressive, but he was useless. He only walked 10 meters before he died. Moreover, under the cliff, Lin Ling saw the simple bronze sword. He was speechless. "You failed, Nan Badian. Rest in peace. That sword is not bad. Leave it to me." However, although Nan Badian died gloriously, he was not completely useless. At least, he let Lin Ling know that the first 10 meters of the great path were countless iron spears. Whoosh! At this time, a second figure appeared. It was a thin young man. His eyes were like an eagle's, and his face was cold. Lin Ling knew that his second test subject had appeared. He could not help but look forward to it. The young man looked at the great path and said indifferently, "The first path is the iron spear mechanism. You must pass through it with a movement technique, or you will die under the iron spears. Fortunately, I have the reverse blood technique, 3rd grade yellow rank. Blood flows in reverse, increasing the speed of spirit energy circulation and greatly improving the body's constitution. However, this martial art is very harmful to the body. I must control the timing well, or I will die without a doubt. Once I go, it will be difficult to predict whether I will live or die. This reverse blood technique has saved my life many times." The young man took out a piece of beast skin and hid it under a rock on the left side of the great path. Then, he walked back to his original place. After closing his eyes, steam began to emit from the surface of his body. Lin Ling's face changed. He knew in his heart that it was not steam, but the high temperature produced by the rapid circulation of spirit energy in the body, evaporating the air on the surface of the body. Reverse blood technique. Use the Juyin pericardium meridian of the middle finger to open the door. After opening the door, the blood in the body will flow in reverse, and the spirit energy will riot. The young man raised his head. His eyes looked at the sky as if he could see through the world. Then, he gently put his left middle finger into his mouth and suddenly bit it. Lin Ling was shocked. He knew that the middle finger was the hand Juyin pericardium meridian. That was an acupuncture point. In his previous life, he had read martial arts novels and knew that the 6-pulse godly sword was cultivated using the hand Juyin pericardium meridian. Because the 10 fingers were connected to the heart, the middle finger was the closest point to the heart. Opening the door with the middle finger was the same as opening the engine, stimulating the heart and causing the blood to flow in reverse. What a mysterious martial art. Lin Ling sucked in a breath of cold air. He looked at the young man again and saw that his body was covered in mist. Then, with a whoosh, he turned into mist and shot into the great path. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, at the same time, a large number of iron spears shot out. However, the young man's figure was like a ghost, easily dodging them. His speed was extremely terrifying. In a moment, the young man rushed forward. After 50 meters, more and more iron spears appeared behind him. The young man saw that there was no way to avoid them. He actually used his hand as a knife and cut the iron spears in half. So strong. Wow. Lin Ling's pupils constricted. He found that the reverse blood technique not only increased his speed, but also increased his attack power. Pooh, at that moment, the young man spat out a mouthful of blood like a deflated balloon. Finally, the mist around his body faded away. The young man sighed. I didn't expect that I still wouldn't be able to pass. The after effects of the reverse blood technique are too great. I won't be able to last much longer. As soon as he finished speaking, countless iron spears pierced through him, and he died. Lin Ling sighed. This burial ground was even more terrifying than he had imagined. He was very clear that with his own strength, he wouldn't even be able to walk 10 meters before he turned into a hedgehog. Moreover, if he didn't have eyes to see lost time, perhaps he wouldn't even have the qualifications to take a single step here. That's right, that young man put the reverse blood technique under the rock. Wow. Suddenly, Lin Ling's eyes lit up. Although he couldn't go any deeper, he had originally come for the treasure. That reverse blood technique was also a treasure. He immediately found the rock and dug out a piece of beast skin. The beast skin was densely covered with characters. It was the cultivation method of the reverse blood technique. This martial art was a grade 3 martial art. It was extremely rare, but it wasn't very difficult to cultivate. It was just that not everyone could cultivate it. The reverse blood technique's side effects were very serious. First, it couldn't be used for too long. Otherwise, the heart wouldn't be able to bear the burden and would explode. After all, reversing the flow of blood was against the norm. Second, if it was used too often, it would leave a chronic illness in the body. Intersect assessment. Time slowly passed. On the first path of the burial grounds, Lin Ling's body was nimble as he continuously dodged the incoming spears. When he couldn't dodge anymore, he punched out. On his fist, a black light flashed. Hell King's bone-shattering fist, Ka. The incoming spears instantly turned into powder. 5th stage of body tempering, full body strength of 5,000 Jin. Coupled with my black spirit energy, my strength has increased by several times. Boom, Lin Ling smiled. In this month, his cultivation had broken through 2 stages and entered the 5th stage of body tempering. This was the strength of the 9 dragons. As long as he had the resources, his cultivation would naturally be successful. With a stomp of his foot, Lin Ling shot forward. In front of him, there were even more spears, densely packed and firing. Take my sword. Boom, Lin Ling held a huge bronze sword in his right hand and slapped it out. At this moment, the surface of the bronze sword turned pitch black. If one looked carefully, they would see that the surface of the sword was wrapped in black spirit energy and seemed to have become even harder. He had picked up this sword in the mountain path. Crash, a large number of spears were sent flying, but the sword did not stop. It heavily smashed into the rock wall, causing spiderweb-like cracks to appear on the rock wall. This bronze sword is really powerful. The more I use it, the more comfortable it is. Boom, Lin Ling stopped. Then, he looked into the depths. He had already reached the end of the first path, and there seemed to be even more mechanisms here. Cha, the rock walls on both sides suddenly shook. This time, a large number of spears shot out from both directions. They were densely packed, like a wave of spears. This was the end of the first path, the machine gun array. In the face of this iron spear array that had no door to the heavens and no path to the earth, even a 6th stage of body transformation cultivator with a protective aura would be filled with hatred. There were too many spears, there was no way to avoid them. However, Lin Ling's smile became even wider. He slowly raised his left hand and put his middle finger into his mouth. He suddenly bit down and said in a low voice, "Reverse blood technique." Boom. When the terrifying iron spear shot over, Lin Ling strangely disappeared, leaving behind only a faint mist. At the end of the first avenue, the fog was faintly discernible. One could vaguely see a figure shuttling back and forth, ignoring the thousands of iron spears as if he was strolling in the rain. After a long time, everything seemed to have ended. At the starting ground of the first avenue, Lin Ling's body appeared. His upper body was bare, and there were scars of various sizes on his body, adding to the beauty of his slightly robust body. I've already passed the first Great Tao, but the second Great Tao is terrifying. I'm not strong enough yet. Sitting down cross-legged, Lin Ling's eyes flashed. The 5th stage of body transformation, in addition to the bronze greatsword and the black spiritual energy, there are very few people in the same stage who can defeat me. Xian Feng is only at the 5th stage of body transformation. I want to see just how arrogant he can be. Not only that, but if I use the reverse blood technique, I want to test the edge of a 6th stage body transformation powerhouse. After he finished speaking, Lin Ling laughed. At this moment, he finally had the capital to be confident. His bitter training spilled sweat, but his harvest was also considerable. Now, he only needed to return to Gu Yan's sect and end his grudge with Xianfeng. At that time, when the disciples of the various peaks saw the former trash of Alcade Peak, what would they think? 3 days later, Gu Yan's sect. At this time, the sky was as black as ink, covering the earth. Although today was the joyous day of Gu Yan's sect's promotion to inner sect disciple, the sky was not beautiful. It was extremely oppressive. Of course, the weather could not affect the mood of the Gu Yan sect disciples. At this moment, they were both excited and excited. In the vast square, the crowd was surging. Today's protagonists were 16-year-old geniuses from the various peaks, and the king among them was Xianfeng, 16 years old, at the peak of the 5th stage of body transformation. His strength was outstanding. Not only was he famous in Gu Yan's sect, even among the 10,000 great mountains 4 sects, he had the reputation of being a proud son of heaven. What allowed him to laugh at the crowd was precisely his age and talent. At 16 years old, most of the disciples were only at the 4th stage of body transformation. Elder Xian, congratulations. As long as you pass the 3 assessments, this child Xianfeng will be an inner sect disciple. Our Gu Yan sect will have another genius, and will definitely prosper. Young. When I was 16 years old, I was only at the 4th stage of body transformation. On a high platform, the important figures of Gu Yan sect gathered. The elders of the various peaks congratulated Elder Xianhai, and Elder Xianhai was all smiles. At this moment, his heart was filled with pride. Elder Xianhai, you have done a good job in nurturing Xianfeng. His potential is extraordinary. When the time comes for the competition between the 4 sects, he will also help our Gu Yan sect gain some face. Mo Jingtian obviously thought highly of Xianfeng, and praised him. You flatter me, sect leader. Elder Xianhai's fat face smiled even more. Then, his eyes turned to look at Hualetang, and suddenly laughed. Elder Hua, among the 7 peaks of Gu Yan sect, except for Tianshu Peak, the other 5 peaks have disciples who have entered the inner sect. Your Alcade Peak seems to have done nothing. As soon as he said this, the elders of the other peaks showed a disdainful smile. Sect leader Mo Jingtian also looked over. He was a little unhappy. As the sect leader, he naturally wanted to see the sect prosper. However, Alcade Peak had fallen into the hands of Hualetang, and had no achievements. The 2 disciples of the peak were trash, and this made Mo Jingtian want to give up the position of Elder Hualetang. However, Hualetang was an elder appointed by the previous sect leader, who was also his deceased father. Mo Jingtian could only accept it for the time being without a good excuse. Elder Xianhai's words were filled with disdain. If it were anyone else, they would have definitely been enraged. Unfortunately, Hualetang's face was as expressionless as before. Elder Xianhai clenched his teeth, feeling as if he had punched cotton. Senior Xian, good job. You got full marks for speed, attack, and defense in the 3 assessments. Cheers. At this moment, cheers could be heard from all around the square. On the platform in the middle of the square, a young man in white robes stood with one hand behind his back. He had a proud smile on his face, and was enjoying the praises from all around. He was Xianfeng. Today, he was the main character. Today, he was radiating brilliance. Today, not only did he attract the admiration of all the disciples, he was also valued by the sect leader. He, Xianfeng, represented the future of Gu Yan sect. Clap clap clap. Clap clap, Mo Jingtian clapped his hands in appreciation. The sound of his clapping was crisp and clear. Good, good, good. Xianfeng, from today onwards, you will be promoted to Gu Yan sect's inner disciple. Clap. Thank you, sect leader. Clap. Xianfeng was immediately overjoyed. Elder Xianhai stood up with a smile, and pretended to be lecturing. Xianfeng, although you are the strongest 16-years-old disciple in Gu Yan sect, you must remember not to be arrogant. Although you are now an inner disciple, there is still one more round in the inner assessment, and that is, any outer disciple can challenge you. If they win, they will become an inner disciple directly. Therefore, you should follow the rules and accept the challenges from the disciples of each peak. Clap. This was indeed the rule of Gu Yan sect, but it was obviously just a formality from Elder Xianhai's mouth. Xianfeng was already the strongest outer disciple, who would dare to challenge him. Lin Ling accepts the challenge. Oh? Mo Jingtian was slightly surprised. A month ago, someone dared to challenge Xianfeng? Wasn't this courting death? He nodded his head and said, allow the battle. Yes. Thank you, sect leader. Xianfeng bowed respectfully and looked at the entire square. His expression was arrogant, as if he was the ruler of the world. Lin Ling, do you dare to challenge me? Yes. His voice was accompanied by the thunder in the sky, shaking the surroundings. It's Lin Ling. I almost forgot about the battle a month ago. Yes. The square was in an uproar. Everyone finally remembered the battle between Lin Ling and Xianfeng. It wasn't because they had a bad memory, but because they didn't think that Lin Ling and Xianfeng were equals. Hence, no one took it seriously. Lin Ling? Yes. Mo Jingtian was puzzled. He had never heard of this name before. However, no one accepted Xianfeng's challenge. Many people started to laugh at Lin Ling. Of course, this was normal. Xianfeng was the main character today. Lin Ling wouldn't dare to challenge him. He must have gone into hiding. Xianfeng sneered and was about to call him a piece of trash. However, at this moment, a calm voice came from the side of the square. Why wouldn't I dare? Yes. This voice was like thunder in a clear sky, causing everyone's expression to change slightly. Everyone looked towards the direction of the voice and saw a young man walking over slowly from the side of the square. His footsteps were steady and he carried a huge sword on his back. His expression was indifferent and his gaze was calm. It was Lin Ling. Everyone was shocked. They didn't expect Lin Ling to accept the challenge. Mo Jingtian frowned. He didn't know the tiny Lin Ling. However, he could tell that the young man was about the same age as Xianfeng, or even younger. Was he qualified to challenge Xianfeng at such a young age? Soon, he shook his head and thought that it was impossible. It's him. Yes. And Yuer's expression changed slightly. She had been looking for Lin Ling all this while. She didn't expect to see him here. She quickly whispered a few words to Master Mu beside her. Master Mu sat in his chair, secretly shocked. After everyone recovered from their shock, disdainful voices rang out like waves. In their eyes, Xianfeng was like a proud son of heaven, and Lin Ling was like a country bumpkin. So, Lin Ling daring to accept the challenge was simply asking for humiliation, and even tarnishing the idol in their hearts. Arcade Peak trash, what a disgrace. Senior brother Xian, cripple him. Lin Ling walked step by step towards the competition platform. However, the voices in the surroundings were like demonic voices, causing him to furrow his brows. Right now, he was like a lonely little boat that was about to be drowned by the waves. His heart was extremely heavy at this moment. When he thought of the various encounters he had after coming to this world, he clenched his fists tightly. Just because I'm a disciple of Arcade Peak. Just because Arcade Peak is a place of high demand. Just because the elders of Arcade Peak are fools, that's why they hate me. Lin Ling's gaze was cold. Perhaps in the hearts of these disciples, because Gu Yan's sect had him as the bottom, they found a sense of superiority. Soon after, Lin Ling looked towards the high platform. Every peak's elders had disdain in their eyes, and no one put him in their eyes. Only Huolei Tang, although his gaze was cold, Lin Ling could vaguely sense a trace of strangeness. Big brother Ling faintly, Lin Ling heard a weak voice. He looked over and saw a young girl standing quietly in the distance. Her eyes were filled with tears of worry. It's Yu. Perhaps, in the entire Gu Yan sect, only Yu was worried about him. Yu, don't worry, I will defeat him. Lin Ling secretly said to himself. His gaze fell on Xianfeng, who was sneering not far away. At this moment, Xianfeng was emitting a dazzling light, like a proud son of heaven. This made Lin Ling remember a month ago, when Xianfeng forced him to accept the challenge, toying with his life and death. At that time, he was like an insignificant ant, but now, he was no longer an ant. After a month of bitter cultivation, and many times of life and death, he already had the qualifications to challenge this proud son of heaven. Since this battle was unavoidable, then he would defeat Xianfeng in front of everyone's eyes, and trample this proud son of heaven under his feet. Since coming to this world, Lin Ling had always been living passively. But at this moment, he had an impulse. He wanted to take the initiative to fight. Bang! Pulling out the large bronze sword from his back, Lin Ling looked at Xianfeng in the distance and said in a cold voice, "I'll defeat you in 3 moves." 3 moves. Following that determined voice, thunder roared in the sky, and the heavy rain finally began to fall. And the youth in the rain, for some reason, made many people feel dazed. In the next moment, everyone's face changed dramatically. "Defeat you in 3 moves." These words were arrogant beyond measure, and could be said to be crazy, in Gu Yan's sect, other than the inner disciples, who would dare to say these words to a 16-year-old youth. But the one who said these words was actually the trash from Arcade Peak. On the high platform, the elders of the various peaks were stunned for a moment, and then burst into laughter. Lin Ling's words were the funniest joke they had ever heard in their lives. As for Emo Jingtian, he also shook his head and laughed. Young people are hot-blooded, he could understand, but one must know one's limits. Defeat Xianfeng in 3 moves, not to mention this Arcade Peak disciple. Even the disciples of the other peaks did not have such strength. I don't know what's wrong with your brain, but you're at most at the 3rd level of body transformation. I don't even need to use martial arts, and I can easily defeat you. But I don't have time to play tricks with you. In 1 move, I'll make you die here. Bang! Under the heavy rain, Xianfeng's face was as calm as an ancient well, without any signs of anger. Today, he was the main character, the focus of attention, as dazzling as the stars. Lin Ling's words of a clown, how could he be moved? Facing the resistance of an ant, the high and mighty deities would not be angered, because the deities disdained. You will never understand the power of the 5th level of body transformation. Boom! Xianfeng's aura exploded. He was at the 5th level of body transformation, and his body had the strength of 5,000 jin. Cracks appeared on the rocks beneath his feet. He was like an undefeatable god of war, causing many disciples in the square to gasp. Elder Xianhai, it seems that Xianfeng held back in the previous assessment. Now, he is going all out. Emo Jingtian's eyes lit up, and he secretly nodded his head. Xianfeng was indeed the most talented 16-year-old in the Gu Yan sect. In his eyes, Xianfeng was like a dragon rising to the heavens, blooming with dazzling light. And the youth opposite Xianfeng, Emo Jingtian, shook his head again. Just as he was about to say something, his gaze suddenly froze. At this moment, on the stage, Lin Ling's face was indifferent, and he ignored the gazes of the crowd. However, he did not hide his aura, and it also exploded. Pa. When this aura was released, the rocks on the stage also emitted cracking sounds, as if they were being crushed by an ancient giant beast. The strength of this aura was not any weaker than Xianfeng's. Around the square, the gloating voices of the crowd came to an abrupt end. Xianfeng had reached the 5th level of body transformation, and this was known to all. After all, his talent and resources had always been at the peak of his peers. However, Lin Ling had also reached the 5th level. One must know that not long ago, Lin Ling was only at the 1st level of body transformation. Shocking the 100 miles on the stage, the elders of the various peaks could no longer laugh. Elder Xianhai was shocked, but he quickly snorted. 5th stage of body tempering. Looks like he has obtained many benefits from Arcade Peak. On the path of cultivation, resources are indeed indispensable. However, it does not mean that a huge amount of resources can produce a genius. Emo Jingtian did not comment. In his eyes, Xianfeng was radiating a dazzling light, but the youth opposite him was also as dazzling as the sun. 5th stage of body tempering. No wonder you have such confidence. On the competition stage, Xianfeng's arrogant expression suddenly changed. At the start, he had been high and lofty, enjoying the resistance of the ants before their deaths. But now, the ants were getting closer and closer to him. He felt insulted. Looks like you stole Arcade Peak's spiritual herbs and forcefully broke through to the 5th stage of body tempering. Using external forces to break through, your foundation is unstable. Let me give you some pointers. Whoosh! Xianfeng made his move. He was the main character today. His pride could not be shared with others. So Lin Ling used external forces to break through, no wonder. If we had Arcade Peak spiritual herbs, we could also reach the 5th stage of body tempering. Senior Xian, defeat him in 1 move. Seeing Xianfeng make his move, many people shouted. Perhaps they were unwilling to accept the fact that the trash under their feet was standing above their heads today. Ignoring the voices around him, Lin Lingjing stood motionless. In his eyes, Xianfeng was using some kind of martial art. His body was crouching down like a snake, and his speed was extremely fast. Of course, if it were someone else facing this kind of speed, they might not be able to react. But to Lin Ling, too slow, compared to the iron spear array of the burial grounds, it was like a tortoise crawling. So, why move? Why dodge? Haha, standing there stupidly, you can't see through my movements. Xianfeng had already arrived in front of Lin Ling. He punched out. His fist tore through the air, emitting an explosive sound. I don't understand. We are both at the 5th stage of body tempering. Where does your confidence come from? Lin Ling said indifferently. The bronze sword in his right hand moved slightly. Dang. The sword easily blocked the punch. From start to finish, it was as light as the wind. What? Xianfeng took a step back and retreated. His fist did not hit Lin Ling, which made him extremely shocked. Moreover, that sword was also very strange. When his fist landed, it actually did not move at all. Only a layer of black light flickered on the surface of the sword, but the shock in Xianfeng's heart instantly vanished. What replaced it was anger. Lin Ling wasn't like an ant that could be slaughtered by him. His pride was once again insulted. How lucky. Take another punch from me. Xianfeng did not believe that Lin Ling was that strong. His body slithered like a snake, while his other fist broke through the air. Tiger Roar Imperial Fist. This time, he used a first-grade yellow-ranked martial art. Wherever his fist passed, the sound of a tiger's roar could be heard. It was as if a ferocious tiger had descended from the mountains. He firmly believed that no one in the 5th stage of body transformation would be able to withstand his fist. Controlling me from above, I thought you were strong. Second move. Lin Ling's feet remained motionless. He lightly waved the sword in his right hand and blocked the punch once again. Clang, a deafening sound rang out, but Lin Ling was still as steady as a mountain, not moving an inch. Xianfeng's heart changed. Lin Ling had still blocked his tiger's roar imperial fist. This was extremely abnormal. It had to be known that his tiger's roar imperial fist had a strength of nearly 6,000 genes. Even a tiger could be beaten to death. Moreover, Lin Ling had not moved a single step from beginning to end. This was a type of contempt. This caused Xianfeng's face to become more and more unsightly. I said that I would defeat you in 3 moves. Now there is one more move. Lin Ling lightly spoke behind the sword. With the 9 dragons' strength in his body, he could clearly feel that the difference between him and Xianfeng was too great. Don't be too arrogant. Defeat me in 3 moves? Dream on. Xianfeng's face was fierce. He was now more like an ant, allowing Lin Ling to humiliate him as he wished. Today, I will cripple you. Bone-melting water palm. Roar. With a roar, Xianfeng's right hand suddenly became soft as if it had no bones. It flowed like water, and on his palm, a blue light flickered. It was as if his entire palm was formed from water. Bone-melting water palm, 2nd grade yellow rank. This was an extremely terrifying martial art. Those who were hit by this palm would have their bones crushed into powder and be paralyzed for eternity. Not only was this martial arts attack powerful, it was also powerful in defense. Like the waves of water, it could use softness to overcome hardness. This martial art was cultivated by the inner court disciples. Its power was so great that even those at the 6th level of body transformation who had the protection of earth energy would not dare to easily receive it. Obviously, this time, Xianfeng had used all his strength. That young man really surprised me. But now that Xianfeng has used this martial art, I'm afraid that young man will not be able to face it. Stop. Mo Jingtian frowned. He wanted to stop Xianfeng, but he held himself back. Beside him, Elder Xianhai's eyes were filled with killing intent. It was as if he could see the scene of Lin Ling's bones being crushed into powder. Third move. Stop. Lin Ling coldly snorted. His left hand punched out. On top of his fist, a black light flickered and a buzzing sound could be heard. His entire arm began to vibrate. This kind of vibration did not only affect his arm, but even the rocks beneath Lin Ling's feet began to tremble. Shake, shake. Shake. Shock Bailey. Hell King's bone-shattering fist. Exclamation point. Staring at the stage, Elder Xianxia subconsciously opened his mouth. His expression changed drastically. Just as he wanted to shout, it was already too late. Bang, the fist and palm collided. A tyrannical wave of air swept out, causing many people in the distance to have difficulty breathing. Xianfeng's right hand was like a wave. But when his palm landed on Lin Ling's fist, he immediately felt an unprecedented force attacking him. If his palm was a wave, then his opponent's fist was the earth, and it was the earth that was constantly shaking. Shake. Shake. Shock Bailey. Hell King's bone-shattering fist. No. Xianfeng shouted. His arm was directly shattered. The vibration did not stop and spread throughout his body. It was as if he had been struck by lightning. All the bones in his body cracked and shattered into powder. This was the bone-shattering fist of Hell King's bone-shattering fist. Xiao, Xianfeng flew out and landed heavily on the ground. He could no longer get up. How is this possible? Exclamation point. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the square. Their eyes were filled with shock. The elders of the various peaks also stood up one after another. The battle between Lin Ling and Xianfeng ended very quickly. There was no entanglement, nor was there a draw. There was only an overwhelming suppression. And the one who was overwhelming wasn't Xianfeng, but Lin Ling. Lin Ling had won completely. No one had expected this result. Why is his Hell King's bone-shattering fist so terrifying? Shock. Sect leader Mo Jingtian's expression changed drastically. He couldn't understand why Lin Ling's Hell King's bone-shattering fist was so strong. One had to know that Xianfeng's bone-shattering water palm was a second-grade yellow-ranked martial art, while the Hell King's bone-shattering fist was only a first-grade yellow-ranked martial art. Perhaps he didn't cultivate the Qingyuan art. Sigh, in the next moment, Mo Jingtian muttered to himself. If the level of the cultivation technique was high enough, the spiritual energy produced from the body would be purer and denser. Naturally, the power would be stronger. He guessed that the cultivation technique that Lin Ling was cultivating was at least at the 4th level of the physique tempering realm. Never lower your head. I'm sorry. Today's stage was supposed to be yours. You were supposed to be the main character, but I made you fall from the lofty clouds into the abyss of hell. But if you want to blame someone, then you can only blame yourself for provoking the wrong person. Not everyone can be trampled on by you. On the stage, Lin Ling walked step by step towards Xianfeng. When he arrived in front of Xianfeng, he stepped on Xianfeng's chest, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. Every bone in Xianfeng's body was broken. He couldn't speak. He could only look at Lin Ling with a complicated expression. There was resentment and also regret in his eyes. From now on, he would become a cripple. Originally, Xianfeng had wanted to kill Lin Ling without asking any questions. He had wanted to fight in place of Lin Ling. He had wanted to kill Lin Ling during his glorious moment of becoming an inner court disciple to increase the atmosphere. But he hadn't expected that Lin Ling would secretly grow. In just a month, he had surpassed him. Today's main character had quietly been reduced to a supporting role. He had even become a cripple. He, Xianfeng, was filled with regret. 3 moves are over. Our grudges are over. Ignoring Xianfeng's strange expression, Lin Ling waved his sword and sheathed it on his back. He slowly walked towards the edge of the stage. Everyone held their breaths, unable to utter a single word. Only the rumbling of thunder and the sound of the heavy rain resounded incessantly in the sky. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the youth who was leaving step by step. That scene made them feel that it was extremely unreal. 3 moves and Xianfeng had lost. Today's Lin Ling had not only slapped Xianfeng's face, but he had also slapped everyone's face. That was because Lin Ling had shown them that the so-called geniuses, the existences that outer court disciples admired the most, were nothing more than this. Stop. Do you think you can just leave like this? Suddenly, a shout broke the silence. On the stage, Elder Xianxia was coldly looking at Lin Ling. His son had been crippled right in front of his eyes. How could he swallow this anger? Lin Ling stopped. He indifferently looked over. What? You still want to avenge him? Elder Xian, you should know that it was Xian Feng who challenged me to a duel, not me who challenged him. Moreover, if I don't accept the challenge, he would use any means to kill me. That's why I accepted the challenge. Don't tell me that this is against the rules. In today's battle, it was Xian Feng who had forced him into a dead end. That was why he rose up to resist and end their grudges. Moreover, this was a life and death battle. He didn't kill Xian Feng. This was already very merciful, therefore, he did not understand what Elder Xianxia wanted to ask. Hearing Lin Ling's words, Elder Xianxia suddenly clenched his fists. He was very unwilling, but Lin Ling's words gave him no excuse to attack. After all, no matter how he looked at it, Lin Ling did not violate the rules. Moreover, no matter how one looked at it, Xian Feng's current situation was all his own fault. It was just a spar between disciples of the same sect, so there was no need to cripple the other. To be so cruel and merciless at such a young age, you will definitely become a monster in the future. Although you didn't violate the rules of the sect today, you must stay behind and apologize to Elder Xian. You must explain everything from beginning to end. At this moment, a figure jumped down and coldly stared at Lin Ling. It was Yang Zhan. Ever since he was humiliated, Yang Zhan had been looking for Lin Ling. He never thought he would meet him here. Now was a good opportunity. Not only could he wash away his previous humiliation, but he could also win Elder Xianxia's favor. Disciples of the various peaks, do you agree with what I said? After jumping down, Yang Zhan looked around at the surrounding disciples. After all, the sect master was here, so he had to have a good reason to do anything. Otherwise, he would offend the sect master. And the best way to do that was to have everyone agree. The surrounding disciples hesitated for a moment. Although they knew Lin Ling was not in the wrong, when they thought of Elder Xianxia's prestige, they could only support Yang Zhan and force Lin Ling to admit his mistake. Compared to offending Lin Ling, they obviously didn't want to offend Elder Xianxia even more. Yes, make Lin Ling admit his mistake. Moreover, it's all his side of the story. Maybe he didn't like senior brother Xian, so he used the challenge as an excuse to cripple senior brother Xian. What a vicious idea. Waves of voices resounded. At this moment, Lin Ling was like a sinner who had committed a grave mistake. Lin Ling clenched his left fist so tightly that his knuckles turned white. He didn't open his mouth. It was useless to say anything now. He looked at Sect Master Xianxia. Today's matter, anyone with eyes could tell who was right and who was wrong. He didn't believe that the sect master didn't know. Xianxia frowned. Naturally, he had guessed the whole story. He didn't open his mouth because he was hesitating. In fact, he thought highly of Lin Ling. Lin Ling was a genius who surpassed Xian Feng. He was the most talented 16-years-old disciple in Guyan's sect. Moreover, Lin Ling seemed to be younger than Xian Feng. It would be a lie if he didn't want such a genius. However, the one who wanted to punish Lin Ling was Elder Xianxia. Elder Xianxia was an elder of his father's generation. He had a deep foundation in Guyan's sect and had great prestige. He couldn't afford to offend him. Sect master, this brat is arrogant and doesn't know etiquette. If he continues to act recklessly, it will be a disaster. At this moment, the elders from the other peaks spoke. They followed Elder Xian. Hai's lead and naturally sided with him. Their words finally made Xianxia completely silent. If it was Elder Xianxia alone, he might be able to find some excuses to help Lin Ling. However, since the elders from the other peaks had spoken, he couldn't go against the trend, therefore, he could only give up on Lin Ling. Sigh. Lin Ling sighed. At this moment, he seemed to have been abandoned by heaven and earth. However, listening to the ridicule around him, the strange thing was that he didn't feel any anger. It was as if the unfair scene in front of him was something that would happen in his subconscious. It seems that I've always been kind. However, I didn't realize that this is no longer the world I used to be. Right and wrong, good and evil, it's all about strength. However, it's also good. I feel that the current me has completely integrated into this world. Lin Ling suddenly smiled. Gradually, he became more accustomed to this world. Humans will eventually grow. The current him could be considered to have completely transformed. Moreover, everyone here had given up on him. However, he firmly believed that one day, these people would regret it. Laugh, he still has the nerve to laugh. He crippled someone and didn't even have a trace of guilt. This guy is a devil. A disciple sneered. After he finished speaking, he looked at Elder Xianxia proudly. It was as if he had set the atmosphere and wanted Elder Xianxia to record his contribution. Bang! Lin Ling waved his right hand and stabbed his sword into the ground. The smile on his face deepened. It seems that you're not happy with me. If that's the case, then come up. I'll make you the second person to be crippled. Bang! He completely let go. He wanted to let everyone know that he, Lin Ling, wasn't someone who could be trampled on. Better to die in glory than to live in dishonor. When Xianxia saw that the atmosphere he had just created was crushed by Lin Ling's words, he couldn't help but curse these disciples inwardly. However, he couldn't let Lin Ling continue to intimidate them. Otherwise, without the support of the disciples of the various peaks, the sect master would probably ignore this matter. Senior Yang, does your chrysanthemum still hurt? Just as he was about to speak, Lin Ling's mocking words were heard. His face turned ugly. The last time he was played by Lin Ling with pills, he was stripped naked. Even his chrysanthemum was poked by countless people. I know you want to say some righteous words, but stop with the hypocrisy. If you want me to apologize, you and I will fight. If you win, I will cripple both my arms and kowtow in apology. Swish, the bronze sword was pulled out and pointed at Xianxia. Rumble, that ostentatious sentence, accompanied by the sound of thunder in the sky, boldly fell into the ears of every disciple. You and I will fight. If you win, I will cripple both my arms. Xianxia was shocked. The surrounding disciples were also shocked. Even the elders and sect leader Mo Jingtian had a slight change in expression. What was this? In order to not apologize, Lin Ling dared to challenge an inner sect disciple. Xianxia was currently 19 years old, a full 4 years older than Lin Ling. He possessed a protective aura shield and was at the 6th level of physique tempering. Lin Ling actually dared to challenge him, and even threatened to cripple his own arms if he lost. This courage, this determination, was unparalleled in the Guyan sect. Rumble, all the shock was suddenly awakened by the sound of thunder. Then, countless eyes looked at Lin Ling. Under the heavy rain, the youth's face was filled with determination. Better to die in glory than to live in dishonor. At this moment, they suddenly realized that the disdain and ridicule they had for Lin Ling was unknowingly standing on their heads. How were they qualified to laugh at him? Thunder surged in the sky. Under the heavy rain, a great battle was about to break out. You are very courageous. You are not even an inner sect disciple, yet you dare to challenge me. In the history of the Guyan sect, you are the first person to do so. Xianxia's low voice reverberated in all directions. Right now, he was furious. Lin Ling was looking down on him, making him feel like a soft persimmon that anyone could step on. Lin Ling had only just entered the inner sect. Did he have the qualifications to do so? If you lose, cripple your own arms? Your arms are mine, and I'll be waiting for you to kowtow and admit your mistake. Xianxia's aura erupted, and a protective layer of energy appeared around his body. It was a tricolored energy that was purple, green, and red. Earth energy protection, with the unique characteristics of the 6th stage of body transformation. No martial artist at the 5th stage of body transformation would be able to break through it. Compared to senior brother Xianxia, Xian Feng was completely incomparable. Whoosh, Xianxia shot forward, his palm slamming down. His aura was like that of a sovereign descending upon the world, arrogant and domineering. Little thousand-leaf hands. A sudden change occurred in the sky. Countless palms drifted past like leaves, densely packed and stirring up the wind and clouds. What terrifying strength! So this is an inner sect disciple. Many people sucked in a breath of cold air. Xianxia was too strong. After reaching the 6th stage of body transformation, the power of all his martial arts had greatly increased. Then, many people looked at Lin Ling with disdain. Lin Ling had never seen the strength of an inner sect disciple, and would never understand the gap between them. Rumble, the countless palms were like leaves, finally forming a single palm that slammed down towards Lin Ling. Lin Ling, I want you to lose in one move. Is that so? Under the gazes of tens of thousands, Lin Ling's face was indifferent. He slowly raised his left hand and put his middle finger into his mouth. This action caused many people to be puzzled. In the next moment, a white smoke floated up. It was extremely strange, and on the stage, Lin Ling's figure mysteriously disappeared. Everyone stared with wide eyes, thinking that their eyes were playing tricks on them. Bang bang bang, the little thousand-leaf hand slammed down on the stage, causing a 10-meter palm print to appear on the stage. He disappeared? Yang Zhan's face changed, his heart shocked. He didn't hit Lin Ling. Where did Lin Ling go? Yang Zhan, your arms, Lin Ling, will take them. Ice cold. Yang Zhan's body trembled. He subconsciously turned his head, only to see a black light pass through him. Then he felt pain in his arms. Looking down, he saw that his arms had been cut off. The two severed arms fell to the ground, causing Yang Zhan's eyes to widen. Then, he cried out in pain. When did Lin Ling cut off his arms? He didn't even know. Lin Ling, you dare cut off my arms? You and I are irreconcilable. From now on, it will be either you or me. Roar. Sitting on the ground, Yang Zhan roared. In the past, he was above everyone, but now he was a cripple. For someone as proud as him, how could he accept this? Is this a life or death challenge to me? Since this is the case, I accept this challenge. The cold voice rang out again, causing Yang Zhan to subconsciously suck in a breath of cold air. He had been so angry that he had spoken without thinking, but now he suddenly regretted it. He regretted his ruthless words, he regretted standing up for Elder Xianxia, and he regretted provoking Lin Ling. So, a black light passed through Yang Zhan. Yang Zhan only saw a large black sword, and then a line of blood appeared on his neck. He wanted to say something, but blood spurted out from his neck. Finally, with a plop, his head fell off. His eyes were wide open, and his eyes were filled with even more regret. Yang Zhan had been defeated in one move. The battle stage was completely silent. The elders on the stage all stood up, their eyes filled with shock. When Lin Ling had challenged Yang Zhan, they had all thought that Lin Ling was overestimating himself. But in just one round, Yang Zhan had been defeated. This result was beyond their imagination. It had to be known that Yang Zhan was an inner court disciple. He's only 15 years old, but he actually defeated an inner court disciple. What kind of martial arts did he use just now? It was so fast. Mo Jingtian's face was filled with shock. After defeating Xian Feng, his evaluation of Lin Ling was very high. But looking at it now, it seemed that his evaluation was still too low. This Lin Ling was simply a peerless genius. Only peerless geniuses had the strength to challenge those of a higher level. Looking at your red body and the smoke surrounding you, and the way you put your hand into your mouth, you must have eaten some elixir that burns your life force. In order to win, you actually resorted to unscrupulous means and even killed your senior brother. At this moment, Elder Xianxi's murderous voice rang out. He was also very surprised by Lin Ling, and he also felt a sense of crisis. He could not see through his opponent anymore. His opponent was actually able to defeat someone at the 6th level of body tempering with his 5th level of body tempering cultivation. This was simply unimaginable, and the more this was the case, the more this Lin Ling could not be allowed to live. So you ate some elixir, no wonder. Good, in order to win, you even resorted to unorthodox means. Senior brother Yang only wanted you to admit your mistake, but you did not know what was good for you and casually took his life. Today, I cannot let you live. I want to see what qualifications an outer court disciple like you has to be arrogant. So. Dazzling light, under the heavy rain, Lin Ling stood tall. His whole body was shrouded in mist, giving people an illusory feeling. His whole person was extremely demonic and indifferent, and this was the characteristic of the reverse blood technique. The reverse blood technique was a 3rd-grade yellow class martial art. Generally speaking, this martial art was practiced by the 9th to 10th level of body transformation, but the reverse blood technique was a special case. It could also be practiced by the 5th level of body transformation, but its side effects were very frightening. Normal people could not withstand the reverse blood flow. If Lin Ling did not have the self-recovery black spirit energy and the heavenly recovery pill, he would not be able to practice it. However, if he succeeded in practicing the reverse blood technique, it was not impossible for him to defeat someone at the 6th level of body transformation. Lin Ling, you killed someone, do you still not know your wrongs? At this time a cold voice came from the front. The one who spoke was a 20-year-old youth. His hands were behind his back, and his face was full of righteousness, as if he was cleaning up the Guyan sect. Ha ha ha. Lin Ling laughed. His laughter was full of ridicule, shocking the heavens. He killed someone. He was already very merciful. When Zhao Shanhe and Yi Xilan wanted to kill him, he defeated them, but his heart was kind and did not kill them. After that, Xi and Feng wanted to kill him, he defeated them, but still did not kill them. Yang Zhan wanted to cripple his arms, and he returned an eye for an eye. However, Yang Zhan was not willing to lose and issued a life and death challenge. Could Lin Ling endure? He, Lin Ling, had already given them many chances. These people, he did not know how to cherish them. Could it be that their lives were lives, and his, Lin Ling's, life was not a life? I walk alone in this world. Those who block my path, I kill to stop them. Those who block me die, but I have a clear conscience. Kill. Lin Ling raised his sword. On the blade, a dazzling black light descended like the night sky. Who do you think you are? You think you can kill me just because you want to? If not for the power of the pill, you are nothing. The youth contemptuously said. There were 3 of them, so why should they fear Lin Ling? Not to mention, Lin Ling was only borrowing the power of the pill. Whoosh, a black light flashed by, accompanied by the rumbling of thunder in the sky. The youth continued to point at Lin Ling with disdain. His eyes widened. Before, he hadn't been able to react in time. All he saw was a black figure quickly pass by him. Then, he felt his life force drain away, a bloody wound appeared on his neck. Behind him stood Lin Ling. Lin Ling had already made his move. It's true that I'm nothing, but killing you is still very simple. A hoarse voice came from behind the young man, causing the young man's eyes to widen. With a plop, he fell face down. So fast. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. If Lin Ling's victory over Yang Zhan was a fluke, then the scene before their eyes was no fluke. That arrogant senior brother wanted to clean up Guyan sect, but before he could do so, he was killed by Lin Ling. Lin Ling had simply slapped them, the inner court disciples, in the face. Bastard! Another 3 people jumped down. They were all inner disciples. Go! 5 inner disciples, all at the 6th stage of body transformation, rushed towards Lin Ling. Now, they didn't care about face. They only wanted to surround and kill Lin Ling. These senior brothers are so shameless. For some reason, many people were secretly cheering for Lin Ling. Today, Lin Ling had won their admiration. After all, he was an outer court disciple who didn't fear power. He defeated 2 inner court disciples in succession. This kind of monstrous talent and unyielding fighting spirit, they couldn't help but admire him. And now, he had defeated 5 people in succession, breaking the Guyan sect's record. No matter what, today's Lin Ling had shocked the world with a single brilliant feat. On the stage, Lin Ling fought 5 people alone. For a moment, the stage was filled with people. The rain from the sky fell on Lin Ling's body, forming a mist. His entire body was red. His blood was crazily flowing in reverse. He could even hear the thumping of his heart. However, his indifferent eyes looked forward. If it was only one person, with the reverse blood technique, I wouldn't be afraid. But 5 people is a bit troublesome. Sigh. Lin Ling, can you be any more shameless? Relying on the power of pills to increase your speed, you only know how to dodge. You don't have a heart of martial arts. Sigh. The 5 inner court disciples couldn't catch Lin Ling. They all felt humiliated and couldn't help but mock him. The reverse blood technique was too fast. They couldn't catch up. As soon as he finished speaking, a disciple took the opportunity to sneak an attack on Lin Ling. Your life belongs to me. Great 9 heaven hand. Sigh. 9 palms shot out. On the palms, lines flowed. These palms looked like they were made of stone, extremely mysterious. In your dreams. Sigh. Lin Ling's face was indifferent. He raised his right hand and blocked with his greatsword. Dang, the stone palms collided with the greatsword. A tyrannical chi wave swept out. Borrowing that chi wave, Lin Ling retreated. So powerful. Lin Ling is not only fast, but his attack power is also not weak. Wow. The surrounding disciples all praised. They didn't know that the reverse blood technique stimulated the potential of the human body. Blood reversed, speed, attack, and defense all exceeded their normal state. Otherwise, how could Lin Ling defeat a 6th-stage body transformation master? The 5 inner court disciples gnashed their teeth in anger. Just as they were about to speak, Lin Ling's mocking voice rang out. I'm shameless? The 5 of you joined forces to fight me, and you even launched a sneak attack. I don't know who is more shameless. Wow. These words caused a large number of sighs to ring out. Lin Ling's words were true. The 5 inner court disciples had joined forces to fight him, and they still had the nerve to say that he only knew how to dodge. In terms of shamelessness, the 5 of them were even more shameless. The face of the inner court disciples had been completely lost by the 5 of them. Really useless trash. Get out of the way. How can I stay silent while watching a cockroach jump around? Wow. At this time, a voice rang out from the sky. Then, a figure shot onto the stage like a meteor. It was a one-armed youth. His face was covered with scars, and he looked extremely cold. Leng Yu, it can't be. Even he has made a move. He is ranked 20th among the inner court disciples. Some disciples recognized the one-armed youth and couldn't help but cry out in alarm. No one would have thought that Lin Ling, a mere outer court disciple, would be able to defeat several people in a row. He had actually caused a ranked 20th inner court disciple to come out and fight. This kind of battle record was unprecedented. Even if Lin Ling was defeated, it would still be an honorable defeat. I, Leng Yu, am at the 7th stage of body transformation. No matter what you do, you will not be able to block a single move from me. Surrender, lest you dirty my hands. Also, you are just an outer court disciple. Whatever the sect tells you to do, you should do it. Jumping up and down, trying to show off, overestimating yourself. You don't have the composure that a martial artist should have. Leng Yu faintly stared at Lin Ling, his words filled with ridicule. Then why are you fighting? Aren't you just trying to step on me to show off? Do you have the composure of a martial artist? Besides bullying the weak and fearing the strong, what else can you do? If I were at the 7th stage of body transformation today, would you dare to say these words? Lin Ling indifferently replied. His words caused Leng Yu's eyebrows to furrow, his anger rippling out. Every person who goes on stage says such confident words, but they all lose. I hope you are not the next one. Lin Ling raised his sword. His resolute attitude shocked the crowd. He wanted to challenge Leng Yu, who was at the 7th stage of body transformation. My only family. It's him. And Yuer clenched her fists as she looked at the proud figure on the stage. She didn't know why, but the proud figure made her heart flutter. She called out softly, Master. Master. This kid's willpower and fighting spirit are extraordinary. I really don't know what Emojing Tian is thinking. Master. Master Mu murmured with a tinge of disappointment in his voice. He was disappointed in Emojing Tian. Today, he only saw a lonely young man who went against the entire sect in order to not admit his mistake. In fact, this young man was not in the wrong. Very good, you have successfully angered me. Please remember, the person who will kill you is me, Leng Yu. Master. On the stage, Leng Yu said word by word. A strong aura emanated from his body. His protective aura was so strong that the entire stage shook. In fire 9 legs. Master. He lifted his leg slightly. His calf was red like a burning iron. In a flash, he kicked towards Lin Ling. This speed was very fast, moreover, the hard rocks on the ground where he leaped turned pitch black, as if they had been burned by fire. The 7th level of body tempering was indeed worthy of its reputation. The surrounding disciples found it difficult to breathe and took a step back. This level of battle was not something they could imagine. The 7th level of body tempering is much stronger than the 6th level of body tempering. Master. Lin Ling frowned and tightened his grip on his sword. The 7th level of body tempering made it difficult for him to breathe. Guard! Master! Suddenly, a domineering voice rang out. Above Ling Yu's head, a terrifying palm appeared. It grabbed Ling Yu's neck and smashed him to the ground. Pung! In one move, Ling Yu spat out blood and lost consciousness. This unforeseen event happened in an instant. When everyone looked over, they were shocked and their mouths were wide open. No one would have thought that the arrogant Ling Yu, who was confident that he could win this battle, would be defeated before he even made a move. It was extremely ironic. Before Ling Yu went on stage, he was arrogant, following which, everyone looked at the person who came and gasped. It was Arcade Peak's Huoletang. Master! Lin Ling's eyes widened. He had always thought that Huoletang was not in his right mind and would not care about him and Yu. However, he did not expect his master to make a move at this critical moment. Could it be that in Gu Yan's sect, other than Yu, he still had relatives? The sky was filled with thunder and lightning, and the firmament was as dark as ink. On the ground, there was dead silence. Everyone was looking at Huoletang. Huoletang's appearance was extremely abnormal. In his memories, this elder of Arcade Peak was not in his right mind. If you ignored him, he would ignore you too. No one had expected him to stand out at this moment. Huoletang, what are you trying to do? Elder Xianxia was also very surprised, but soon he sneered, your disciple has already violated the sect's rules. As his master, you don't punish him, but dare to protect him? What do you think the sect rules are? On the battle stage, Huoletang stood expressionlessly, ignoring Elder Xianxia's words. From the looks of it, he was still as delirious as ever. Don't blame us for disregarding our former friendship today. Elder Xianxia did not care about the reason for Huoletang's appearance. He hurriedly gave a signal to each peak's elders to make a move. Obviously, Elder Xianxia wanted to seize this opportunity to kill Huoletang. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for him. Heaven Ferocious Palm. Dragon Drunken Saber. Great Wave Shark. Each peak's elders sneered and made a move. Their attacks were earth-shattering. Obviously, their strength was enough to make their attacks break out of their bodies. A huge palm with flames fell from the sky. A huge saber made of rock slashed down like a mountain. The sky was filled with water vapor. A huge shark made of water opened its mouth wide and bit towards the battle stage. So terrifying, this is the strength of an elder. The crowd was shocked. They finally saw the means of a strong expert. Only those above the physique refinement realm could make their attacks break out of their bodies. Rumble. Before the attack came close, the entire square was shaken and turned into dust. So strong. Boom. A strong wind blew. Lin Ling could not stand steadily. His eyes widened. This was the first time he saw the means of a strong expert. Then, he anxiously shouted, Master, dodge. Master. The destructive attacks were all directed towards Lin Ling. In front of Lin Ling was Huoletang. Protect. Master. Huoletang's face was indifferent. He did not move a single step and slammed his palm on the ground. Rumble. Spiritual energy exploded. A tortoise shell made of spiritual energy appeared. It was at least 10 meters wide and extremely dazzling, tortoise mysterious art. Bang bang bang. The attacks hit the tortoise shell and cracked it. Then, Huoletang spat out a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground. Huoletang could not block the combined attacks of several elders. Stubborn. Master. Elder Xianxia snorted. He had been looking for Huoletang's weakness. He did not expect Huoletang to deliver himself to him. Crash. However, just as he finished speaking, a figure stood up from the shattered stage and stood firmly in front of Lin Ling. This figure was covered in blood and was heavily injured. However, his eyes were resolute and he did not move a single step. It was Huoletang. He's not dead yet. What is Huoletang trying to do? Is he still protecting Lin Ling? The crowd was shocked. No one could guess what Huoletang was thinking from his actions. Huoletang was like a puppet. Even though he was severely injured, he still refused to give up and stood in front of Lin Ling to protect him. Master! Master! Lin Ling's eyes widened as he stared at the frail figure. His heart felt as if it was being stabbed by a knife. In his eyes, the entire world was dark and gloomy. Thunder rumbled incessantly and rain poured down. All around him, there were only sounds of mockery and cold faces. Only the man standing in front of him was like a giant protecting him. It was only at this moment that he realized that his master, whom he had always respected, had always been protecting him even though he seemed indifferent to him on the surface. Even if he died, he would not step aside. In this world where the strong preyed on the weak, other than Yu, Huoletang was also his family. Not dead yet. TSK, how troublesome. However, we are cleaning up the sect for Guyan sect today. Those who block our way will die. Elders, listen to my orders. Go. Elder Xianxia sneered and waved his hand. He now had control of the situation. Beside him, sect leader Mo Jingtian could not bear to watch anymore. However, he did not stop them. After all, he did not like Huoletang. It was just that he could not bear to see Huoletang die today. Stop. Stop. At this moment, a figure floated down. It was an old man. After landing, he stared coldly at the crowd. Although Elder Hua is not in his right mind, there are so many of you bullying him. Is there any meaning to it? Also, from today onwards, Lin Ling is a member of my alchemy hall. Don't bully a poor young man. It's Master Mu. In the past, Lin Ling had no backing in Guyan sect. His only master was a lunatic. That was why the disciples dared to bully him. However, now that Master Mu had stepped out to support Lin Ling, the situation was different. Master Mu was the most powerful alchemist in the alchemy hall. All the pills in Guyan sect were refined by him. Even the sect leader had to give him some face. Master Mu, what do you mean? Xianxia stared at the old man. He did not dare to neglect Master Mu. However, he did not understand why Master Mu would speak up for Lin Ling. They should not have any relationship. Master Mu did not even look at him. Instead, he stared at Mo Jingtian. Jingtian, I have a good relationship with your father. I watched you grow up. Unfortunately, you are much worse than your father. Hearing this, Mo Jingtian's expression changed. He remained silent. Master Mu sighed and shook his head. I know you are worried about Elder Xianxia and the others, so you gave them face. However, for them, you gave up the future of Guyan sect. As the person in charge, you lack foresight and indecisiveness. You lack the demeanor of a great general. I am very disappointed. However, you are the sect leader and I am only an alchemist. I have no right to interfere with what you think. However, today, I will protect Lin Ling. Mo Jingtian was reprimanded by Master Mu. He could not speak up. If Lin Ling had offended someone else, he would have stood up for Lin Ling. However, Lin Ling had offended Elder Xianxia. Hence, he could not do anything. After all, Elder Xianxia's prestige in Guyan sect was greater than his. Master Mu, you said that Lin Ling is a disciple of your alchemy hall. Alright, we will give you face. However, Huoletang did not care about his status as an elder and openly attacked a disciple. This is against the sect rules. At this moment, Elder Xianxia's voice was heard. He was extremely unwilling, but there was nothing he could do. Hence, he could only not let Huoletang off. Removing Huoletang from his position was also his goal. Hearing this, Master Mu frowned but didn't say anything. He could treat Lin Ling as his disciple, but he couldn't treat Huoletang as his disciple. Lin Ling's face was gloomy. He was surprised by Master Mu's appearance and did not understand the other's intentions. However, the most important thing right now was to save Huoletang. After all, it was Huoletang who saved him not long ago. Therefore, he opened his mouth and said, Elder Xianxia, I want to ask you, who is the current sect leader of Guyan sect? Lin Ling and Elder Xianxia had only met twice. The first time was when Lin Ling came to question Elder Xianxia. At that time, Lin Ling could only face Elder Xianxia with the attitude of a weakling. The second time was here. After experiencing so many things, he no longer showed the attitude of a weakling, His gaze was overbearing and overbearing. Elder Xianxia let out a cold humph. That's unnecessary, of course it's sect leader Mo. Since you are not the sect leader, what right do you have to abolish someone else's position as an elder? Could it be that your ambition is getting bigger and bigger, and you even want to covet the sect leader position? Lin Ling's expression was cold, his words sharp. Hearing these words, Elder Xianxia's expression changed and he cursed under his breath. Yes, that's right. Mo Jingtian, how long are you going to be indecisive? Master Mu chuckled and looked deeply at Mo Jingtian. However, he sighed in his heart. He and Mo Jingtian's father were old friends, so he stayed in Gu Yan sect to help with alchemy. However, Mo Jingtian was disappointing him more and more. He was too young and lacked his own opinions. He lacked the courage of a martial artist to stake everything on a single throw. Mo Jingtian frowned. Master Mu scolded him in front of so many people. If he didn't stand up now, what prestige would he have left? He couldn't defend Elder Xianxia or Master Mu. Therefore, he could only open his mouth and say, Gu Yan sect's rules state that unless the elder is dead or has committed a heinous crime, the elder cannot be removed from his position. Elder Hua has already violated the sect's rules and attacked his disciples. Elder Xianxia immediately said. He was boiling with anger. The situation was getting out of his control. Your disciples attacked me in public and joined hands to kill me. Didn't they also violate the sect's rules? Elder Xianxia, as their master, you have also violated the sect's rules. Lin Ling stared coldly at Elder Xianxia. Elder Xianxia was speechless for a moment. Indeed, if Hu Tang had violated the sect's rules, how could he not? Allowing his disciples to besiege Lin Ling and taking turns to fight him was already a matter of public opinion. Alright, since Elder Hua is not dead yet, his position as an elder will be decided during the grand competition of the 6 peaks. According to the rules, in the grand competition of the 6 peaks half a year later, if Elder Hua's Alcade Peak does not have a disciple who can become a core disciple, it means that his teachings have failed and he can be removed from his position as an elder. Mo Jingtian tried to smooth things over. I'll let you jump around for another half a year. Elder Xianxia snorted and gritted his teeth in anger. However, he could only do so. Fortunately, there was only half a year left. In this short period of time, Alcade Peak would not be able to cultivate a core disciple. After all, a core disciple's cultivation was at the 10th level of physique tempering. Therefore, no matter how talented a genius was, it was impossible to raise his cultivation by a few levels in half a year. This was also another way to remove Hu Tang from his position as an elder. Lin Ling, this is all that I can help you with. You're on your own now. Mo Jingtian looked deeply at Lin Ling. He did not expect that Lin Ling alone would cause such a huge change in Gu Yan sect. It was as if he had stirred up a storm. You did not help me. If Master Mu did not speak up for me, I'm afraid you would still treat me like an ant. Right now, you are upholding justice because you do not want to lose the prestige of the sect leader. However, Mo Jingtian's words were exchanged with Lin Ling's cold reply. This made Mo Jingtian frown as he could not put down his pride. Mo Jingtian helped him? Lin Ling didn't think so. What did Mo Jingtian say about the previous round of tagging and unfair battles? Right and wrong were obvious at a glance. Did Mo Jingtian uphold justice? No, he only maintained his silence. Moreover, if Mo Jingtian could distinguish right from wrong, how would Hu Tang be injured? Therefore, Lin Ling would not be grateful to him at all. Haha, the river of time is always flowing. Mo Jingtian, remember your actions today. You have given up on Lin Ling. In the future, you will regret it. Haha. Master Mu's laughter was heard. The reason why he helped Lin Ling was not only because he was invited by his disciple, and you were, but also because he liked this young man who was not afraid of power and stood firm in his beliefs. I will regret it? There is no such thing as regret in my life. I will wait and see. Haha. Mo Jingtian sneered and shook his head. Lin Ling's current strength was not bad, but it did not mean that he could go far in the future. After all, he had seen clearly that Lin Ling did not have the innate talent of a spiritual body. Therefore, it was impossible for him to make a sect leader regret. He did not believe that a mere Lin Ling could create any big waves. Lin Ling, let's go. Bring your master along. Master Mu did not say much. Lin Ling nodded his head and walked towards Huoleitang. At this moment, he realized that Huoleitang had already lost consciousness. However, he was still standing tall and firm with his own beliefs, although Huoleitang's body was weak and his mind was not clear. In Lin Ling's eyes, this man's head was the sky and his feet were on the ground. He was like an iron-blooded giant that would never fall. Lin Ling admired him greatly. This was his master, Huoleitang. Lin Ling's background, 3 days later, Arcade Peak. Lin Ling slowly woke up. His whole body was still sore. Although the reverse blood technique was strong, the after-effects were also very serious. Fortunately, he noticed that in these 3 days, the black spirit energy in his dantian was constantly healing his body, so his body was fine for the time being. Moreover, in the bitter battle 3 days ago, Lin Ling's body was constantly breaking through the limits. He found that his cultivation realm was showing signs of a breakthrough. Sure enough, battle was the catalyst for advancement. Right, Master. Yes. After recalling the events 3 days ago, Lin Ling quickly got up and pushed the door open. Lin Ling, you're awake. Yes. Outside the room, and Yue and Master Mu were both there. Both of them looked at Lin Ling with a complicated expression. In the battle 3 days ago, Lin Ling's fighting spirit and conviction made them extremely surprised. It was completely different from the rumors. Lin Ling first bowed, grateful for Master Mu's help, then anxiously said, Master Mu, my master. Master Mu sighed softly, in these 3 days, I've checked on your master for you. I found that your master's injuries, other than those caused by Elder Xianxia and the others, he originally had a chronic illness. In fact, I'm also very surprised that he was able to live until now. He seemed to be holding on with one breath. Yes. Hearing this, Lin Ling tightly clenched his fists. Thinking of the man in front of him that day, his heart ached. This injury, I can't cure. His meridians were broken, his dantian collapsed, and his brain suffered a heavy blow. I used 1 Qi Supreme Clear pill to save his life, but he may enter a state of deep sleep. If there's no rare pill to save him, he may not wake up in this lifetime. Master Mu's voice was heavy. He was very clear about Huoleitang's injury. His meridians were forcibly broken. Even walking a step would cause him to experience heart-wrenching pain. But Huoleitang still survived. Every day, he walked as usual, forcibly increasing his strength, suffering inhumane pain. One must know that ordinary people who suffered this kind of injury would have already killed themselves. They simply couldn't bear the pain, therefore, Master Mu was very surprised. What exactly was supporting this man to live on? That's right, your master has woken up. He wants to see you. Moreover, he has also recovered from his serious injuries. Master Mu said again. Lin Ling's complexion changed. His heart was full of doubts. Could it be that Master's mind was not clear? He nodded his head and followed Master Mu. Not long after, in the room, Lin Ling looked at Huoleitang, who was lying on the bed with an extremely pale face. His heart rippled, and he didn't know what to say for a moment. On the bed, Huoleitang was no longer as cold as before. When he saw Lin Ling, his eyes lit up, and his expression gradually became excited. Lin Ling, your master might faint at any moment. If you have anything to say it quickly. Master Mu sighed and left the room. Master. Lin Ling tightly bit his lips and shouted. In his previous life, he had no parents and no relatives. He thought that in this life, Yu was his only relative. However, Huoleitang's concern made him feel something he had never felt before. Perhaps, it was fatherly love. 13th young master, your servant failed to protect you. Please punish me. Master. Huoleitang's complexion was not as indifferent as before. Instead, he became more and more excited. He almost wanted to get off the bed. Lin Ling's complexion changed, and he quickly helped him up. At the same time, he was extremely puzzled. 13th young master, what did he mean? Huoleitang sighed softly. 13th young master, time is limited. I can only make it short. I am not your master, but your father's former subordinate. After your father died, I was ordered to protect you to leave that place. On the way, I was chased by enemies and was seriously injured. That's why I was muddle-headed all these years. Finally, I brought you to Guyan sect. Obviously, he had recovered his memory and remembered what happened in the past. What? Master? Hearing this, Lin Ling's complexion greatly changed. This fact made him somewhat surprised, but then he remembered that his memories before he was 10 years old were blank. No wonder he did not know anything. Fortunately, although I was muddle-headed, I still remembered my mission, to protect young master. Huolei Tang's face revealed a smile, but his voice became softer and softer, as if he would fall into a deep sleep at any moment. Thank you. Lin Ling's eyes became hazy. Although he had not spoken to Huolei Tang more than 10 times, Huolei Tang had saved him. This was an unchangeable fact. When everyone gave up on him, Lin Ling was disheartened. He thought that heaven and earth had abandoned him. However, there was still a madman who relied on his faith to protect him and believe in him. This kindness was enough. 13th young master, from now on, it's up to you. However, when you are 16 years old, there will be someone coming to pick you up from that place. Also, when your eyes were injured, the medicine I applied on your eyes was a stone. As for what it was exactly, I don't know. It was left to you by your mother. Huolei Tang dotingly looked at Lin Ling, then slowly closed his eyes and fell into a deep sleep. Perhaps after watching the young master grow up, he had already regarded Lin Ling as his own son. Master! Master! Unfortunately, Huolei Tang did not wake up. This made Lin Ling's eyes become hazy. Then, he thought of Huolei Tang's words. His background did not seem simple. When he was 16 years old, there would be someone coming to pick him up. But where was that place? Also, the origin of the mutation in his eyes was clear. It was a stone left to him by his mother. Although he did not know what kind of mysterious stone it was, at least his mother would not harm him. Master, I am not the Lin Ling of the past. However, I will treat others the same way they treat me. You have always protected me. I will definitely cure you. Yes. After covering Huolei Tang with a blanket, Lin Ling sat quietly. He recalled everything in his mind. His expression was extremely complicated. He sat there for a full 6 hours. When it was late at night, Lin Ling got up and left. Outside the room, everything was quiet. However, Master Mu and An Yuer did not leave. When they saw Lin Ling walk out, they both sighed. Lin Ling looked at the two of them in surprise. Then, he sincerely bowed and said, Master Mu, I, Lin Ling, will remember your kindness. I know the method to refine the Heaven Tier Vitality Restoration Pill. I will tell you now. Yes. He knew that Master Mu might have helped him for other reasons. However, he could only repay him with the recipe for the Heaven Tier Vitality Restoration Pill. This was also the only favor Lin Ling could repay. Then, he went into his room and found a pen and paper. According to his memory, he wrote down the recipe for the Heaven Tier Vitality Restoration Pill. Heaven Tier Vitality Restoration Pill. Master Mu was stunned for a moment. He was excited. He helped Lin Ling because he could not bear to see Lin Ling being bullied by others. However, to be able to obtain such a precious recipe for the Heaven Tier Vitality Restoration Pill, he was also very surprised. He could not help but think more highly of this young man. This young man's temperament was indifferent, but he was very grateful. In this world where the strong preyed on the weak, this was extremely rare. Not long after, when Lin Ling came out, Master Mu opened his mouth and said, Lin Ling, I have 5 bottles of Vitality Restoration Pills and their recipes. I will give them to you one by one. Thank you. In order to become stronger, 5 bottles of Essence Gathering Elixir? Lin Ling raised his eyes and was a little puzzled. Master Mu had helped him, and this huge favor was enough for him to repay with the Heaven Tier Essence Returning Elixir. He didn't expect Master Mu to give him an additional reward. You have underestimated the value of the Heaven Tier Essence Returning Elixir. Although the Essence Gathering Elixir is of a higher grade than the Essence Returning Elixir, there are many alchemists in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom who can concoct the Essence Gathering Elixir. However, there are only 2 people who can concoct the Heaven Tier Essence Returning Elixir. One is you, and the other is Senior Xianxia. Master Mu laughed. Thank you, Master Mu. Lin Ling didn't continue to be pretentious. He secretly remembered this favor. Master Mu looked deeply at Lin Ling and pondered for a moment. He then said indifferently, in the martial Dao, martial arts first, then the Dao. This path is not easy to walk. If you choose to retreat, then find a place where there is no one and live a peaceful life. If you choose to move forward, then life and death will accompany you. After finishing his words, he left with an air. Lin Ling's eyes flashed. He didn't know why, but at this moment, his martial Dao heart was even more intense. The night was as deep as water. On the Arcade Peak, there was a gentle breeze. Two figures sat together on the cliff and looked at the bright starry sky in silence. I won the inner sect assessment, but they went back on their words and besieged me without any fairness. Elder Xianxia's conspiracy and the sect master's disdain. No matter what, I must take first place in the Six Peaks tournament half a year later. Lin Ling's eyes were at a loss at first, but they gradually became firm as if he had made a decision. He didn't really care who the Arcade Peak belonged to. However, if he wanted to give it away, he had to ask Huoletang personally. This was his way of repaying Huoletang's favor. Furthermore, the more Elder Xianxia wanted the Arcade Peak, the more he had to stop him. The more Sect Master Mo Jingtian looks down on us, the more I have to work hard. It's not to prove how great I am, but to prove that the dignity we lost in the Gu Yan sect will be taken back with my own hands. As he muttered to himself, the determination in Lin Ling's eyes became even stronger. And now, he had finally entered the ranks of the Gu Yan sect's inner sect disciples, and he was the youngest inner sect disciple. However, the Gu Yan sect's outer sect disciples and inner sect disciples were people from two different worlds. He had only stood out from the outer sect and walked into a stronger world. The cultivation of an inner sect disciple was from the 6th to the 10th stage of body transformation, and those at the 10th stage of body transformation were the core disciples. In the Gu Yan sect, the advancement of the body transformation realm was calculated in years, so Lin Ling only had half a year's time. This was a very short period of time. Brother Ling Yuyu asked in a low voice. She was extremely worried. Don't worry. Although Master is asleep, I will protect Arcade Peak for Master. Furthermore, I will cure Master. Lin Ling reached out and rubbed Yuyu's soft hair. He looked at the starry night sky, his eyes as bright as the stars. In the past, he fought to survive. Now, he fought to become stronger. At this moment, his heart of martial arts was like a small boat. In this sea where the strong preyed on the weak, it sailed against the wind, with the goal in his heart firm. Lin Ling also entered a state of bitter cultivation. Fortunately, he had now obtained 5 bottles of spirit pills. In addition to the previous bitter battle, breaking through to the 5th stage of body transformation should not be difficult. When I was at the 5th stage of body transformation, with the 9 dragon strength and the reverse blood technique, even a martial artist at the 6th stage of body transformation was not my match. If I reach the 6th stage of body transformation, then I will have the qualifications to challenge those at the 7th stage of body transformation. Lin Ling was extremely confident. Time slowly passed. A month had passed, and the 5 bottles of spirit pills had been consumed by Lin Ling. The enormous amount of spiritual energy caused his dantian to undergo an earth-shattering change. 6 streams of spiritual energy, like black dragons, constantly wandered around the eggshell seal, rumbling like a waterfall. He had finally reached the 6th stage of body transformation. In reality, with 500 spirit pills, if it were another person, they would also be able to reach the 6th stage of body transformation. They would even be able to reach a higher level than Lin Ling. However, the time required would be much longer than Lin Ling's, perhaps even a year. This was because using pills to forcefully increase one's strength would cause the spiritual energy in one's body to be turbid. It would be easy to cause one to go berserk. Therefore, just by refining the spiritual energy, it would take a lot of time. But Lin Ling, his 9 dragon strength did not have this flaw. The refining of spiritual energy was extremely fast. In addition, Lin Ling had recently undergone a bitter battle of life and death. Therefore, it was normal for him to break through in a month. 6th stage of body transformation, protective chi. Lin Ling's heart was filled with joy. Pa pa pa, protective chi appeared on the surface of his body. It was a kind of light black protective chi that covered his entire body like a layer of water membrane. Moreover, when he used his full strength, there were 6 streams of black spiritual energy that swam around the surface of the protective chi. They were like dragons, shocking the hearts of people. Protective chi can increase a martial artist's defensive strength, making them unafraid of ordinary weapons. However, my protective chi is a little different. When I use my full strength, the black spiritual energy will madly revolve. I'm afraid that it will increase my defensive strength even more. Lin Ling secretly nodded. He had a feeling that if his protective chi collided with the protective chi of the same stage, he would definitely be the winner. Otherwise, the 9 Dragon's strength would not have the qualifications to be called a 10th stage body transformation technique. That's right, the eggshell seal. Lin Ling pondered for a moment. Then, he controlled the black spiritual energy and crazily attacked the eggshell seal in his dantian. After knowing that his background was mysterious, he guessed that the eggshell seal in his dantian was not simple. Attacking the eggshell seal with all his strength, Lin Ling immediately felt his dantian on the verge of breaking. However, he clenched his teeth and persevered. His eyes were resolute. Not long after, the eggshell seal finally loosened and a crack appeared. Boom. As soon as the crack appeared, a tyrannical aura erupted. It's flames. Lin Ling felt the pain increase several times, as if he was being burned by flames. Boom. This earth energy shield was no longer a black earth energy shield, but a yellow flame earth energy shield. The bed he was sitting cross-legged on was instantly burned to ashes, and the ground was scorched black. This protective chi was actually stronger than the 9 Dragon's strength. What is this? Lin Ling's expression constantly changed. This was the first time he had seen such a strong aura. Moreover, it was only a crack, and it was already so strong. If the seal was completely unsealed, he did not know how strong it would be. This eggshell seal belongs to the original owner. It seems that the original owner's identity is indeed mysterious. Lin Ling secretly nodded. However, he did not think too much about it. He only treated this eggshell seal as his trump card. Now that his cultivation resources were cut off, he considered going to the burial grounds to explore. Early in the morning, the sky was cloudless and the sun was charming. On the Guyan Sec Square, a large number of youths were gathered. Some were practicing martial arts, while others were chatting in groups of 3 or 5. TSK, that Lin Ling is really amazing. Before he was trash, now he's an inner disciple. Yes. At that time I was dumbfounded. I did not expect Arcade Peak's Lin Ling to be so strong. He's much stronger than Xian Feng. Provocation. At this moment, a contemptuous voice came from afar. Humph, frogs in a well. Didn't your master tell you? Lin Ling borrowed the power of medicinal pills, otherwise, how could he be so powerful? Sigh. The square quieted down. Everyone looked toward the source of the voice and saw a blue-robed young man sitting on top of a large rock. His expression was arrogant, and he looked at the crowd with disdain. It's senior brother Mushan. Sigh. Some disciples recognized the young man. He was an inner disciple with tyrannical strength, as if he was a proud son of heaven standing on top of their heads. Mushan, I just came back from the 100,000 Great Mountains. I heard that the clown Lin Ling became an inner disciple and defeated many people. Is it true? Sigh. Another voice came from the other side. A young man with long hair walked over with a smile on his face and a deerskin wine bag in his hand. Heavens, it's senior brother Jiang Yun Sai. Why did he come back? What day is it today? Inner disciples who are rarely seen are all gathered in the square. Sigh. The square was in an uproar. Usually, inner disciples disdained to be together with outer disciples, so it was rare to see them. But today, they saw 2 of them in a row. However, the 2 inner circle disciples ignored the gasps of admiration around them, as if they were looking at a group of ants. Mushan's face was indifferent as he said, that clown has defeated a lot of people, this is the truth. But I heard from Master, that guy ate a medicinal pill, otherwise he would not be so strong. Sigh. When Lin Ling used the reverse blood technique, his middle finger bit into his mouth, making people think that he swallowed a medicinal pill. So that's how it is. But consuming medicinal pills at the cost of a lifetime's potential, it's really an unfair victory. If there's a chance, as his senior brother, I'd like to give him some pointers. Sigh. The disciple named Jiang Yinsai smiled disdainfully. Such a person, Yang Zhan, that trash actually lost to him. What a shame. But Yang Zhan isn't worth mentioning, he can't last more than 5 moves. Mu Shan shook his head. The conversation between the two was calm and natural, as if they were above the masses. However, not only did it not make the surrounding disciples unhappy, but they also revealed looks of envy. After all, inner disciples had always been the object of their admiration. So many people? At this moment, Lin Ling was walking down the bluestone steps. The lively scene in the square made him frown, but he didn't care and continued walking. His silhouette was clearly incompatible with the bustling scene in the square. Some disciples looked over and immediately cried out in alarm, "It's Lin Ling." The noise in the square instantly stopped. Everyone looked at the young man walking down the stairs. In the eyes of the crowd, the young man's face was calm. He had a bronze greatsword on his back, and his eyes were as calm as an ancient well. He's so calm, and a little different from his usual self. Some of the disciples wanted to say something, but when they sensed Lin Ling's indifference and calmness, they didn't dare to say anything. Jiang Yinsai and Mu Shan looked at each other indifferently. TSK, you're all K-Peaks Lin Ling? Previously, you were really impressive. Suddenly, Jiang Yinsai said with a smile that wasn't a smile. Previously, he had been waiting quietly and thought that Lin Ling would be nervous after seeing his 2 senior brothers. However, Lin Ling's attitude was calm, as if he didn't see them, which made him feel very uncomfortable. Lin Ling stopped and said indifferently, "Do you have something to say?" Yes. After experiencing the inner disciple exam, he had completely assimilated into this world. In the past, he stood aloof from worldly affairs and only wanted to survive. However, everyone bullied him and wanted to kill him several times. Now, he knew that this world spoke with strength. When you were strong, no matter what you did, others would respect you. When you were weak, even if you were kind to others, others would still bully you. Therefore, there was no need for him to speak in a submissive manner. "You're talking to me in such a tone? You're so young, but your arrogance is quite big." Jiang Yinsai's expression turned cold. Lin Ling's attitude was too calm and didn't put him in his eyes, which made him feel even more uncomfortable. "Brother Yinsai, it seems like your reputation isn't good enough. You can't even suppress a little brat. However, what surprised me is that Huolei Tang's disciple is much better than him. At least he's not as useless." On the other side, Mu Shan laughed arrogantly. During the inner disciple exam, he wasn't present. He had only heard about how awe-inspiring Arcade Peak's Lin Ling was. However, from the looks of it, it was nothing more than that. It was a pity that he had something to do and couldn't rush back. Otherwise, Lin Ling wouldn't have the chance to be so arrogant. Useless? Lin Ling originally wanted to leave, but the arrogant youth sitting on the rock said something, which made his expression turn cold. He didn't say anything else and walked towards Mu Shan. Huolei Tang and Yu were his only family in this world. No one was allowed to insult them. Lin Ling's actions were clear. Many people were secretly shocked. It seemed like Lin Ling wanted to provoke his 2 senior brothers. However, during the inner disciple exam, the elders of each peak said that Lin Ling's strength was comparable to an inner disciple's by borrowing the power of pills. Without pills, Lin Ling's strength was at most at the 5th stage of body transformation. Ha ha ha. Jiang Yinsai laughed loudly. "Brother Mu Shan, you're just picking on a persimmon. It seems like Brother Mu Shan's reputation is weaker than mine. At least between you and me, he chose to provoke you." He seemed to be fighting with Lin Ling. Whoever Lin Ling walked towards, it meant that they were weaker. Now that Lin Ling was walking towards Mu Shan, it meant that Jiang Yinsai's prestige was greater than Mu Shan's. Of course, this was only a secret battle between them. In his opinion, neither of them were people that Lin Ling could look up to. Mu Shan was indeed a little angry. His face was cold. "I'm not trash like Yang Zhan. Before you do something, don't you think about the consequences? Don't tell me you're relying on your master to save you." Unfortunately, if he comes, I'll beat him up too. His voice was arrogant and overbearing. As soon as he finished speaking, he jumped down from the rock and punched towards Lin Ling. Green lotus wind fist. Walala, Mu Shan's fist seemed to transform into a lotus. Around the lotus, rays of light bloomed like a sea urchin. It was obvious that at the sixth stage of body transformation, one would have astral energy to protect the body. The astral energy could be moved according to the owner's will, increasing the attack power by a large margin. Looking at Mu Shan's aura, they were both at the sixth stage of body transformation, but Yang Zhan was obviously not at the same level as him. What a strong wind. Step back. Retreat. The surrounding people's faces changed. They took a step back, staring at Lin Ling. Lin Ling's face was indifferent. During the inner disciple exam, he was already at the fifth stage of body transformation and did not fear those at the sixth stage of body transformation. Now that his strength had increased, he did not even bother to move. Bang, the fist was like the eye of the wind, hitting Lin Ling. Everyone's heart skipped a beat. Then, they looked forward to seeing Lin Ling's sorry state. However, with just a glance, their eyes widened. In the corner of the square, Lin Ling stood tall. The fist had hit his chest, but he was safe and sound. Looking carefully, Lin Ling's body was covered with astral energy. 6 rays of black spiritual energy spiraled like dragons, firmly protecting Lin Ling. The fist could not break through the astral energy protection. Astral energy protection? He's also reached the 6th stage of body transformation. Everyone was shocked. One must know that a month ago, Lin Ling was only at the 5th stage of body transformation and defeated Yang Zhan with the help of pills. In a short month, Lin Ling had reached the 6th stage of body transformation and was even unharmed after taking a punch from Mu Shan. Fight Ling Yu again. Impossible. Mu Shan cried out in alarm. Even if Lin Ling was lucky enough to reach the 6th stage of body tempering, there was no way he would dare to take his fist head-on. At this moment, his fist was suddenly grabbed by a hand, causing him incomparable pain in his wrist. Then, with a snap, his bones were crushed. I don't know where your self-confidence comes from, but compared to Yang Zhan, how could you not be a piece of trash? Lin Ling said with a cold expression. His words caused Mu Shan's forehead to be covered in cold sweat. Then, with a bang, a fist covered in black light smashed into his face. Mu Shan's jaw was knocked off, and he was sent flying backward. He crashed into the ground far away, unconscious. He defeated Mu Shan with one punch. Everyone's pupils constricted. They were so shocked that they were speechless. Ignoring the astonishment of the people around him, Lin Ling walked toward Xianxia Fortress. At this moment, Xianxia was drinking wine, but his face was full of shock. He did not expect Lin Ling to defeat Mu Shan so easily. This was beyond his imagination. After all, every new disciple who entered the inner sect would need at least 1 or 2 years to be a match for the older disciples. However, Lin Ling did it, but now, Xianxia was a bit nervous. Lin Ling, what do you want to do? Don't be too arrogant. His voice was no longer as calm as before. I'm arrogant? Before this, you were the one who was arrogant. Don't forget who stopped me. Lin Ling said expressionlessly. When he arrived in front of Xianxia Fortress, he snatched the deerskin wineskin from his hand, raised his hand, and poured the wine from the wineskin onto Xianxia Fortress's head. Who? The sound of people sucking in cold air rose and fell one after another. Lin Ling was too arrogant. He actually doused Xianxia with wine. This was a naked insult. You are courting death. With the wine pouring on his head, Xianxia's stopper was so angry that his whole body was trembling. I dare you to say that one more time. Lin Ling looked at him indifferently. His gang qi surged, and 6 streams of black spirit qi roared like dragons. Me. Xianxia's face changed. That surging heavenly qi protecting his body caused fear to well up in his heart. He could feel that Lin Ling's heavenly qi protecting his body was extremely terrifying. It was different from an ordinary person's. This kind of momentum could only be felt when facing his senior apprentice brother at the 7th stage of body transformation. For a moment, he was so scared that he couldn't speak. Which peak are you from? Lin Ling said in a low voice. I'm a disciple of Fecta Peak. Xianxia said subconsciously. He was obviously afraid. Go back and tell your elders, if they want to vent their anger, then don't send trash here. Also, half a year later, Alcade Peak will still belong to my master, Huolei Tang. Get lost. Following Lin Ling's shout, get lost, Jiangshan Fortress did not even want his most cherished deerskin wine bag, he fled in terror. The surrounding disciples all paled and took a step back one after another. Mu Shan and Jiang Shanse were stronger than Lin Ling. The two of them did not see Lin Ling's inner disciple assessment and did not believe that Lin Ling had such strength. They wanted to fight for their respective peaks, but in the end, not only did they not vent their anger, one of them was sent flying with a single punch, and the other fled in shame. Lin Ling's strength clearly surpassed the two of them by a large margin, and was easily defeated. However, didn't Lin Ling consume pills to exhaust his potential? How did he break through to the 6th stage of body transformation? Everyone was shocked. That guy is the new rising disciple? He just entered the inner sect and already defeated 2 senior apprentice brothers. He has some skill. The inner sect's genius disciples are as numerous as the hairs on an ox. He's just a small fry. In the distance, 2 figures looked at the scene in the square, indifferently discussing. At this moment, if anyone knew their names, they would definitely be shocked. They were the current 2nd and 3rd ranked inner disciples, Ning Fei and Shaolin. Right, that guy Nuba hasn't come out yet? Occupying the 1st place of the inner sect disciples, it's time for him to move. He wants to surpass us by far and become a core disciple. However, the 3 of us are all at the 9th stage of body transformation. It's still unknown who can break through faster and enter the 10th stage of body transformation. I'm looking forward to stepping on Nuba. Eh? Someone made a move. It was Ling Yu, who was ranked 20th in the inner sect. He was at the 7th stage of body transformation. That new disciple is in for a hard time. The 2 of them spoke calmly. Suddenly, one of them gloated. At the same time, an arrogant voice came from the square. How impressive. Lin Ling, you only know how to bully the weak. When you meet me, you can only obediently kneel down. The voice was deafening. The crowd was forcibly separated and a one-armed youth strode out. His face was ferocious and his entire body emitted a tyrannical aura. It's Ling Yu. Right, during the inner sect assessment, Ling Yu wanted to teach Lin Ling a lesson as a senior apprentice brother, but was interrupted by Huolei Tang. Today, he must be here to vent his anger. Many people were startled. Soon after, a disciple whispered. Ling Yu was not like Mushin. This time, Lin Ling was in big trouble. It's you. Lin Ling frowned. He had an impression of this guy. He was at the 7th stage of body transformation and his strength was very strong. He was definitely not at the bottom of the inner sect disciples. The enmity between you and me was interrupted by your master last time. Today, let's settle it. The humiliation your master gave me, today, your disciple will pay for it. Stopping his steps, Ling Yu indifferently stared at Lin Ling. He had seen Mushin defeated and guessed that Lin Ling had reached the 6th stage of body transformation. But this level of cultivation was not enough to move him. Enmity? Lin Ling sneered. He had enmity with Ling Yu? It was obvious that Ling Yu was looking for trouble. He challenged him and then was defeated by his master. When had he ever provoked Ling Yu? But this guy was the same as the others in the Guyan sect. There was no reason to speak of. It all depended on strength. If you say there is enmity, then there is enmity. It just so happens that I also want to test my strength at the 7th stage of body transformation. I hope you won't disappoint me. Lin Ling calmly said. Both Mushin and Mushin were soft persimmons. He had won without even using 40% of his strength. But Ling Yu was different. He was a worthy opponent. You dare to test my strength? Good, I want to see how much weight you have. Lin Ling's calm words clearly angered Ling Yu. His entire body's aura surged out. It was a kind of aura mixed with red and white. It was extremely terrifying. I practice a 3rd level skill, In Flame skill. Today, I will let you see what makes me one of the top 20 inner sect disciples. In Flame 9 legs. He slightly lifted his leg. His calf was like a red-hot iron. The temperature in the square suddenly rose. A third-level skill. You must know that a skill is much rarer than a martial art. This Lingyu must have had a lucky chance. Some disciples enviously said. In the same stage, there were many factors that determined victory or defeat. Talent, martial arts, skill, etc. Lingyu had a high-level skill and his cultivation was higher than Lin Ling's. Lin Ling could not win. A third-level skill? Lin Ling's eyes flashed with ridicule. His skill was the 10th level 9 dragon skill. Lingyu wanted to be arrogant with a mere third-level skill? Whoosh! At this time a meteor shot over. It was Lingyu's leg. I will cripple you with one leg. His leg was like fire. But strangely, there was a cold feeling in the heat. It was extremely strange. It was said that this ing flame skill was cultivated with the help of a pill. The pill was called corpse blood pill. It was refined with a human corpse as the main ingredient. After taking it for many years, Lingyu's temperament was extremely gloomy. You don't have the strength. Crushing Lingyu, Lin Ling was using a big sword, which relied on strength to win, not a light and graceful sword. Clang, a deafening sound rang out. The sword was stepped on by Yi Futian's leg, and the surface of the sword emitted a sizzling sound of boiling water. In the next moment, Lin Ling's body glided backward. However, Lin Ling was not injured. His protective chi was extremely strong. How is this possible? Clang. Lingyu's face turned ugly when he did not defeat Lin Ling in one move and only made Lin Ling retreat. You're really lucky. One more move and I'll take your life. Clang. 100 ghost coffin bearers. Clang. Whoosh, he shot toward Lin Ling again. In midair, he raised his leg high, and his protective energy surged, forming a strange coffin shape. The coffin wrapped around his leg and swept toward Lin Ling. What a strange martial art. Clang. Many people's faces changed. Some experienced people guessed that this fire art should be a fire and water element martial art. As a martial artist's strength increased, his martial art path became more specialized. For example, metal element martial arts, wood element martial arts, and other elements of the 5 elements martial arts. In addition, it was said that there were wind, thunder, lightning, dark, light, ghost, and so on. Similarly, martial arts were divided into different elements. He really knows a lot of martial arts. Clang. Lin Ling furrowed his brows. Up until now, he had realized that he didn't know many martial arts. Pluto bone-shattering fist and reverse blood art. Pluto bone-shattering fist's rank was too low, so it wasn't suitable to be used against powerful warriors. Reverse blood art was more of an auxiliary martial art. Just as he was thinking about it, that coffin-like kick swept towards him. Lin Ling raised his sword to block it. Clang, the leg swept the bronze sword. Lin Ling's arm shook, and he almost lost his grip on the sword. Although he had protective energy, his cultivation level was still lower than Lingyu's. Fly. Clang. The leg stopped in front of the sword. Lingyu's leg suddenly exerted force, sweeping Lin Ling and his sword away. Clang. Clang, the air exploded from the kick as Lin Ling's body flew backwards. However, at the critical moment, his greatsword stabbed into the ground, stopping the momentum of his flying backwards. A longsword mark was left on the ground. The intense confrontation between the two of them attracted a lot of attention. Many disciples were extremely excited. Lingyu is indeed one of the top 20 inner disciples. His strength is terrifying. I wonder when I will be able to reach his level. You? Dream on. However, Lin Ling was starting to lose. It wouldn't be long before he lost. With Lingyu's temperament, she would probably cripple Lin Ling's 4 limbs. Lin Ling was able to block 2 of Lingyu's moves with his strength at the 6th stage of body transformation. This is already not bad. Ignoring the voices around him, Lingyu maintained his raised right foot and stared into the distance with disdain. I thought you would have some strength, but in the end, I didn't even use my full strength before you couldn't block me. You really disappoint me. But I won't kill you. It's just that I lost an arm back then, so I like it when my opponent is also crippled. Although Lin Ling's strength was stronger than he had imagined, it was only so. In the distance, Lin Ling knelt on one knee. He patted his clothes and slowly stood up. His gaze was fixed into the distance. Is that so? I didn't use my full strength either. Ling Yu's smile instantly froze. His ferocious face surged with killing intent. Lin Ling's words undoubtedly humiliated him. Fighting with him, Ling Yu, this Lin Ling actually didn't use his full strength at the beginning. Could it be that he was looking down on him? The surroundings were also in an uproar. In the distance, Ning Fei and Xiao Lin both smiled faintly. For a moment, they were somewhat curious. They obviously didn't fully believe Lin Ling's words. They just took it as Lin Ling's words to show off. I really hate you more and more. Die. The protective aura around Ling Yu's body surged and flowed like water towards his only arm. Finally, it formed a ghostly fire in his palm. I originally wanted to save this move for the competition between the 6 peaks, but thanks to you, I'll let you see it in advance. The ghostly fire in Ling Yu's palm kept jumping. This was the martial art that accompanied his fire skill. It condensed the protective aura around his body and turned it into a ghostly fire. When the protective aura was condensed, his defense naturally decreased, but his attack increased. This martial art had already reached the 3rd grade of the yellow rank. Whoosh! Holding the ghostly fire in his hand, he shot it directly at Lin Ling. Interesting. In the distance, Ning Fei and Xiao Lin were slightly moved. Obviously, even they didn't dare to underestimate this move. Condensing all the protective aura around his body in his hand. If my 9 dragons force could be used like this, it would definitely be powerful. Lin Ling's face was calm, but he was a little surprised. However, he quickly collected his thoughts and put his left hand into his mouth and gently bit it. Reverse blood skill. He had reached the 6th level of body tempering, and the strength of his body was more than 6,000 pounds. The reverse blood skill had also increased his speed and attack power, and his strength had reached more than 7,000 pounds. This was his trump card. Whoosh! Blood flowed in reverse and his body was hazy. Lin Ling didn't retreat but went straight ahead. Everywhere he passed, the hazy fog dragged a tail, which was extremely dazzling. What is that? Everyone's eyes narrowed. They didn't understand what martial art Lin Ling was using. They couldn't even see Lin Ling's figure with their naked eyes. So fast. Ling Yu's face changed. A huge aura covered the sky. The figure in front of him seemed to have overdrawn his vitality to release his strongest attack. My ghostly fire. Ling Yu also noticed that the ghostly fire in his palm had dimmed. Unless you're at the 8th level of body tempering, you've lost. The cold voice came from afar. In the next moment, there was a rumbling sound. The ghostly fire in Ling Yu's palm collided with a large sword. Waves of air surged, blowing many people off their feet. As for Ling Yu, he spat out a mouthful of blood and his face turned pale. Rumble. After the waves of air, spiritual energy exploded. In the next moment, Ling Yu seemed to have encountered an unprecedentedly powerful attack. His body flew backwards and smashed into the ground with a bang. In the strongest collision, he had lost to the large sword. As he flew backwards, he saw black spiritual energy swirling around the surface of the large sword. It was extremely terrifying. He couldn't understand how Lin Ling could suddenly increase his speed and attack power. His strength was instantly stronger than his. Could it be that Lin Ling used a martial art? Or was it that Lin Ling's cultivation method was stronger than his? Or did he eat a pill? Lying on the ground, Ling Yu's mind was spinning wildly. His eyes were filled with panic. He knew that he had lost this battle. His speed and attack power have both increased. He can jump levels to fight. Could it be that he ate a pill? After a brief moment of silence, the shocked voices of the disciples sounded out. If it wasn't a pill, then the cultivation method he cultivates is of a higher level than Ling Yu's. Moreover, the rank of his martial art is not low. His aura shield is extremely strange. There are 6 black spiritual energy swirling around it. I have never seen it before. In the distance, Ning Fei frowned. This battle was beyond his expectations. This newcomer who had just entered the inner sect rose very quickly. In one battle, he stood in the top 20 of the inner sect disciples. Is it a pill, a cultivation method, or a martial art? But if it's a cultivation method, it's at least a 4th-rank cultivation method. After all, Lingyu's cultivation method is already a 3rd-rank cultivation method. Xiao Lin said with a dignified expression. Frivolous and unrestrained, in this world, geniuses were like carps crossing a river. Some were blessed by the heavens and rose to the top, some were well prepared and shocked the world with a single brilliant feat. But no matter which one it was, they did not like to see it, because it would affect their status. And Lin Ling, in their hearts, was a well-prepared newcomer, a genius who could challenge those of a higher rank. You did not disappoint me, at least you made me use all my strength. As a reward, I will cripple your remaining arm. Bang! On the square, Lin Ling dragged his greatsword, the tip of the sword cutting the ground as he walked step by step towards Lingyu. His sword was not light and nimble, but vigorous and domineering. In Lingyu's eyes, it was extremely dazzling. Lingyu felt as if he was looking at a tyrannical king of swords walking towards him. He swallowed his saliva with difficulty. What do you want to do? Bang! I said, I will cripple your arm. Bang! Lin Ling said expressionlessly. This is Guyan sect. Although inner disciples can challenge at any time, but to casually cripple someone, where are the rules of the sect? Lingyu panicked. At this moment, he only wanted to grab onto a life-saving straw. His panicked appearance made many disciples sigh. This was the first time they saw Lingyu show the attitude of a weakling. Does Guyan sect have rules? Bang! Lin Ling laughed mockingly. If there were rules, when he won the inner disciple assessment, did anyone stand up and speak up? Taking turns to fight, bullying the weak with the strong, there was only a gloating smile. The so-called rules of the sect, in fact, speak with strength. If you win, you cripple my arms. If you lose, I will cripple your arm. Bang! Accompanied by Lin Ling's low voice, the greatsword slashed across and chopped off Lingyu's other arm. The pain caused him to roll on the ground. From today onwards, he would become an armless person from a one-armed man. This was a result he brought upon himself. Moreover, both his arms were chopped off. This result was even more unbearable than death. He, Lingyu, would never have thought that in just a short month, the Lin Ling he looked down on previously, would now stand on top of his head. I thought you were great, but you were only SOSO. Coldly glaring at Lingyu, Lin Ling sheathed his sword and swept his gaze across the crowd. Nobody dared to match his gaze. In the past, he stood aloof from worldly affairs. But now, these people bullied him because he was the weakest, mocking and humiliating him. Now that he had acted so decisively, those people became as fearful as ghosts and gods. At this moment, he finally experienced the benefits of being powerful. In the distance, Ning Fei and the other man glanced at Lingyu indifferently. They ignored her and stared at Lin Ling. Ning Fei pondered for a moment, then said indifferently, Your potential is not bad, but I want to ask, did you eat medicinal pills, or did you cultivate a high-level cultivation technique? If it's a cultivation technique, then tell me what rank it is. His voice was ethereal and formless, as if it came from the horizon, but it clearly entered everyone's ears. Everyone looked towards the direction of the voice and saw 2 stalagmites protruding from the mountain peak in the distance. The tip of the stalagmite was only the size of a candle. 2 figures stood on top of the stalagmite, looking as steady as a mountain. Below the stalagmite was a few hundred meters tall, but the 2 of them looked extremely calm. These 2 people's skills were obviously very high, and could not be underestimated. However, everyone was puzzled, and for a moment they did not know who these 2 young men were. Lin Ling frowned, his eyes quietly watching. Then, through his eyes, he saw that the flames in their dantian were very vigorous, like a volcano. Compared to Lingyu, these 2 people were much stronger, much stronger. It seems that there are many hidden powerhouses within the Guyan sect's inner court disciples. Lin Ling secretly said. He guessed that the other party's strength was definitely at the 8th stage of body transformation, or even higher. However, these 2 people's questions made him very uncomfortable. It must be known that martial artists' cultivation techniques were mostly secrets, and others would not easily ask about them. This was a taboo. Because to tell others about one's cultivation technique and martial arts was tantamount to exposing one's back to the enemy. Unless one's feelings were deep, otherwise who would do such a thing? Therefore, these people's words were too rude, Lin Ling lightly said. Before asking people, shouldn't you first tell them about your cultivation technique or martial arts? You really are a strong newcomer. I was just curious, and you asked me back. On the stalagmite, Ningfei slightly frowned, and calmly said, if you want to know, it's not impossible. However, in this world, strength is respected. If you are stronger than me, I can tell you. However, it seems that you are not, and I have the strength to kill you. Therefore, the one who must answer this question is you. The young man's words were very naked and very strong. It was clear that he was stronger than you, so you must answer. Senior Ningfei, why are you suddenly so curious about a junior brother's martial arts? I remember you said that in the Guyan sect, other than Nu Ba, no one can arouse your interest. Right at this moment, a clear and melodious voice resounded. A young woman in white clothes walked over slowly. She was like a proud daughter of the heavens, and she carried arrogance and grace. Everywhere she passed, the eyes of the crowd lit up, Master Mu's disciple, and Yuer. At the same time, Lin Ling heard in Yuer's soft voice, Lin Ling, these two people are not to be trifled with. They are the second and third genius powerhouses of the inner court, Ningfei and Shaolin. Even I may not be their opponent. Lin Ling's heart was somewhat shocked. The second and third ranking of the inner court disciples? After the crowd heard in Yuer call out Senior Ningfei, they immediately exploded. They had heard of these two people's names. Ningfei, Yuhing Peak's proud disciple, represented the entire Yuhing Peak's young talents. This kind of powerhouse was usually elusive, and disdained to meet with other disciples. They did not expect to see him here today. Shaolin was Mizang Peak's proud disciple, and his strength was also extremely terrifying. Ignoring the surrounding surprised voices, the young man in white smiled and said, I was just curious for a moment. However, since Junior Sister said so, then we won't ask. In any case, the answer doesn't matter. Although he said so, his gaze toward Lin Ling carried a hint of coldness. That's good. Lin Ling is Master's new disciple. He has just entered the inner court and has not yet adapted. If you want to exchange in the future, he will naturally help you. And Yuer smiled slightly. After saying goodbye, she took Lin Ling and left. Ningfei and Shaolin's faces were ugly. However, they still had to give face to Yuer, so they could only stare at Lin Ling's back. Lin Ling left indifferently. Suddenly, he turned his head to look at the two people and smiled faintly. That smile made Ningfei and Shaolin frown even more. They knew that Lin Ling was not afraid of them, which made them a little annoyed. Ningfei's strength is very strong. In the younger generation of the Guyan sect, only two people are stronger than him. Moreover, among the four major sects of the 100,000 Mountains, he also represents the younger generation of the Guyan sect. There are no more than 20 people who are stronger than him. Shaolin is not weak either. You are not their opponent now. Along the way, Yuer looked at Lin Ling and said. The scene in the square before, she heard the news and came. She was worried about Lin Ling, but she did not expect Lin Ling to even defeat Ling Yu. This growth speed made her extremely surprised. Returning to the burial ground. Thank you, Seniorin. Thank you. Lin Ling smiled and thanked her from the bottom of his heart. Hee, there's still half a year left. If you want to rise in the Six Peaks competition and protect Arcade Peak, they are all opponents you must face. I'm just reminding you. Thank you. Seeing Lin Ling return to his normal appearance, Yuer smiled and took out a palm-sized snail and handed it to Lin Ling. This is a mother and child insect. It has the ability to transmit sound. You can keep it. If there's anything, you can transmit sound to me. Thank you. This snail is a mother and child insect. It's really strange. Strange. Lin Ling looked at it carefully. He had seen this kind of insect at the auction in Mountain View Town. The snail in his hand was green and slightly wriggled, making him curious. Don't kill it. It's very expensive. Remember, feed it some pills every day. Yuer couldn't help but smile. When this junior brother wasn't cold, he gave people a feeling of innocence. Okay. Thank you. Lin Ling smiled helplessly. He said a few words to Inuer and left the ancient face sect. At the same time, the news of Lin Ling defeating Ling Yu quietly spread in the ancient face sect. The elders of the various peaks were surprised, but they didn't take it to heart. But Xianxia was different. Knowing that his former enemy had not only not stagnated, but had even established himself as an inner disciple, he was furious. On the other side, Lin Ling was heading towards the burial ground. He was currently lacking cultivation resources. Although the spirit-gathering pill was still effective, the demand was too large. According to his guess, he would need at least 10 bottles, which was 1,000 pills. This amount was too much for him. Therefore, he had to find other ways to increase his strength, and the burial ground was his only choice. The burial ground was still desolate, and a deathly stillness pervaded the air. Whoosh, Lin Ling shot through the first avenue. After reaching the 6th stage of body transformation, it was easier to pass through the iron spear array. After a moment, he passed through the first avenue and stopped, looking up. He saw that the entire avenue was spiraling all the way to the top of the mountain. Now that he had reached the 2nd avenue, he was closer to the top. What danger is hidden in the 2nd avenue? Lin Ling stood there quietly, trying to see the lost time through his eyes. However, after standing still for a while, the lost time did not appear on the ancient path. How could there not be? Lin Ling was puzzled. However, the appearance of lost time was very mysterious. He could not summon it at will, and it depended on luck. Of course, although the timing of its appearance was not controlled by Lin Ling, each time it appeared, it was of great help to Lin Ling. Perhaps the lost time does not appear in front of the Grand Tao, but in the middle of it. Therefore, I can only see it by moving forward. Lin Ling pondered for a moment and guessed inwardly. Right now, there were no volunteers to help him. He could only rely on himself. Moreover, the reason why he insisted on entering was because he had obtained the inverse blood technique from the first path of the bone burial ground. Hence, he guessed that his gains from the second path should not be small. To put it bluntly, he was profiting from the dead and picking up the treasures left behind by his predecessors. Reverse blood technique. Lin Ling put his middle finger into his mouth and suddenly bit down. After all the blood in his body boiled, he stepped into the second path. Facing such a dangerous situation, Lin Ling did not dare to be negligent. Eh? There's nothing. Lin Ling's eyes flickered as he carefully advanced. However, he knew that sometimes, the quieter it was, the greater the danger. Bang! As expected, there was a strange sound in front of him. The soil surged, and then a huge figure quietly appeared. The figure seemed to have walked out of the rock. After it gradually became clear, Lin Ling saw that it was a 3-meter tall terracotta figure. Damn, what the hell is this? Lin Ling's eyes narrowed. Whoosh! At this time, the terracotta figure shot over. It did not seem to be carved from stone at all. It was extremely sensitive, as if the figure was wrapped in a living person. No wonder it's so quiet. It's actually hiding such a monster. Lin Ling's mouth could not help but twitch, but soon he laughed. He drew his sword and slashed at the terracotta figure. I don't care if you're a person or a rock. If you want to block my path, then let's see if you have the qualifications. Bang! The terracotta figure punched out. It was simple and unadorned. However, when it collided with the sword, Lin Ling immediately felt a terrifying force. This force was probably at least 8,000 jin. This meant that the terracotta figure was at the 8th level of physique tempering stage. How could Lin Ling block the strength of an 8th level of physique tempering stage? His body flew backwards. If it wasn't for the strong defensive aura around his body, he would have been injured by this move. Bang! The terracotta figure did not give Lin Ling a chance to catch his breath. It stepped on the ground and pounced again. What a powerful monster. I finally understand. With an 8th level of physique tempering stage figurine, no wonder no one dares to come to the burial ground. Lin Ling stabilized his body and instead of retreating, he advanced. Bang bang bang. In the second path, the rumbling sounds were endless. Lin Ling obviously did not intend to retreat. He wanted to use the terracotta figure to increase his combat experience. Time passed slowly. A rumbling sound resounded in the path. The 3-meter-tall terracotta figure's body cracked open and turned into gravel. In front of the gravel, Lin Ling was breathing heavily. His body was covered with wounds of various sizes. His grip on the sword was also unstable. If I didn't have the heaven-level Yuan recovery pill and the strong recovery ability of the Black Spirit Chi, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to defeat it. Looking at the gravel with a strange look, Lin Ling sat down cross-legged. Although the terracotta figure had the strength of an 8th level of physique tempering stage, it was ultimately not a human. As long as he was familiar with its attack patterns, Lin Ling could still defeat it with difficulty. After resting for a moment, Lin Ling continued forward. Not long after, a figure appeared in front of him. It was an old man of about 60 years old. The old man had a goatee on his face and was sitting cross-legged. Looking at his heavy breathing, it seemed that he was also recovering his strength. It has finally appeared. That is the passing of time. Lin Ling's eyes lit up and a smile appeared on his face. Just as he had guessed, the passing of time in the 2nd Avenue was not in front of the road, but in the middle of the road. This damn place almost took my life. I, Ghost Monkey, used the concealing chi art to avoid the 1st Avenue. Who would have thought that the 2nd Avenue was actually the building ghost terracotta figure? Fortunately, I, Ghost Monkey, have stolen many things over the years and have many life-saving treasures. Otherwise, I would have really died here. The old man muttered to himself, his words carrying a sense of pride. Lin Ling shook his head with a strange look. He knew that this old man called Ghost Monkey might have really died here. After all, what he saw was the passing of time. Those valiant terracotta figures are actually called the building ghost terracotta figure. What an appropriate name. This old man is called Ghost Monkey, and he has stolen many things. Could he be a thief? Lin Ling's eyes kept flashing. Then he heard the old man say, "In my life, I have stolen many treasures. But if there is one thing that I cannot understand, it is only this pill. This pill was stolen from a descendant of the 8 great ancient clans. It is called the Black Tortoise Chi suppressing pill. But the effects of this pill, I'm afraid that only alchemists know. Shall I swallow it or not? Maybe it can cure me of the ice silkworm poison." The old man held a jade bottle in his hand and hesitated. But in the end, he gave up. Forget it. Let's go. The old man stood up and walked forward. But what happened next caused Lin Ling's eyes to narrow. As the old man walked forward, 2 ancient figures walked out from the stone wall. They were the terracotta figures on the 1st floor. This time, there were 2 of them. Senior Sister N's invitation, bang. 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 After a fierce battle, the passage of time disappeared. It was obvious that the old man had died in the path. Before he died, he was filled with unwillingness. Although he was not weak, he seemed to have been poisoned. Coupled with the 2 terracotta figures on top of the building, he failed. As for the next terrifying part of the path, the old man had already helped Lin Ling find out. It was the 2 terracotta figures on top of the building. With Lin Ling's current strength, it was obviously very difficult for him to face them. Eh? It's the old man's corpse and the things he left behind. Bang. Lin Ling looked ahead and saw a large number of items on the ground. Under the passage of time, some items had been weathered, but some were still emitting a dim light. That old man called Ghost Monkey was a thief. He stole countless treasures. The things he left behind must be suitable for me. Looks like I still have to move on. Bang. After pondering for a moment, Lin Ling decided to move on. Bang, bang. As he moved forward, the soil on the cliff moved. 2 human silhouettes quietly appeared and slowly walked out. It was the 2 terracotta figures on top of the building. I have to be careful. If I can't win, I have to retreat. Bang. Lin Ling was like a nimble leopard as he rushed into the path ahead. He had the reverse blood technique, so his movement and speed were very fast. Even if he could not win, he was confident that he could leave. Otherwise, he would not dare to risk his life. Whoosh, the days of bitter training quietly passed. In this 1 month, Lin Ling had been fighting with the 2 terracotta figures on top of the building. At the beginning, he was in a difficult situation, but gradually, he became more relaxed. After all, the terracotta figures on top of the building were not humans. Apart from their great strength, they were not flexible at all. As long as he was familiar with their attack patterns, it was not difficult to face them. The frequent battles also increased Lin Ling's battle experience. As for the things left behind by Ghost Monkey, Lin Ling also collected them. The old man was indeed a godly thief. He had a large number of martial arts and skills. Of course, these martial arts and skills were not high level. Most of them were of the second grade of the yellow class. In fact, Lin Ling did not need to cultivate them. However, that was not his intention. After all, in terms of martial arts, he did not have a good foundation. Therefore, those cultivation methods and martial arts had opened his eyes. With the help of these martial arts, Lin Ling was able to figure out his own set of martial arts. Of course, it was more of a reference than a trial. After all, Lin Ling did not have the ability to create his own set of martial arts. Tyrant Dragon's Seal, this martial art was similar to the ghost flame that Ling Yu had executed back then. It focused one's entire body's stellar energy to form a powerful attack, giving up on defense. In other words, it was to draw out one's entire body's stellar energy and gather it in one's palm to form a lethal attack. Lin Ling's martial art was clearly stronger than Ling Yu's. After all, how could his 9 dragon strength be compared to Ling Yu's flame? The Tyrant Dragon Seal's grade had probably reached the 3rd grade of the yellow class, and its power would continue to increase as Lin Ling's strength increased. Tyrant Dragon Seal. In the Great Path, Lin Ling clasped his hands together. The earth energy on the surface of his body surged crazily to his palms, causing his palms to turn pitch black. Then, looking at the incoming terracotta figures, he struck out, above his palm, 6 streaks of black chi churned like the roar of a dragon. Boom! As if the heavens and earth were shaken, a single palm turned the tall terracotta figure into rubble. The terracotta figures represent the strength of the 8th stage of body transformation, but my Tyrant Dragon Seal cannot defeat it in one move. The reason why it collapsed was the result of a month of bitter battle. The Tyrant Dragon Seal is the straw that broke the camel's back. Lin Ling nodded secretly and retreated, avoiding another terracotta figure. Although the power of the Tyrant Dragon Seal could not defeat an 8th stage of body transformation in one move, this was because Lin Ling's realm was low. If he reached the 7th stage of body transformation, then it would be possible. This set of martial arts was Lin Ling's strongest attack martial arts. The only regret was that he did not find any cultivation resources, so his cultivation realm did not increase. GG. GG. Sitting cross-legged and cultivating for a while, at this time, the sound of a bug suddenly came from his chest. Lin Ling was stunned and took it out to look. It was Senior N's mother bug. Lin Ling, do you have time to come to Mountain View Town? I want to borrow your Yuan recovery pill. It's like this, I have a friend who has been suffering from a chronic illness for many years, but he can't find a way to cure it, so I thought of your Yuan recovery pill. As for the pill formula you gave him, he has not succeeded in refining it yet. And Yuer's voice came from the mother-child worm. Lin Ling pondered for a moment and nodded, okay, I'll rush over now. Although he did not want to waste time cultivating, he was indebted to Senior N, so he would help her with her request. Take this black turtle chi suppressing pill with you. Among the treasures left behind by the ghost monkey, there was one pill that was the most mysterious. Lin Ling could not see what effect it had, so he did not dare to use it. Mountain View Town seemed to be more lively than before. Besides the rogue cultivators, there were many more disciples from the various large sections. Walking on the street, Lin Ling also felt that it was different from before. He found that the 6th stage of body transformation powerhouses that were rarely seen in Mountain View Town were now everywhere. It was as if they had gathered here for some reason. Shaking his head, Lin Ling did not plan to pay attention. This had nothing to do with him. With his temperament, as long as others did not provoke him, he did not have time to pay attention to others. According to the place he had agreed with in Yuer, Lin Ling came to the Jadeite house, which was the place of his last auction. At this moment, the Jadeite house was surging with people. At the entrance, many people were lining up, as if waiting to enter the Jadeite house to buy something. There are so many people. It seems that when in Rome, do as the Romans do and line up. Staring at the long line of people, Lin Ling's eyes flashed and he followed the line. At the same time, in order to save time, he thought about the matters of cultivation during this time. Time slowly passed. Suddenly, a cold shout interrupted Lin Ling's contemplation. Get out of the way. Fallen Leaves Sect's senior brother Ma has arrived. This voice was extremely overbearing, causing the crowd to surge. Then someone shouted, aren't you guys too overbearing? We've been lining up for 2 hours, and you've just arrived and cut the line. This is too unfair. Lin Ling looked back and saw several youths standing at the back of the line. They all wore golden robes with a red fallen leaf embroidered on the chest. In Lin Ling's impression, this was the symbol of the Fallen Leaves sect of the 4 great sects. But these youths were very arrogant. They did not follow the rules of the line, but directly cut the line. It had to be known that there were many people who wanted to enter the Jadeite house to buy things, so everyone followed the rules of the line. Even if they had to wait for 2 hours, they did not care. But when these youths arrived, they directly cut the line and even drove people away. This naturally caused many people to be dissatisfied. When martial artists cultivate, besides pursuing the end of the martial path, some people also enjoy the feeling of being above others. Shaking his head, Lin Ling did not intend to pay attention to them. So what if we cut the line? With senior brother Ma here, even the Jadeite house's master has to give face. You little piece of trash, dare to block us? Get out. There were still sounds coming from the back. Then, with several bangs, the disciples who were not convinced were all sent flying away. With the long line, some people began to feel fear. They left the line and then sighed. It seemed that they would have to line up again and wait for 2 hours. But there were also some who were unwilling. Fallen Leaves Sect disciples, my junior brother is injured and is waiting for me to buy some medicine. Please make an exception. The one who spoke was a fatty. His face was a bit frightened, but as he thought of his junior brother, he clenched his teeth and made a request. Make an exception? Who do you think you are? If you block the way again and annoy senior brother Ma, I will cripple you. A youth from the Fallen Leaves sect coldly shouted, not giving them any face. In fact, they did not need to drive away the people in line. They could have just cut the line. But they seemed to want to show their superiority, so they directly drove people away. Nothing much. Don't go too far. The fatty was also enraged. Humph, a piece of trash that hasn't even reached the 5th stage of body transformation. What qualifications do you have to speak? You're a disciple of the Guyan sect. Is there no one left in the Guyan sect? The disciples of the Fallen Leaves sect were clearly impatient. One of them strode towards the fatty, looking like he wanted to teach him a lesson. What a familiar voice. At the front of the group, Lin Ling looked back and sighed. He walked out of the group and towards the back. Lin Ling naturally recognized the fatty. It was Hu Erpeng who had brought him to the Emerald House. If it were anyone else, Lin Ling wouldn't have bothered, but Hu Erpeng was his first friend in this world. He didn't want to see Hu Erpeng beaten. At this moment, the fatty's eyes were filled with panic. If his junior brother wasn't injured, he really wouldn't want to provoke these people. Seeing someone approaching, he became more and more panicked. Arrogance requires capital, and you don't have it. The youth who was walking towards Hu Erpeng smiled and punched out. The spiritual energy emitted a deafening sound, causing the fatty's face to turn pale. Cha, at this critical moment, the fist suddenly froze, and the crisp sound of bones cracking could be heard. The Fallen Leaves sect disciple's fist seemed to have been gripped by someone. The little fatty was startled. He raised his head and saw a familiar young man standing next to him. This made him extremely excited. Lin Ling, he exclaimed. He had stubbornly refused to give way, and the people around him hadn't helped him. Instead, they had looked on with schadenfreude. At that time, his heart had turned to ash. He never thought that the one who would help him would be Lin Ling. Lin Ling nodded and looked at the Fallen Leaves sect disciple. His right hand tightened. Bullying people also requires capital, and you don't have that either. Ah. You bastard, let go of me. It hurts like hell. My hand is going to break. The youth immediately held, no longer. Looking as arrogant as before. Apologize. Lin Ling said in a low voice. Him? In your dreams, I am an inner court disciple of the Fallen Leaf sect. Ah. At first, the youth still wanted to show off, but his wrist was almost broken by Lin Ling, so he could only lower his voice and beg for mercy. Get lost. Lin Ling swung his right hand and threw the young man to the side. The young man fell flat on his face and rolled on the ground. Only then did he raise his head, but his gaze towards Lin Ling was full of reverence. Then, the young man looked at his senior brother, while the other people of the Fallen Leaves sect looked gloomy. The leader of the group said coldly, I know most of the disciples of the Guyan sect. At your age, the strongest is that trash Xianxia. You are stronger than him, which makes me very surprised. Tell me your name. The young man who spoke was very handsome. He seemed to be the leader of the group, and his expression was extremely arrogant. Lin Ling looked at them. Since he had decided to help second Fatty Hu, he was naturally not afraid of them. He said indifferently, before asking for someone's name, shouldn't you introduce yourself? Even Xianxia doesn't dare to talk to me like this. Who do you think you are? The young man coldly snorted. Next to him, a disciple of the Fallen Leaves sect said proudly, Little brat, it seems you don't know who you have offended. Let's not talk about whether or not you can defeat us, but just by blocking our way, it's enough to tear you to pieces. The one you are blocking is our Fallen Leaves sect's Master Ma Yan. This time, Master Ma Yan was invited by Master Li. You blocking the way is the same as blocking Master Li's path. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone was stunned, and then their faces changed. Master Ma Yan is said to be the alchemist of the Fallen Leaf sect. He is a genius alchemist on par with Flying Snow Palace's Hai Lan, Wild Blade sect's Song Darren, and Guyan sect's Inuer. Frightened voices came from all around. The young man called Ma Yan's face was calm, but his eyes were filled with pride. He sneered at Lin Ling and said, How is it? Do you regret it now? Lin Ling's face was still calm. To him, Ma Yan was only at the 7th stage of body transformation. With this kind of strength, he did not fear him. Therefore, he did not care about his alchemist status, nothing much. Nothing much. Ma Yan's face turned ugly. Lin Ling's words were calm but cold, calm and indifferent, making him feel like he was being looked down upon. In a place like the 100,000 mountain range, among the disciples of the 4 sects of the same age, no one had ever dared to speak to him like this. Anger surged in his heart. Ma Yan was about to do something when suddenly, his eyes lit up as he looked at the entrance of the Emerald House. There, an old man walked over with several people. It seemed that the commotion in front of the Emerald House had caused the dissatisfaction of the Emerald House's experts. It's Emerald House's elder Kuan Yang. Ma Yan sneered, Little brat, I'm afraid you don't know. This time, Master Li's daughter's old injury has relapsed. Master Li used the name of the Emerald House to invite all the alchemists in the vicinity, and I am one of them. Now that you're blocking my path, do you think Master Li will let you go? Want to fight with me? Humph, I don't even need to make a move to play you to death. He did not want to use strength to defeat the young man in front of him. After all, he was a high and mighty alchemist. Therefore, he wanted to use his status to scare the young man into kneeling and begging for mercy. Get out of the way, making a ruckus in front of the Emerald House, what a scandal. As soon as Ma Yan finished speaking, a dignified voice echoed from the crowd. Lin Ling did not bother about Ma Yan's complacent face. He thought to himself, all the alchemists in the vicinity were invited? Senior sister and must be among them. Could she be looking for me because of this? Who is causing trouble here? Elder Kuan Yang finally arrived. He had a murderous look on his face as he looked at Ma Yan. Ma Yan pursed his lips and pointed at Lin Ling. Elder Kuan Yang, the one causing trouble is this brat. Break his limbs and throw him out of Mountain View Town. As soon as he finished speaking, his face revealed a cold smile. How dare you? If you make Master Li unhappy, Elder Kuan Yang's eyes turned and landed on Lin Ling. Before he could finish his words, his expression changed drastically. This young man was the one who sold the Heaven-tier essence returning elixir? Furthermore, this young man was the disciple of Senior He Yenshan from the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. That's right, he must be here for Master Li's daughter. As he was thinking, Elder Kuan Yang did not dare to be negligent. He quickly bowed to Lin Ling. Young friend, long time no see. Sorry to keep you waiting. This sudden change in attitude made everyone's eyes widen. Ma Yan's smile froze. What was going on? Lin Ling bowed politely. Greetings to Elder Kuan Yang. Greetings. Seeing how familiar the two of them were, Ma Yan could not help it. He had been waiting for Lin Ling to be taught a lesson and humiliated. However, Elder Kuan Yang's attitude towards Lin Ling was even better than his. It was as if Lin Ling's status was higher than his. Elder Kuan Yang, he is the one who stopped me. If anything happens to Master Li's daughter, I will not be responsible. Ma Yan said in a low voice. Elder Kuan Yang laughed. Compared to Ma Yan, he naturally did not dare to offend Lin Ling. Lin Ling was the disciple of Senior He Yanshan. Ma Yan was nothing. Detoxification, get lost, he actually told him to get lost, and in front of everyone. Senior Kuan Yang, you, Ma Yan clenched his teeth, unable to speak. Previously, he had come here proudly, as if he was a proud son of heaven, but in the end, he was treated as a beggar, a dispensable existence. Little friendly, go in. Elder Kuan Yang no longer looked at Ma Yan, and smiled at Lin Ling. Lin Ling glanced at Ma Yan, but did not say anything, and walked towards the emerald house with the little fatty. Ma Yan's face was ashen, and he wished he could find a hole to hide in. At this time, Elder Kuan Yang's voice came again, little friend Ma Yan, my emerald house is very busy today, and it's not easy for them to line up. If you want to experience the power of a superior, I advise you to go somewhere else. These words made the people who were waiting in line secretly laugh. After entering the emerald house, Lin Ling gave a vitality recovery pill to second fatty who to save his junior brother, and then waited for Xianxia in the main hall. Not long after, a beautiful figure dressed in white appeared at the entrance of the hall. It was Xianxia. Junior brother Lin, you're finally here. Looking at Lin Ling, Xianxia smiled and carefully sized him up. She suddenly realized that since their last meeting, this junior brother had changed again. Although his face was calm, his eyes faintly flickered with a fierce light. It seemed that in this month, Lin Ling's strength had increased. Senior sister-in, you invited me here because of Lord Li's daughter, right? After greeting her, Lin Ling smiled. It seems that you know. I came for Li Yulan. Li Yulan is my good friend, but she was injured when she was young and was poisoned. She couldn't be cured, so I wanted to try your Heaven Vitality Recovery pill. As Xianxia spoke, she pulled a chair and sat near Lin Ling, and continued, Li Yulan's father, Lord Li, is an expert of the 100,000 mountains. Even the Emerald House's owner has to give him face. This time, in order to cure his daughter's illness, he even paid a black turtle chi suppressing pill as a reward. Black turtle chi suppressing pill, this name was very familiar, Lin Ling's eyes flashed. That's right, he had one of these pills as well. It was left behind by the ghost monkey, but he didn't know what use it had. Black tortoise chi suppressing pill, using 1,000-year black tortoise shell as the main ingredient, in addition to rare spirit herbs to refine it. The refining method of the pill is not difficult, but the difficult part is the ingredients, especially the 1,000-year black tortoise shell. It is said that this kind of shell has an endless amount of vitality, and is suitable for martial artists above the 5th level of body tempering. A single pill can raise one's cultivation by 1 level. Xianxia said with a grave expression. The black tortoise chi suppressing pill could be said to be priceless. Its effect was even better than the spirit gathering pill. Even she had never taken it before. Lin Ling's heart skipped a beat. To raise his cultivation level by 1 level, it seemed that Lord Li was determined to obtain the pill in his possession. Furthermore, with the addition of the pill in his possession, there was a possibility that he could reach the 8th level of body tempering. He couldn't help but look forward to it. The two of them continued to chat. Not long after, several women entered the hall. These women looked to be alchemists. After entering, they began to chat with Xianxia. Along the way, they curiously glanced at Lin Ling. In their impression, Xianxia was proud and arrogant, with a heart of ice and jade as pure as jade. She rarely hung out with men, and this time was very unusual. Master-in, Lord Li invites you in. While the women were having different thoughts, the respectful voice of a waiter came from the door. Good. And Yue nodded and led Lin Ling out of the hall. As they walked, they arrived at a side room. The room was filled with the smell of sandalwood. A tall and sturdy man was anxiously pacing back and forth. When he saw Yue and the others, his face finally relaxed. This man was Lordly. "You're all here. Quick, take a look. Yulan's ice silk poison seems to be getting worse." Although Lordly was anxious, he obviously didn't dare to neglect Yue and the others. After all, alchemists were highly respected no matter where they went. Lin Ling quietly looked at Lordly. He saw that Lordly was about 40 years old, with a square face and a dignified aura. The aura on his body was extremely strong, probably not weaker than the elders of Guyan sect. However, even if he was an ambitious and ruthless person, as long as his children were in trouble, his former prestige would disappear. In exchange, it was a kind of worry. Retracting his gaze, Lin Ling looked at the curtain and saw a young woman lying inside. The young woman's facial features were delicate, but her face was extremely pale. Between her eyebrows and the black hair on her forehead, there was a faint white frost. It seems that her illness is related to ice. Lin Ling secretly guessed. Among the things stolen by Ghost Monkey, in addition to various kinds of martial arts, there were also many books on basic pharmacology. In this month of bitter cultivation, besides cultivating, Lin Ling read these books when he was free. Gradually, his pharmacology foundation became more solid. Ice silk poison? What a familiar name. Suddenly, Lin Ling's eyes flashed. It seemed that Ghost Monkey also had this poison. No wonder it sounded so familiar. "Lordly, we can only temporarily suppress Yulan's illness, but if we don't find an antidote, I'm afraid she can only hold on for another month." After a moment, Yue looked at Lordly and said. She had already tried various methods, but the results were minimal. The other alchemists were also the same. This made Lordly's face dim. Just as he was about to say something, an indifferent voice sounded. "Ice silk poison, this kind of poison is extremely difficult to deal with. It is very difficult to cure." In the side room, a young man in golden clothes walked in. Who else could it be but Ma Yan? "Grandmaster Ma, you're here." Lordly revealed an expectant look. His attitude towards Ma Yan was very sincere. Ma Yan was also one of the alchemists he invited. Ma Yan nodded lightly. Although he was only 16 years old, he had the demeanor of a master. He talked endlessly about a bunch of medicinal theories, causing the girls to look at him strangely. And Yue was the only one who remained indifferent. As for Lordly, he naturally saw Ma Yan as his only hope. "Eh? Who is this person?" "Lordly, it's better to chase away unrelated people and dogs." After speaking for a while, Ma Yan's gaze turned to Lin Ling, and a cold smile appeared on his face. Lordly also looked at Lin Ling. He didn't care about Lin Ling's identity, thinking that he was Yue's friend. But for his daughter, chasing away Lin Ling wasn't a big problem. With his status, how could he put Lin Ling in his eyes? "Ma Yan, everyone here is here for Yulan. What qualifications do you have to chase them away?" And Yue coldly said. She couldn't stand it any longer. "Qualifications? I'm an alchemist, and he's not. That's qualifications," Ma Yan indifferently said. He then looked at Lordly. Lordly understood and indifferently looked at Lin Ling. "Little friend, Grandmaster Ma wants you to leave. You should listen to him." "Yes. Lordly, you." And Yue frowned. She had invited Lin Ling. If he was chased away like this, it would be very embarrassing. She was just about to argue when Lin Ling patted her shoulder, indicating for her to calm down. Then Lin Ling looked at Lordly. "Lordly, I just want to ask if he has cured your daughter." Lordly was startled. Ma Yan had said so much, but in reality, he hadn't cured his daughter. He frowned. "Then what do you mean?" "Yes." "Shut up." Hearing Lin Ling's words, Ma Yan's face turned ugly. He coldly shouted, "What are you trying to say?" "Fine, if I can cure Lordly's daughter, then you'll kneel outside the jadeite house for a day. If I fail, then I'll do the same." Sigh. Since he dared to say this, he naturally had confidence. After saying this, he looked at Lin Ling provocatively. Lin Ling remained indifferent. As someone who had lived 2 lives, he naturally could see that this young man was of noble birth. He had always been like the moon surrounded by stars and had never suffered any setbacks. Thus, when he was looked down upon, he immediately became arrogant. If not for the mystical turtle chi suppressing pill, Lin Ling really wouldn't have bothered with this kind of person. As I said before, if you boast before your injury is cured, then the one who loses face is the one who boasted, and the one who will suffer is your daughter. Sigh. Lin Ling calmly looked at Lord Li. That look of disregard made Ma Yan's face even more gloomy. Lord Li frowned. In reality, he trusted Ma Yan more. After all, Ma Yan had a reputation. However, this mysterious young man's calm demeanor made him not dare to underestimate him. Fine, you can stay. Sigh. In the end, Lord Li nodded. Ma Yan coldly snorted. However, he also knew that it was useless to say anything. The only way was to cure the patient. At that time, he would make this young man look ugly. Thinking this, Ma Yan calmly walked towards the curtain and checked the young girl's pulse. He nodded. Fortunately, I came. If I came a moment later, then I'm afraid even the gods wouldn't be able to save her. Sigh. Hearing this, Lord Li's heart was filled with joy. From Ma Yan's words, he seemed to be confident. Grandmaster Ma, please save my daughter. As long as my daughter is safe and sound, Grandmaster Ma, please tell me what you want. Sigh. Hee, a doctor has the heart of a parent. Don't worry. However, Lord Li must remember the bet. The loser has to kneel outside. I'm afraid others will renege. Ma Yan said indifferently, but his gaze was fixed on Lin Ling. Lin Ling's face was still as calm as an ancient well. He did not care about Ma Yan's temporary pride. After all, he was probably the only one who was familiar with the heavenly silkworm poison other than the ghost monkey. Among the items left behind by the ghost monkey, there were a large number of characteristics of the heavenly silkworm poison recorded. If fighting poison with poison was effective, how could the ghost monkey have been entangled by the poison for so many years? This is a fire plume pill, made from the heart of a fire plume bird. As everyone knows, this bird has fire poison, so pills made from the heart of a fire plume bird have fire poison. Normal people can't consume it, but it can restrain the ice silkworm's poison. Ma Yan took out a pill and explained proudly, causing the eyes of the girls beside him to light up even more. As soon as the fire plume elixir was taken out, the temperature in the room rose. After that, Ma Yan carefully placed the pill into the young girl's mouth and said leisurely, in less than half an incense stick's time, Master Li's daughter will be saved. Thank you, Grandmaster Ma. Master Li's face lit up with joy and nervously waited for the pill to take effect. At this moment, the young girl on the bed showed signs of abnormality. Her delicate body trembled violently, and her originally pale face turned red and white. Finally, she completely calmed down, her face ashen. Seeing the young girl's appearance, and Yuer and the others were stunned, then their faces changed dramatically. Not good, Yulan really can't make it. They were alchemists after all, and could tell from the young girl's complexion. At this moment, the side room suddenly became extremely quiet. How is this possible? Ma Yan's eyes widened. He had checked the ancient records, and the fire plume pill was indeed the antidote for the heavenly silkworm poison. But why would there be such signs? Then he sighed and shook his head. It seems that I came too late. If I had been a step earlier, I might have been able to save my daughter. He did not know why this happened, so he tried to shirk responsibility. Fortunately, he was an alchemist, and his words carried some weight. Master Li stared at the young girl on the bed, his eyes blank. After a long silence, he squatted down and reached his hand into his hair. No, this is impossible. Yulan, don't leave me. Even Ma Yan said so. He naturally believed that his daughter could not be saved. This was a huge blow to him. As for Yuer and the others, their faces were also gloomy. For a moment, the side room was silent. Your daughter has been poisoned for at least 10 years, right? But the silence did not last long. Lin Ling's calm voice rang out. This voice caused Master Li's heart to turn cold. His daughter was already dead, but this young man still had the mood to ask about unimportant things. He said in a low voice, "What do you mean by that? Are you gloating? Even Grandmaster Ma said that she could not be saved. You're still rubbing salt in my wound. Do you think I don't dare to kill you? As soon as he finished speaking, Master Li raised his eyes, revealing a murderous intent. But in the next moment, the murderous intent in his eyes disappeared, and in its place was shock. At the same time, everyone in the side room looked at Lin Ling. And Yuer and the other girls widened their eyes. Ma Yan's gloating face also froze at this moment. In the side room, Lin Ling had unknowingly sat beside the girl. His right hand gently pressed on the girl's forehead. His palm was pitch black, and wisps of mysterious black spirit energy entered the girl's body. The girl's painful expression gradually disappeared, and in its place was a kind of tranquility. Her breathing, which had disappeared, also calmed down at this moment. It was as if the girl had come back to life. Yulan is still alive. After Master Li recovered from his shock, he madly rushed to the side of the bed and spoke incoherently. Quiet. Quiet. Lin Ling frowned and subconsciously said in a low voice, she's extremely weak right now. If you don't want her to die, immediately quiet down. Quiet. Okay. I'll be quiet. I'll be quiet right now. This Grandmaster, can Yulan still be saved? Master Li hurriedly covered his mouth and then whispered through his palm. Now that he had regained what he had lost, his mood could only be described as ecstatic. Don't ask ambiguous questions. Now I'll ask and you answer. Okay. Lin Ling sighed inwardly. Master Li was too excited and almost affected his treatment of the patient. He asked, has she been poisoned for 10 years? Yes. Yes. When she was 6 years old, she was injured by evil people. I've never been able to find a way to save her. That Grandmaster, can my daughter, shut up. Don't speak any more nonsense. Okay. Lin Ling's attitude couldn't help but harden a bit. He pondered and said, no wonder the fire plume pill didn't work. It's because she's been poisoned for too long. The heavenly silkworm poison is difficult to deal with precisely because of the silk. Threads and threads, it's hard to get rid of. If you used the fire plume pill when she was just poisoned, it might be able to cure the poison. Okay. Master Li glared fiercely at Ma Yan. This Ma Yan had the face of a grandmaster, but he had almost killed Yulan. You're asking to be humiliated. Alright, all of you just need to keep quiet. I'll help her expel the poison. Yes. Lin Ling nodded and helped the girl up, pressing both of his palms on her back. He was no stranger to the skyworm silk poison, and with the help of the medicinal books left by the ghost monkey, he was able to think of a way to cure her. The 9 dragon's strength was extremely powerful and had healed Lin Ling's internal injuries many times. If the 9 dragon's strength was transferred into the girl's body, it would naturally expel the ice fire poison. Could it be that he's using the spirit chi in his body to expel the poison? But he's not strong, and even Lord Li can't do it. How can he do it? Yes. Seeing Lin Ling's actions, Ma Yan frowned. He still didn't believe that Lin Ling could cure the girl. Shut up. Do you want to be a mute, or do you want to leave as a corpse? Lord Li coldly snorted. He no longer treated Ma Yan with respect. Ma Yan was so scared that he began to sweat profusely, not daring to say another word. The eyes of Yuer and the others flickered. For some reason, Lin Ling, who was treating his wounds, attracted their attention. It was especially so when they looked at him from the side. His slightly childish face was well-defined, and his eyes were extremely calm. However, if they looked closely, they would see a depth that did not match his age. Your little junior brother is amazing. What's his name? One of the girls whispered. Quiet, he's expelling the poison. Yes. And Yuer indifferently said. For some reason, she didn't want to introduce Lin Ling to her senior sister. After a moment, Lin Ling wiped the sweat from his forehead. Under everyone's gaze, he stood up and smiled at Lord Li. Lord Li immediately became nervous, his heart beating faster. Grandmaster, Lanner, Lin Ling smiled and nodded. He extended his right hand. On his palm, black spirit chi danced like flames. Wrapped within the spirit chi was a white and red liquid. I've already removed the poison. She only needs to be nourished with the origin recovery pill. Hearing these words, and then seeing the strange poison in Lin Ling's hand, Lord Li's body trembled, and he fell to his knees with a thud. Grandmaster, you are Lan'er's savior. I, Li Wufeng, am willing to repay your kindness with my life. Her daughter's poison had been plaguing her for many years. She had invited many alchemists to treat her daughter, but they had all failed. She had never thought that this mysterious young man would be able to cure her daughter. Get up, I was just passing by. Besides, I came for your black tortoise qi suppressing pill. Lin Ling saw Lord Li's agitated expression and shook his head helplessly. Well, wait a moment, please. Mr. Li hurriedly got up and went into his room. A moment later, he took out a jade box and handed it to Lin Ling. When Lin Ling opened it, he was a bit excited. This medicinal pill was exactly the same as the one he had obtained. Looks like this trip to Mountain View Town had a pleasant surprise. In the side room, Ma Yan saw that the girl had been cured. He could not help but glare at Lin Ling with resentment. Because of this young man, he had already lost face twice today. Now, there was no need for him to stay any longer. He turned around and left. Ma Yan, did I say you could leave? Ma Yan had only taken a few steps when Lin Ling's cold voice sounded. Lin Ling did not provoke Ma Yan, nor did he want to pay attention to Ma Yan. However, Ma Yan provoked him again and again. With Lin Ling's temperament, he would return the favor. How people treat me, I will treat them. This was Lin Ling's principle. What do you want? I am a disciple of the Falling Leaf sect. Ma Yan stopped and coldly looked at Lin Ling. I remember you said that if you cured the patient, I would go out on my knees and kneel in front of the Emerald House for a day. But you failed. You don't need me to teach you what to do next, right? Lin Ling said indifferently. Haha, what qualifications do you have to make me go out on my knees? Ma Yan laughed disdainfully. This was really funny. This young man had no reputation in the 100,000 mountains and was not an expert. He dared to make him go out on his knees? He was simply overestimating himself. What if it was me? Yes. Before his laughter stopped, Lord Li's cold voice sounded. Lord Li, do you want to offend me for this guy? Lord Li, Ma Yan's face turned ugly. Lord Li was the strongest martial artist in Mountain View Town. He did not have the strength to face him. I don't want to offend you. You don't have the qualifications either. I was just following his orders. Lord Li said expressionlessly. At the same time, his aura erupted. His protective aura was extremely powerful, causing the side room to shake. Orders, hearing these words, and Yuer and the others were shocked. Lord Li had an illustrious reputation in the 100,000 mountains. Even the heads of the 4 sects did not dare to provoke him. But now, this expert was actually following Lin Ling's orders. Ma Yan's face also changed. But he also knew that this matter depended on Lin Ling's intentions. He thought of Lin Ling's obscure background and couldn't help but laugh. Before you make me kneel, you should know who I am. I am ranked 21st among the inner court disciples of the Fallen Leaf sect. 7th stage of body transformation, I have the talent of the fire spirit body, and I am a rare alchemist. In the Fallen Leaf sect, even the senior brothers do not dare to provoke me. Do you dare to touch me? Yes. It was clear that Ma Yan wanted to announce his identity, background, and potential to make Lin Ling fear him. Hearing this, Lin Ling fell silent. It wasn't because he was afraid, but because this was the first time he had heard of the fire spirit body. However, in Ma Yan's eyes, his silence meant that he was afraid. Ma Yan laughed contemptuously. At least you know your place. Good. His words interrupted Lin Ling's contemplation. Lin Ling coldly smiled. Kneel. Kneel. You know my background and you still dare to offend me? Ma Yan's eyes widened. This youth knew his background and still dared to provoke him. Wasn't this too frivolous? Enough nonsense. If he tells you to kneel, then kneel. Humph! Mr. Li's cold snort caused Ma Yan's face to turn pale. Finally, he looked at Lin Ling with resentment. With a plop, he knelt down and walked towards the door. During this process, his self-esteem had been deeply humiliated. Moreover, he had to kneel in front of the jadeite house for an entire day. Today, you made me lose my dignity. In the future, I will make you lose your life. Kneel. Ma Yan said as he knelt. Although he didn't say it to Lin Ling, the person he was talking to was definitely Lin Ling. Your dignity was lost by you. Humph. Lin Ling shook his head and ignored Ma Yan. In this world, the strong were respected. If he didn't act strong, then the one kneeling today would be him. Divine Doctor, thank you for saving my daughter. Please come to the main hall. Mr. Li also ignored Ma Yan. That bastard almost killed his daughter. If it wasn't for Lin Ling not wanting to pursue the matter, he would have already killed Ma Yan. Letting Ma Yan leave on his knees was letting him off too easily. Under Mr. Li's lead, everyone walked towards the main hall. Soon after, a maid served them fragrant tea and they began to chat. Right, Mr. Li, what is the fire spirit body? What? Genius Summit, Lord Li, and Yuer, and the others looked at each other. Lord Li spoke with a serious expression, martial artists don't all have the same starting point. Some geniuses are blessed by the heavens and are born with the blessings of the heavens. For example, astral body. Yes. With the astral body, one's cultivation speed is faster than ordinary people. Furthermore, one has the ability to challenge those with higher cultivation levels. Take Ma Yan's fire astral body as an example. He has a first-grade astral body and is much more talented than ordinary martial artists. Yes. Hearing this, Lin Ling's horizons were broadened. A world of martial artists opened up in his heart. At this moment, he realized that he still had a long way to go and that there were many people who were stronger than him. Astral body represented talent. Ma Yan had the fire astral body. What about himself? For some reason, Lin Ling suddenly thought of the eggshell seal in his dantian. Could that seal be a type of astral body? It seems like Li Xiaoyu rarely come into contact with these geniuses. Yes. Lord Li couldn't help but say. He then saw Lin Ling nodding. He smiled and said, martial artists all have a sharp spirit. Only by constantly fighting can they become stronger. If Li Xiaoyu is persistent in the martial Dao, you might be interested in the Genius Summit half a month later. Yes. Genius Summit? Yes. Lin Ling was slightly suspicious. A month ago, the Zhang clan of the 8 ancient clans came and held a Genius Summit at Mountain View Town. The disciples of the 4 major sects and rogue martial artists could participate. If they performed well, they would be valued by the Zhang clan and become a martial artist under the Zhang clan. It is said that if they performed well, they would be rewarded with a rune bag. Yes. And Yuer was obviously familiar with this matter. She nodded and said, in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom, there are more than 300 small sects like the Guyan sect. If these small sects want to survive, they would normally join some factions. The top factions are the 8 ancient clans. Like the 4 major sects of the 100,000 mountains, they still haven't joined any factions. Thus, the Zhang clan of the 8 ancient clans wants to take the 4 major sects under their wings. Yes. The Genius Summit. Perhaps it is the time to test the disciples of the 4 major sects. Hearing these words, Lin Ling secretly nodded. In this world, the strong preyed on the weak. If you were not strong enough, you would be devoured by others. Therefore, if you did not want to be devoured, you had to be strong yourself. Other than that, you had to submit to the strong. However, Lin Ling wasn't interested in the ownership of the 4 great sections. What he was interested in was the Genius Summit. No matter what, after a few months, he must become a core disciple of Guyan sect. And to become a core disciple, he must have geniuses that surpassed the 4 great sects. Therefore, the Genius Summit was an opportunity for him to hone himself. And Yuer looked over at Lin Ling, how about we go to the Summit of Geniuses together? That's exactly what I was thinking. Lin Ling immediately smiled. And nodded. There was still half a month until the Genius Summit. Lin Ling temporarily stayed in Mountain View Town. Because the Genius Summit was about to begin, Mountain View Town was unprecedentedly lively. Lin Ling had no interest in this lively atmosphere. He used all the time he had to cultivate. When he was in the burial ground, Lin Ling had constantly battled with the terracotta figures. He had accumulated enough resources to break through, but he had never had the resources to cultivate. Now, he had them. Black tortoise G suppressing pill. With a wave of his right hand, a dark green pill appeared in his palm. This pill was extremely strange. On its surface, there were layers of lines that resembled a tortoise shell. It emitted a strange aura. If not for Inuer's introduction, he wouldn't have dared to swallow this pill. This pill is priceless. It should be enough for me to reach the 7th stage of body transformation. Without much hesitation, Lin Ling swallowed the pill. At the same time, a light green aura appeared on his body, like a surging sea of clouds. It was extremely mystical. After a moment, the aura gradually transformed into the vague shape of an old tortoise. According to legend, the black tortoise could live for 10,000 years without dying. It stayed in the vast sea all year round, using the spiritual energy of the sea to cultivate. It possessed endless vitality. If one used the black tortoise shell to refine a pill, its endless vitality would be absorbed by the human body, allowing one to be completely reborn. It was a pity that the black tortoise shell was extremely rare. It was hard to find even with money. What a rich spiritual energy. Lin Ling was secretly startled. He felt a massive amount of spiritual energy rush into his dantian, causing his dantian to be overturned. 6 strands of black spiritual energy crazily circled around. Gradually, the 7th strand of black spiritual energy quietly appeared. At first, it was only a tiny thread, but it gradually turned into a wisp. Then, it slowly formed into a ball, similar to the other strands of black spiritual energy. Time slowly passed. When the 7th strand of black spiritual energy in his dantian stabilized, a thunderous sound came from his dantian. The 7 strands of black spiritual energy were majestic and vigorous. Lin Ling opened his eyes. He couldn't help but be overjoyed. 7th stage of body transformation. His whole body changed again. He could use a full 7,000 gene of strength. If he used martial arts, he could reach over 8,000 gene of strength. With the strength of the 9 dragons, he was confident that he could fight with an expert of the 8th stage of body transformation. The black tortoise G suppressing pill is worthy of being called a priceless pill. I still have one, but it's not suitable for me to take it now. After all, I just broke through and my foundation is not solid yet. After familiarizing himself with the changes in his body, Lin Ling muttered to himself. Then, he went to his room and opened the window. He saw that night had fallen outside, but Mountain View Town was brightly lit. In the distance, there were fireworks soaring into the sky, extremely bright. This is just a small town. It's even more prosperous than a big city. Lin Ling couldn't help but sigh. Then, he missed the cities of his previous world. That place was also very beautiful and prosperous. The only difference was that it was a legal world. It was not like here, where strength was respected. Every martial artist was naked and arrogant. As he was thinking, suddenly, the mother insect's voice came. It was Inuer's voice. Glancing at it, Lin Ling tidied up and then went downstairs. You really are a cultivation maniac. Today is the full moon festival. In 3 days, the Genius Summit will be held. Mountain View Town is very lively. Come with me for a walk. Downstairs, Inuer stood there in a white dress. She was as elegant as a fairy, attracting the attention of many passers-by. Lin Ling smiled and nodded. He had just broken through and also wanted to go for a walk to relax. The two walked along the street. Along the way, the fireworks were bright and the traffic was heavy. The bustle was even more exaggerated than Lin Ling had imagined. Moreover, Lin Ling looked carefully. Besides martial artists, there were also ordinary people. The martial artists were mostly strolling, while the ordinary people were setting up various stalls and doing business. Get lost. Go. After the two walked through a street, there was suddenly an angry shout in front of them. Your sesame seed cake actually has sand in it. Are you deliberately trying to trick me? At one of the stalls selling sesame seed cakes, a burly man spoke to a blind old woman. Behind the old woman was an 8-year-old child. At this moment, he was so scared that his eyes were filled with tears, but he didn't dare to say a word. Sir, please calm down. I also don't know why there is sand in this sesame seed cake. How about, I don't charge you for this sesame seed cake. The blind old woman pleaded. It's fine if you say you don't charge me. Today, I will definitely smash your stall. Humph. The burly man snorted coldly. His killing intent was extremely strong. Geniuses gathered, Lin Ling and An Yuer were also in the crowd. Lin Ling frowned as he looked at the scene in front of him. To be honest, it was normal for there to be sand in the biscuits. After all, no one could guarantee that the wind wouldn't blow a grain of sand into the biscuit. Generally speaking, if there was sand in the biscuit, one would just spit it out. However, the burly man didn't give up and wanted to tear down someone's stall. The old woman was old and blind. Obviously, her life wasn't easy. It was rare for her to set up a stall in the downtown area to find some living expenses. She didn't expect such a thing to happen. This kind of thing, no one cares? Lin Ling looked at An Yuer and said. An Yuer also frowned. Generally speaking, in Mountain View Town, martial artists won't interfere with the lives of ordinary people, unless those ordinary people annoy the martial artists. At that time, no matter what the martial artists do, the experts of Mountain View Town won't care. After all, the weak don't deserve any respect. Hearing these words, Lin Ling's eyes flashed. He wasn't a saint, but he really couldn't stand the scene in front of him. If the burly man was angry, he could just find a martial artist to vent his anger. What was the point of bullying these ordinary people without any martial arts? Bang bang bang, while Lin Ling was thinking, the burly man had already started to tear down the stall. The old woman kept begging for mercy. Sir, please be merciful. We haven't eaten or drunk for a day just to set up this stall and find more money. Please be merciful. The old woman knelt on the ground and kept kowtowing. They had used all the pasta from the past few days to make biscuits. Originally, they thought that after selling the biscuits and getting some money, they wouldn't have to worry about food for the month. However, all the pasta was knocked over. Uncle, please be merciful. The child behind the old woman was also scared pale, but he followed his grandmother and knelt down to beg for mercy. If I'm merciful to you, who will make up for my loss? The burly man sneered again and again, as if he was still angry. After tearing down the stall, he threw a punch at the old woman. With his strength, if that old woman had been hit by that punch, she would probably have died here for the rest of her life. Bang! Suddenly, that tall and sturdy man's fist was grasped in midair, and a cold voice was heard. He has already apologized, why bother? You may have vented your anger, but he won't be able to live another day. Where it is possible to let people off, let them off. The burly man looked up and found that it was a 15-year-old boy who stopped him. He immediately shouted angrily, Boy, do you want to die? Looks like you don't understand human language either. Forget it, let's use martial arts to solve this. The young man was Lin Ling previously, he really couldn't stand it anymore. No matter how indifferent the people around him were, or how indifferent they were, he couldn't do that. He was a straightforward person. If he couldn't stand it, then he would attack. Right now, he was no longer as restrained as when he first came to this world. He was extremely free and easy. The burly man's fist was gripped by Lin Ling. Lin Ling circulated the spiritual energy in his body, causing the burly man's hand to emit cracking sounds. The burly man's face immediately turned pale. Let go, I won't bother you anymore. Get lost. Lin Ling waved his right hand. It seemed like he didn't use much strength, but he threw the burly man like a kite. After he landed on the ground, the burly man looked at Lin Ling with fear. He didn't dare to say anything and disappeared into the crowd. Lin Ling's face was cold, but he didn't pursue the matter. He knew very well that if he wanted to teach the burly man a lesson, it would be very simple. But if he made a big deal out of it, he wouldn't be afraid, but he would implicate the blind old woman. Grandma, leave here. Find a quiet place and live. Lin Ling helped the old woman up, but his hand secretly put some silver into the old woman's hand. The old woman was shocked. She wanted to say something, but Lin Ling quickly interrupted her. Let's go. We can't stay in this place for long. After he finished speaking, he patted the old woman's hand. His meaning was very clear. The silver I gave you shouldn't be exposed, otherwise it would lead to disaster. This was indeed the case. An ordinary man's wealth is his own ruin. If other people saw Lin Ling give the silver to the old woman, it was inevitable that they would secretly steal the silver, and even bring death to the old woman and the child. The old woman quickly reacted. She quickly pulled her grandson and kowtowed to Lin Ling. "Thank you, benefactor. Thank you." After kowtowing, they didn't dare to stay for long. They didn't want the things on the ground. The old woman and the child supported each other and disappeared into the crowd. The child looked deeply at Lin Ling. His clear eyes were full of gratitude, as if to say, "Brother, thank you." Lin Ling looked at them with a smile. After they disappeared, he walked towards Anuer. "I didn't know that you were so kind, and also very careful." When Lin Ling came back, Anuer smiled. She had naturally noticed Lin Ling's little actions. Moreover, she was also surprised by Lin Ling's different attitude compared to the passers-by. After all, martial artists were proud and arrogant. They rarely cared about the affairs of ordinary people. In their eyes, ordinary people were like ants. Life and death were not worth their attention. Lin Ling smiled and didn't say anything. The two of them walked along the busy street and came to a vast square. This square was mostly filled with martial artists. The stalls around them had also changed. They mainly sold martial arts, pills, and other things. Tai mo. Tai mo at this time, Anuer suddenly whispered. She looked into the distance. There, a black-clothed youth walked with an indifferent face, looking at the stalls around him. The second strongest disciple of the Wild Blade sect. 9th stage of body transformation. He is stronger than our Guyan sect Xing Fei. In the 100,000 Great Mountains, there are less than 10 people in the younger generation who are stronger than him. Perhaps only the number 1 inner disciple, Nu Ba, can suppress him. Anuer said. Lin Ling's face changed. He carefully looked at the black-clothed youth. A moment later, through his eyes, he saw that the black-clothed youth's body was covered in flames. There was also a mysterious black light covering his entire body. Could it be that he also had a spirit body? Lin Ling suddenly thought of something. Spirit body. This was the difference between a genius and an ordinary martial artist. This black-clothed youth must have a spirit body. In the distance, the black-clothed youth seemed to have noticed Lin Ling's gaze. He indifferently looked over, but disdainfully shook his head. It was as if Lin Ling didn't have the qualifications to enter his eyes. The Genius Summit attracted many geniuses from the 4 great sections. Look at that white-clothed youth. He is flying snow palaces Shimenjian. It is said that he is ranked 3rd among the inner disciples. He is tied with Guyan sect Xing Fei. Also, Fallen Leaf sect Shi Tianling is also here. That woman is ranked 8th among the inner disciples. She is also very stingy. Anuer continued to speak. When she mentioned Yi Tianling, her voice was obviously cold. It seemed that she and Yi Tianling had crossed paths before. Lin Ling secretly nodded. These geniuses all had different auras. Some were overbearing, some were indifferent, and some were insidious. He didn't dare to underestimate any of them. It seemed that the Genius Summit was filled with hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Anuer, you also came. Haha, I haven't seen you for a long time. You've become uglier. Haha. While Lin Ling was secretly thinking, a sharp and unkind voice suddenly sounded out. Soon after, the crowd was separated. A young girl in blue led several people over. It seemed that they were here for Anuer. Ma Yan, the fire element genius Yi Tianling, Anuer coldly said, since you have so much free time, why don't you practice your 5 poisons divine palm? It is said that the more you practice, the older you get. Now you look like you have made some progress in your martial arts. You are already in your 30s. You're courting death. Yi Tianling shouted. Her entire body emitted an extremely strange aura. It was cold and sinister, like a snake. The people around made way for her. Yi Tianling and Anuer, these 2 heavenly beauties, were like thunder to the ears. They represented the geniuses of the Fallen Leaf sect and Guyan sect respectively. They were said to be the top 10 geniuses of the inner sect. Yi Tianling's aura exploded, but Anuer was not to be outdone. Her white dress fluttered, and a golden aura barrier erupted around her body. Lin Ling's eyes flashed. This was the first time he had seen her strength. Looking at her aura, she had probably reached the 8th level of body transformation. She also had a spirit-body talent, but he didn't know what grade it was. Humph, and I won't fight with you today. I'll see you at the summit of geniuses. But not long ago, I heard you bullied my Fallen Leaves sect's junior brother Ma. Yi Tianling didn't seem to want to fight with Annuaire here. After she finished speaking, a youth walked out from behind her. His face was indifferent, but his eyes were filled with killing intent. He coldly stared at Lin Ling. It's Ma Yan. I heard he's very young, only 15 years old, but his potential is very strong. He's one of the most talented geniuses of the Fallen Leaf sect. Yi! The crowd exclaimed. They were very familiar with Ma Yan. Although this youth couldn't compare to the geniuses of the older generation, he was young enough. His talent was terrifying, and he was also an alchemist. I said that I would take your life in the future. Now, I'm here to collect the debt. Yi! Ma Yan indifferently stopped, his gaze fixed on Lin Ling. Everyone was silent. They didn't know who Ma Yan was talking about. However, when they followed Ma Yan's gaze and realized that he was talking about a 15-year-old boy, they were immediately puzzled. Who was this youth? He even dared to provoke Ma Yan? Lin Ling, let me. Annuaire knew that with Ma Yan's temperament, he would definitely want to kill Lin Ling as soon as possible. Therefore, she stood in front of Lin Ling and said, "No need. This person is not worthy of my fear." Lin Ling shook his head and walked out. The other party had named him and wanted his life, so how could he avoid it? He could avoid it now, but he couldn't avoid it forever. What's more, if it wasn't for Lin Ling being too lazy to care, Surly would have already killed Ma Yan. At that time, Ma Yan was lucky enough to be saved by Lin Ling. However, not only was Ma Yan not grateful, but he even hurt his self-esteem because he knelt down and wanted to take Lin Ling's life. If that's the case, then what's the point of keeping him alive? The current Lin Ling was not as weak as he was when he first came to this world. Lin Ling, you can't. Although his cultivation realm is the same as Ling Yu's, in terms of strength, even 3 Ling Yu wouldn't be his match. Annuaire still wanted to persuade him. Lin Ling smiled faintly, now, even 5 Ling Yu wouldn't be my match. Annuaire was stunned, but since Lin Ling said so, she could only obey Lin Ling. After all, if she tried to stop him, it might affect Lin Ling's martial heart. This little guy accepted the challenge. Is he crazy? Crazy! Seeing Lin Ling walk out, many people were shocked. Ma Yan was very strong. Not to mention those of the same age, he had even defeated geniuses older than him. However, this youth was unknown, yet he dared to accept the challenge. Did he not know what the word death was written? Interesting. Interesting. In the distance, the peak inner disciples of the various sects all revealed interested expressions. That day in the Jadeite Pavilion, if it wasn't for Lord Li, you would have already died. I don't know where you learned those unorthodox medical skills from to cure Lord Li's daughter, but sometimes a person has to be patient. Even if I'm wrong, you have to say that I'm right, and not stand up and fight back. Ma Yan ignored the curious gazes and coldly stared at Lin Ling. The killing intent in his eyes was very clear. Today, he really did want to take Lin Ling's life. It's because I don't want to lose face that I have to say that you're right even if you're wrong. Even if you kill Lord Li's daughter, I have to support you. Lin Ling ignored Ma Yan's killing intent. This Ma Yan was really self-centered. Even if someone else died, he wouldn't lose face for himself. To him, Lord Li's daughter's life was like an ant. Yes, that's what I mean. Ma Yan coldly nodded. Lin Ling sneered, at that time, I didn't know that curing Lord Li's daughter would cause you to lose face and humiliate your self-esteem. However, since you've already lost your dignity, then it doesn't matter if you want it or not. Today, you can lose it again. You. Ma Yan's eyes narrowed. Originally, he said these words to make Lin Ling regret and let Lin Ling know where he was wrong. However, Lin Ling's indifference made him furious. It was easy to kill a person, but it would be satisfying to make that person regret it before they died. However, Ma Yan had failed to do so. Boom, his entire body's protective aura spread out. It was a yellow aura protection, a flame. The fire spirit body bestowed upon him the tyrannical power of fire. Compared to martial artists of the same realm, his protective stellar energy was clearly much stronger. This is the fire spirit body. If this Ma Yan matures, another genius expert will be born in the 100,000 mountains. Far away, flying snow palaces, Shi Menjian indifferently said. He just wanted to see how strong the fire spirit body was, but it didn't disappoint him. His gaze was fixed on Ma Yan and didn't look at Lin Ling at all. Perhaps in his mind, Lin Ling's only use was to let Ma Yan display the fire spirit body and let him familiarize himself with it. At this moment, Ma Yan's right hand pulled out a 2-finger-wide sword from behind his back. His eyes were filled with affection as he wiped the sword with his left hand. My aura protection is very strong and can burn anything in the world. Only the raging flame sword can withstand my flames. Therefore, I am one with the raging flame sword. You should be honored to die under my sword. Yes. I still don't know your name. I hope you don't die so quickly. At least tell me your name. Yes. Whoosh, after he finished speaking, he took a step forward and shot towards Lin Ling like a meteor. Facing Lin Ling, he didn't even bother to use martial arts. If that's the case, you will never know my name. Bang, Lin Ling didn't show any fear. His right hand pulled out and the bronze sword appeared behind him. His aura protection also appeared on the surface of his body, but he didn't retreat. Looking at Ma Yan, he also shot out. Meet force with force? You're courting death. Bang, Lin Ling's action made many people shake their heads. Not to mention Ma Yan's fire spirit body, just the fact that Ma Yan had the strength of the 7th stage of body tempering at the age of 15 made the youth's foundation weaker. The youth was also around 15 years old, but it was impossible for him to have the strength of the 7th stage of body tempering. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the two figures collided. Clang, a crisp sound rang out and entered everyone's ears. The tyrannical Lin Ling, in the open space, the two figures clashed with their swords. The tip of their swords collided with each other, creating dazzling sparks. A powerful shockwave spread out from the two of them in all directions. However, no matter how one looked at it, the young man who clashed with Ma Yan was unscathed. Moreover, the youth's protective aura was extremely strange. It was black in color and there were 7 black dragons circling around it. Another 15-year-old at the 7th stage of body transformation? In the distance, Shi Menjian was quite shocked, and in another direction, Iron Demon's eyes slowly opened as he looked over with a profound gaze. A 15-year-old at the 7th stage of body transformation was extremely rare in the 100,000 mountains. He thought that Ma Yan was the only one, but who knew that the youth was also at the 7th stage of body transformation? Lin Ling reached the 7th stage of body transformation? And Yuer was also shocked. She was worried about Lin Ling before, but now it seemed that her worries were unnecessary. She thought about it again. Lin Ling should have used the Black Tortoise energy suppressing pill to reach the 7th stage of body transformation. Although the Black Tortoise energy suppressing pill could raise one's strength by 1 level, it was extremely abnormal for him to use half a month to digest the pill. You're also at the 7th stage of body transformation? Ma Yan's face was ferocious. He had always been the most talented genius of the 4 great sects, so he was extremely proud. But he didn't expect that this honor wasn't his alone. So what if you're at the 7th stage of body transformation? My fire spirit body allows me to surpass my opponent. You will still die in my hands. Ma Yan roared, wanting to use his talent to suppress Lin Ling. Unfortunately, if Lin Ling was at the 7th stage of body transformation, he would definitely win. But Lin Ling's 9 dragon strength was not an ordinary technique. You talk too much nonsense. Lin Ling's spiritual energy rushed into the bronze sword, causing it to turn black. A strong and overbearing aura flowed out from the sword tip and rushed towards Ma Yan's raging flame sword. Pa pa pa. The raging flame sword was not a huge sword and was immediately bent like a bow. Scram! Lin Ling bellowed. The moment his voice fell, Ma Yan's raging fire sword was unable to bear the burden. It suddenly bounced back and flew out along with Ma Yan. Along the way, his figure smashed into a large number of ancient martial art practitioners. The surging power caused many ancient martial art practitioners to vomit blood. In an instant, the Square was dead silent, everyone stared at Lin Ling, their eyes flickering with shock. In a clash of geniuses, Ma Yan was the one who lost in a contest of earth energy protection. How was this possible? One had to know that Ma Yan possessed the fire spirit body and was a genius who could jump ranks to battle. No one could believe their eyes. You've hidden your strength well. It seems I underestimated you. But don't be too proud. I didn't use my full strength just now. In the crowd, Ma Yan walked back with an ugly expression. He was once again humiliated by Lin Ling. I have never been complacent. From beginning to end, it has always been you who has been speaking. But are you the only one who has not used your full strength? Lin Ling coldly stared at Ma Yan. His words caused the eyes of the surrounding people to widen. Ignoring the gazes of the surrounding people, Lin Ling put his finger into his mouth and suddenly bit down. Reverse blood technique. Reverse blood technique. In their first confrontation, he was very clear that Ma Yan's fire spirit body was indeed very strong. After all, with his 9 dragon strength, if Ma Yan was an ordinary 7th stage body transformation cultivator, he would have already defeated him. But in their first confrontation, Ma Yan had only suffered light injuries. Therefore, he had to use 70% of his strength. Once the reverse blood technique was used, Lin Ling's body emitted white smoke. In addition to the black spirit energy circulating around his body, it made him appear extremely demonic. The surrounding people swallowed their saliva. From Lin Ling's body, they could feel an extremely powerful aura. Of course, Ma Yan was not weak either. His entire body's earth energy protection changed, as if he had used a martial art. Before, I did not use a martial art, so you took advantage of me. Now that I have used a martial art, your good luck has come to an end. Taking one step at a time, Ma Yan's face was ferocious. He then proudly said, "My fire spirit body is blessed by the heavens. There are many martial arts that I cannot practice, but I can only practice fire attribute martial arts." The Elder of the Fallen Leaves sect searched through the ancient records, and after a year, he finally found a set of martial arts for me, Flame Dragon Bite. This set of martial arts, other than me, no one else can practice it. Bang! Bang! His entire body's earth energy protection suddenly erupted, making him look like a man of fire. The flames seemed to have a spirit of their own. They constantly circled around, forming a fire dragon as thick as an arm that wrapped around his raging flame sword. At this moment, he was like the monarch of fire. From the beginning of the battle until now, you have been nagging non-stop, as if you have already won, but in reality, you have not. Bang! The change in Ma Yan's aura did not cause Lin Ling to reveal any fear. He walked step by step towards Ma Yan. Before, I did not win, but now, I have already won. Bang! Ma Yan laughed arrogantly and walked towards Lin Ling. It seemed that the display of martial arts gave him great confidence. Both of them walked forward slowly. Their speed seemed slow, but in reality, everyone knew that this was the calm before the storm. It was also a clash of auras. A storm was coming, so the attacks here would definitely be fierce. For a moment, everyone was curious. They wanted to see how many moves that mysterious youth could block from Ma Yan. Time seemed to have slowed down a lot, but in the next moment, the storm arrived. Flame Dragon Bite. Bang! Ma Yan took a step forward and shot towards Lin Ling. The sword in his hand was like a dragon rushing out of a volcano, bringing with it a violent and high temperature that could burn everything in the world. In terms of control of fire, in the entire 100,000 mountains, besides Ma Yan, no one dared to call themselves number one. The bronze greatsword in Lin Ling's hand strangely turned black. The inverse blood technique increased his speed and attack, but at this moment, he gave up on speed and chose to meet force with force. He wanted to see if Ma Yan's fire spirit body was stronger, or if his 9 dragons were more domineering. Whoosh, the greatsword swung without any fancy moves. It was an attack of pure strength. Clang, the 2 swords collided like 2 volcanoes. Burn everything you have! Ma Yan roared. Ma Yan shouted arrogantly, but when their swords clashed, his expression changed. He could feel a terrifying power coming from his raging flame sword. It was like a huge mountain, and his sword could not cut it, nor could it burn it. Moreover, that terrifying power gradually exploded from its initial weak state. Fly! Bang! Lin Ling slashed out with his sword, sweeping everything in his path. His sword was not light, but like a broadsword. Kacha, a powerful force exploded and sent Ma Yan flying as if he had been slapped by an ancient demonic beast. How is his spiritual energy stronger than mine? Ma Yan roared. While flying, Ma Yan's expression changed drastically. Just as he stopped his charge, a black shadow flashed in front of him. Lin Ling followed him like a shadow and slashed again without any fancy moves. Nothing much. What a fast speed. Ma Yan was shocked. He raised the raging flame sword in his hand, wanting to block Lin Ling's slash. Bang! The sword in the air was like a giant axe, like a thunderbolt. As the sword slashed down, Ma Yan's raging flame sword let out a cracking sound. Cracks appeared on the sword's body, and even the spiraling fire dragon dimmed. Under Ma Yan's feet, a 5-meter-wide crack appeared and continued to expand. The fire spirit body is indeed something to be proud of. You can defeat martial artists of the same realm, but the prerequisite is that the martial artist you meet is not an ordinary martial artist. Bang! Lin Ling said coldly. He raised the sword in his right hand again. The sword that was the size of a door descended like a heavenly punishment. Bang! Another slash, crack, Ma Yan's sword broke. He was smashed to the ground by the tyrannical force. He spat out blood and his face was pale. His eyes were filled with disbelief. He thought that this young man only knew some unorthodox medical skills. He did not expect his strength to be so terrifying. Ma Yan can't even withstand a single blow. Who is this young man? How can he be so strong? Bang! The surrounding onlookers were shocked. In their eyes, this young man fully demonstrated what violent martial arts were. In fact, if not for me, Lord Li would have already killed you. Because you almost killed his daughter. But you didn't know what's good for you. Because you felt humiliated by kneeling, you actually wanted to kill me. I've said it before. Anyone who wants to kill me, I'll make them pay the price. Bang! Lin Ling's killing intent locked onto Ma Yan on the ground. That giant sword was filled with a sharp light. He wanted to kill Ma Yan. After experiencing the inner disciple assessment, Lin Ling had become more decisive. In this world where the strong preyed on the weak, everyone wanted to stand at the peak of the world and rule the world. On the path of martial arts, they would cut down all obstacles. Therefore, if Lin Ling did not kill Ma Yan now, Ma Yan would kill him. Ma Yan was an arrogant and irrational martial artist. In order to become stronger, he would not have any compassion. Enough! Just as Lin Ling's sword was about to slash down, a shout suddenly rang out. Not far away, Yi Tianling's face was ice-cold as she stared at Lin Ling. In the depths of her eyes, there was an inviolable majesty. Do you think it's enough just because you say so? Lin Ling did not turn around, but the sword in his hand did not stop. Instead, he slashed at Ma Yan. It's just a spar. Why take my life? With me here, no one can touch junior brother Ma. Yi Tianling obviously did not expect Lin Ling to ignore her. Lin Ling may have some talent, but in her eyes, he was just SOSO. At least for now, Yi Tianling was stronger than Lin Ling in that case. I'll clean up the house for Inuer. 5 Poison Divine Palm. An afterimage appeared above the square, invisible like the wind. In the next moment, it appeared behind Lin Ling. At the same time, a dreamlike palm slapped towards Lin Ling's back. Yi Tianling made her move. No one expected her to make a move. After all, this was a spar between Ma Yan and Lin Ling. Generally speaking, no one would interfere. However, in order to save her junior brother, Yi Tianling made her move. Moreover, this move was like a sneak attack. Even though it seemed like she wanted to save Ma Yan, she actually wanted to kill Lin Ling. Yi Tianling, you're despicable. Inuer finally reacted. She raised her eyebrows and shouted, but it was too late for her to save Lin Ling. At this moment, Lin Ling was still in the posture of slashing down with his sword, but the smell of blood behind him caused his expression to change. Without thinking, he stabbed the sword in his hand into the ground. His hands moved quickly, and the black chi around his body surged to his palms, causing his palms to turn pitch black. The spirit chi was like a dancing black flame. Without any hesitation, Lin Ling looked behind him and slapped out. Tyrant Dragon Seal. This palm strike was Lin Ling's strongest attack, and it was also his full strength. He did not know who was behind him, but he sensed that the attacker was very strong. He needed to use his strongest attack to deal with it. What's the use? A sinister voice sounded. The dreamy palm slapped out, and with a boom, it met Lin Ling's tyrant dragon's seal. Bang! A strong wave of qi rolled out. On the square, the wind swept away the clouds, and the spiritual energy scattered in all directions, causing the people around to gasp. How could you block my 5-poison divine palm? A puzzled voice sounded. Yi Tianling's body flew out, and after flying for more than 10 meters, she stopped and looked at Lin Ling in disbelief. Lin Ling, on the other hand, was bleeding from the corner of his mouth. He gritted his teeth and walked towards Ma Yan again. The more Yi Tianling tried to stop him, the more he wanted to kill. He blocked Yi Tianling's palm. Yi Tianling is an outstanding figure in the 8th level of body tempering, and is ranked 8th among the inner disciples. Looking at the youth in front of them, the crowd's eyes widened. When they saw Lin Ling defeat Ma Yan, they thought that Lin Ling had reached his limit. Who would have thought that Lin Ling could even exchange a blow with an 8th level of body tempering expert? One must know that the 8th level of body tempering expert was not an ordinary 8th level of body tempering expert. This youth is hard to see through. In the distance, Shi Menjian frowned. He was not afraid of Lin Ling, but Lin Ling's strength was too strange. Even Taimo's eyes lit up, as if he had seen something interesting. If I want to kill him, can you save him? Arriving in front of Ma Yan, Lin Ling pulled out his sword with his right hand and said coldly. Yi Tianling's face was extremely ferocious. Not being able to kill Lin Ling with her palm made her feel extremely embarrassed. But soon, she laughed and said, if he dies, you will die too. Those who are hit by my 5-poison divine palm will not live for more than a day. Her 5-poison divine palm was not known for its strength, but for its poison. 5-poison divine palm, a 3rd-grade yellow class martial art. It is a very insidious martial art. It was the reason why Yi Tianling was able to become the 8th-ranked inner court disciple of the Fallen Leaf sect. She practiced with scorpions, snakes, spiders, centipedes, and toads. Hearing Yi Tianling's words, many people around revealed looks of fear. Then, they looked at Lin Ling with deep meaning in their eyes. 5-poison divine palm? Lin Ling frowned and opened his left hand. He immediately discovered that his palm was colorful, as if it had been dyed with paint. But this color was not on the surface, but on the inside of his palm. Haha, under my 5-poison divine palm, there has never been a survivor. Kneel and beg for mercy. Maybe I'll spare your life if I'm in a good mood. Seeing Lin Ling's appearance, Yi Tianling could not help but laugh with pride. It seemed that in the past, she had often encountered this kind of situation. She enjoyed the arrogance of her enemies when they were hit by her 5-poison divine palm, but in the end, they would lose their dignity and kneel down to beg for mercy. Lin Ling did not pay attention to her proud laughter. After pondering for a moment, he took out 3 heaven-class recovery pills and swallowed them. At the same time, the black spirit in his body rushed to his arm to expel the poison. Previously, when he was training in the burial ground, he had studied the medical books left by the ghost monkey. In addition, he had a strong recovery ability of the black spirit and the recovery pills. Now, it was all playing its role. After a while, the surface of his palm began to squirm as if some poisonous insect was being forced out of his palm. His palm began to emit a colorful spirit energy. The spirit energy continued to condense and turned into a colorful silkworm. Is this your poison? Not good. Fame in a single battle. You cured me of my poison! Exclamation point. Yi Tianling was shocked, as if she had suffered a blow. She actually saw someone who could cure her poison. How was this possible? Don't get ahead of yourself. My tyrant dragon seal isn't that easy to take. Exclamation point. Lin Ling looked at Yi Tianling coldly after stomping the worms on the ground to death. You're only at the 7th level of physique tempering. How strong can your attack be? Are you trying to hurt me? Yi Tianling snorted coldly. But before she could finish her sentence, her energy center shook violently, causing her to spit out a mouthful of blood and her face to turn pale. It was obvious that she wasn't unscathed after clashing with Lin Ling's palm. Instead, she was injured. Lin Ling's tyrant dragon palm was condensed from his entire body's chi to protect his body. It was equivalent to the full force of the 9 dragons. It was overbearing and magnificent. In addition, Lin Ling had also added in the characteristics of the King of Hell's bone-shattering fist. With the combination of the two, how could Yi Tianling be unscathed? Everyone's expression changed drastically. Even in Yuer's eyes widened in disbelief. Alright, it's your turn. Ma Yan, it's time to end this. Exclamation point. Ignoring Yi Tianling's venomous gaze, Lin Ling raised his sword and looked at Ma Yan indifferently. On the ground, Ma Yan's face was ashen. He had seen that even senior sister Yi couldn't stop this young man. This young man was stronger than he had imagined. The funny thing was that Ma Yan thought that he was the strongest among his peers, so he didn't put this young man in his eyes. In the end, he ended up like this. I can't accept this. If given time, I will definitely become a strong person. I have talent, I have cultivation resources, and I'm also an alchemist. I can't accept to die in your hands. Exclamation point. Ma Yan roared with difficulty. His voice was filled with unwillingness and regret. You think too much. You think too much. Even if I don't kill you, your achievements are limited. The 100,000 mountains is just the tip of the iceberg. You have a fire spirit body, but it's only a first-grade spirit body. There are many people more talented than you, but you are so arrogant. With this attitude, how far can you go? Lin Ling shook his head indifferently, but the sword in his hand chopped down. Martial artists all have a certain drive. Only with self-confidence can you go further. Your drive is actually not wrong. What's wrong is that you provoked the wrong person. Whoosh, he took Ma Yan's life with a single slash. Ma Yan died with his eyes wide open, filled with deep regret. After Lin Ling's sword slashed down, everyone's heart skipped a beat. They didn't regret Ma Yan's death. After all, in this world, there was no lack of geniuses. What surprised them was that in the myriad mountains, each new generation surpassed the previous one. Another mysterious genius had risen. As for the geniuses from the various sects, they also looked deeply at Lin Ling. In the beginning, they had misjudged and thought that Ma Yan was the most talented. But in the end, the truly terrifying one was that young man. Although the young man's current strength was not as good as theirs, if he maintained his progress, surpassing them was not impossible. He doesn't seem to be a genius with a spirit physique, but he was able to defeat Ma Yan, who has a first-rank spirit physique. It seems that this is the result of his cultivation method. This method in his hands is simply a waste of a heavenly treasure. If I can obtain it, then I will be like a tiger that has grown wings. In a corner of the square, a young man was hiding in the dark. He had one eye, but the other was blind. However, his remaining eye was emitting a cold light at this moment. Although in this world, there were geniuses who were blessed by the heavens and had extraordinary spirit physiques, the heavens were fair. Ordinary people had a chance to surpass geniuses with spirit physiques, and they relied on cultivation methods. A high-level cultivation method could make up for the lack of talent, so this young man was very curious about Lin Ling's cultivation method. He wanted to steal it and use it for himself. Let me give you a word of advice. It's best not to do this right now. Although there are only geniuses from the 4 sects here, in reality, there are still experts watching from the restaurant in the distance. Moreover, there are experts hiding in every corner of the street. If you make a move, it might cause a change. At this time, an indifferent voice sounded in the young man's ear. The young man's expression changed, but he didn't dare to make a move. Indeed, at this moment, in a restaurant in the distance, a young man around the age of 16 was drinking wine and watching the scene in the square with a faint smile. There were several people serving him by his side, and he was holding a charming young woman in his arms. If one looked carefully, one would see the word Zhang embroidered on the chest of the young man's white brocade robe. If someone with knowledge was here, they would definitely know that this young man was from the Zhang clan of the 8 great ancient clans. In addition, on the roof of a blue brick house, a middle-aged man dressed in black sat quietly. His eyes were constantly flashing. The scene in the square had been seen by him, and it caused ripples in his heart. Then, he looked up at the sky, and his gaze fell on the bright moonlight. In the ancient clan's Lin clan, all 16-year-old bloodlines must be tested. In the 100,000 Great Mountains, only Ling is from the Lin clan. Calculating the time, Ling should be about the same age as that young man. I just don't know how strong he is, and whether or not Huoletang will do what he needs to do to protect Ling. The middle-aged man muttered to himself, and the nostalgia in his eyes deepened. At this moment, in the square, everyone was staring at Lin Ling. On the fallen leaf sect's side, the experts were restless. In addition, the geniuses from the other sects were also hesitating about something, as if they were considering whether or not to kill Lin Ling. An oppressive atmosphere flowed through the square. Many people found it difficult to breathe, as if a storm was coming. And Yue had already quietly walked to Lin Ling's side, and her expression was extremely dignified. Haha, Soli friend is here. It took me a long time to find you. Haha. At this moment, a light laughter sounded out. In the square, a middle-aged man slowly walked towards Lin Ling. This person was Mr. Li. His appearance was like breaking the silence. Many restless hearts couldn't help but helplessly withdraw. Then, they were all shocked. No one thought that Mr. Li would come. Mr. Li was the strongest powerhouse in Mountain View Town. He possessed the strength of the 10th stage of body transformation, and was able to summon all the wandering martial artists of Mountain View Town. This person could be called a hero of a region. But looking at the current situation, it was clear that Mr. Li was on the same side as that young man. What a fellow that makes one jealous. It has to be known that Mr. Li never participates in the competition between the 4 great sects' genius disciples. There were once geniuses who tried to win over Mr. Li with precious pills, but they were all rejected. I never thought that this young man would be able to obtain Mr. Li's assistance. Sigh. In a corner of the square, some geniuses secretly whispered. The summit began. Haha, Lord Li, we're just out for a stroll, but it's already late, let's go back. Alright. Lin Ling's eyes flickered as he spoke with a smile. After which, he strode away. Although he appeared calm on the surface, his sharp senses had detected that something was amiss. There were many powerful auras in the surroundings that were ready to cause trouble. Good. Alright. Lord Li laughed and then followed Lin Ling. However, Lin Ling's calm and collected attitude made him extremely impressed. This youth was only 15 years old, but he had a calmness that surpassed his peers. Moreover, he had a sharpness that surpassed ordinary martial artists. The 3 of them left casually, and the square gradually returned to its previous state. Some of the experts who were watching the show had complicated feelings. They were curious about the identity of the mysterious youth who became famous in one battle. Lin Ling, I didn't expect your strength to be so strong. You actually tied with Yi Tianling. Alright. Walking along the street, Yue quietly looked at Lin Ling, her eyes flashing with surprise. She didn't expect Lin Ling to be able to injure Yi Tianling. His strength was almost on par with hers. One must know that this youth had just entered the inner sect not long ago. I'm not that strong. Yi Tianling was injured because she underestimated me and rashly exchanged blows with me. If she was careful, perhaps the one who was injured would be me. Lin Ling shook his head. You're too modest. In the younger generation of the 100,000 Mountains, there are no more than 50 people who can fight with Yi Tianling and maintain a tie. Moreover, all of them are about the same age as Yi Tianling. Only you are 15 years old. Yue said with a serious expression. She was looking forward to it. If given more time, Lin Ling's strength would definitely surpass even more genius experts. It's just luck. Alright. Lin Ling smiled and didn't say much about it. 3 days later, at the Genius Summit, let's meet again. Alright. 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 Yue nodded. After seeing Lin Ling's rapid growth, she also felt some pressure, so she wanted to use the time to increase her strength. I didn't kill Boren, but Boren died because of me. Back in his room, Lin Ling wanted to cultivate in silence, but he just couldn't calm down. He thought of the peaceful days in the previous world. Although that world was also filled with the law of the jungle, it did not kill people. But here, he did not want to kill people, but he was forced to. This world was forcing him to integrate into it. Everything was because of martial arts. Ma Yan is the second person I've killed. The first was Xianxia. Lin Ling's eyes flickered and he suddenly felt a little dazed. But soon, he thought of the figure that was sleeping on Arcade Peak. That weak little girl, and his eyes gradually became firm. Killing is to protect the inviolable territory in your heart. Taking a deep breath, Lin Ling's previously shaken martial heart stabilized once again. If I want to protect the Arcade Peak, I must defeat many enemies. I must participate in the Genius Summit. However, Yi Tianling is already so strong, there are many more geniuses above her. I must surpass them one by one. Although Lin Ling had the assistance of his mysterious eyes and his cultivation speed was faster than the average person's, there were still many people who were stronger than him. Some geniuses had spirit bodies, some had illustrious family backgrounds, and some had fortuitous encounters after fortuitous encounters. Every powerhouse that could become a genius was not a groundless rumor. There is still one black turtle energy suppressing pill left. I'll swallow it. Although I won't be able to break through in a short period of time, the spiritual energy gathered in my body can be constantly absorbed as I fight. After pondering for a moment, Lin Ling swallowed the other black turtle energy suppressing pill. Then, he sat down cross-legged and began to cultivate. In his heart, he constantly thought of the recent battle. His opponent's moves, his own moves, his opponent's strengths, his own weaknesses. As Lin Ling continued to meditate, he felt that although his realm did not rise, his strength had increased by 10%. In addition, the 7 black spiritual energies in his dantian were constantly surging, and the 7 stages of body transformation gradually stabilized. Time slowly passed. 3 days of cultivation passed in the blink of an eye. Early in the morning, Lin Ling pushed open the window. Outside, the sky was clear and the sun was shining brightly. In the distance, the sound of firecrackers could be heard. The Summit of Geniuses had begun. At the Summit of Geniuses, powerhouses are as common as clouds. My goal is to temper myself and increase my combat experience, not to win the championship. Lin Ling did not bite off more than he could chew. His cultivation time was short, and he could not compare to those geniuses. Thus, he was not arrogant enough to think that he could defeat everyone. As long as he could reach a certain level of cultivation, then even if he lost, it would be fine. But thinking that he could compete with the geniuses of the 4 faction, Lin Ling was looking forward to it. He wanted to see just how far he could go. After leaving the restaurant, Lin Ling went to look for Xianxia. Not long after, the two met on the street. Lin Ling looked carefully and discovered that Xianxia had already reached the peak of the 8th stage of body transformation. It seemed that in these past 3 days, senior apprentice sister An had also benefited greatly. Take this is the mask, and also your broadsword. Yes. And Xianxia smiled as she looked at Lin Ling. She handed over the 2 items in her hands to Lin Ling. One was a pitch-black mask, and the other was a broadsword made of wrought iron. Lin Ling blinked, puzzled. He wasn't too sure what this meant. This is Mr. Li's idea. 3 days ago, your battle made you famous, and many people are curious about your origins. So in order to avoid unnecessary trouble, Mr. Li suggests that you wear the mask and change to the broadsword to hide your identity. And Xianxia explained. Lin Ling thought for a moment. This was a good suggestion. If he hid his identity, he would be able to erupt with his full strength. Not only that, but the recent scene in the square had made him realize that many people were curious about him. So in order to avoid unnecessary trouble, he took the mask and put it on. At the same time, he changed the broadsword to the broadsword. This broadsword was similar to the broadsword. It was also known for its vigorous strength. Of course, after Lin Ling swung it, he still felt that it wasn't as smooth as the broadsword. Perhaps it was because he was used to using the broadsword. As for the black mask, he didn't know what material it was made of. After Lin Ling put it on, he felt that it was quite comfortable. The surface of the mask was painted with strange patterns, and there were only 2 eye holes. Haha, when you wear this mask, you really give people a mysterious feeling. And Xianxia sized up Lin Ling. Lin Ling's body was slender, and his body was well proportioned. He couldn't be considered a muscular man. Coupled with the black mask, he gave off a cold and demonic feeling. Mysterious feeling? If the mysterious feeling can scare the enemy, then that's not bad. Haha. Lin Ling also joked. Soon after, the two of them walked down the street. Xianxia explained to Lin Ling that the Genius Summits process was a bit better. This Genius Summits competition was in the form of small groups. Each group had 3 people. Only by defeating the other group's 3 people would they be considered to have won. On the other hand, if their group's 3 people all lost, then that meant they were eliminated. Currently, Lin Ling and Xianxia were only 2 people. Clearly, they couldn't form a group. There's one more person. I've already decided on a candidate. Hey, he's here. Eh? 3-person group. Lu Qian, 9th stage of body transformation, 7th ranked inner court disciple of Flying Snow Palace. After the woman walked over, Xianxia immediately introduced her to the others. Greetings, senior apprentice Sister Lu. Lin Ling froze for a moment, then cupped his hands in greeting. He secretly examined Lu Qian and discovered that her strength was not bad, but she did not have the talent of a spirit body. Lu Qian nodded at Lin Ling and lightly said, "How is your strength?" Her words were extremely calm, giving off a slightly arrogant feeling. Of course, with her cultivation, she had the qualifications to be arrogant. 7th stage of body transformation. Lin Ling said. Lu Qian frowned in dissatisfaction, but she quickly ignored it. My strength is a bit weak, but I can't find a suitable person in a short period of time. Let's go together. With our strength, we might not be able to go far. Maybe we'll be eliminated in 3 matches. Sigh. At the summit of geniuses, powerhouses were as common as clouds. Even she did not have the confidence to obtain a good result. She only wanted a chance to temper herself. The 3 of them chatted as they walked towards the registration area. There was a surging crowd, and many young elites were already boiling with excitement. These young elites all came from the 4 great sects, and all wanted to use the stage to show off their strength. However, to participate in the Summit of Geniuses, there were requirements. The minimum cultivation was at the 7th stage of body transformation. This threshold blocked many people. In the end, only 300 people had the qualifications to participate in the Summit of Geniuses. These 300 people were divided into 100 groups, and then quietly waited for the next elimination round. The Summit of Geniuses was held on a mountain peak near Mountain View town. This mountain peak towered into the clouds, and the peak was as if it had been cut open by a knife. It was neat and flat, and from this mountain peak, one could see over half of the 100,000 great mountains. It was extremely mystical. Mountain View town's name came from this. I have the strength of the peak of the 6th stage of body transformation, but I still can't participate in the Summit of Geniuses. Sigh. The Summit of Geniuses is a competition between geniuses of the 100,000 great mountains. What qualifications do you have to participate? You should be satisfied to be able to watch the battles. Sigh. To be able to watch the battles of those geniuses will be helpful to my future martial arts. Discussions rang out endlessly on the flat mountain peak. Iron Devil, Shimenjian, Imperial Wind, Menghaoren, and Wang Fei are definitely the main characters of this year's Summit of Geniuses. It's a new era. But what makes me curious is that none of the conclave disciples of the 4 sects are participating. Of course. Core disciples already rule the world, and have the status of elders in their respective sections. What are they competing for? Don't bite off more than you can chew. The world of geniuses like Iron Demon isn't something you can understand. Listening to the voices around him, Lin Ling's expression changed slightly. With his current strength, he might be able to rank in the top 10 among the inner disciples of the 4 great sections. However, compared to the top disciples, he was still lacking. Go in. Lu Qian said faintly. Her expression was calm, but her eyes flickered. Clearly, she had heard the discussions of the people around her. This made her feel some pressure. Compared to those top experts, she still felt that she was no match for them. Time passed slowly, and more people gathered in the square. The 300 geniuses who were going to participate in the summit had all arrived. There were more than 300 people in total, and they were grouped into 100 groups. Within the groups, there were some top geniuses who led 2 junior brothers. Some groups had two top geniuses, and these groups were obviously very strong. Iron Demon, how about we go together? My strength is at the 9th level of body transformation, and I should be able to match up to you. At a corner of the square, an expert from the Flying Snow Palace said. Scram! Scram! Iron Demon sat quietly on top of a large rock. His voice was cold, and he directly rejected because the other party wasn't qualified. That Flying Snow Palace disciple's expression turned ugly, and he left awkwardly. Not long after, another youth walked in front of Iron Demon. His white robes fluttered in the wind, and a long sword hung at his waist. The smile on his face gave people the feeling of a spring breeze, but there was arrogance in his smile. Dragons do not coexist with snakes. Those who have the qualifications to team up with me are few and far between. Iron Demon, you barely qualify to enter my eyes. Scram! You too. Scram! Iron Demon looked at the youth indifferently. The other party was Xianxia, and had the qualifications to team up with him. I, Imperial Wind, have never competed, but if I do, I will definitely be the strongest. The two of you will team up with me. Another youth walked over. He was dressed in green, and his long hair fluttered in the wind. His face was extremely cold. Iron Demon and Xianxia looked at each other, and without saying anything, they nodded. The person who came was Imperial Wind, the second strongest of the 4 great sects, the Wild Blade sect. He also had the qualifications. After the 3 of them reached an agreement, they quietly waited for the Genius Summit to begin. The 3 of them teamed up not for glory, but to be valued by the Xiang family of the 8 great ancient clans. They wanted to enter the Xiang family and be heavily nurtured. Only in this way could they go further. The 100,000 Great Mountains was a small place, and their ambitions did not stop there. Look over there? The 3 great geniuses have teamed up. Heavens, who can beat them? The strange situation here quickly attracted the attention of many people, and they all sucked in a breath of cold air. As for some of the arrogant geniuses, their faces were gloomy. After all, in their small groups, there might be one person with decent strength, while the other was inferior. Such a small group was already considered decent amongst the 100 small groups. However, on Iron Demon's side, the 3 of them were all top experts, and seemed to be determined to be the champion. Looks like the champion has been decided. Sigh, I just hope we don't meet them too early. Lu Qian also looked over and could not help but sigh. Even Inuer was somewhat silent, surprised by the strength of that group. I look forward to meeting them. Different from the others, Lin Ling's expression was calm. After all, the purpose of this trip was to temper himself. Weak opponents would not have the effect of tempering himself. Only strong opponents could satisfy his requirements. As for losing, Lin Ling did not plan to win. Lu Qian heard Lin Ling's words and glared. This little guy was arrogant enough. Of course, she did not take Lin Ling's words to heart. Silence. At this moment, a calm voice sounded above the square. The voice was not loud, but it clearly entered everyone's ears. The huge square quieted down. The cultivators of the 100,000 Great Mountains are too weak, but in the end, they still have to be unified. Therefore, my Xiang family has come with this purpose. The Genius Summit is the time to test your strength. I hope you will do your best. The owner of the voice was extremely arrogant. His words were disdainful, as if he had come to unify the 100,000 Great Mountains. However, although his words were arrogant and he looked down on others, no one dared to object. Everyone knew that the person who spoke was a member of the Xiang family of the 8 great ancient clans. This time, the Genius Summit will have 100 groups divided into 10 martial stages. The winning group of each martial stage can enter my Xiang family to cultivate. As soon as these words were spoken, the square was in an uproar. Entering the Xiang family to cultivate was undoubtedly the same as leaving the 100,000 Great Mountains and entering the vast world of the strong. This was the dream of every cultivator. The first group battle, all the martial artists in the square went crazy, their eyes filled with envy. The top 5 groups would be rewarded with a rune bag. It was said that the rune bag had its own space and could store many things. It was a necessary item for martial artists to go out and train. Taking the 100,000 mountains as an example, other than the various sect leaders and elders, no one had the qualifications to possess a rune bag. As for the 5th grade of the body transformation realm, this was even more desirable. Up until now, within the 100,000 Great Mountains, even the strongest geniuses were only able to cultivate a 4th grade cultivation technique. A 5th grade cultivation technique could even become the core cultivation technique of the 4 great sects. As for the 1st grade of the profound realm, that was a martial art for those above the body transformation realm. These two rewards were priceless. Only the ancient Zhang family had the resources to take them out. In the corner of the square, Tai Mo and the other two's eyes lit up. The determination on their faces was extremely strong. On the other side, Lu Qian's eyes were filled with envy. Hidden within the envy was a madness that was determined to obtain it. And Yuer's face was calm, without the slightest change in her expression. This small change made Lin Ling secretly surprised. However, Lin Ling was indifferent, as if it had nothing to do with him. Although the 5th grade of the body transformation realm was rare, compared to his strength of the 9 dragons, it was clearly not on the same level. The only thing that caught his eye from the ancient Zhang family's reward was the rune bag. The Genius Summit begins. Boom. In the square, there was a rumbling sound. Gradually, 10 martial stages rose from the ground like bamboo shoots after a rain. This mysterious method made many people secretly smack their lips. At the same time, several jade tokens flew from the sky and landed in the hands of each group. Each martial stage has 10 groups. After that, there will be an elimination round. The loser will be directly eliminated. We will be assigned to the 9th martial stage. Lu Qian looked at the jade token in her hand. Then, her gaze turned. When she saw the other groups on the 9th martial stage, her face sank. And Yuer felt that something was wrong and couldn't help but ask, "Sister Qian, what's wrong?" Sister Qian. In the 9th martial stage, the other groups are not worth being afraid of with my strength at the 9th stage of the body transformation realm. But that group cannot be underestimated. The leader is Pan Yen, who is also at the 9th stage of the body transformation realm. Even I am not his opponent. I hope that we won't meet too early. Lu Qian sighed. As if sensing Lu Qian's gaze, a young man with a face full of scars looked over coldly from the other 3-man team. He licked his lips and revealed a bloodthirsty smile. After that, he made a gesture of slitting his throat. This action was directed at Lu Qian. Obviously, the young man called Pan Yen could also see that in Lu Qian's group, only Lu Qian was worthy of his attention. The others were all trash. Lu Qian retracted her gaze and frowned. Lin Ling also looked in that direction. However, in his heart, the young man called Pan Yen made him somewhat wary, but for some reason, it was the skinny and short young man beside Pan Yen who gave him an even more mysterious feeling. Could it be that Pan Yan's group wasn't the strongest? While he was thinking, the battles on the other martial stages had already begun. According to the rules of the martial stages, admitting defeat or falling out of the martial stage was considered a loss. Of course, death was also considered a loss. Once you fall into my hands, admitting defeat isn't the end. Death is. Die. On the first martial stage, the battle quickly ended. Of the 2 opponents who went up, one of them was directly obliterated, not even giving the opponent a chance to admit defeat. While one of them died, the remaining 2 continued to fight. Unfortunately, the remaining 2 directly admitted defeat, not daring to go up the martial stage. Although the method of obliterating the opponent was extremely cruel, it was obvious that the deterrence effect was not bad. The battle on the 5th martial stage also ended. Although the geniuses who went up did not obliterate their opponents, they all crippled their opponents. Moreover, they all used one move. No matter who went up, they were all defeated in one move. The battles on the 10 martial stages were extremely intense. The spectators' interest was high and they were extremely indifferent towards the lives that had been lost. Martial artists fought against the heavens for their lives. Daring to walk on this path was a life-and-death companionship. All the martial artists were used to it. As for Lin Ling, his expression was also calm. After experiencing so much, he had already integrated into this world. Alright, it's almost our turn. The first battle, who will go up first? Lu Qian had the aura of a big sister. She looked at Lin Ling and Yuer and said. In a three-person group, the first person to go up was very important. They couldn't be too weak or too strong. If they were too weak, then they would lose their momentum. The opponent would also grow stronger, and it was very likely that they would erupt and eliminate the three opponents. If they were too strong, although they could win, they would exhaust their physical strength. If they encountered a stronger group in the next round, then their physical strength and spiritual qi would be insufficient and they would lose. I'll go. All right. Lin Ling opened his mouth. His goal was different from Lu Qian's. He came to temper himself. Naturally, he wanted to fight as many battles as he wanted. Your cultivation is the lowest among the three of us. You're a bit weak. I think junior apprentice sister Yuer should go up. Lu Qian frowned. But after she finished speaking, she glanced at Yuer. She found that Yuer did not say anything. She seemed to agree with Lin Ling going up first, so she didn't stop him. Letting Lin Ling go up first was also good. She and Yuer were the main force, and they could also fight for more time to rest. The three of them had just decided. Soon, it was Lin Ling's group's turn. Lu Qian told Lin Ling to do his best. If he couldn't win, then he should admit defeat and let them deal with the rest. Lin Ling nodded and jumped onto the martial stage. His opponent arrived earlier than Lin Ling. This was an 18-year-old youth. He had one hand behind his back and his face was indifferent. In your group, Lu Qian is not bad. You're at most just a stopgap. It's better to admit defeat early, lest you bring shame to yourself. Sigh. This youth was the vanguard. His strength was in the middle of their group. Obviously, he wanted to use his momentum to make Lu Qian's group feel fear. 7th stage of body transformation? Sigh. Lin Ling checked with his eyes and shook his head. His opponent's strength was not strong. He didn't know where his opponent's confidence and arrogance came from. Yes, I'm at the 7th stage of body transformation, but I'm practicing a 3rd-grade martial art. Moreover, I have a 3rd-grade martial art in my hands. If you don't admit defeat, do you want to die? Humph. The youth coldly snorted. He still regarded Lin Ling as the weakest existence in his group. After he finished speaking, he attacked. Blood shadow technique, blood coagulation finger. Humph. He pointed his finger, and like a blood shadow passing through, it shot straight towards Lin Ling's chest. This finger attack was not only swift and fierce, but combined with the power of the blood shadow technique, it had the power to coagulate the enemy's blood. If the enemy's blood was coagulated, they would either die or be crippled. Next. Humph. Before his finger hit Lin Ling, the youth arrogantly said. Interesting. Humph. Lin Ling roughly glanced at his opponent's martial art and knew the characteristics of his opponent's martial art. He shook his head and calmly punched out. Bang, fist and finger collided, and the air billowed. Pooh. Total annihilation, Lin Ling shook his head in disappointment. This youth was even worse than Ma Yan. Ma Yan had been defeated by him, so this youth naturally couldn't enter his eyes. He's stronger than I thought. That youth is Han Yun, a disciple of the Flying Snow Palace. Although he isn't at the top, his strength in the 7 stages of body transformation is not weak. In the distance, Lu Qian said with some surprise. Then she looked at Yuer and said, "Will you go up next?" After all, he had exhausted all his strength. If he fought again, he might be at a disadvantage. Sigh. Lu Qian obviously wanted Lin Ling to step down and let Yuer go up. But Yuer smiled and shook her head. She was well aware that Lin Ling had not used his full strength. Your good luck has come to an end. You fought with all your strength against senior brother Han, so you should be exhausted now. Take my palm. Sigh. On the martial stage, the second person from the opposing team stepped onto the stage. This person was very sinister. He didn't say much and directly attacked. Obviously, he didn't want to give Lin Ling any time to rest. You are weaker than the previous person. I'm not interested at all. Is there anyone in your group who is stronger? Sigh. Lin Ling didn't retreat. Instead, he moved forward and lightly punched out. With a pung sound, his opponent was easily defeated. Lin Ling's battle originally didn't attract much attention. Many people knew that the strongest person in Lin Ling's group was Lu Qian. But Lin Ling had fought 2 people in a row. For a time, it attracted their attention. That masked youth seemed to have some skill. Not long after, the third martial artist of the group stepped onto the martial stage. At this moment, his face was filled with anger. Even if you beat him to death, he would never have thought that his 2 junior apprentice brothers would lose like this. If he wanted to win, then he would have to defeat Lin Ling and the other 2. Not to mention whether or not he could defeat them, just the physical strength and spiritual energy required to do so would be difficult for him, so, his anger fell onto Lin Ling. I hate cockroaches the most. Because before a cockroach loses, they always implicate others. I will not let you admit defeat. I want you to die. The third martial artist was a burly young man. Clearly, he was the strongest in the group, having reached physique tempering stage 8. Junior sister let him admit defeat. Looking at the martial stage, Lu Qian frowned. Lin Ling had defeated 2 people in a row, and his results had exceeded her expectations. He had also completed the mission. The next powerhouse was at the 8th stage of body transformation. Lin Ling was absolutely not a match for him. It was time for her and Anuer to go up. Anuer shook her head. He is not a reckless person. When it is time to admit defeat, he will admit defeat. He has his own sense of propriety. Could it be that you want him to die? Lu Qian persuaded again, but Anuer didn't say anything more. Many people were looking at Lin Ling's martial stage. This was because Lin Ling, with his strength at the 7th stage of body transformation, had defeated 2 people in a row. This made them very curious. Moreover, after winning 2 matches in a row and not admitting defeat, they felt that Lin Ling was overestimating himself. Could it be that he, with his strength at the 7th stage of body transformation, wanted to defeat someone at the 8th stage of body transformation? After you die, I'll kill your other 2 teammates as well. The burly young man did not hide any of his strength. With a step, he pounced towards Lin Ling Meteor Chaotic Fist. Boom! 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 The air exploded as colorful fists blasted towards Lin Ling. This burly young man was worthy of being the hidden card of the group. He was much stronger than the previous 2. Under the mask, Lin Ling's eyes flashed. Through his eyes, he could see the martial arts his opponent was using. The speed was very fast, and the fists were like meteors, like a torrential downpour. It was impossible to guard against. This was the first time he had seen a martial art that was famous for its speed. However, he did not intend to retreat. This was because he came here to temper himself, not to defeat his opponent. Bang! 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 Lin Ling's fists collided with his opponent's. Can your punching speed compare to mine? Humph, a total of 99 juniors have died under my martial art. You are the 100th. The burly young man snorted disdainfully. His punching speed increased. Lin Ling's punching speed was not as fast as his opponent's. In the blink of an eye, he was hit by dozens of punches, causing Lin Ling's body to continuously retreat. He was in an extremely sorry state. Of course, although Lin Ling was retreating, the corners of his mouth curled up in a cold smile. Through the exchange, he already knew the uniqueness of this martial art. The punching speed was indeed fast, but because it was fast, the power was weak. This kind of power might be able to cause harm to other martial artists, but to Lin Ling, it could not break through his protective aura. This is your killing punch? It's not very good. Stopping, Lin Ling did not intend to continue. He knew a thing or 2 about his opponent's martial art and had achieved the effect of tempering himself. Then, he punched out. His fist, which was covered in a pitch-black light, directly hit the dazzling chaotic fist. Bang! 1 strength to overcome 3 intellect. Although the burly young man was at the 8th stage of body transformation, he was clearly only at the 8th stage of body transformation. He was even inferior to Yi Tianling from last time. Under Lin Ling's fist, all of the burly young man's fancy fists were destroyed and he was forced back several steps. It's a bit strange. It looks like I have to use my true strength. I'll say it again. You are the first 100 martial artists to die under my chaotic meteor punch. The burly young man's face became ferocious. He once again shot towards Lin Ling, throwing out chaotic punches, pung pung pung. This time, he had clearly reached the limit. After half an incense stick of time, his complexion became ugly. The demon-masked youth in front of him stood motionless. He did not even bother to block. He only used his protective aura to protect his body. This was a naked contempt. What a strong protective aura. The surrounding people were all shocked. They discovered that the demon-masked youth could not be underestimated. If you only have this much strength, then you can die. As the burly young man was getting more and more shocked, Lin Ling's cold voice sounded. The burly young man's heart skipped a beat. His forehead was dripping with cold sweat. His opponent was too strong. He had already used his ultimate technique but still could not defeat him. Pa! Lin Ling stepped forward. The protective aura around his body surged wildly, causing his aura to become extremely fierce. Putong! The burly young man was so frightened that he fell to the ground. He no longer had the arrogance from before. As he saw Lin Ling walk towards him step by step, he became even more panicked. He thought of the words he had said to Lin Ling before. He wanted to kill Lin Ling Putong. He hurriedly got up and knelt down. I admit defeat. Senior, please spare my life. He had no choice but to beg for mercy. Previously, he was confident that he could kill Lin Ling before Lin Ling admitted defeat. On the other hand, Lin Ling could naturally do the same. So even if he lost face, he had to beg for mercy. Under Lin Ling's mask, his cold eyes looked at the burly young man. His terrifying fist punched out. Too late. Bang! The burly young man was hit by the punch. His body shook, and his eyes suddenly revealed a trace of regret. At first, he thought he was stronger than the youth, so he wanted to kill the youth to vent his anger. But later, he found that the youth was more terrifying than he had imagined. So he was afraid and wanted to beg for mercy. But it was all too late. Before he could kill someone, he had to be prepared to be killed at any time. Shameless opponent. Amazing, to be able to defeat 3 people at the 7th level of body transformation. I underestimated you. Not bad, young man. Good. When Lin Ling walked back, Lu Qian was no longer as arrogant as before. She hammered Lin Ling's chest, looking as candid as a man. Lin Ling was speechless. This senior sister was really careless. After Lin Ling's team won, the battles on stage 9 continued. Out of the 10 teams, 5 teams were gradually eliminated. The remaining 5 teams did not have any weaklings. They all looked at each other, eyes full of fighting spirit. And the strongest of the 5 teams was Rock Boulder's team. Lu Qian's team is not to be underestimated. In the first round, the youth with the black mask won. Lu Qian and the rest did not even make a move. That's enough. Against us, Lu Qian has no choice but to make a move. That's enough. Rock Boulder's team chatted with each other, their expressions full of confidence. Then they talked about the opponents on the other stages, as if they had already emerged from stage 9 and were about to fight with the other strong martial artists on the other stages. Of course, Lin Ling did not look at Rock Boulder's team. Instead, he looked at the other stages. It had to be said that the other stages had many strong martial artists, especially Iron Demon's team. They were simply unstoppable. This made Lin Ling secretly assess that he was currently not a match for Iron Demon's team, unless he reached the 8th level of body transformation. Time slowly passed. Not long after, Lin Ling's team appeared again. Their opponents were extremely strong, all of them at the 8th level of body transformation. They belonged to the type with solid foundations. This team was very smart in their previous battles. After winning 1 round, they admitted defeat and let their teammates deal with the next opponent. This way, the 3 of them could conserve their strength and spiritual energy. Lin Ling, this team is not weak. Let me go. Anyway, to be able to reach this height, it's already beyond my expectations. Lu Qian took the initiative to volunteer this time. Lin Ling smiled and shook his head. Leave the main force for later. For this round, I'll continue. That's enough. You're still going? But you fought 3 rounds in a row, I'm afraid your strength and spiritual energy have not recovered yet. Lu Qian is astonished. Lian Zhan, is this ghost-masked youngster made of iron? It's fine. If I can't do it, I'll admit defeat. Although winning is important, my life is more important. Lin Ling said with a smile. His words made Lu Qian unable to persuade him any further. However, she was somewhat curious in her heart. Could it be that this masked youth had no limits? Not long after, Lin Ling stepped onto the martial stage. It's him again. Doesn't this brat get tired? Previously, he had fought 3 people in a row, and now he was leading the charge. Maybe other people came here with the mentality of training, but I have a feeling that Lu Qian's group will all go up in this match. That kid can't stop Hu Lai's group. There was a lot of discussion in the surroundings. They were also a little excited because the battle was getting more and more intense. You're going to take the lead again. Humph, does Lu Qian not plan to go up? Or do you think you still have a chance to win against us? On the martial stage, Lin Ling's opponent was a thin and tall youth. He indifferently stared at Lin Ling with a sneer on his face. Arrogant words, it's better to speak less. Let's start. If you win against me, Lu Qian can go up. Lin Ling ignored the opponent's provocation and indifferently said. Very bold. However, do you know why our group can win? Because we are calm enough. If we want to win against you, it will be easy. However, I don't plan to do that. I plan to take a safer path. The thin and weak youth faintly smiled and then saw Lin Ling's doubtful gaze. He disdainfully shook his head. It seems that you don't know the rules. You must know that in a group competition, if one person wins 3 matches in a row and also takes the lead in the next match, then if he can't defeat his opponent within an hour, he will lose. The rules he spoke of were the truth. This was to prevent 2 opponents from being evenly matched. This way, it would save time. After all, if 2 people were to exhaust each other, who knows how long they would have to fight. You are at the 8th stage of body transformation and I am at the 7th stage of body transformation. You still want to use the delay technique on me? Don't you feel ashamed? Lin Ling was stunned for a moment. His eyes revealed a look of disdain. In order to win, this guy would use any method. What was the point of winning like this? I don't think so. But you, because I stalled for time and then you lost, you must be very unwilling. I actually enjoy your unwilling appearance. The thin and weak youth shrugged his shoulders. He also didn't attack because he was stalling for time. Shameless. Hearing the thin and weak youth's arrogant words, Lu Qian fiercely cursed. Did this person still have a heart of martial arts? With this mentality, he wouldn't be able to go far on the road of martial arts. Beside her, Yuer slightly frowned but didn't say anything. On the martial stage, Lin Ling coldly stared at the thin and weak youth. Anger rose in his heart, but he also knew that time waits for no one. If the thin and weak youth didn't attack, then he had to. Whoosh, with a step, Lin Ling rushed towards the thin and weak youth. Haha, your fighting spirit is not bad. Unfortunately, you can't hit me. The thin and weak youth strangely laughed. When Lin Ling's fist came, he stepped and his body disappeared like a shadow. In the next moment, he appeared on the other side of the martial stage. Obviously, he didn't choose to avoid the attack, but chose not to fight. The indifference in Lin Ling's eyes deepened. His body moved and he once again rushed towards the thin and weak youth. With your speed, you can't catch up to me. Although I can defeat you, I have to save my strength to defeat Lu Qian. So, you should obediently admit defeat. The thin and weak youth once again chose not to fight. In a few steps, he circled to the other side. Moreover, he took out the wine at his waist and casually drank it. In this way, he was arrogant and proud. Haha, this opponent is really teasing people. Haha. When the crowd saw this scene, they all laughed. At present, Lin Ling was like a child being teased, extremely embarrassed. However, they didn't know that although Lin Ling was angry in his heart, his face was extremely calm. After several exchanges, he found that the arrogant youth's footwork was strange. He should have practiced a movement martial art. In the martial art book left by the stealing ghost monkey, there is a martial art that is similar to his footwork. It seems to be the 9 palace steps. Stepping on the 9 palaces, 10,000 enemies can't get close. Lin Ling secretly said to himself. Then he experimented again. He kept attacking the thin and weak youth, but the thin and weak youth kept avoiding the fight. Time slowly passed, and the half-hour was getting closer and closer. Lu Qian was not as calm as Lin Ling. She was so angry that she clenched her teeth. She had never seen such a despicable person. However, the end was getting closer and closer. If Lin Ling had no choice, then he could only be depressed and lose. Why don't you chase? I know you must be very angry, but I enjoy your mood. Come and hit me, idiot. On the martial arts platform, when the thin and weak youth saw Lin Ling stop, he immediately drank his wine casually and jokingly said, "Remember, there is still an incense stick's worth of time left." Lin Ling didn't do any more useless work. He didn't say anything, just coldly looked at the thin and weak youth. Then he stretched out his left hand, put his middle finger into his mouth, and gently bit it. The reverse blood technique was used. Your arrogance has come to an end, whoosh, turning into a blur, Lin Ling once again rushed towards the thin youth. It's no use. You can't touch a single hair of mine. Move. Just as Lin Ling's body moved, the thin youth laughed contemptuously. He used the 9 palace steps and his body disappeared. While using his movement technique, he drank a mouthful of wine in satisfaction. But before the wine entered his mouth, a cold voice came from beside him, "Your arrogance has come to an end. Move." Along with the voice, a fist wrapped in black light seemed to tear through space. You caught up to me? Move. The thin youth was shocked. Now he realized that the ghost-masked youth was following him like a shadow. Could it be that in the previous few exchanges, the ghost-masked youth saw through his 9 palace steps? He was surprised. Lin Ling obviously wouldn't answer him. What answered him was a fist, boom, with a loud sound, Lin Ling's fist hit the thin youth's cheek, breaking his nose and sending his body flying. What happened? Move. Everyone's heart froze. They only heard a loud sound and then saw a figure lying on the ground in the dust. Not far from that figure was a broken wine pot. Wasn't that the thin youth's wine pot? Everyone's expression became interesting. You. The thin youth quickly got up again. His face was full of anger. Especially when he saw the broken wine pot, he felt like he was being mocked. Previously, he drank wine and accepted the challenge. How carefree, how comfortable, how he was playing with his opponent like a cat playing with a mouse. Who knew that the ghost-masked youth would get angry and break his wine pot? This was simply a slap to his face. You've angered me. There's still an incense stick's worth of time left. I don't plan to delay any longer. I want you to die here. Move. The thin youth's right hand shook. His arm suddenly became thick like a monster's arm. Blue veins popped out. It was extremely frightening. His left hand reached for his waist and a folding broadsword appeared. After unfolding it, the broadsword was 2 meters long. It was the kind of broadsword that generals use to kill enemies on the battlefield. Bang! When the hilt of the saber hit the ground, cracks appeared on the ground. It was clear that this skinny youth was not only strong in his movement technique, but also in his strength. Before I die, I'll remind you that I'm the strongest in our group of 3. Holding the saber in his hand, the skinny youth leaped up and slashed at Lin Ling like a rainbow. Whirlwind leaf sweeping chop. In the sky, it was as if a crescent moon was hanging high in the sky. It was a saber light that seemed as if it would split the earth apart, causing the surrounding martial artists to hold their breaths, their eyes filled with shock. This saber was terrifying. 8th level of body transformation. I hope you are stronger than Yi Tianling. Lin Ling also unsheathed the large blade on his back. His blade was different, it resembled both a sword and a blade. It was half a meter long and also emitted a cold light. Black light surged on the blade's body as several dragon-like spirit chi faintly circled around it. Then, he looked at the large saber that was slashing down from the sky. His slash was like a black dragon emerging from the abyss. The 2 sabers collided in midair like meteors. The dazzling light caused many people to subconsciously close their eyes. Then, a deafening sound rang out. Clang, the two sabers were like dragons, while the one on the ground was a black dragon. It roared into the sky, engulfing everything. Impossible. In midair, the skinny youth's expression changed greatly. After colliding with Lin Ling's saber, his saber could not be held firmly. What kind of powerful strength was this? Die. Lin Ling's eyes were filled with indifference. The saber that was raised high above his head chopped down. Shwa. The skinny youth's saber was split in two, and his body was also split in two. He fell off the martial stage, his eyes wide open in disbelief before he died. The surrounding crowd watched this scene, each of them feeling as if they were in a dream. With one saber, an expert at the 8th level of body transformation was defeated. The skinny youth did not even have the chance to admit defeat. What kind of strength did the ghost-masked youth have? What a tyrannical saber! In the distance, the gazes of some geniuses were also attracted. They frowned one after another. They realized that the ghost-masked youth did not have a spirit body. If that was the case, then either his cultivation method was powerful, or his martial arts level was high. The surroundings of the 9th martial stage were completely silent. But not long after, an angry roar sounded out, "You dare to kill him." The one who spoke was the skinny youth's teammate. He still could not believe that his senior brother at the 8th level of body transformation was killed. If I don't kill him, should I wait for him to kill me? Lin Ling looked at that person indifferently. Then, he coldly said, "If you don't accept it, you can go on stage." When these words came out, the person who spoke fell silent. In their group, the skinny youth was the strongest. His speed and attacks were extremely powerful. But even he could not block a single saber, let alone him. Seeing the other party fall silent, Lin Ling sneered. These people only allowed the government to set fires, but not the common people. If the skinny youth had not started to play with him, playing with him like an ant, and then after his arrogant mask was kicked off, he would have become angry and wanted to kill Lin Ling. Why would Lin Ling kill him? Next round, I admit defeat. Surrender. Putting away the saber, Lin Ling left the 9th martial stage. He had fought 4 rounds in a row, and his physical strength and spiritual energy had reached their limits. Moreover, under the continuous fighting, the black turtle energy-suppressing pill he had swallowed before had also taken effect. The medicinal effects had been stimulated, allowing his cultivation to rapidly rise. So what he needed to do now was to seize the opportunity and consolidate his cultivation. Not to mention, the next 2 opponents were not stronger than the skinny youth. There was no point in continuing to fight. Numerous gazes watched as Lin Ling left. Many people were curious about this ghost-masked youth. Some of the geniuses who had looked down on Lin Ling recalled the previous battle. They suddenly realized that if they were to receive that saber, unless they were at the 9th level of body transformation, it would be very difficult to do so. A 7th level of body transformation defeated an 8th level of body transformation. You are really abnormal. Do you have no limits? Seeing Lin Ling walk back, Lu Qian was so shocked that she could not close her mouth. Then, she could not help but punch Lin Ling in the chest. Senior apprentice Sister Lu, I am exhausted right now. If you hit me again, I might not be able to stand up. Lin Ling said with a wry smile. Lu Qian immediately laughed dryly. Then, she looked at Anuer. Senior apprentice Sister Yu, the teammate you found is really not bad. Speaking of which, from the beginning to the end, you were extremely calm. Could it be that you already knew his strength? Anuer faintly smiled. She was as cold as ever and did not say anything. She was very clear that last time, when Lin Ling and Yi Tianling had fought a palm and ended in a draw, she had guessed that Lin Ling had strength comparable to an 8th level of body transformation. Perhaps, if they really fought, she might not be Lin Ling's match. Thinking of this, Anuer looked at Lin Ling with a complicated gaze. Lin Ling looked at Anuer and did not say anything. He nodded and said, I will leave the next 2 people to you. I have reached my limit and need to cultivate. Good. Thank you for your hard work. The 2 of us have taken advantage of your glory and have not yet appeared. You should cultivate well. Lu Qian said casually as she patted her chest. The peaks on her chest swayed continuously. Lin Ling helplessly shook his head and then began to cultivate on the spot. After 4 battles, Lin Ling was also at his peak. In his dantian, 7 streams of black spirit energy were constantly circling. Moreover, the medicinal effect of the black tortoise qi suppressing pill was continuously flowing into his dantian and being absorbed by Lin Ling. While he was cultivating, Yuer and Lu Qian went up one after another. However, although their opponents were strong, they were obviously not their match. In their opponent's group, only the thin and weak youth was the strongest. In this battle, Lin Ling's group won. Next, they would face the group of Rock Boulder. If they won, Lin Ling's group would be the champion of the 9th martial stage. The final competition begins. In the afternoon, the final competition began. The spectators were extremely excited. The fighters who were about to compete were all waiting, not daring to underestimate any of their opponents. After all, to be able to reach such heights, none of them were weak. Pan Yan's group is very strong, especially Pan Yan. His cultivation is at the 9th level of body transformation. Even I may not be his opponent. Perhaps, this battle will be the end of our journey. After Lin Ling had rested, Lu Qian said with a dignified expression. A fighter must have a sharp spirit. Only by meeting strong opponents can one go further. In this battle, we may have a chance. Let's not weaken our momentum. Lin Ling said lightly. He sensed that Lu Qian's fighting spirit had weakened. Hearing this, Lu Qian's expression changed slightly. She seemed to have thought of something and shook her head with a bitter smile. It seemed that she was not as good as this little junior brother. She pulled herself together and said, among the 3 opponents, Pan Yan is the strongest. He will be my opponent. I guess he will be the second to go up. The first to go up should be the middle of the group. You go up. Yes. After saying this, she looked at Lin Ling. The last person is a thin and weak youth. He should be the weakest. I will leave it to you. After all, your cultivation is low and you have fought a few rounds in a row. Your physical strength and spirit energy have not recovered. He is the most suitable opponent for you. Yes. Lin Ling nodded. He did not care that the opponent was the weakest. Because no matter the weakest or the strongest, if Lu Qian lost, he would still go up. As for his physical strength and spirit energy not recovered, perhaps others would be fatigued after fighting 4 rounds in a row, but Lin Ling's black spirit energy had a strong recovery ability. In a few hours, he had already recovered to his peak state. Okay, prepare to go up. Yes. Lu Qian waved her fist. At the same time, the competition for the 10 champions had already begun. It was so intense that the crowd did not know which stage to watch. Lin Ling was not interested in watching the other stages. His gaze fell on Yuer's opponent. Yuer's opponent was Yi Tianling from the Fallen Leaf sect. This woman's strength was comparable to Yuer's, and her ranking in the sect was also the same. They were evenly matched opponents, bang bang bang. Soon, the 2 of them began to fight. Yi Tianling used the 5 poison divine palm. Moreover, she seemed to have cultivated a defensive martial art. Every time Yuer attacked, she was able to deflect the force. She was extremely difficult to deal with. Yuer did not know what kind of spiritual body talent she had, but her protective upstanding qi shone with golden light. Her talent seemed to be good, but her actual combat experience was average. For a time, she was constantly suppressed by Yi Tianling. Yuer and Yi Tianling's strength are equal, how can she always avoid Yi Tianling's attacks? If this goes on, she will definitely lose. Lu Qian said worriedly as she stared at the martial platform. Lin Ling looked for a moment and shook his head. Yi Tianling's attack is poisonous, and her defensive martial art is very strange. It is like a snake that can block attacks. Therefore, senior sister Yuer should be looking for Yi Tianling's weakness. How do you know? Also, don't speak in such a nonchalant tone. Little sister Yuer is your teammate. You should be nervous for her. Hearing Lin Ling's words, Lu Qian said angrily. Her words made Lin Ling shake his head helplessly. This senior sister Lu was as impulsive as always. Don't worry, she will win. Lin Ling said. Lu Qian obviously did not believe Lin Ling's words, because on the martial platform, Yuer's situation was getting worse and worse. Moreover, she was injured. Looking at Yu Tianling's appearance, it seemed that not only did she want to defeat An Yuer, she also wanted to kill An Yuer. The battle lasted for half an hour. An Yuer was already dripping with sweat, but her beautiful eyes flashed. She won. Seeing this, Lin Ling smiled faintly. He guessed that An Yuer had found the opponent's weakness. His words made Lu Qian stunned. She did not believe it in her heart, but in the next moment, she had no choice but to believe it. On the martial platform, An Yuer's body, which was originally dim, suddenly shone brightly. She pointed out a finger. Her finger was like a golden light, swift and fierce, instantly hitting Yi Tianling's dantian. Yi Tianling's defensive martial art was very strange. It was like a snake, able to block a large number of attacks, but to hit the snake's weak point, the only weakness was the dantian, which could not block any attack power. Puff. On the martial platform, Yi Tianling spat out a mouthful of blood and flew out of the martial platform. After landing on the ground, she was unconscious. An Yuer was panting, dripping with sweat. She stared indifferently at Yi Tianling below the martial platform. At that time, you and my junior brother exchanged a move. My junior brother said that he would repay you in the future. Today, I will repay you in his place. Her words made Lin Ling, who was standing far away, stunned. Then, his face became a little strange. Senior sister and had returned a palm strike for him. What did this mean? Shaking his head, Lin Ling also did not understand. In the first round, Lin Ling's group won. The second round was about to begin. This girl doesn't seem to have much battle experience, but she is very smart. She started off weak, conserving her strength and spiritual energy. Finally, she took a chance and turned the tables. But now she should have reached her limit. I can easily kill her if I go up. The second opponent finally appeared. It was Rock Pan. This person's cultivation was at the 9th level of the body transformation stage. He was ranked 6th among the Fallen Leaves sect's inner disciples. He was much stronger than Yi Tianling. I admit defeat. An Yuer was very decisive. Rock Pan had not yet appeared and she had already admitted defeat. After all, she did not have enough strength and spiritual energy to continue fighting. Beauty, consider yourself lucky. Otherwise, I will ruthlessly destroy you. Rock Pan laughed coldly. Then, he looked at Lu Qian and waved his hand. You are the only one left. If you lose, your group will lose. As for the remaining youth, he is nothing to worry about. The spectators were all looking forward to it. Everyone knew that the battle between Lu Qian and Rock Pan would determine the outcome of the two groups. Because this was a battle between the main forces, they were all looking forward to seeing which group would be eliminated. I will definitely win. Lu Qian took a deep breath. Then, under Lin Ling's encouraging gaze, she walked towards the stage with large strides. Want to win? Against me, Rock Pan, the only outcome is death. On the stage, Rock Pan's lips curled into a cold smile. His smile was filled with killing intent. If a martial artist wanted to be strong, they had to fight against the heavens and snatch the source of life from others. The reason Rock Pan was able to reach where he was now was because of his ruthlessness. Back then, he was also an ordinary martial artist. However, he could not bear to be surpassed by his fellow martial artists. In the end, he hardened his heart and killed his childhood sweetheart. He stole her cultivation resources and walked step by step to where he was now. Being ruthless made one strong. Up until now, Rock Pan had lost count of how many opponents he had killed. Your style of martial arts is mostly rigid, while mine is mostly ruthless. Let's meet force with force. Without giving Lu Qian any time to prepare, Rock Pan attacked first. His entire body's protective aura was filled with killing intent. Small and large holes were shot into the ground. It was extremely terrifying. His killing intent had already locked onto Lu Qian. If she chose to dodge, then her momentum would weaken and she would be suppressed by Rock Pan. Therefore, she had no choice but to dodge. 3 Tyrant Palms, Tyrant Meteor, Tyrant Cloud, Tyrant Current Scar. If you want to die, then touch her. Bang, the two of them collided like shooting stars. The entire martial stage was on the verge of collapse, leaving everyone dumbstruck. If you fall, your life is mine. After the first exchange, Rock Boulder's killing intent didn't decrease. Instead, it increased. He charged towards Lu Qian again. Obviously, he knew that although Lu Qian's cultivation level was similar to his, her foundation wasn't as solid as his. Therefore, he planned to exhaust Lu Qian to death. Bang bang bang, a crazy battle ensued. Astral winds rose in all directions, and spiritual chi fluctuated. It was as if two great demonic beasts were roaring at each other, causing many people in the surroundings to widen their eyes. The strength of these two people was too strong. Xian and Yuer called out softly from not far away. Her eyes were filled with worry. Lin Ling frowned. He could see that the situation was not optimistic. As time passed, Rock Boulder started to get injured. After all, he wasn't made of iron. However, Lu Qian's injuries were even more serious. It seemed like she couldn't even stand up. If we lose, Lu Qian's team is powerless to reverse the situation. The surrounding crowd shook their heads and said. They could also see the outcome of the battle. Lu Qian was ultimately weaker. Since Lu Qian had lost, her group would also be eliminated. Puff, Lu Qian spat out a mouthful of blood and her pretty face turned pale. Her legs went soft and she sat down on the ground. She no longer had the strength to fight. On the other side, although Pan Yan was also injured, he was clearly stronger than Lu Qian. His face was filled with a cold smile as he walked towards Lu Qian. What is he going to do? Seeing Pan Yan's actions, and Yuer's pretty face was filled with anxiety. On the other hand, Lin Ling frowned tightly. In the next moment, his eyes flashed and a strand of killing intent flowed out from his eyes. He knew Pan Yan's intentions. Pan Yan wanted to kill Lu Qian, although he had only met Lu Qian once, they were teammates. Moreover, this carefree senior sister Lin Ling also treated her as a friend. Now, Rock Pan wanted to kill his friend. The surrounding people also knew Rock Boulder's intention. They all sneered, their expressions extremely indifferent. You are the 10th woman that I, Pan, have killed. After killing you, my martial heart will become even more resolute. Pan Yan's countenance turned malevolent. He arrived in front of Lu Qian and slashed out with his claw. Lu Qian's eyes were filled with despair. She bitterly smiled in her heart as she thought of her younger brother and sister. In order to let them live a good life, she had embarked on the path of cultivation. However, the path of cultivation was filled with thorns and thorns. She had ultimately failed to reach the end. If you want to die, then touch her. At this moment, a cold voice sounded, instantly attracting the attention of countless people. Rock Boulder's hand stopped. He looked towards the direction of the voice and saw a young man wearing a black mask. He stood there quietly, like a demon from hell. His eyes were indifferent, and his pupils were a strange green color that made people not dare to look at them directly. He didn't know why, but when he looked into the eyes of the ghost-masked youth, a feeling of terror suddenly arose in Rock Boulder's heart. He had a feeling that if he really killed Lu Qian, the mysterious ghost-masked youth would definitely kill him. This feeling made him swallow his saliva with difficulty. However, in the next moment, he came to his senses. Why was he afraid of him? The ghost-masked youth was only the weakest in Lu Qian's group. Was there a need for him to be afraid of him? Laughing coldly in his heart, Rock Boulder shrugged his shoulders. His hand turned into a claw, and he slashed forward again. He was about to kill Lu Qian in front of the ghost-masked youth. However, his hand quickly froze. He kept staring at the ghost-masked youth. When his hand was about to touch Lu Qian's neck, the ghost-masked youth's eyes turned even colder. This made him feel a sense of horror. What was even more terrifying was that if he killed Lu Qian, the youth might not care about the rules of the summit and directly kill him. This feeling was very crazy, and it shocked Rock Boulder. That youth was simply someone who didn't fear the heavens or the earth. Rock Boulder, it's fine if you win, but don't cause trouble. At this moment, a faint voice sounded from the other side. The one who spoke was another member of his group, the thin and weak youth. Alright, Blood Sand, I'll give you face. Rock Boulder took a deep breath and withdrew his killing intent. However, he was still nervous. He was certain that although the ghost-masked youth wasn't strong, his aura was absolutely terrifying. Whoosh. Lin Ling jumped down from the distance, picked up Lu Qian, and left the stage. At least you know what's good for you. Now, scram. If you want to die, then stay. In the next round, I'll take your life. Lin Ling's words were extremely cold, causing Rock Boulder's eyes to widen. What was this? Could it be that the ghost-masked youth wanted to kill him in the next round? Too arrogant. He's only the weakest in Lu Qian's group. Moreover, in the morning, he fought 4 rounds in a row. His physical strength and spirit chi haven't recovered. He actually dares to say that he wants to kill Rock Boulder? The crowd was also shocked. Rock Boulder was the strongest in the group, and the ghost-masked youth was the weakest. The strongest challenging the weakest, this was simply unbelievable. Rock Boulder, you're also injured. Let me do it. Next, I want to see what qualifications the weakest has to challenge others. At this moment, the thin and weak youth called Blood Sand spoke indifferently. What was extremely surprising was that this youth's words were very arrogant, as if he was ordering Rock Boulder. Could it be that his status was higher than Rock Boulder's? Senior Blood Sand, Rock Boulder was somewhat unwilling to leave the stage. After all, he had been provoked by Lin Ling. If he left the stage cowardly, it would be a disgrace, and it would also affect his martial heart. You hesitated before, and your martial heart has a flaw. I'll kill him for you and perfect your martial heart. Now get down here. Blood Sand coldly said. His last sentence carried a strong sense of authority, causing the surrounding people to be even more surprised. Yes, Senior Blood Sand. Yes. However, not only was Rock Boulder not angry, he seemed to be somewhat afraid and hurriedly left the stage. It seems that the strongest in Rock Boulder's group is not Rock Boulder, but that youth called Blood Sand. Yes. Many people suddenly realized. Moreover, this matter was not impossible. It was obvious that the youth called Blood Sand's goal was not to be the champion of the 9th stage, but to be the champion of the Genius Summit. Thus, he had been hiding his strength. Or perhaps, none of the martial artists on the 9th stage were worthy of him making a move. Whoosh! While the crowd was still in shock, the thin and weak youth Blood Sand leaped onto the stage. He was not tall, and his face was thin, giving off a refined feeling. Moreover, his half-closed eyes flickered with a faint murderous intent. After Lin Ling put down Lu Qian, he also walked back to the stage. His challenge surprised the crowd again. It was obvious that even Rock Boulder had to listen to Blood Sand. Blood Sand was definitely stronger than Rock Boulder, and was the true trump card of Rock Boulder's group. Lin Ling was the weakest existence in Lu Qian's group, but he still accepted the challenge. This made people surprised at Lin Ling's suicidal attitude. The strongest hidden Blood Sand. In the 100,000 mountains, there are countless geniuses. In the Fallen Leaf sect, there is a genius with a fire spirit body called Ma Yan. This youth is famous in the 100,000 mountains, but no one knows that this was all arranged by the Fallen Leaf sect. Behind Ma Yan is an even more terrifying genius. In order to protect that genius, they threw Ma Yan out to attract the attention of their enemies. Blood Sand. Xianxia said with an indifferent expression, and the genius hidden behind Ma Yan is me, 16 years old, 9th stage of physique tempering, earth spiritual body. Blood Sand. As soon as he said those words, the faces of the surrounding people changed drastically. As expected, this Blood Sand was the true hidden expert. 9th stage of body transformation was one thing, but he also had a rare spirit body talent. How could Rock Boulder compare to him? This is the first time I've fought at the Genius Summit. But I want to use this opportunity to tell everyone that I, Blood Sand, have risen. Blood Sand. Ignoring the shocked gazes, Blood Sand's lips curved into a proud smile. His gaze was fixed on Lin Ling. He wanted to see Lin Ling's shocked and fearful expression. Unfortunately, Lin Ling's eyes were still calm. No matter how strong Blood Sand was or how good his talent was, he didn't care. His ambition was even greater. 2 months from now, he would become a core disciple of the Ancient Face sect. Although Blood Sand was strong, could he compare to a core disciple? I don't have the slightest interest in what kind of talent or strength you have. Let's end your nonsense here. Lin Ling said indifferently. His words weren't arrogant or ostentatious. They were very calm. But to Blood Sand, these words were arrogant to the extreme. Knowing his own strength and talent, this demon-faced youth could still maintain his calm and even disregard him. "You're already dead." Blood Sand. Blood Sand's body emitted a shocking aura. Astral energy shield appeared. It was an earthy yellow color, a pure astral energy shield. It was extremely rare. Bang! 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 The martial stage shook as if a giant was stepping on it. The earth spirit body connected to the earth, as if it controlled the power of the earth. How terrifying! Look, the martial stage is rising. Blood Sand. Everyone stared at this scene and sucked in a breath of cold air. The vast martial stage seemed to have risen by a foot. Xianxia's earth spirit body had taken control of the martial stage. This was a power that had already exceeded the knowledge of martial artists. The strange situation on this side caused even the spectators on the other martial platforms to raise their eyes to look, and those genius experts also frowned. They didn't expect that there was such a powerful genius hidden here. Congealing earth art, come earth. Blood Sand revealed a ferocious smile. He stretched out his right hand, and the protective aura around his arm spun madly. Gradually, a strange change occurred. Large amounts of gravel and dirt gathered on the ground, causing his arm to become crazily thick. This arm was 3 meters long and 1 meter wide, and its surface was covered in mud. This is Yang Ming's first battle. However, no matter how weak you are, I won't hold back. I'll let those geniuses from Iron Devil know that I'm qualified to compete with them. Xianxia's gaze looked into the distance and landed on the geniuses of Iron Demon. He seemed to be fighting with Lin Ling, but in reality, he was also showing off his might to Iron Demon. That ghost-masked youth is very unlucky. In order to prove his strength, Xianxia used his full strength in this battle. Some people knew Xianxia's intentions and shook their heads. It would be difficult for the ghost-masked youth to admit defeat now. He would likely be smashed to pieces. At this moment, Lin Ling was clearly being ignored. Besides Yue and Lu Qian, everyone else thought of him as a stepping stone for Xianxia's battle. 9th stage of body transformation, and he also has the talent of an earth spirit body. It looks like I'll have to use my full strength. Lin Ling didn't care about the gazes around him. His complexion was dignified. Xianxia's strength was indeed very strong, and he was the strongest opponent he had fought so far. Lin Ling could not retreat, he could only fight, thus, he needed to use an unprecedented strength and strike with all his strength. Lin Ling placed his middle finger in his mouth and gently bit down. He used the reverse blood technique, but he knew that with just the reverse blood technique, he was not Xianxia's match. Thus, the protective aura around his body crazily surged, flowing into his arms like water. He wanted to use the Tyrant Dragon Seal. Under the state of the reverse blood technique, using the Tyrant Dragon Seal would definitely be stronger than before. Everyone's gaze was still on Xianxia, but at this moment, a frightened voice sounded, "What? That ghost-masked youth hasn't given up, and his aura is getting stronger and stronger." This voice caused everyone's gaze to wander, their expressions becoming interesting. In their eyes, the ghost-masked youth had used some unknown martial art. His entire body was emitting white smoke like a dream, and at his palms, a domineering black spiritual energy was constantly tumbling, causing the martial stage to shake violently. They had a faint illusion that this was not a youth, but a sleeping black dragon that had awakened. Interesting. Xianxia's eyes narrowed slightly. The ghost-masked youth had not given up, and was planning to fight to the death. This caused him to smile, a smile filled with confidence, that was also good. If the ghost-masked youth gave up resisting and died like this, no one would know the strength of his condensing earth art. The ghost-masked youth had resisted, but still could not block a single move. This would prove the strength of Xianxia. Even ants drag out their lives, let alone humans. With your fighting spirit that does not fear death, I, Xianxia, will leave your corpse intact. Bang! 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 Xianxia took large strides forward, causing the entire martial stage to shake violently, as if a giant had walked past. And behind Xianxia, a giant earthen yellow arm emitted a dazzling light. The earth on his arm was condensed from spiritual energy, harder than steel, and as heavy as a mountain. Accompanied by the rumbling, Xianxia was getting closer and closer to Lin Ling. That majestic aura caused Yue and Lu Qian to open their mouths wide, constantly shouting. They wanted Lin Ling to immediately admit defeat and leave the martial stage. However, the surrounding sounds did not enter Lin Ling's ears. At this moment, he had entered a strange state. Faintly, he seemed to see spiritual energy jumping in the air. Even with his eyes closed, he seemed to be able to clearly sense the changes in a 5-meter radius around him. Under the martial stage, there are 3 ants crawling, and one of them was suppressed to death by the aura. Under my feet, there is a crack in the stone bricks of the martial stage. I can clearly see all of this. This feeling was very strange, as if it was born in a state of concentration between life and death. However, Lin Ling knew that this strange change came from his eyes. Quietly, Lin Ling opened his eyes. Between his palms, the new tyrant dragon seal was completely different. It was like a black ball the size of a fist, and on its surface, there were 7 black dragons spiraling. My strongest attack. Bang! Bang! With a step, Lin Ling also rushed towards Xianxia. His right hand seemed to be holding a black ball as he sent out a palm strike. Before the palm strike was sent out, the black ball of light emitted a terrifying aura, and the faint roar of a dragon could be heard. This caused Xianxia to frown. He had never seen this martial art before. This demon-faced youth did not seem as weak as he had imagined. Condensed dragon arm. Bang! Without thinking too much, Xianxia's giant arm broke through the ground like an earth dragon. Tyrant dragon seal. Bang! Who was the dark horse? Both of them did not hide their strength. They both exploded with their strongest attacks. Blood Sand wanted to prove himself and use this battle to show his might, so he attacked with his strongest attack. As for Lin Ling, because the enemy was too strong, he had to explode with his full strength. Bang! The 2 powerful attacks collided. It was as if the heavens and earth were falling apart. Tyrannical spiritual energy exploded. The martial stage bore the brunt of the impact and turned into dust. What a powerful spiritual energy! Bang! Pooh! Lin Ling spat out a mouthful of blood. He sensed that the giant hand in front of him was like a mountain that could never be shaken. The 9th stage of body transformation and the earth spirit body were indeed worthy of their reputation. But even so, Lin Ling's face was still without fear. He also wanted to see how strong the combination of the inverse blood technique and the tyrant dragon seal was. 7 dragons, condense for me and explode. Bang! With a low shout, Lin Ling's palm maintained its extended position. In his palm, the black spirit ball crazily rotated. The 7 black dragons gradually grew larger and larger, displaying their peak power. It's useless. You can't break my earth-condensing arm. Bang! Blood Sand shouted. His arm was like a yellow dragon, stirring up the wind and clouds. It was as if he controlled the earth. The rock on his arm, with the surge of spiritual energy, constantly grew larger and longer, but in the next moment, when the power of Lin Ling's tyrant dragon seal erupted, his expression drastically changed. The black spirit ball did not seem to be worth moving on the surface. But the moment it erupted, the 7 black spiritual energy crazily surged. Blood Sand even had the illusion that he was facing the 7 ancient black dragons. How is this possible? Could it be that he's cultivating a 6th grade cultivation method? Bang! Xianxia was greatly alarmed. Meanwhile, his sturdy arm cracked apart with pa-pa-pa sounds. Dust flew everywhere, making his expression change greatly. Bang! The power of the tyrant dragon seal erupted. It was as if it could destroy the heavens and earth. Under the collision of spiritual energy, the people around the martial stage saw a yellow dragon roaring. And opposite it, there were 7 ferocious black dragons. The 2 forces formed a 2-colored earth and black chi light cover. In the next moment, it exploded. At the same time, a figure flew out and crashed to the ground, coughing up several mouthfuls of blood. His face was ferocious, but also as pale as paper. His arm was dripping with blood, and he stared in disbelief. How could you possibly defeat me? As soon as these words fell, he completely fainted. After getting a clear look at that person, everyone's expressions were extremely interesting. That person was Blood Sand. At this moment, the 9th martial platform was filled with dust. The hard stone platform was shattered and scattered all over the ground. After the dust settled, a person covered in blood stood there. This person stood there without falling. He was wearing a black mask, and there were cracks on the mask. There were even traces of blood coming out from under the mask. He was none other than Lin Ling. In the previous clash, he had won by a narrow margin. In reality, if not for the black spiritual energy of the 9 dragons having the effect of healing injuries, perhaps he would not have won. At most, it would have been a draw. The combination of the Tyrant Dragon Seal and the inverse blood technique gave him a strength as deep as a mountain. It allowed him to fight someone 2 levels above him. Of course, this was also because Blood Sand had underestimated his opponent. If he had not chosen to meet force with force, perhaps Lin Ling would have had a harder time winning. Of course, Lin Ling still had a trump card that he had not used. It was the Eggshell Seal. But this trump card was his final trump card. Unless it was a critical moment, he would not use it so easily. Taking a deep breath, Lin Ling did not say anything and left the martial stage. The surroundings were still silent, but soon, the crowd reacted. Exclamations sounded like waves. This battle was too exciting. It could be said that there was a glimmer of hope at the end of the tunnel. Blood Sand, Earth Spiritual Body, 9th stage of body transformation. His ambition was to defeat the top powerhouses like Iron Demon. His battle with the ghost-masked youth was supposed to be a battle that would make him famous, but he had been utterly defeated. Instead, the ghost-masked youth had stepped on him to become famous. As for the ghost-masked youth, everyone had thought that he was the weakest existence in Lu Qian's group. But now, everyone knew that this youth was the true main force. It seemed that not only had Blood Sand hidden his strength, but even the ghost-masked youth had hidden his strength. Moreover, the ghost-masked youth had hidden his strength even deeper. Without a doubt, the ghost-masked youth was the rising dark horse of the Summit of Geniuses. That ghost-masked youth is only at the 7th stage of body transformation, but he was able to defeat a 9th stage of body transformation. Lo! Since the Summit of Geniuses began, this was the first time he had spoken out of surprise. The cultivation method he practices must be of a very high level. Xianxia also lightly said. He did not know why, but a figure suddenly appeared in his mind. It was the youth who had defeated Ma Yan not long ago in the square. Of course, this was only his guess. He was not certain. After all, in the 100,000 great mountains, martial artists were as numerous as carps crossing a river. Sometimes, it was not just one person that rose up. Iron Demon and Xianxia both looked at each other and suddenly revealed a smile of interest. That ghost-masked youth, unknowingly, was getting closer and closer to them. Lin Ling returned to his resting area. And Yuer's pretty face was filled with shock, and Lu Qian's expression was even more exaggerated. She was so shocked that she could not close her mouth. She never would have thought that the most terrifying person in her group would be this youth. His strength was even stronger than hers, and he had even defeated Blood Sand. Especially when she thought of the first time they met, she had somewhat looked down on Lin Ling. Now that she thought of it, she suddenly blushed. Lin Ling helplessly shook his head at the two surprise. After he gave some instructions, he sat down cross-legged and began to cultivate. This guy really hid his strength well. Huh. And Yuer and Lu Qian both smiled. Unknowingly, they realized that the height they had reached had already exceeded their initial goal of participating in the Summit of Geniuses. 10 martial stages, the champion group was gradually born. Without a doubt, the most shocking one was the 9th martial stage. Many people were curious about the background of that ghost-masked youth. Of course, the people from the ancient Zhang family had a very normal reaction. Young master, that youth does not have a spirit-body talent. For him to be able to win, it must be because his cultivation technique is of a high rank. Perhaps it has reached the 6th grade of the yellow rank. An old man said to a luxuriously dressed youth. That youth smiled indifferently. In the 100,000 great mountains, a 5th grade cultivation technique is rare. A 6th grade cultivation technique is enough to be proud of. It seems that the youth had a fortuitous encounter. However, cultivation techniques are external objects, not talent. That ghost-masked youth's future cannot compare to Blood Sand. Young. If I maintain this progress, I will definitely become a core disciple. When he thought of Arcade Peak and Huoleitang, Lin Ling's eyes became even more resolute. If Huoleitang didn't wake up, he would definitely protect Arcade Peak for Huoleitang. This was also the favor that he, Lin Ling, had to repay Huoleitang. Furthermore, he wanted Mo Jingtian to know that his master, Huoleitang, was not completely useless in Arcade Peak. At least, the disciples of Huoletang Peak were not useless. They were the core disciples of Gu Yan's sect. At this moment, Lu Qian and An Yuer also returned. Their faces were full of smiles. It seemed that they were still very excited about being part of the champion group. Lin Ling, have you recovered from your injuries? After seeing Lin Ling, Lu Qian couldn't help but exclaim. Not long ago, Lin Ling was seriously injured. If it were anyone else, they wouldn't be able to recover without more than 10 days. However, Lin Ling recovered in just a few hours. What a monster. Senior Sister Qian, this guy doesn't follow common sense. An Yuer was already used to Lin Ling's mysteriousness. She looked at Lin Ling and said, next, our champion group will go through the overall competition. Do you think we should continue? Lu Qian also looked at Lin Ling. In fact, they were already satisfied to be able to reach this height. Therefore, they wanted to see what Lin Ling wanted to do in the overall competition. After all, Lin Ling was actually the strongest in their group. Lin Ling frowned slightly. His purpose for participating in the competition was very clear. It was to temper himself. Now that he had achieved the effect of tempering himself, he could withdraw from the competition. I have no interest in entering the ancient Zhang family to cultivate. If there is anything, it would be a rune bag. Lin Ling looked at the two of them and said, how about this, let's go on stage and admit defeat. Yes. Although he had defeated Xianxia, it was a fluke. Although Mo and the others were also at the 9th level of the body tempering stage, they were definitely stronger than Xianxia in terms of talent and martial arts. After all, Mo and the others were ranked 2nd and 3rd among the inner disciples. Unless they broke through to the 8th level of the body tempering stage, time passed quickly. Not long after, the overall competition began. On the square, the 10 stages combined to form an even larger stage. Around the stage, the martial artists from the 100,000 mountains were excited. The strongest battle had finally begun. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, one by one, the champion groups jumped onto the stage. Their faces were indifferent, but their eyes were shining with excitement. They all wanted to show off in front of the ancient Zhang family and dominate the 100,000 mountains. If there was a difference, it would be Lin Ling's team. In Lin Ling's team, the three of them were calm. They didn't want to compete. Perhaps they just wanted to go through the motions. The old voice once again sounded in the sky. After announcing the rules and rewards, the overall competition officially began. Fight, 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 Mo, you will win. Fight. Senior Menghaoren, Senior Wang Fei, kill them. Fight. Geniuses rise in the chaos. Fight. Around the huge stage, the voices were unceasing. However, on the stage, there was silence. The 10 groups didn't make a move, but looked at each other indifferently. Obviously, they were afraid that if they made a move against the other groups would make a move against them. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. No one wanted to be the mantis, only Mo's team was calm. They didn't put anyone in their eyes. You all fight. Leave the strongest group to fight with us. Mo said indifferently. His meaning was clear. They disdained to make a move. Only after leaving the strongest group would they be interested in fighting. As soon as he said this, the other groups relaxed and began to choose their opponents. We don't plan to compete. We will leave in a while. Qian. At this time, Lu Qian's voice sounded. The genius experts of the other groups were stunned, then they sneered. At least you know what's good for you. Trash. 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 The crowd on the stage also laughed disdainfully. They thought that Lin Ling was a dark horse. In the end, this dark horse was weak and couldn't compare to the champion groups of the other stages. These idiots. Lin Ling didn't even look at these people. He was about to tell An Yuer and Lu Qian to leave. However, at this time, he suddenly frowned and couldn't help but laugh bitterly. At this moment, monstrous waves appeared in his dantian. 7 streaks of black spirit energy crazily revolved like dragons circling around the eggshell seal. The black tortoise chi suppressing pill's medicinal effect continuously poured into his dantian. The 8th streak of black spirit energy quietly appeared. Obviously, after experiencing the previous battles, coupled with the black tortoise chi suppressing pill, Lin Ling had reached the critical point of a breakthrough. However, the time of this breakthrough was earlier than Lin Ling expected, and the location wasn't suitable. Frowning slightly, Lin Ling cursed inwardly. However, he knew that if he didn't break through now, the 8th streak of black spirit energy formed in his dantian would mutate. At that time, he would suffer from chi deviation and wouldn't be able to break through for the rest of his life. And Lu Qian, I'm about to break through now. I'll have to trouble you to guard me. Yes. Protecting Lin Ling and Lu Qian's faces changed. However, a martial artist's breakthrough depended on luck and energy. If they were delayed, their momentum would weaken, and the difficulty of breaking through would increase by several times. Good. Yes. The two of them nodded, one on the left and one on the right. Lin Ling suddenly sitting down to cultivate attracted the attention of many people. On the martial stage, the champion groups were all stunned, then they all sneered. Looking at the youth, it seemed he was close to breaking through. He really knew how to pick the right time. A martial artist's breakthrough depends on luck. Some take years to break through, some take a moment of enlightenment. No matter which it is extremely rare. In Iron Demon's group, Yufeng smiled. His smile was filled with schadenfreude. Yufeng, looks like you have bad intentions. Do you want to interrupt him? If a martial artist's breakthrough is interrupted, they will go berserk. If it's serious, their meridians will be broken, and they might even die. Shi Menjian shrugged his shoulders. Iron Demon revealed a mocking smile. In their hearts, Lin Ling had a high-level cultivation method and his strength was not bad. However, because he did not have a spirit body, they did not put him in their eyes. However, even if he was an ant, they did not want an ant to become strong and affect their status. Menghaoren, others are breaking through, what do you think we should do? Shi Menjian disdained to make a move and said to a 9th stage of body transformation genius. The genius expert named Menghaoren stared in shock. He looked over at Lin Ling, and then gave a sinister smile. To be able to easily kill a future opponent was something Menghaoren would be happy to do. Thinking this, he slowly walked towards Lin Ling. Why is Menghaoren walking towards Lu Qian's group? No, he wants to interrupt someone's breakthrough. Hehe, this guy is really sinister. If a martial artist's breakthrough is interrupted, they will be crippled for life. Wow, seeing Menghaoren's actions, the people around the martial stage cried out in alarm. Of course, there were some who could not stand it and felt that the actions of these geniuses were extremely shameful. If you want to fight, then fight fair and square. What is a sneak attack when someone is breaking through? Unfortunately, the strong were respected in this world. Even if many people couldn't stand the sight of it, they didn't have the strength to stop it, and they could only sigh in their hearts that the ghost-masked young man was unlucky. Menghaoren, there's no enmity between us, nor is there any competition between us. What's the meaning of this? Lu Qian and Anuer's faces were covered with frost. They could tell that Menghaoren was trying to interrupt Lin Ling's breakthrough. This caused their hearts to burn with rage. On the path of martial arts, if you only attack when you have a grudge, then this world would already be filled with saints. Let's be frank, his rise has put us under some pressure. Now that we can easily kill him, why not? Both of you, scram. Otherwise, I'll kill you too. Menghaoren said expressionlessly. Lu Qian and Anuer both frowned. They looked into the distance and saw that the other teams were already fighting. As for the teams that were not fighting, they were smiling coldly as if they were watching a good show. Among them, the Iron Demon team was the most relaxed. No matter what, you have to stop him, said Lu Qian resolutely, taking a deep breath. Although she hadn't had much contact with Lin Ling, not long ago, when Rock Pagoda had wanted to kill her, Lin Ling had saved her. She would never forget that kindness, and Anuer nodded. Her usually indifferent face was now filled with an indescribable killing intent. Nobody can stop me, said Menghaoren. Menghaoren took a step forward. He waved his right hand, causing a sword to appear, which he stabbed toward Lin Ling. Crunch. The sword glowed with a cold light, like the frost of winter. Vast amounts of icy chi shot out. For Menghaoren to be able to stand on the martial arts platform meant that he was not some nobody. He had a water spirit body, and cultivated the level 3 technique, frigid ice incantation. His strength was above that of Bloodzan. After all, although Bloodzan's talent was no less than his, he hadn't cultivated for as long as Meng Haoren. Despicable! Cried Lu Qian. Lu Qian cursed angrily. Her body surged with astral energy, and she punched out. Her fist was unyielding, as if the heavens themselves were made of stone. Crunch, however, her strength could not compare to Meng Haoren's. Under his sword, her fist was frozen, turning into an ice sculpture. She spat out a mouthful of blood and flew backward. Metal thunder sword. Boom. On the other side, Anuere coldly spoke. Her lily-white hand pulled at her waist, and a thin golden sword appeared. This sword was dazzling with golden light, like a blazing sun. Under the infusion of spiritual qi, the sound of thunder could be heard. One look and one could tell that it was extraordinary. Previously, she had not used this sword because it was her hidden trump card. But now, she had no choice but to use it. Huh? Compared to Lu Qian, you are the stronger opponent. Your innate talent is not as simple as a first-grade spirit body. Meng Haoren's expression changed. Anuere's aura made him not dare to underestimate her. As for the 3 members of the Iron Demon team who had been watching the battle, their expressions also changed. It must be known that the higher the innate talent of a spirit body, the stronger their strength. It was not impossible for an 8th stage of body transformation cultivator to defeat a 9th stage of body transformation cultivator. But that girl's innate talent of a spirit body was clearly higher than the others. She had hidden it very deeply. Interesting. This girl is mine. Mine. Shi Menjian licked his lips. His eyes were not filled with killing intent, but with greed. Anuere gave him the feeling that she was as pure as ice and as pure as jade, a beauty capable of causing the downfall of nations. Of course, most martial artists did not look at appearance, but strength. Anuere had the looks, and in addition to her innate talent, it would be strange if Shi Menjian's heart was not moved by such a girl. Clang, at this moment, Anuere was like a proud daughter of heaven. Her entire body emitted a dazzling golden light. She pointed her sword forward, and her sword was like a meteor streaking across the starry sky. Meng Haoren's sword was a sword of ice. Wherever the sword passed, frost would appear on the ground. But after it collided with Anuere's sword, Meng Haoren's expression changed greatly. He heard a deafening sound of thunder, and his sword sensed a powerful force. The force was reflected back, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood and involuntarily retreat. Meng Haoren was at the 9th stage of body transformation, but he had the innate talent of a first-grade spirit body. Even if he met an ordinary 10th stage body transformation cultivator, he would still have the qualifications to obliterate them. But Anuere was only at the 8th stage of body transformation, and yet she was able to defeat him. This proved that Anuere's innate talent of a spirit body was truly exceptional. I'll kill you. Kill. Meng Haoren's expression became ferocious. This woman belongs to me. At this moment, Shi Menjian's cold voice sounded out. His sword skills were also exceptional. He unsheathed his sword gracefully, and in a flash, he was like a white horse galloping through a gap. Not far away, Anuere's beautiful shoulder was pierced by the sword. Her cold face became even paler. Looking at Shi Menjian, he had already returned to his original position. From beginning to end, it was as if he had never used his sword. Clearly, his speed was very fast as lightning. No one could detect him. Meng Haoren looked deeply at Shi Menjian. He did not plan to attack Anuere, and instead walked towards Lin Ling. At this moment, no one could protect Lin Ling Bang. At this moment, a figure suddenly rushed out and blocked in front of Lin Ling. It was Lu Qian. I'm not dead yet. Go. At this moment, she was like a candle flickering in the wind. Her face was pale, and her right hand was still frozen into an ice sculpture. But her eyes were filled with determination, as if she was unafraid of death. Unless Lin Ling woke up, she would not leave. This girl's heart of martial arts is extremely firm. Once she sets her mind on something, she will not back down even if she dies. It's just that she does not have the innate talent. If she had the opportunity, perhaps she would be able to soar to the heavens. Go. Lin Ling had made his move. Ha ha ha. You have guts, but you don't have strength. When I want to kill someone, I've never let them live. Haha. Meng Haoran laughed loudly. The killing intent in his eyes grew stronger. He and Lu Qian had already become enemies. If Lu Qian were an ordinary person, he wouldn't fear her. However, her heart of martial arts was extremely firm. He had to kill her. Take my sword, Jun's flying frost. Haha. Whoosh, the cold sword pierced through the air toward Meng Haoran. Frost appeared on the martial platform, and a cold wind blew. The tip of the sword pointed toward Lu Qian. Lu Qian gritted her teeth, but the determination in her eyes grew even stronger. At this moment, an enormous aura appeared behind her. It was like the roar of a dragon, accompanied by a deep voice that seemed to come from the underworld. Everyone on the martial platform will die. Haha. As the voice echoed out, a pitch-black broadsword pierced through the air. It passed Lu Qian and slashed toward Meng Haoran's sword. The broadsword was like a black dragon. 8 streams of black spiritual energy roiled on the surface of the broadsword. It was so majestic that it seemed capable of shaking mountains and rivers. Crack, the broadsword and the sword collided. In the next moment, the cold sword shattered into ice crystals. The broadsword was unstoppable. After breaking the sword, it slashed toward Meng Haoran. What powerful spiritual energy! Haha. Meng Haoran's face fell. He couldn't see anyone, only an enormous black broadsword slashing toward him. The broadsword seemed capable of severing heaven and earth. Retreat! Haha. Shocked, Meng Haoran leaped backward. He was fast, but the broadsword was even faster. Swish, the broadsword slashed down, and Meng Haoran's head was separated from his body. His head floated off into the distance, his eyes wide, as if he couldn't understand how he had lost. The martial arts platform instantly quieted down. Everyone was looking at the figure who was still standing. It was absolutely silent. You broke through. Haha. Lu Qian gaped for a moment, then cried out in joy. Her legs gave way, and she sat down. The person standing on the martial stage was Lin Ling. At this moment, his face was indifferent, and his eyes were filled with killing intent. Earlier, if it were not for Lu Qian and an Yuer protecting him, perhaps he would have failed to break through. The good thing was that the 9 dragons' force was not as fast as other techniques. In the moment of life and death, Lin Ling had finally stepped into the 8th level of physique tempering. Ignoring the gazes of the surrounding people, Lin Ling walked towards an Yuer. Soon after, he helped an Yuer to Lu Qian's side. You two have worked hard. I will remember your kindness. Now, you can leave the martial stage. Leave the rest to me. An Yuer and Lu Qian were both injured. After hearing this, they nodded and left the martial stage. After the two left, Lin Ling looked at the people on the martial stage. His eyes were cold. Earlier, he had already said that he would not fight. It was only because he was at the critical moment of breaking through that he had no choice but to stay and cultivate. But these people had mercilessly stopped him. If they had succeeded in stopping him, Lin Ling might never break through again in this lifetime. He would forever be stuck at the 7th level of physique tempering, so this hatred, he had to take revenge. Every injustice has its perpetrator, every debt has its debtor. Those who tried to stop me, step forward. I will let you see if I am trash. Pointing the broadsword in his hand, Lin Ling coldly looked at the people on the martial stage. Everyone was stunned. Even the surrounding crowd was stunned. Looking at the demon-masked youth's meaning, it seemed that he was going to return the favor to those who tried to plot against him. But the demon-masked youth had just broken through and was at most at the 8th level of physique tempering, and the geniuses on the martial stage, which one of them was not at the 9th level of physique tempering? Did this demon-masked youth have such strength? All 3 of us have, how about it? Stopping you from breaking through is not because we are afraid of you becoming stronger, but because the waiting time is too boring and we want to have some fun. The 3 members of the Iron Demon team all coldly laughed. They were clearly saying that they were the ones who stopped him, so what could he do about it? Ha ha ha, you were lucky enough to break through. Now if you don't obediently leave the martial stage, could it be that you want to settle accounts with us? Yes. Although I didn't stop you, even if Meng Haoran didn't go up, I would still go up. The geniuses of the other teams all laughed. This demon-masked youth was too arrogant, it made them very uncomfortable. Lin Ling was indifferent to everyone's mockery. He indifferently stared at the 3 members of the Iron Demon team. "You 3, I'll settle accounts with you later." After he finished speaking, he looked at the other geniuses. "You pieces of trash, now, die." Without another word, he took a step forward. A tyrannical spiritual energy caused the martial stage to tremble. Lin Ling turned into a black shadow and rushed towards the geniuses. "Humph, insignificant skill. I'll let you experience my Jade Dipper body." One of the geniuses coldly snorted. His words were extremely arrogant. He was 19 years old this year and was ranked 4th among the inner disciples of the Flying Snow Palace. He cultivated a 4th-rank cultivation technique, the Suiyu tactic, which had an extremely strong defense. With this cultivation technique, there were no more than 20 people of the same age who could break through his defense. Cha-cha. Once the Jade Dipper body appeared, the genius's entire body was as brilliant as jade. Lin Ling's expression was indifferent. 8 streams of black spiritual energy rolled in his body and flowed to the large saber as he chopped down. Pa-pa. The sound of rocks cracking could be heard. The genius's expression changed. He didn't expect the demon-masked youth's spiritual energy to be so dense and pure. Not only was it comparable to the 9th level of body tempering, it even had the possibility of surpassing it. Die. Lin Ling's gaze was cold as his spiritual energy exploded. Shwa. The genius's Jade Dipper body was broken and cut in half. The surrounding people were shocked. The demon-masked youth's strength had somewhat exceeded their expectations. "Take my axe. If you can take it, my Wind Sky Mountain will admit defeat." At this moment, the shadow of an axe came from behind Lin Ling. It was as if it could split the heavens and the earth, causing the air to explode. This axe was very strong. The one who used it was a genius with the spiritual body of earth. Under this axe, unless one was at the 9th level of body tempering, no one could block it. Lin Ling suddenly turned around and faced the axe. His saber was like a moon as he chopped out horizontally. Pung! The saber and axe collided, causing the earth to crack. Lin Ling was the first to feel that the saber in his hand was emitting a faint sound. This saber was made of fine steel and was somewhat unable to bear the weight. If it wasn't for the black spiritual energy protecting it, it would definitely have cracked. "Break for me." Lin Ling's gaze was sharp. Spiritual energy once again poured into the large saber. The saber's color became even darker, turning into a black saber. Cha! The hatchet in front of him was chopped apart, turning into pieces of broken iron. The genius holding the hatchet was stunned. He had never thought that this demon-masked youth's strength would be so strong. Could it be that he cultivated a 5th or 6th grade cultivation technique? "My skills are inferior. I lost this time. Next time we meet, I will definitely defeat you." The genius clenched his teeth and wanted to leave the martial stage. Die. Lin Ling cleanly and efficiently killed him with a single saber. When these people were strong, they could casually kill him. When they were weak, they wanted to leave with a single word of admitting defeat. The martial stage was already shocked. The demon-masked youth had consecutively killed 2 people. It had to be known that these 2 people were not weak. One was good at defense and the other was good at offense. They were extremely famous in the 100,000 Great Mountains. However, their offense and defense were unable to stop the demon-masked youth. Battle of the strongest group. Below the martial stage, and Yuer and Lu Qian were shocked, especially Lu Qian. She was so shocked that she even forgot to heal herself. He doesn't have an astral body talent, but with an ordinary person's aptitude, he even defeated an astral body talent. Furthermore, he defeated an astral body talent. This is too terrifying. His cultivation technique should be an 8th grade or 9th grade cultivation technique. And Yuer said with a serious expression. Lu Qian was even more shocked. In the 100,000 Mountains, a 5th grade body refinement realm cultivation technique was considered a sect's signature cultivation technique. She didn't even dare to imagine an 8th grade cultivation technique. Or even a 9th grade cultivation technique? Is there a 9th grade cultivation technique? Yes. Yes, in the Cloud Imperial City of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom, the son of a noble king, cultivated a ninth-grade cultivation technique since he was young. Xianxia nodded. She seemed to know a lot of things. Lu Qian's eyes were filled with envy. Unfortunately, the two of them didn't know that Lin Ling cultivated a 10th-grade cultivation technique. I didn't fight earlier, and you called me trash. Fine, I will fight now. Who's next? Yes. On the martial stage, Lin Ling was unstoppable. Apart from Tiamo and the other two, the others were not his match at all. I beg for mercy. I didn't stop you earlier and was fighting with another person. I hope you can spare my life. Yes. Please be merciful. Yes. The remaining people's faces changed as they begged for mercy. Martial artists all had a sharp spirit and didn't easily admit defeat. However, this was based on the premise that their strength was comparable. However, once the opponent surpassed them by too much, begging for mercy wasn't a rare thing. As for the demon-masked youth, his strength surpassed them by too much. No one could block his saber and was almost invincible. Kneel down and you can live. Yes. Lin Ling said indifferently, extremely decisive and powerful. Those genius martial artists immediately revealed bitter expressions. Kneeling down was shameful. After all, many people were watching. They were the top of the 4 major sections. Thinking like this, one of them wanted to beg for mercy. However, when he met Lin Ling's cold eyes, his legs immediately went soft and he knelt down. He realized that the demon-masked youth's eyes were very cold. If he hesitated, the demon-masked youth might kill him. Plop, the other geniuses also knelt down, not daring to be arrogant anymore. Although face was important, their lives were more important. When the surrounding people saw this scene, they couldn't help but sigh. These genius powerhouses had been arrogant before, thinking that they would be able to obtain a ranking and become famous. But the demon-masked youth had admitted defeat at the start, not intending to compete. But the other genius powerhouses thought that the demon-masked youth was a soft persimmon, and they all wanted to bully him. This caused the demon-masked youth to resist, and he killed several of them, causing the remaining ones to beg for mercy. It had to be said that this process was extremely ironic. Your turn. Lin Ling looked at Iron Demon's 3-man team, a cold smile appearing on his face. Originally, he wanted to focus on tempering himself and did not want to compete for anything. However, these people just had to look for trouble and stop him from breaking through. Since that was the case, he had to kill these 3 people. This ghost-masked youth is so arrogant. The surrounding onlookers sucked in a cold breath. No one had expected the demon-masked youth to be so arrogant. After defeating the other genius experts, he even dared to directly challenge the Iron Demon team. Did he want to trample all the geniuses of the 100,000 great mountains under his feet? The 3 members of the Iron Demon team stood quietly. When Lin Ling defeated the other geniuses, they were not moved. But now, Lin Ling was not willing to give up and wanted to challenge them. This made them a little surprised. The 3 of them looked at each other with indifferent expressions, as if they were asking who would come. Although Lin Ling had defeated many people, they did not put it in their eyes. Because to them, what Lin Ling could do, they could also do. I'll go. If the 2 of you go, it will be difficult for the martial stage to survive. At this time, Yufeng walked out, his face arrogant. He pulled out a large saber from his back. I, Yufeng, am at the 9th level of body transformation. I have the talent of the wind spirit body. I practice a 4th level cultivation technique and am ranked second among the inner disciples of the Wild Saber sect. You only have one chance to escape. If you miss it, you will die here. No matter how strong Lin Ling was, he was only at the 8th level of body transformation. He did not put him in his eyes. You don't have a single chance. Lin Ling shook his head. The determination in his eyes was very obvious. He must kill Yufeng. After saying this, he did not hide his strength. He knew that when facing a strong opponent like Yufeng, he had to use 70% of his strength. At this moment, he put his finger into his mouth and lightly bit it, reverse blood technique. N? Lin Ling's words made Yufeng frown, but he quickly sneered, you don't have the strength. After saying this, he instantly attacked. Zhenfeng Saber. When Yufeng's saber came out, the martial stage made a crashing sound as if it was being attacked by a strong wind. It was extremely terrifying. Yufeng's protective chi was like a tornado. The small stones around him were all sucked in and then crushed. He held the large saber in his hand and shot towards Lin Ling, his speed as fast as the wind. That is the wild saber sect's secret technique, the wild wind technique. It has reached the 5th level. This Yufeng is highly valued by the wild saber sect's leader. Otherwise, he would not be qualified to learn this technique. Taimo faintly said. Shi Menjian also nodded. It is said that his martial art, the Zhenfeng saber, was practiced by the sea. He can sense the path of the sea wind. When he wields his saber, not a drop of water can leak out. In the 10,000 great mountains, there were not many strong people that could enter their eyes. Yufeng was one of them. This saber, without the 10th level of body refinement, no one can block it. In mid-air, the wild wind saber appeared, locking in the direction of Lin Ling's escape, making it impossible for him to escape. Is that so? Lin Ling's face was indifferent. The steel saber in his hand made a buzzing sound. 8 streams of black spirit energy spiraled around the saber as he slashed out. Since there was no way to dodge, then there was no need to dodge. Boom! The two sabers collided, causing a loud explosion. The huge martial stage cracked and was also scrapped. Eh? Interesting. Yufeng was a little surprised that his saber did not kill Lin Ling. However, he sneered. The saber in his hand turned into a wind eye and crazily rotated. Lin Ling's saber blocked in front of his body. It was constantly slashed by Yufeng's saber, making crackling sounds as sparks flew in all directions. It had to be said that Yufeng was indeed very strong. Even with Lin Ling's 9 dragon strength, he could not suppress Yufeng. This made Lin Ling a little surprised. And now, Yufeng's saber turned into a wind eye, constantly rotating like a spinning top. If this continued, Lin Ling might be fine, but the steel saber in his hand would definitely not be able to withstand the impact. If he dies, Yufeng's wild blade will not stop until it kills the enemy. Shi Menjian smiled coldly, as if he could see the result. The battle on the martial stage was extremely dazzling. The surrounding spectators all held their breaths, afraid that they would miss something. If this continues, I will only be at a disadvantage. I must take the initiative. Lin Ling seemed to be in a dangerous situation, but his face was extremely calm. His eyes were constantly looking for a loophole in Yufeng's martial arts. In the next moment, his eyes lit up. Yufeng was like a spinning top, constantly rotating and killing everything. However, it was only aimed at the middle part of the body. His saber could not cut through the lower part of the body. Thinking like this, Lin Ling released the saber in his right hand. His body slanted and shot forward while flat on the ground. Give up on the saber? Is he stupid? Without a saber to block Yufeng's attack, he will definitely be cut in half. The surrounding people were shocked. They could not understand Lin Ling's intention. Even Shi Menjian and Taimo were puzzled. However, in the next moment, everyone understood Lin Ling's action. They saw Lin Ling approaching Yufeng on the ground. With a push of his palms, Yufeng's entire body was lifted up. Yufeng was still spinning, his saber crazily killing everything, but he could not cut through Lin Ling. Lose. Clash of the strong, boom, this smash was like a volcanic eruption. The entire stage was smashed into a 10-meter wide crater. Inside the crater, Yufeng spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was pale and he had stopped using his martial arts. One must know that his martial arts, Gale Blade, was extremely terrifying. There was nothing it could not cut and no one could block it. But he did not expect it to have such a flaw. The stronger the martial arts, the more obvious the flaw. Sometimes it was even easier to break than other martial arts. Of course, it was easy to say, but not everyone could see through it. It could be said that Lin Ling was the first martial artist in the 10,000 big mountains to easily break Yufeng's blade technique. From Lin Ling's abandonment of his blade to his counterattack, it only took a few breaths of time. When everyone saw the scene, they all sucked in a breath of cold air. They secretly admired Lin Ling's insight. Your martial arts, from now on, are no longer worthy of respect. Boom, Lin Ling jumped and took back his blade. Holding it with both hands, he slashed at Yufeng, who was in the crater. Not good. Boom. Ximenjian's face changed. Without caring about his face, he pulled out his sword and turned into an afterimage, shooting at Lin Ling. This time, Lin Ling was undoubtedly fighting two people at the same time. Many people saw this scene and could not help but despise Ximenjian. That ghost-masked youth had already fought all the strong geniuses. Now, Ximenjian even launched a sneak attack. Even if he won, it would be an unfair victory. Despicable. Boom. Sensing the sword light behind him, Lin Ling's face turned cold. He had two choices. 1. Give up on killing Yufeng. 2. Risk getting injured and kill Yufeng. In an instant, his eyes revealed determination. His right hand held the blade, but his left hand loosened. A tyrannical spirit energy poured into his left hand, causing it to turn pitch black. He suddenly punched at Yufeng, who was on the ground. How people treat me, how will I treat people? The moment you stopped me from breaking through, you were already dead. Boom. Boom, this punch was powerful. After reaching the 8th stage of body transformation, the 9 dragon's energy became even more tyrannical. The power of the spirit energy increased several times. This punch was enough to take Yufeng's life. Yufeng's face was pale. In his eyes, the fist that was falling from the sky was getting bigger and bigger. It was going to kill him. At this moment, he suddenly regretted it. This demon-masked youth acted in a low-key manner, but once he was provoked, that was the same as provoking the god of death. He would erupt with a strength that surpassed your imagination and kill you. No. Yufeng roared. He was very unwilling. With me here, you can't kill him. At the back, Ximenjian's face was ashen. He clearly knew that he had made his move, but this ghost-masked youth still dared to kill Yufeng. He was simply ignoring him. You're late. Lin Ling laughed coldly and punched out. The dense power shattered Yufeng's internal organs, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood and die. How dare you? I'll take your life. Ximenjian is instantly enraged. He thrusts out his sword, wanting to take Lin Ling's life. At this critical moment, Lin Ling did not even look behind him. The saber in his right hand slashed out, clang. This slash seemed casual, but it strangely blocked Ximenjian's sword. It must be known that Ximenjian's sword was known for its speed. According to the rumors, he was able to cut a falling leaf into 99 pieces in a single breath. This clearly showed how fast his sword was. However, Lin Ling still blocked it. This made many people shocked. One must know that Lin Ling was fighting 1 against 2. After defeating Yufeng, he blocked it in a short period of time. Yet, he still blocked it. One must say that the demon-masked youth's battle awareness exceeded many people's imagination. Ximenjian was also shocked, but his face became colder. His sword instantly trembled. Understanding sword. His sword became unpredictable, as if it could pierce through everything. No one could block it. Gotcha. This sword suddenly seemed to come from the horizon. With a swift and fierce, it pierced through Lin Ling's saber. At the same time, the sword pierced through Lin Ling's shoulder. Obviously, with the sharpness of this sword, very few people in the entire 100,000 mountains could block it. No matter how strong your attack was, or how strong your defense was, it was useless. One sword to break 10,000 techniques, to pierce through everything. Is he dead? Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. This battle was too exciting. They were very curious whether the demon-masked youth was dead or not. Ximenjian slightly breathed. The demon-masked youth was difficult to deal with. It was beyond his imagination. Fortunately, his understanding sword was stronger, otherwise, the battle situation would be unimaginable. Just as he was about to speak, the demon-masked youth, who had lost his saber, raised his head. Under the mask, his eyes were extremely cold. The previous you, when were you arrogant and did not put me in your eyes? Now, you sneak attacked me. Is this the style of you, Ximenjian? Ice-cold words floated out from Lin Ling's mouth. At this time, a black sphere of light appeared in his left hand. Above this sphere of light, 8 black dragons circled around. It was an extremely terrifying sight. Lin Ling's words were filled with ridicule, causing Ximenjian's complexion to pale. He was a proud son of heaven. When Lin Ling broke through, he disdained to stop him and let others do so. but now, he had launched a sneak attack, and even fought one against two. Just based on this, he had lost all face. You should be regretting that you didn't stop me before. Now, you no longer have the chance. Lin Ling coldly said. As his words fell, he took a step forwards, allowing Xianxia's sword to pierce through his right arm. In his left hand, the black sphere of light began to crazily revolve. Tyrant Dragon Seal. The Tyrant Dragon Seal at the 8th stage of body transformation, in addition to the reverse blood art, was extremely powerful. Even Lin Ling found it hard to imagine just how powerful it would be. Lin Ling's intention caused Xianxia to be shocked. What kind of courage was this? To use his body to pierce through the sword. But he didn't have time to be surprised. He knew that Lin Ling was going all out. Alright, I'll fulfill your wish and let you see my true trump card. Xianxia coldly shouted. His right hand abandoned the sword, and his hands moved frequently, forming complex hand seals. At this moment, the two fingers on his right hand were as dazzling as the sun. The color was white. Looking from afar, it was a shocking sight. Ask the Heaven Sword Finger, a profound grade 1 martial art. Seeing that finger, some experienced martial artists sucked in a breath of cold air. Up until now, the martial artists of the 100,000 Great Mountains had all cultivated yellow-ranked martial arts. Profound ranked martial arts were cultivated by martial spirit realm experts. The greatest characteristic of this martial art was that it could break out of the body and kill people from 1,000 meters away. He is only at the 9th stage of body transformation. The spirit energy in his body has not changed, so it is impossible for him to break out of the body. But even so, for a body transformation cultivator to cultivate a martial art of the martial spirit realm, this is extremely terrifying. A martial artist said. Everyone's expression was extremely solemn. It was certain that with the power of this profound ranked martial art, Xianxia could kill any body transformation cultivator. I didn't stop you from breaking through earlier because I disdained you. Now you know the reason. Xianxia said with a cold expression. At this moment, he was extremely confident. It was as if he didn't put any body transformation cultivator in his eyes. You talk too much nonsense. Lin Ling turned a blind eye to him as the Tyrant Dragon Seal in his hand shot out. At the same time, Xianxia's sword finger also pointed out. Shocking the world with a single brilliant feat, rumble, two powerful forces collided with a deafening sound. In the center of the square, a 10-meter-wide shockwave of spirit energy appeared, constantly emitting beautiful sparks. On the left, there was a huge sword finger, as if it was asking the heavens, breaking through the dome of heaven. The sword was swift and fierce, cutting through everything. The strength of Ask the Heavens sword finger was well known, but seeing it now, everyone still sucked in a breath of cold air. On the right, everyone was shocked. There, a huge black semicircle formed, and it was evenly matched with the sword finger. On the surface of the black semicircle, there were 8 black dragons as thick as water buckets spiraling. It was a shocking sight. What kind of martial arts were those 8 black dragons? How could they be so strong? Everyone was filled with doubts. Xianxia was also shocked, and his heart was filled with disbelief. However, at this time, the 8 black dragons became even more majestic, as if they had absorbed the spirit energy of his Ask the Heavens sword finger, and the atmosphere became even stronger. Not good. Xianxia shouted in his heart, but it was already too late. The 8 black dragons collided with the sword finger, causing his sword finger to collapse. He could not help but retreat. With every step he took, the ground beneath his feet cracked, and he retreated 10 steps. Pooh! A mouthful of blood spurted out from Xianxia's mouth. His eyes were filled with confusion. Even if he was beaten to death, he would never have thought that Ask the Heavens sword finger would lose to the opponent's black sphere. At this moment, in the chaotic spirit energy fluctuation in front of him, a figure jumped straight over. It was Lin Ling. Although the Tyrant Dragon Seal was powerful, it was not a martial art that could break through the body. The attack range was at most 12 meters, so Lin Ling seized the opportunity to pursue. His fist carried the remnants of Lin Ling's strength, and it flew straight towards Xianxia. Xianxia's eyes were filled with confusion. At this moment, he seemed to smell the scent of death. He wanted to move, but he immediately spurted out a mouthful of blood. Upon closer inspection, he discovered that there was black spirit energy in his body. Although it was as big as a strand of hair, it was constantly destroying his dantian. This black spirit energy was very strange. As he was thinking, Lin Ling's attack came. The black fist was like a siege. With a bang, Ximenjian's body exploded, and blood rained down. The scene caused the surroundings of the square to fall silent. Ximenjian was ranked third among the Flying Snow Palace's inner court disciples, and was tied with Gu Yensek's Ning Fei. He was usually arrogant, and his swift sword swept through the 100,000 great mountains. This time, he formed a group with Tai Mo and the other two. They originally thought that they could sweep through the genius summit, but in the end, they lost to the demon-masked youth. In fact, when the demon-masked youth was breaking through, if Ximenjian had stepped in to stop him, then the demon-masked youth wouldn't have been a threat. However, Ximenjian arrogantly allowed others to step in, allowing the demon-masked youth to smoothly break through. Then, after a battle, Ximenjian was blasted apart. Uncle Daoxian, the 8 streaks of black spiritual energy were like dragons. Could it be? In a corner of the square, the eyes of the brocade-clothed youth from the Zhang family lit up. The old man next to him had a serious expression on his face. When he fought Xianxia, I thought he was practicing a rank 6 cultivation technique. But I didn't expect that I was wrong. That was a rank 10 cultivation technique. It's a cultivation technique that the Cloud Sea Empire's imperial family members don't pass on to outsiders. 9 Dragon Strength. The silk-clothed youth's eyes brightened. In the past, I heard that someone stole this cultivation technique from the hands of an imperial family member. Then, he fled to the western sands and the northern ice region. Finally, he came to the 100,000 great mountains of the South Sea and hid in a small sect to secretly practice. It seems that the rumors were true. Does young master want this cultivation technique? With this cultivation technique, you can recultivate. Your foundation will be more solid, and your chances of breaking through to the body transformation realm will be higher. The old man said. The silk-clothed youth nodded. At the same time, on the other side, the middle-aged man's eyes were filled with shock. I didn't expect that in a mere 100,000 great mountains, someone would actually obtain the 9 dragon strength. This cultivation technique is the best for the body transformation realm. Even my ancient Lin family doesn't have it. If I can obtain it, then... His expression changed, but he quickly shook his head. My goal this time is to find Lin Ling. The entire square was shocked. No one knew how the demon-masked youth had won. It was too inconceivable. 9 dragon strength. As the realm increases, the spiritual energy density increases. At the 8th stage of body transformation, one can kill a 9th stage of body transformation. Lin Ling stood there quietly, but his heart was also shocked. Quickly, he swallowed several rejuvenating pills to recover his spiritual energy and injuries. The Tyrant Dragon Seal was Lin Ling's strongest attack. This martial art was originally a 3rd-grade yellow-ranked martial art, but as Lin Ling's realm increased, its power would continuously increase. It could even reach the power of a profound ranked martial art. Unfortunately, once it was used, Lin Ling's spiritual energy would be depleted. It was only suitable for a critical moment. After his spiritual energy had recovered, Lin Ling looked at the last person, Iron Demon, and coldly said, I originally had no intention of competing. I already had the intention of withdrawing, but you insisted that I stay. Then I will do as you wish. The next one is you, Iron Demon. Lin Ling's words were decisive. It was clear that he did not intend to give up. His principle was to treat others as they treated him. Moreover, he believed that Iron Demon also did not intend to let him go. This child is terrifying. The square was in an uproar. No one would have thought that the demon-masked youth would not give up after fighting several people. It seemed that he wanted to sweep through all the experts of the summit. This made many people sigh. Iron Demon and the others had smashed their own feet with a rock. Iron Demon is stronger than Ximenjian and the others. The demon-masked youth has already fought several times. Does he still have the strength to challenge? Of course, everyone was also puzzled. Could it be that the demon-masked youth still had a hidden trump card? Iron Demon quietly stood at the edge of the stage. His face was gloomy. From beginning to end, he did not put Lin Ling in his eyes. But now, Lin Ling had slapped his face. After fighting several times, he still dared to challenge him. Not to mention that you have fought several times, even if you were at your peak, you would not be my opponent. Iron Demon walked forward step by step. The ground shook as if a giant was walking. I am not like Xianxia. How about this, I will give you a chance. If you do not lose within 3 moves, I will spare your life. Compared to Xianxia and the others, Iron Demon was clearly stronger. In the 4 great sects, other than the number 1 inner disciple and the core disciples, no one was his opponent. In his eyes, although the demon-masked youth's strength was not bad, he clearly did not have the strength of the number 1 inner disciple. 3 moves? As expected of Iron Demon, you have courage. The demon-masked youth has fought several times. His physical strength and spirit chi have not recovered. I am afraid he cannot block 1 move. The surrounding people were discussing. Then I will also give you a chance. If you do not lose within 10 moves, I will spare your life. Lin Ling's calm voice was filled with confidence. The surrounding people were even more shocked. Not only did the demon-masked youth not need to give Iron Demon 3 moves, but he gave Iron Demon 10 moves. This courage and this contempt was even greater than Iron Demon's. 10 moves? Iron Demon's indifferent face became gloomy. You are courting death. This time, he was furious. Bang, he took a step forward, and as he did, a sudden change occurred. All around the square, the weapons in the hands of many martial artists began to jump up. The weapons uncontrollably rushed towards Iron Demon. As if they were attracted by magnets, they tightly stuck to Iron Demon's arms, making him look like a steel giant. This scene was so shocking that it made everyone suck in a breath of cold air. A flame god. For Iron Demon to be able to stand above Xianxia and the others, his innate spirit body is definitely not first grade. The old man beside the Zhang family youth lightly said. The higher the grade of innate spirit body, the greater the assistance it would bring. Unfortunately, high-grade innate spirit bodies were very rare, 1 in 10,000. Bang, Iron Demon took a step forward. His 2 iron arms were more than 10 meters long, and his left arm struck out. I'll take your life. Bang, shwa, astral winds rose. This attack was equivalent to a martial artist using his body to block a sword. Who could block it? It's time to use my strongest trump card. Bang, Lin Ling's face was calm and fearless. He dared to challenge Iron Demon because he was confident that he could break the seal on the eggshell. The seal on the eggshell was stronger than the 9 dragon spiritual energy. This was also the reason why he was confident in defeating Iron Demon. Moreover, he was wearing a mask. Even if someone paid attention to him, they would not know his origin. This allowed him to fight freely and reduce unnecessary trouble. Rumble, in his dantian, spiritual energy crazily attacked the seal. Gradually, a trace of hot aura spread out. Lin Ling's body began to emit flames. An unprecedented power rose from his heart. This was the first time he had used the power of the eggshell seal. First move. Bang, without any fancy moves or preparation, Lin Ling simply punched out. This was a fire fist. Bang, the huge iron arm and the fire fist collided. Terrifying spiritual energy exploded, followed by popping sounds. Iron Demon's left arm, which was formed from the sword and saber, completely disintegrated. As for Iron Demon, he took a step back and his expression changed drastically. What is that? Bang, the surrounding people were also shocked. No one expected that Iron Demon would be defeated by a single punch from the demon-masked youth. This demon-masked youth seemed to have no limit. Fire spiritual energy? Bang, Iron Demon's pupils constricted. In his eyes, Lin Ling's fist was wrapped in flames. The flames did not seem to be ordinary flames. Innate spirit body, he also has an innate spirit body, and it's even higher than Iron Demon's. Bang, the old man beside the young man from the Zhang family exclaimed in shock. He could tell that the young man had at least a 3rd-grade fire attribute spirit body. As for what kind of spirit body it was, he couldn't tell at the moment. Since the beginning of the Genius Summit, he has never revealed his innate spirit body. So this is his trump card. That young man from the Zhang family, he murmured. Compared to the 2 people's surprise, on the other side of the square, the mysterious middle-aged man was as shocked as a celestial being. Ancient Clan's Lin family's mixed fire body, Could it be that he is Ling who was left behind in Gu Yan sect? He was very clear about the flames that Lin Ling had displayed. This was because he also possessed the innate spirit body of the ancient Lin family bloodline. Earlier, I only used 50% of my strength. I don't believe that you can be stronger than my Iron Demon innate spirit body. Iron Demon, who had always been indifferent, flew into a rage out of humiliation. Since he dared to underestimate Lin Ling, he naturally had the ability to do so. He originally thought that once he displayed his powerful strength, the youth in front of him would either die or be crippled. But who knew that the youth's strength was beyond his imagination? Iron Dragon overturning the river. He took a step forward. His two iron dragon-like arms fiercely slapped towards Lin Ling. This momentum was like overturning rivers and seas. If Shi Menjian was here, this move would be enough to make him feel hatred in the underworld. His sword was useless against this kind of enormous strength, but that didn't include Lin Ling. Second move. Lin Ling took a step forward. His entire body was covered in flames, making him look like a man on fire. This time, he attacked the eggshell seal even more crazily. The eggshell seal erupted with a terrifying fire attribute spirit chi. It was extremely strong and young, as if it wanted to burn everything in the world. Hong. His two fists blasted out calmly, but they were like two flaming meteors. Pung pung pung. With the second move, Iron Demon's iron arms once again collapsed. Swords and blades flew everywhere. Even the iron was on fire. Iron Demon took another step back. His expression became even uglier. The demon-masked youth's fire attribute power was extremely terrifying. It seemed to burn everything. Lin Ling's eyes were firm. Iron Demon's strength was not weak. Through the feedback from his fists, his body was also impacted. But in his dantian, other than the crazy fire attribute spirit chi, there was still the 9 dragon strength. Although it was not much, it was enough to constantly heal his injuries. Iron Demon, where does your arrogance come from? With your strength, do you think you have the qualifications to look down on others? Lin Ling took another step forward. His aura was magnificent. How terrifying. His strength is already ranked second among the inner disciples of the 4 great sects. Many people were shocked. Their hearts were heavy. Iron Demon's expression was cold. His hands once again sucked in. The surrounding swords and blades flew over, forming 2 iron arms. Bang bang bang. Third move, fourth move, fifth move. The battle was intense. The sound was deafening. The martial stage was no longer a martial stage. Lin Ling's expression was indifferent. He received the attacks while shouting. At this moment, he was giving way. His voice made many people react. They knew that the demon-masked youth did not take the initiative to attack. Instead, he was looking down on Iron Demon. He was giving Iron Demon 10 moves. This boldness caused all of the geniuses that had lost to Lin Ling to go pale. This was especially true for Bloodzen and Boulder. They both clenched their teeth. They never thought that this demon-masked youth would be so much stronger than them, and Yuer and Lu Qian were so shocked that they could not close their mouths. Lin Ling was the strongest in their group, but his strength had once again exceeded their expectations. Iron Demon roared towards the sky. He was so angry that he was about to go crazy. Since young, he had always been the center of attention. When had he ever been humiliated like this? It was worse than killing him. 100,000 swords, condense for me. Spitting out a mouthful of blood, Iron Demon exploded with his strongest move. Swish swish swish. Even more swords flew towards Iron Demon. At this moment, Iron Demon seemed to be in control of all the weapons. Sword and blade domain, strangle. Bang. With Iron Demon's loud roar, the swords and blades shot towards Lin Ling. This move was unimaginably terrifying. Unless one was a true core disciple, no one would be able to block it. The scene was spectacular. A large number of swords and blades danced in the air. The speed of the swords and blades was very fast. In a few breaths of time, they had wrapped around Lin Ling, forming a 10-meter sphere of weapons. On the surface of the sphere, swords and blades surged, as if they wanted to bury Lin Ling alive. Haha, you've lost. Being trapped by the sword and blade domain, you will be cut to death. Bang! Iron Demon roared with laughter. His laughter was filled with pride. The square was completely silent. No one knew if the demon-masked youth was dead or alive. Could it be that the demon-masked youth had lost in the 10th move? But the silence did not last long. Someone cried out in alarm, "Look at that sphere of weapons." The sphere of weapons was still spinning, but a blazing light shined out, making the sphere of weapons look like a sea urchin. Gradually, the swords and blades turned red, as if they were being burned by fire. This gave people the illusion that there was a sun, a flame, and a flame god sealed within the sphere of sharp weapons. Pung! A flaming fist suddenly broke through the sphere of weapons. Following that, pung pung pung, countless fists punched out. The sphere of weapons exploded, and a blazing light came out from within, as if it was a man of fire. 10th move. Following this, there was a cold voice, 10 moves, this was truly a 10-move handicap. First place. You can die now. Lin Ling's cold voice sounded out. In the next moment, he turned into a shooting star, shooting towards Iron Demon like a fireball crossing the horizon. Iron Demon's pupils grew bigger and bigger. This was the first time he felt fear. This summit was supposed to be the place where he would become famous, where he would look down on the other geniuses. But even if he was beaten to death, he would never have imagined that this would be the place where he would die. Whoosh! Lin Ling's speed was extremely fast. He arrived in front of Iron Demon in just a few breaths of time. His arms spread out like a flame god embracing Iron Demon, and his entire body was covered in flames. They soared into the sky, burning Iron Demon to nothing. At this point, Iron Demon was dead. Around the martial stage, everyone's faces were filled with fear. For a moment, they were speechless. At the summit, a dark horse had risen once more, sweeping away all the geniuses. At this moment, the demon-masked youth had used his absolute strength to shock everyone's hearts. Under that demon mask, everyone was curious. Just who was this youth? For a moment, everyone's eyes were filled with reverence as they looked at the youth. Good, good, good. Your strength and talent are both not bad. The winner's group of geniuses belongs to none other than you. Boneyard's final destination, Lin Ling smiled helplessly. This senior apprentice sister and really had a big appetite. She actually didn't even care about a 10th grade cultivation technique. But from another perspective, senior apprentice sister and also thought highly of him. She thought that he wasn't just limited to this, and that he would have even greater achievements in the future. Thus, she saved this favor for the future. Okay, I won't force you. But don't bet wrong. I might be mediocre in the future. Lin Ling smiled. He then recited the cultivation method of the 9 dragons and told Lu Qian to memorize it. At the same time, he explained the key points of cultivation. After reciting, Lin Ling left without stopping. He had a feeling that after the ancient Zhang family people came, a storm would rise in the 100,000 mountain range again. In this chaotic world, all he could do was to raise his cultivation and control his own destiny. Did you find it? In a luxurious restaurant, Zhang Jiuyun was drinking wine and looking at the people in front of him. Young master, that ghost-masked youth was very cautious. Before the genius summit ended, he disappeared. A middle-aged man cupped his hands and said, "A bunch of trash." Zhang Jiuyun's face became ferocious. The ghost-masked youth went against his will, so how could he let him stay? Moreover, the youth had a 10th rank cultivation technique, so he was determined to get it. But he didn't expect that the youth wasn't stupid. He had an intelligence that didn't match his age. He shocked the world with a single brilliant feat, not arrogant and complacent. Instead, he disappeared quietly, giving him a feeling of hitting cotton. Young master, business is more important. At this time, the old man next to him reminded him in a low voice. Zhang Jiuyun nodded. He came to the 100,000 mountain range this time because he received the ancient Zhang family's order to subdue the 4 sects and martial artists here. Secondly, he came with selfish motives. He secretly learned that the 100,000 mountain range had the admiration of the Zhang family ancestors, and that the tomb also had the treasure he dreamed of. He was determined to get that treasure. Young master's mission this time is to subdue the 100,000 great mountains. Currently, Flying Snow Palace, Wild Blade Sect, Fallen Leaf Sect, and Gu Yan sect. The first 3 sect leaders have already agreed to submit, and Gu Yan sect is planning to inform their sect leaders. However, young master, someone asked me to deliver a piece of yuan crystal mica to this youth. This treasure was obtained by that person in the 100,000 Great Mountains, and they hope to exchange it for the position of Gu Yan sect leader. The old man said. Crystal mica, haha, this rural place actually has an unexpected harvest. This treasure, whether used for refining pills or forging weapons, is extremely rare. Zhang Jiuyan laughed loudly, permitted. In the Heaven Mystics Kingdom, there were more than 300 sects, and this didn't include the smaller sections. His ancient clan's Zhang clan had more than 100 sections. Hence, he, Zhang Jiuyan, didn't even bother about the sect head position of the Gu Yan sect. Whoever offered the most valuable treasure, he would let that person take the position. The old man pondered for a moment and said, oh right, I received news that the 14th uncle of the ancient Lin family has also come to the 100,000 mountains. 14th uncle? Lin Li? Why did he come to the 100,000 mountains? Zhang Jiuyan frowned. I don't know for now, but the ancient Lin family has quite a number of subordinate sections. They shouldn't be interested in the 4 major sections. My guess is that he is here for the bloodline of the ancient Lin family. In the ancient Lin family, all 16-year-old youths have to return to the ancient clan to cultivate. Perhaps the 100,000 mountains has the bloodline of the Lin family. The old man pondered. Zhang Jiuyan nodded. That is good. I hope his goal isn't the burial ground, the Zhang clan's tomb. With my current strength, other than the inner sect's number 1 and core disciples, the rest of the Gu Yan sect disciples are no match for me. Lin Ling continued to move forward with excitement in his heart. Using the tempering of the Genius Summit, he had benefited greatly and was getting closer to the strength of a core disciple. If there were any Gu Yan sect disciples who knew of Lin Ling's strength, they would be so shocked that they couldn't close their mouths. In just 3 months, he had advanced from the 6th stage of body transformation to the 8th stage of body transformation. Other than Lin Ling, who else in the Gu Yan sect could do this? However, Lin Ling knew that he was still lacking some maturity. Therefore, his goal this time was the burial ground. After a long time, Lin Ling once again arrived at the burial ground and continued to move forward. The first path, Iron Spear Array. Lin Ling strolled leisurely. He didn't even use the reverse blood technique and easily walked through. The second path, Terracotta Figures. Lin Ling was still as calm as ever. With his current strength, unless one was at the 9th stage of body transformation, it would be very difficult to make him use his true strength. Even if one was at the 9th stage of body transformation, if he used his trump card, the eggshell seal, he could still defeat them. Pung pung pung, behind the second path, 4 terracotta figures appeared. However, they still couldn't stop Lin Ling. Lin Ling had finally arrived at the third path. The third path was at the top of the mountain. Here, the fog was hazy and the ground was made of gray rocks. However, the area was very large and one couldn't see the end of it. What was strange was that here, the aura of death pervaded the air and there were no signs of life. There was only a pagoda in the distance. That pagoda should be the tomb. I've finally arrived. Lin Ling let out a light breath. He was looking forward to the treasures in the third path. However, the aura in front was very strange. The danger level was definitely not lower than the second path. Therefore, he didn't move forward for the time being. Instead, he waited quietly. He wanted to see if he could find the lost time and know the danger of the third path in advance. Unfortunately, after waiting for a long time, the path ahead was still silent. Lin Ling sighed. He guessed that the lost time might have appeared in an inconspicuous place. Therefore, no matter what, he had to go in and explore. With that thought in mind, Lin Ling advanced cautiously. As he took a step forward, the world around him changed. He appeared in a gloomy forest. His surroundings were dark, and he could faintly hear the cries of ghosts. F***ck, what kind of place is this? Lin Ling was shocked. He was clearly at the top of the mountain, but in the blink of an eye, he appeared here. Without a doubt, this place had been changed by a strong person, forming a kind of mystic realm. The strength of that strong person must be extremely strong. Perhaps it was the owner of the tomb. Woo woo woo. Woo woo woo. At this time a frightening sound came from afar. It was the sound of ghosts crying. Lin Ling's scalp went numb. The surroundings were too dark and he couldn't see clearly. Fortunately, during the Genius Summit, he accidentally awakened a power similar to Soul Force. Even if he didn't use his eyes, he could see the surroundings. Therefore, he quickly found the source of the crying. It was a woman in white. Her long hair reached her waist and covered her face. It was extremely gloomy. Suddenly, the woman in white raised her head, revealing an ashen face. Her eyes were pitch black, as if they had been dug out by someone. F***ck. Lin Ling was always calm, but at this moment, he couldn't help but curse. That thing looked like Sadako in the supernatural movies he had seen in his previous life. Woo woo woo. Woo woo woo, the woman in white floated towards Lin Ling. She was extremely terrifying. As a martial artist, I have spiritual chi to protect my body. I am not afraid of ghosts and gods. I want to see what you are. Heavenly Spirit Cleansing Pill, swish, this sword flashed with black light, like a black dragon soaring through the sky. Woo woo. Woo woo. However, Lin Ling's sword easily pierced through the white-clothed woman. The white-clothed woman was safe and sound. She lifted her ash-white face and suddenly enveloped Lin Ling. This was a real ghost, like smoke and fog. Lin Ling's physical attack was naturally ineffective. Lin Ling was shocked. He then found that when the white-clothed woman approached him, his spiritual energy and blood were constantly being absorbed by the white-clothed woman. He had read supernatural stories before and knew that these ghosts loved to suck people's vitality. They could wrap around people and suck them to death. He had also heard of this kind of thing before. In the previous world, some people were walking in the mountains. After returning home, they suddenly fell seriously ill. No matter how much they tried to treat them, they could not be cured. In the end, they slowly died. At that time, there was a saying that the person provoked the ghost and was entangled by it. The white-clothed woman in front of him was even more terrifying. Her speed of sucking people's vitality was even faster. If this goes on, I will definitely die. Woo woo, Lin Ling thought of ancient Yen sects Huoletang and Yuyu. His eyes suddenly widened. If he died here, then his master and Yuyu would definitely not be able to escape from Elder Xianxia's evil hands. I can't die yet. Woo woo, Lin Ling shouted. The 8 streams of black spiritual energy in his dantian crazily attacked the eggshell seal. In the next moment, a scorching flame burst out. His dantian turned into a sea of fire. The fire penetrated his body and turned Lin Ling into a burning man. Jia. Woo woo. The white-clothed woman was burned by the fire. She frantically retreated and screamed. Fire, the extreme yang, could obviously restrain evil things. The fire in Lin Ling's dantian was not an ordinary fire. It was his innate spirit body. Kneel. Woo woo, Lin Ling was like a flame god descending to earth. He suddenly pointed at the white-clothed woman. The white-clothed woman was somewhat frightened. She seemed to be afraid of being burned by the fire and immediately knelt down. At this time, another woo-woo-woo-woo sound came from afar. Listening to the sound, there seemed to be more than one ghost in this ancient forest. Although they don't dare to approach me due to the protection of my flaming aura, I can't stay here for long. I have to find a way to leave. Lin Ling knew that he shouldn't stay here for long. After pondering for a moment, he immediately turned around and left. Woo-woo-woo. Behind him, a large number of ghostly cries chased after him. As long as Lin Ling's flame aura disappeared, those ghostly cries would pounce on Lin Ling and suck his essence, energy, and soul. This chase and escape lasted for half a day. Lin Ling was speechless as he discovered that this ghost forest was vast and boundless. There seemed to be no way out at all. This made Lin Ling realize that he was trapped. Time passed slowly. Unknowingly, a month had passed. In this month, Lin Ling was constantly on the run. In this ghost forest, other than the ghosts, there were also some zombies. They were a type of people who died but did not become zombies. Although their strength was less than the terracotta figures on the building, there were many of them. They were extremely troublesome. Lin Ling's hands were weak from slashing them. This ghost forest seemed to be deliberately placed by the tomb's owner. It could be imagined that the tomb's owner must have killed countless people before he died. and used ghosts to protect his tomb. On this day, Lin Ling weaved through the ghost forest and inexplicably came to the front of a stone house. Lin Ling was familiar with the ghost forest. In this month, he was already familiar with the terrain. Most of the ground was filled with coffins. This was the first time he saw a stone house. This stone house was extremely ancient and looked very ordinary. But strangely, there were no ghosts here. It was extremely abnormal. Lin Ling cautiously approached. Not long after, he saw the figure of an old man sitting cross-legged at the side of the stone house. His face was filled with vicissitudes, as if he had lived through tens of thousands of years. The old man held a copper bell in his hand. He mocked himself, "Tomb guard, Lord Zhang. I've guarded your tomb for 300 years. Will you let my clansmen go? Die." Lin Ling's face changed. He knew that he had finally seen the lost time. After all, ghosts could not speak. They would pounce on anyone they saw. However, this old man not only spoke, but also ignored him. This was the sign of the lost time. Looks like if I want to leave this godforsaken place, the key is still this old man. Die. Lin Ling let out a light breath. No one could imagine what it felt like to be in the company of ghosts every day for a month. If Lin Ling's temperament was not firm, he would have already collapsed. If it was another person here, even if they were not stupid, they would have gone crazy. He's the tomb guard. No wonder there are no ghosts near this stone house. Lin Ling quietly listened to the old man speak. The old man seemed to be very lonely. He talked to himself for several hours. First, he talked about his origins. Then, he talked about the owner of the tomb, Lord Zhang. Finally, he said that it was his regret to not have a wife. Damn Lord Zhang, why didn't you get a wife to guard the tomb with you? Lin Ling was speechless. He now knew a thing or two about the old man's origins. From the old man's words, he knew that if he wanted to leave the ghost forest, unless he had heaven-defying strength, he would have to rely on the soul-subduing bell in the old man's hand. This soul-subduing bell could not only control ghosts, but it could also clear the ghost fog and find the way out. After a moment, Lin Ling smiled and walked towards the stone house. The stone house was where the tomb guard lived. After opening the door, there was nothing inside, only dust. Lin Ling did not care. He walked to a corner of the stone house and punched the wall. Boom, a large hole appeared in the wall, and there was a wooden chest inside. Previously, from the old man's muttering, Lin Ling knew that the old man's soul-subduing bell was hidden in the stone house. After a moment, the wooden chest was opened. There were 3 items lying inside. One was the bronze soul-subduing bell, a bottle of pills, and an ancient sheepskin scroll. Looks like there's an unexpected harvest. Lin Ling could not help but smile. He first put the soul-subduing bell into the rune bag. Then, he opened the pill bottle. There was a blood-red pill lying in the pill bottle. It looked like it was condensed from blood. Shaking his head, Lin Ling could not understand what kind of pill it was. Finally, he picked up the ancient sheepskin scroll and looked at it carefully. This scroll was a pill formula, the heavenly spirit cleansing pill. According to the pill formula, this pill was a second-grade pill. It was used to break through to the body refinement realm. It had the effect of liquefying spiritual energy. Heavenly spirit cleansing pill? Lin Ling's face changed. In the martial arts book left behind by the ghost monkey, he knew that if one wanted to break through from the body refinement realm to the martial spirit realm, the first thing was to liquefy spiritual energy. Liquefying spiritual energy. These 4 words seemed simple, but in fact, it had stopped countless martial artists. Relying on oneself to break through, the chances of success were very slim. Most people relied on the assistance of the spirit cleansing pill, which was also why the spirit cleansing pill was so precious. But the spirit cleansing pill had a 30% chance of success, and the heavenly spirit cleansing pill had a 50% chance. The most terrifying thing was that this kind of pill washed the spiritual energy in the body in advance. It had to be known that the ordinary spirit cleansing pill was used at the peak of the body refinement realm. But the heavenly spirit cleansing pill was used at the body refinement realm. It converted a part of the spiritual energy in advance, and let the spiritual energy liquefy. When one reached the body refinement realm, the chances of breaking through would greatly increase. Liquefying spiritual energy, haha, this pill formula is priceless. Young Master Zhang's bodyguard. Since it's to liquefy the spiritual energy in advance, it's better to take it early. Yes. Lin Ling sat cross-legged and swallowed the heavenly spirit cleansing pill. This pill seemed to be condensed from blood. Once it entered his body, it dissolved like water, forming a strange vortex. When it reached his dantian, it suddenly crazily absorbed the black spiritual energy. Gradually, the vortex quietly turned black and turned into the state of a drop of water. This was the liquefaction of spiritual energy. Of course, the liquefaction process was very slow. Lin Ling waited for a full 3 days. 3 days later, Lin Ling sensed it and couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. The drop of black liquid didn't seem big, but the spiritual energy suppressed was completely the sum of his entire body's spiritual energy. He was finally sure why the martial spirit realm and the body refinement realm were separated. After all, the former was much stronger. Erasing the body refinement realm was as easy as blowing off dust. A few days later, Lin Ling left the stone house. Although his spiritual energy had been liquefied, it was only a small part. He needed more heavenly spirit cleansing pills. And before that, he also needed to increase his realm strength. Looking at the stone house, Lin Ling bowed to the old man's figure with gratitude in his heart. Senior, if it weren't for your guidance, I might not have been able to get out. I, Lin Ling, will remember your kindness. If you hadn't died, perhaps I would have found a woman to accompany you to guard the tomb and fulfill your wish. With a helpless smile, Lin Ling slowly left. At the moment, he didn't plan to go to the tomb. After all, from the old man's words, he knew that the tomb was very terrifying. The tomb owner used an ancient burial method to preserve his body, turning into a half-human, half-ghost creature. With Lin Ling's current strength, he would only end up dead. A moment later, Lin Ling appeared in the ghost forest. With a slap of his right hand, the soul-suppressing bell appeared. The ghosts around him were suddenly frightened and circled around him. Scram! Scram! Lin Ling shouted in a low voice. The ghosts seemed to have heard the order and floated away one by one. Inject spiritual energy into the soul-suppressing bell and you can open the way out. The soul-suppressing bell in Lin Ling's hand blossomed with light as a black vortex appeared in front of him. It was extremely mysterious, and Lin Ling didn't hesitate at all as he stepped inside. When he reappeared, Lin Ling was already at the top of the mountain. He had finally come out. At this moment, the sound of conversation could be heard from the top of the mountain. So this is Lord Zhang's tomb. Hee, I wonder how many treasures there are. Young Master Zhang Jiuyun is here for the tomb. You guys are rarely tempted by money, be careful that young master will deal with you guys. Last time, you guys were ordered to kill the ghost masked youth, but you guys didn't complete the task. Young master is already very unhappy. Damned ghost masked youth, he's like a little fox, very cautious. If I meet him, I'll definitely skin him alive. In the distance, a large number of people were walking over. These people were dressed in luxurious clothes and their eyes were filled with arrogance. That young master of the Zhang clan also came to the burial ground, but this tomb belongs to the Zhang clan, so it's not strange for him to come. Lin Ling frowned, but as he had guessed, the young master of the Zhang clan had not let him go. But his current situation was not good. The people in front of him were the young master's subordinates, and their strength was not weak. They were all powerhouses at the 10th stage of body transformation. He did not fear a single person at the 10th stage of body transformation, but in front of him there were over 100 of them. Who? At this moment, a cold voice sounded out. It was clear that the other party had also discovered Lin Ling's complexion changed. He slapped his right hand and took out the ghost mask. He put it on his face and at the same time drew his bronze greatsword. The people in the distance had already approached. When they saw Lin Ling, they could not help but laugh. Haha, I've worn out iron shoes looking for you, but I didn't think I'd see you here. Ghost masked youth, if you want to blame someone, blame yourself for not being tactful. Today, you've encountered the Zhang clan's guards. Kill him. Whoosh. A black-clothed man was the first to rush over. He slapped out a palm with a grand momentum, forming the sound of a tsunami. From afar, it looked like a wave was crashing down. This palm, even if Iron Demon was present, he would not be able to take it. This man was at the 10th stage of body transformation and came from the ancient Zhang clan. His strength was extraordinary. So strong, this is a martial artist from outside the 100,000 Great Mountains. Lin Ling was secretly surprised, but he was not afraid. The spiritual energy in his body tumbled. This time, he used the spiritual energy from the black water droplet in his dantian. That drop of spiritual energy was as small as a water droplet, but it was the spiritual energy of the martial spirit realm. It was also one of Lin Ling's trump cards. Without saying anything, Lin Ling punched out. Haha, I know you're the strongest genius of the summit, but in my eyes, you're just SOSO. The black-clothed man laughed mockingly, and his palm became even more magnificent. Boom, fist and palm collided, and the air billowed. It was as if the mountaintop had been struck by lightning. Xiao, in the next moment, a figure flew out and smashed into the ground. He spat out a mouthful of blood, and his face was full of disbelief. This person was the black-cloaked man. He said in shock, "How is this possible? You're only at the 8th stage of body transformation, how can your spiritual energy be so dense?" The rest of the Zhang clan guards also widened their eyes as if they had seen a ghost. An 8th stage body transformation cultivator and a 10th stage body transformation cultivator were defeated. Moreover, that 10th stage body transformation cultivator was not from the 100,000 Great Mountains, but from the even more powerful Zhang clan. This was too shocking. I know you're a martial artist from the ancient Zhang clan, but in my eyes, you're just SOSO. Lin Ling coldly smiled, and returned the black-clothed man's words. The black-clothed man's face turned ugly as if he had swallowed a fly. He angrily shouted, "Brat, don't be too proud. I didn't use my full strength just now." "Only you didn't use your full strength?" Lin Ling calmly replied. His words made the black-clothed man feel even more humiliated. A brat who was still wet behind the ears dared to speak to him like this. I have to say, it's rare to see such a talented martial artist in the South Sea. Even in the East Court, your talent is not at the bottom. But it's useless. Our mission is to kill you. You may not be afraid of one of us, but we won't fight alone. Yes. The winner is king, and the loser is a bandit. If you want to blame someone, blame it on your bad luck. The guards coldly looked at Lin Ling. Obviously, they were planning to bully him with numbers. South Sea? East Court? Lin Ling's mind instantly formed a blueprint of the entire Heaven Mystics Kingdom. The 100,000 Great Mountains he was in was part of the South Sea, and the East Court was the most powerful. It was where the 8 great ancient clans were, and there were countless martial artists there. Involuntarily, he yearned for the outside world. Bullying me with numbers is useless against me. It's your bad luck to meet me. Collecting his thoughts, Lin Ling looked at the crowd and laughed. Ha ha ha, with just you alone? This is the best joke I've ever heard. The guards all laughed. That young man's strength was indeed not bad. In a one-on-one fight, it might be difficult to defeat him. But in a battle of attrition and a sea of people? Could that young man withstand it? Laugh, you'll cry later. Lin Ling evilly smiled and kept the bronze sword. He then took out the soul-suppressing bell. Remember the most beautiful scene in front of you, because later, you won't have the chance to see it again. Increase in strength, woo woo woo, the surrounding scene suddenly changed as if it was being sucked in by the soul-suppressing bell. Unknowingly, the fog became hazy and turned into a gloomy ghost forest. What's going on? This is a forest. It's so gloomy here. It's a kind of evil technique. Oh my god, there are ghosts over there. Not good. We've been brought into some kind of secret realm. Everyone be careful. Those ghosts are real, but there's only one of them. Don't worry too much. We're martial artists. Our chi and blood are vigorous. Brother. Are you sure there's only one? There's a group over there. Brother. The guards were all scared witless. They were not in the martial spirit realm, so they could do nothing about ghosts. Run. Brother. The terrifying atmosphere spread and the martial artists scattered. They all wanted to escape from the ghost forest. Unfortunately, they did not know that there was no way out of the ghost forest unless they had the soul-suppressing bell in Lin Ling's hand. Lin Ling stood quietly on a big tree. His eyes were cold. Those guards wanted to kill him, so he would not give them any face. Oh right, I'm lacking cultivation pills. I'll take these people. Brother. Lin Ling's body disappeared. Not long after, in the southeast corner of the ghost forest, 3 guards walked together. Their faces were pale as they cursed their bad luck. This ghost forest is boundless. If we can't find the key, I'm afraid we'll be trapped to death. That's strange. Where's that ghost-masked youth? Why haven't I seen him after entering the ghost forest? Brother. Maybe he's dead. Brother. From the beginning to the end, they did not know that the ghost forest was brought out by Lin Ling. I'm still alive. Brother. At this moment, a cold voice sounded. Following that, a black shadow leaped over. One of the guards did not react in time and was hit by a punch. He was sent flying into the distance. It was unknown whether he was dead or alive. After sending his opponent flying with one move, Lin Ling's figure quickly disappeared. This guy is not dead yet. Brother. The remaining 2 frowned. Things happened too fast and they could not react in time. Not long after, the guards from other places also rushed over. Everyone walked towards the guard who was sent flying by Lin Ling, looking carefully. Their faces turned ugly. That guard didn't seem to be dead yet, but everything on him had been taken away, including his weapon. Everyone be careful, that demon-masked youth is very vicious. He actually launched a sneak attack. A guard said solemnly. That ghost-masked youth acted very quickly, and with the advantage of the ghost forest's geography, it seems like we have to form a group of 5. Yes, we must find a way out as soon as possible. Young master is already waiting for us. If the ghost-masked youth appears again, immediately entangle him and then obliterate him. The guards came to an agreement. They formed groups of 5 and went off to find a way out. But in their hearts, they were extremely unhappy. It had to be known that they came from the Dongting ancient clan's Zhang family, and each one of them was at the 10th stage of body transformation. In the 100,000 Great Mountains, their status and strength were even higher than the strongest person in Mountain View Town, Mr. Lin. However, when they encountered a mere demon-faced youth, they had suffered defeat twice and were deeply humiliated. After the crowd left, Lin Ling appeared in the distance. His eyes were calm. In his heart, the guards of the Zhang family were like a flock of sheep waiting to be slaughtered. Then, he opened the rune pouch that he had snatched and was instantly overjoyed. There were 10 bottles of spirit-gathering pills in the rune pouch. This was not a small harvest. The Zhang family is really rich. Wow. Lin Ling couldn't help but sigh with emotion. A single guard had 10 bottles of spirit-gathering pills. In the 100,000 Great Mountains, there really wasn't a single martial artist that could casually take out such an amount. His feet moved and Lin Ling disappeared from where he stood. With the ghost forest, the guards could not leave. They were indeed like sheep in a pen. And with the soul-suppressing bell, he could control the ghosts. He did not fear the enemy's human wave tactics. 3 days later, in the southeast corner of the ghost forest, several guards were robbed and 1 person died. 6 days later, in the northwest corner of the ghost forest, several more guards were killed. At the same time, a large group of people heard the news and rushed over. But at this time, a large number of ghosts also floated over. In the eyes of the guards, the ghost-masked youth was like the king of ghosts as he calmly left. Again and again, he plundered and attacked again and again. This caused the Zhang family guards to gnash their teeth in anger. They finally understood what Lin Ling meant when he said, "Meeting me is your bad luck." These words were true to their name. That little fox, we have all become sheep in his pen. I'm so angry. If it wasn't for the ghost forest, if it wasn't for those ghosts, he would be nothing in my eyes. Yes. Isn't that right, a sneak attack? There's no air of a martial artist at all. Yes. The guards were angry and furious, but there was nothing they could do. Their hearts were sullen to the extreme. Of course, while they were cursing, they did not realize that if they did not bully him with numbers, taking turns to fight him, how could Lin Ling launch a sneak attack? A month quietly passed. In the stone house, Lin Ling sat cross-legged. The surface of his body was surging with black spirit energy. Gradually, the black spirit energy on the surface of his body spiraled like a dragon. The spirit energy violently shot out and pierced the ground, creating thousands of holes in all directions. Rumble. Suddenly, the ninth black dragon appeared and spiraled around Lin Ling's body. From afar, Lin Ling looked like he was being protected by 9 black dragons. This was a sign that the 9 dragons' force was close to mastery, and also a sign that he had reached the 9th stage of body tempering. In this month, Lin Ling had continuously plundered cultivation resources. He had snatched over 200 bottles of spirit-gathering pills, allowing him to finally reach the 9th stage of body tempering. At the same time, he was constantly fighting with the guards. Once he stepped into the 9th stage of body tempering, his realm was extremely stable. It could be said that in the 9th stage of body tempering of the ancient face sect, no one could compare to him in terms of battle experience. Who? Opening his eyes, Lin Ling let out a long breath. The stone wall not far away from him cracked under the force of his breath. 9th stage of body tempering. Unless it is a martial spirit realm expert, no one can be my opponent. Who? Lin Ling's eyes emitted confidence. He stood up and left the stone house. Not long after, he appeared in the ghost forest. At the same time, the guards saw Lin Ling and their expressions became complicated. It was not that they were afraid of Lin Ling, but that in this month, the guards had been tortured too much. One move to send a person flying, steal things and then run. If you chased, a large number of ghosts would come. This kind of life had lasted for a month. It was simply like hell. This time, you actually appeared in broad daylight? Yes. More and more guards gathered, all of them coldly looking at Lin Ling. Ghost-masked youth, we have all gathered here. This time, even if you grow wings, you will not be able to escape. Yes. One of the guards coldly shouted. He could still be considered calm. He knew that although the ghost forest was strange, it was definitely related to the ghost-masked youth. If he did not kill the ghost-masked youth, he might not be able to leave in this life. Now that everyone had gathered together, killing the ghost-masked youth would not be difficult. I have no enmity with you in the past, nor do I have any grievances with you. Are you still sure you want to kill me? Yes. Under the pitch-black mask, Lin Ling indifferently said. Of course, we are the guards of the Zhang family. You are just a country bumpkin. Do you think we will give you face? The guard leader coldly said. He secretly waved his right hand and all the guards surrounded Lin Ling, not giving him any chance to escape. Battle of the strong. Is that so? Yes. Lin Ling shook his head and calmly said, how people treat me is how I treat them. Some of you do not wish to be my enemy and are only following orders. Therefore, I will give you 2 choices. 1. Surrender and beg for mercy and I will let you go. 2. Defeat me and you can leave. Yes. As soon as these words were spoken, all the guards looked at each other. But soon, laughter filled the air. Surrender and beg for mercy? Who do you think you are? We are the guards of the ancient Zhang family. Do you think we will beg for mercy from a country bumpkin like you? Haha. Haha, I know you are strong and can fight with someone at the 10th stage of body transformation. But if you are not at the 10th stage of body transformation, then you may not have such strength. Yes. I forgot to tell you. Our guard leader is not at the 10th stage of body transformation. Yes. Hearing these words, Lin Ling shook his head. He had already given them a chance. If they did not cherish it, then they could not blame him. He lightly said, since it is like this, then you can take turns to fight me one-on-one. Yes. As soon as his words fell, all the guards were stunned. Indeed, this ghost-masked youth was strong, but he could only barely defeat someone at the 10th stage of body transformation. But now, this ghost-masked youth not only dared to challenge the guard leader, but was also not afraid of taking turns to fight him. This was simply crazy. The guard leader laughed loudly. It seems like you do not recognize reality. The martial artists of East Court are not something you can imagine. Yes. As soon as he finished speaking, he stepped forward, ready to kill the ghost-masked youth. The other guards sneered and surrounded Lin Ling, not allowing him to escape. I can become the guard leader because I have the gold spirit body. Moreover, the ancient Zhang family taught me a 5th grade cultivation method. A 5th grade cultivation method is something you will never see in your life. Yes. The guard leader's body shined with a golden light. No one dared to look directly at him. A long spear appeared in his hand. As he waved it, it suddenly shot towards Lin Ling like a beam of light. This speed, this sharpness, it was absolutely faster than Shi Minjian's sword. It was even more terrifying. It has appeared. The Yang Void Spear, as fast as thunder, as powerful as thunder. Yes. Guard leader, kill him in one move. Yes. The surrounding guards cheered, their eyes filled with respect. Strong. Lin Ling nodded secretly. The strength of the guards from the Zhang family of the ancient race was not something that the warriors of the 100,000 mountains could compare to. However, if it was not long ago, Lin Ling might not have been able to defeat them. Let's try my new trick, then. Within his dantian, the black water droplet suddenly began to flow, turning into a powerful spiritual energy that poured into Lin Ling's right arm, forming a pitch-black sphere in his palm. On the surface of the sphere, 9 black dragons roared. This was the tyrant dragon's seal. What was different from before was that this was performed with the black water droplet as the foundation, and the black water droplet was the liquefied spiritual energy, a power that only the martial spirit realm possessed. What a terrifying spiritual energy fluctuation. Since it's like this move will be called 9 dragons contend for hegemony. Lin Ling struck out with his palm, rumble, the black ball of light grew in size, and in the next moment, it turned into 9 black dragons as thick as water buckets. They rushed out of Lin Ling's palm and headed straight for the leader's bodyguard. From afar, it looked like 9 dragons breaking through the sky. It was a shocking sight. What? The attack broke out of the body? How is that possible? That's the symbol of the martial spirit realm. The faces of the surrounding bodyguards changed. The leader's eyes widened in disbelief. This ghost-masked youth was only at the 9th level of the body transformation stage, but he was able to make the attack break out of his body. Could it be that he had liquefied the spiritual energy in his body? Unfortunately, Lin Ling would not answer him. What answered him were the 9 roaring black dragons. Rumble, the black dragons roared and wreaked havoc. The golden spear in the leader's hand instantly disintegrated, but the black dragons did not stop. With an unstoppable force, they smashed the leader's bodyguard into pieces, one move to defeat someone at the 10th level of the body transformation stage. Moreover, this was not an ordinary martial artist at the 10th level of the body transformation stage. In the ghost forest, there was complete silence. Everyone's faces turned pale. They came from the ancient Zhang family and were proud and arrogant. They thought that the ghost-masked youth was only SOSO except for his sneak attacks. However, the ghost-masked youth used his powerful strength to let them know that the ancient Xiang family was only SOSO. Not long ago, he could barely defeat someone at the 10th level of the body transformation stage, but now he can easily defeat them. Suddenly, a terrifying thought appeared in the hearts of all the bodyguards. In a short month, this ghost-masked youth had grown. He was no longer their opponent and once again easily suppressed them. This talent, this speed was terrifying. Lin Ling did not know what everyone was thinking and was not interested in knowing. He lightly swept his eyes over them and turned to leave. Wait, you want to leave here? Please take us with you? Yes. The bodyguards were startled and someone hurriedly said. They no longer had their arrogant attitude. Their eyes were full of reverence. Even if they fought a sea of people, they did not have the confidence to defeat this youth. I gave you a choice, but you chose the wrong path. Now, it's too late. Yes. Lin Ling lightly shook his head and his body disappeared. The bodyguards' faces turned pale. Their hearts were suddenly filled with deep regret. They knew that the ghost-masked youth had given them a chance, but they had believed in their own strength too much. And with this wrong choice, perhaps it would be difficult for them to leave the ghost forest in this lifetime. Lin Ling disappeared on the spot and quickly left the haunted woods in another direction. With my current strength, becoming a core disciple of the Guyan sect is not difficult. I can return to the Guyan sect. Yes. Along the way, Lin Ling's eyes exuded confidence. Half a year ago, Elder Xianxia coveted his Alcade Peak and sect leader Mo Jingtian looked down on him and his disciple. Now, he could let them know that without his, Lin Ling's, permission, no one could pass Alcade Peak. Even if Lin Ling did not want Alcade Peak, it was Lin Ling himself who did not want it. This was a kind of attitude, for example, you all want what I have, but I will not give it to you. I would rather throw it away than fulfill your wish, rumble. At this moment, a violent explosion came from the top of the mountain, causing Lin Ling to stop in his tracks. Looking back, his expression changed. He saw that in the direction of the central tower, the sound of battle was deafening. Moreover, flames soared to the sky. Obviously, someone had gone to the tomb. Young Master Zhang's goal is the tomb. That should be him. I have no enmity with this young Master Zhang, but because I refused to join him, he sent people to kill me. Then, let me see what kind of trick he is playing. Humph. Lin Ling pondered for a moment, then turned around and ran towards the tomb. Rumble, over there, the battle had already begun. The wind and clouds were surging. Linli, I know that the outer clan disciples of the ancient Lin clan are all outside training and learning martial arts before the age of 16. After 16, they are brought back to the ancient clan to be nurtured. Your goal in the 100,000 mountains should be to find the bloodline of the ancient Lin clan. But why did you come to my Zhang clan's tomb? Roar. On the top of the mountain, a youth shouted with a ferocious expression. He was Zhang Jiryun. Haha, little brat, you dare to talk to me like this? Your goal in the 100,000 mountains is to subdue the 4 great sections. Then why did you come to this tomb? Don't tell me you won't even let go of the tomb of your ancestors? Roar. A hearty laugh came from the sky. It came from a burly middle-aged man. His long hair fluttered in the wind, and his eyebrows were like knives. He stood quietly in the air with an unparalleled domineering aura. The sword of brilliance resurgence. Linli, if you want the 4 great sects of the 100,000 mountains, my Zhang clan can give them to you. Just hurry up and leave. Zhang Jiryun's voice rang out. He seemed to be very afraid of this middle-aged man. Just a puny little sect. Why would I want it? Linli didn't seem to care at all. His words caused Zhang Jiryun's face to turn even uglier. Since that's the case, Uncle Dao Xian, bail, kill him. Bang. Following Zhang Jiryun's furious roar, 2 figures shot towards Linli in midair. In the next moment, the battle erupted once more. From far away, Lin Ling was secretly shocked. In his eyes, this middle-aged man was extremely powerful. His entire body was covered in flames, and even the clouds in the sky were burning. And that sort of courage, to be able to fight 2 people in a row with such ease, made Lin Ling feel a sense of yearning. When would he have this kind of strength? What was even more shocking was that this middle-aged man's flame energy was somewhat similar to his own. Only, the color of the flame was different. His flame was yellow, while the middle-aged man's was red. Who? Bang. Lin Ling's stealthy appearance was quickly noticed by Zhang Jiryun. When he saw Lin Ling, his face immediately turned ugly. Demon mask youth, fuck off. I don't have time to deal with you. Bang. Zhang Jiryun clearly didn't care about Lin Ling at all. His gaze continued to sweep the area, as though waiting for his guards to arrive. But for some reason, after waiting for so long, none of his guards appeared. You're looking for subordinates, right? Too bad, they won't be coming. Bang. Lin Ling laughed loudly. He knew what Zhang Jiryun was up to. His words caused Zhang Jiryun's face to change. He vaguely guessed what was going on, and couldn't help but grow even more furious. It was precisely because his guards hadn't come that he allowed Linli to act so arrogantly in front of him. Otherwise, with those guards present, he would have already obtained the treasures in the tomb. Oh, it's you? Haha, Ling-er, I didn't expect to see you here. Bang. In the sky, Linli punched out, his fists roaring. At the same time, when he saw Lin Ling, he was overjoyed. After the incident at the Genius Summit, he knew that the ghost-masked youth was one of the descendants of the ancient clans Lin Ling in the Grand Myriad Mountains. However, Lin Ling had disappeared too quickly after the Genius Summit, so he hadn't been able to find him. Lin Ling was a little puzzled. That middle-aged man seemed to know him? I know you have a lot of questions right now, but it's not convenient for me to talk about it. Take this. This sort of brilliance resurgence was obtained from the tomb. It's a gift from 14th uncle. In midair, Linley let out a loud laugh. With a flick of his right hand, a sword landed in front of Lin Ling. However, let's see if you can pick up this sword. Lin Ling's eyes narrowed. That middle-aged man gave him a treasure as soon as they met. How forthright. He didn't try to be pretentious and wanted to pick up the large sword in front of him. However, in the next moment, his expression changed. This sword was like his big bronze sword, but the body of the sword was fiery red. However, its weight was extremely terrifying. It probably weighed 30,000 caddies. One had to know that Lin Ling was only at the 9th level of body tempering and his strength was only 10,000 jin. I don't believe I can't pick up this sword. Lin Ling laughed lightly. The spiritual energy in his body surged. In the next moment, he lifted the sword. After all, he wasn't an ordinary 9th level body tempering cultivator. The spiritual energy in his body was much thicker than that of ordinary martial artists. Ha ha ha, worthy of being a descendant of my Lin family. Ling good job. Seeing this, Linley couldn't help but laugh heartily. Lin Ling also laughed towards Linley. Although this was the first time they met, Lin Ling's carefree and forthright attitude gave Lin Ling a good impression of him. So you're the person Linley was looking for. Good, today I'll kill you. Zhang Jiryun coldly looked at Lin Ling. She didn't think that Lin Ling had this kind of identity. You don't have that kind of strength. Lin Ling calmly replied. Looking at Linley, he said, Uncle, thank you. However, the treasure in the tomb isn't easy to take, so you should hurry up and leave. Finished speaking, he clapped his right hand and the requiem bell appeared. He then poured his spiritual energy into it and shook it, dang. At the same time, a cold laugh rang out from the tower. It seemed that the person in the tomb had awakened. What a powerful aura. Linley was the first to sense that something was wrong. He looked at Lin Ling in shock. He didn't expect that Lin Ling alone would be able to cause such a change in the boneyard. He couldn't help but laugh. No matter. I, Linley, have no desire for the treasure in the tomb. I just don't want the Zhang family to get it. Since I can't get it, he can't get it either. Lin Ling replied with a smile. He didn't say anything else and hurriedly left. He knew from the tombkeeper that the boneyard was a large formation called the 10,000 Ghosts Death Formation. It was set up with the lives of 10,000 people. Its purpose was to allow the tomb owner to be reborn after death. The requiem bell also had the power to awaken the person in the tomb. This awakening was a great omen. That was why Lin Ling had shaken the requiem bell earlier. His goal was to prevent the young master of the Zhang family from obtaining the treasure. After all, the young master of the Zhang family was high and mighty. If he didn't agree with him, he would take his life. Since that was the case, Lin Ling wouldn't let him have an easy time. Zhang Jiryun, you didn't expect that you would lose to my Ling right? Haha, good, good, good. I won't accompany you anymore. Linley gloated as he left behind these words. His body also disappeared. Soon, only Zhang Jiryun and a few others were left on the mountain peak. At this moment, Zhang Jiryun's face was extremely ugly. He was somewhat reluctant to part with the treasure in the tomb, but the aura in the tomb was extremely terrifying. If he didn't leave now, it would be difficult for him to leave. It must be known that although the person in the tomb was a member of the Zhang family, he had been dead for many years. Now that he was resurrected, he was like a ghost or a demon. He wouldn't care that he was Zhang Jiryun, Chi. At this moment, the sound of flowing water could be heard. One of Zhang Jiryun's subordinates was strangely entangled by a black cloud. In a breath's time, he turned into a pile of white bones. His flesh and blood were all sucked away. Go. Go. Zhang Jiryun's face changed. He had no choice but to escape. His heart was raging with anger. Because of that ghost-masked youth, his plans were all disrupted. This trip, he returned empty-handed. Lin Ling quickly left the burial ground. Then, he first went to Mountain View Town and took off his mask. Only then did he slowly walk towards the Gu Yen sect, during this trip to the burial ground, he benefited greatly. Not only did his strength increase, he also obtained 2 treasures. 1. The Heavenly Spirit Cleansing Pill. 2. The Sword of Brilliance Resurgence. He believed that with his current strength, even the core disciples of the Gu Yan sect were no match for him. At that time, he would like to see what qualifications the Gu Yan sect leader had to look down on him. Not long after, Lin Ling appeared in the small forest east of the Gu Yan sect. He looked at the Gu Yan sect in the distance, his eyes revealing a sigh. Hee hee. Hee hee. At this moment, the sound of martial arts training came from the forest. Lin Ling looked towards the direction of the sound and couldn't help but smile. The youth practicing martial arts was actually Hu Erpeng. Lin Ling. Hu Erpeng also saw Lin Ling and couldn't help but smile. In his heart, Lin Ling was different from the other disciples of the Gu Yan sect. He didn't bully the weak, which made him admire him greatly. Lin Ling also smiled and greeted him. Then, he went to the Gu Yan sect with Hu Erpeng. Hu Erpeng said with admiration, "Did you hear? 2 months ago, at the Mountain View Town Genius Summit, there was a genius youth who rose up and defeated many experts from various sections. He was very powerful. Now, among the younger generation of the 100,000 mountains, only that ghost-masked youth is the most outstanding." Returned to Gu Yan sect, Lin Ling was slightly surprised, and helplessly laughed. How could it be as powerful as the rumors say? Haha, you didn't go to the summit, otherwise you wouldn't say that. However, many people are curious about who that ghost-masked youth is. It is said that the sect leader is also interested in accepting that ghost-masked youth into the sect and focus on training him. Second fatty Hu sighed. Lin Ling lightly shook his head. If the sect leader knows who that ghost-masked youth is, he will be very disappointed. Impossible. The ghost-masked youth is such a genius. If the sect leader can accept him into Gu Yan sect, he will be very happy. With the ghost-masked youth, our Gu Yan sect will also have a bit of glory. Second fatty Hu still said. Not long after, the two arrived at Gu Yan sect's mountain gate and walked up the stairs. At this moment, many disciples were walking in an endless stream, whispering to each other and discussing spiritedly. They were all talking about the ghost-masked youth at the summit. Many disciples were full of admiration for that rising genius youth. Lin Ling's face was calm, indifferent, and still walked and talked with second fatty Hu. Lin Ling's appearance naturally attracted many people's attention. After all, Lin Ling had disappeared for half a year. I thought he ran away. I didn't think he would dare to come back. Maybe he is looking forward to the Six Peaks competition. Him? Humph, overestimating himself. Whether he can participate in the Six Peaks competition is still unknown. Senior Xianxia has been looking for him for a long time. Some disciples whispered to each other. The elders of their peaks often taught them that Lin Ling was the shame of Gu Yan sect and they were not allowed to be on the same team as him. Therefore, they did not put Lin Ling in their eyes. Lin Ling is back. Good, I have been waiting for him for a long time. Today, I want him to die. In the heavenly jade peak, Xianxia was sitting cross-legged in cultivation. After hearing the news, his eyes opened, revealing a trace of killing intent. He had been crippled by Lin Ling. Fortunately, his father had spent a fortune to find the black jade essence bone pill for him, allowing his shattered bones to recover. Although his strength hadn't improved, at least he was no longer a cripple. On the other hand, he hated Lin Ling to the bone. Especially after he found out that Lin Ling had defeated the inner court disciple, Ling Yu, he was even more furious. He had become a cripple, but Lin Ling had a meteoric rise. How could he tolerate this? Now that he knew that Lin Ling had returned, he definitely had to kill Lin Ling. Lin Ling's strength was at most in the top 20 inner sect disciples. However, there were many inner sect disciples who were stronger than Ling Yu in the Merak Peak. Junior Martial Brother Xian, for you to inform me in such a hurry, could it be that the person you want to kill has returned? I'll kill that man for you. Put in a good word for me in front of your father. One by one, figures appeared in front of Xianxia. They were his senior martial brothers. Each of them had tyrannical strength and were ranked in the top 10 of the inner court disciples. This time, they had given Xianxia face and killed Lin Ling for him. Don't worry, I'll definitely do what I promised you. However, if you want to kill Lin Ling, you must be careful of Master Mu. Therefore, it's best to issue a life and death duel openly. Xianfeng coldly sneered. He was still somewhat afraid of the Guyan sect's rules. If he dares to accept the duel, he will die. Everyone nodded and followed Xianfeng out of the Merak Peak. At this moment, Lin Ling was passing by the square and was about to return to the Alcade Peak. However, the surrounding disciples were giving him strange looks, giving him a feeling that something was about to happen. Seeing this, Lin Ling coldly sneered. He didn't care about it at all. Instead, he was looking forward to it. Lin Ling, you're back. Senior Marshal Brother Xian has been waiting for a long time. At this moment, the crowd in the square was separated. A young man with several people strode over. If it wasn't Xianfeng, who else could it be? Seeing Senior Marshal Brother Xian, not saluting, is your Alcade Peak so rude? A moment later, Xianfeng stopped walking. He crossed his arms and indifferently stared at Lin Ling. His attitude was high and mighty. Everyone was looking at Lin Ling. Some were rejoicing in his misfortune, while others sighed and shook their heads. Lin Ling had defeated Xianfeng in the inner sect assessment. In reality, it was the same as provoking Xianfeng. Although Elder Xianhai would not easily make a move against Lin Ling due to his status, Xianfeng might not be able to swallow his anger. And with Xianfeng's status, if he deliberately made things difficult for Lin Ling might not be able to do anything. Ignoring the surrounding gazes, Lin Ling indifferently stared at Xianfeng. Xianfeng, I want to ask you, are you stronger, or am I stronger? What do you mean by that? I know you defeated me in the inner sect assessment, but that was in the past. It doesn't mean it will be in the future. Xianfeng's face was a bit ugly. As soon as he appeared, he wanted to show off his strength. Originally, he wanted to vent his anger, but Lin Ling's words hit his sore spot. In that battle, he, Xianfeng, had lost all face and became a cripple. Lin Ling coldly laughed. Let's not talk about the future. Right now, your strength is lower than mine. Seeing me, can you call yourself Senior Marshal Brother? In Guyan sect, strength was respected. Although Lin Ling and Xianfeng entered the inner sect at the same time, Lin Ling defeated Xianfeng. This was something everyone knew, so according to seniority, Lin Ling was the Senior Marshal Brother. Seeing your Senior Marshal Brother, not saluting, is your Merak Peak so rude? Lin Ling took a step forward, extremely powerful. The surrounding people's faces were strange. Some people secretly laughed. Xianfeng wanted to be high and mighty and make Lin Ling salute, but he didn't expect that Lin Ling had defeated him before, so his seniority was higher than his. In front of everyone's eyes, Xianfeng didn't salute. This meant that their Merak Peak didn't understand etiquette. Not only did they lose Xianfeng's face, they also lost Elder Xianhai's face. Right now, Xianfeng had smashed his own foot with a rock. You. Xianfeng's face was ashen, but everyone was watching. He could only bow and salute, Senior Marshal Brother Lin. Senior Marshal Brother Lin. This salute, to him, was a thick humiliation. Unfortunately, Lin Ling didn't even respond to his salute. Like a real Senior Marshal Brother, he didn't put Xianfeng in his eyes. Xianfeng was so angry that he couldn't speak. Lin Ling's arrogance made the crowd whisper, so domineering. Senior Marshal Brother Xian saluted, but he didn't even respond. Compared to Senior Marshal Brother Xian, Lin Ling was more like a Senior Marshal Brother. Sigh. Beside Lin Ling, second fatty who didn't dare to say a word. However, all the gazes fell on Lin Ling. Even he felt that Lin Ling's demeanor had increased, making him feel quite proud. It had to be said that the current Lin Ling did indeed have the demeanor of a Senior Marshal Brother, making people feel reverence. At the same time, the scene in the square was being watched from afar. Those people were the inner court disciples ranked first and second. Their faces were calm, but they were interested. And Yuer was also among them. Haha, that little guy is indeed higher in seniority than Xianfeng, but Xianfeng is the son of an elder. He offended Xianfeng like this, so he'll definitely suffer later. Sometimes, it's better not to be too frivolous. A white-clothed youth laughed. He was the inner court disciple ranked second, Ning Fei. Right now, it's Xian Feng who provoked Lin Ling. Lin Ling is only retaliating. Xian Feng is losing face. And Yuer said indifferently. Her words made the other inner court disciples stunned. They didn't expect that an Yuer would speak for Lin Ling. They couldn't help but feel a trace of jealousy in their hearts. However, they didn't say much. They looked at Lin Ling with schadenfreude. They knew that Xian Feng wouldn't let Lin Ling off. At this moment in the square, Xian Feng felt that many people were laughing at him. This made him look at Lin Ling with even more killing intent. A battle of honor. It's Ting Yunlong, the 11th inner disciple. Ah! The crowd exclaimed when they saw the young man. What does it have to do with you? Are you Xian Feng's dog? Lin Ling remained indifferent and spoke indifferently. That one sentence caused Ting Yunlong to frown. Ting Yunlong did not expect Lin Ling to be so arrogant, daring to speak to him in such a manner and even mocking him as a dog. You have guts. Looks like we need to exchange pointers. Humph. Ting Yunlong's voice was low, his words filled with anger. Exchange pointers? Humph. Lin Ling smiled faintly, suddenly understanding Xian Feng's purpose. He must be using the martial arts competition as an excuse to take his life. What? Such a frivolous attitude, but no guts? Humph. Seeing Lin Ling smiling and not daring to speak, Ting Yunlong couldn't help but mock. You think too highly of yourself. With just you, I'm not a coward. I'm just thinking that you alone are too few. Why don't Xian Feng and his senior brother come up as well and have a life and death battle? Lin Ling chuckled, his words were extremely heroic. The moment his words came out, the entire square was shocked. Not only did Lin Ling accept the challenge, but he also challenged several people at the same time. This was simply crazy. Xian Feng, Ting Yunlong, and the rest were stunned, then laughed disdainfully. They knew that Lin Ling could defeat Ling Yu, but how could Ling Yu compare to them? Could it be that this guy was courting death? Why don't you dare? Humph. Lin Ling calmly asked. This was not the first time he came to this world. Last time, he spared Xian Feng's life, but Xian Feng did not know how to cherish it. Now that he came to provoke him, he would take that life back. Haha, why wouldn't I dare? I'll agree on their behalf, including me. There are 6 people. Xian Feng coldly snorted, he naturally wouldn't let go of this opportunity. Hearing this, Lin Ling turned around and left, causing Xian Feng to be puzzled. Where are you going? You don't dare to accept the challenge? Humph. See you on the life and death stage. Humph. Lin Ling left behind these words, carried his greatsword, and headed towards the life and death arena. That boldness and decisiveness caused everyone in the square to suck in a breath of cold air. Their hearts were filled with anticipation. Senior Marshal Brother Teng, I will also go on stage in a moment, but please make sure to kill Lin Ling. Xian Feng looked at the senior brothers and said. The senior brothers all nodded indifferently, not putting Lin Ling in their eyes at all. They thought that Lin Ling's confidence was too inflated. A group of people walked towards the life and death arena. That was where the inner disciple examination was held. Many disciples had heard the news and came to watch the battle. Interesting, one person challenging 6 people. Other than Xian Feng, the other 5 are all ranked in the top 20. Ting Yunlong is even ranked 11th. That Lin Ling is too arrogant, he's dead for sure. Ningfei looked at the crowd and laughed disdainfully. And Yuer looked at him indifferently. That's not necessarily true. She was very clear about Lin Ling's strength. Previously, even Taimo was not Lin Ling's opponent. Just 5 inner disciple, what did Lin Ling have to fear? At this moment, in a corridor not far from the life and death arena, a few figures were walking and chatting. They were the important figures of the Guyan sect. It's said that the ghost-masked young man does not belong to any sect. If he can join our Guyan sect, our Guyan sect will definitely become stronger. Sect leader Mo Jingtian said with anticipation. He had also heard of the ghost-masked young man's name, and his heart was immediately filled with admiration. No, he has disappeared without a trace. One of the elders replied. Sigh. Mo Jingtian sighed. Such a genius, I'm afraid he has already been snatched away by other sections. Unfortunately, if he is recruited by our Guyan sect, I will accept him as my last disciple. Yes. sect leader, rest assured. Until now, the other 3 sects have not received any news about the ghost-masked young man, so our Gu Yan sect still has hope. Elder Xianxia said with a smile. Hearing this, Mo Jingtian nodded, and the anticipation in his heart grew stronger. Then, the few of them talked about the young master of the Zhang clan. What made them feel strange was that until now, the young master of the Zhang clan had already gone to the other 3 sects, but not their Gu Yan sect. This made them a little puzzled. In fact, Mo Jingtian did not know that in Zhang Jiuyan's heart, the Gu Yan sect had already changed hands. Suddenly, an elder asked curiously, these disciples are not cultivating, but gathering at the life and death arena. What are they doing? Looks like a disciple has issued a life and death challenge, and with so many disciples watching, the strength of both sides must not be weak. Let's go and take a look. Mo Jingtian nodded and led the elders to the life and death arena. At this moment, the surroundings of the life and death arena were filled with people. When Mo Jingtian and the others arrived, they were secretly surprised. The Alcade Peak's Lin Ling, who had disappeared for half a year, had returned. But the moment he returned, he challenged 6 people, and 5 of them were inner disciple experts. This made them feel that Lin Ling was simply courting death. A life and death challenge, he really dared to accept it. I know he defeated Ling Yu, but does he think he can do whatever he wants with that? Elder Xianxia sneered, his laughter was filled with killing intent. He looked at Mo Jingtian again, sect leader, if Lin Ling dies in this battle, Master Mu won't blame us, right? Mo Jingtian stared indifferently at Lin Ling, who was on the battle arena, with disdain in his eyes. Last time, Lin Ling did not give him face in front of everyone, and he felt extremely uncomfortable. A mere disciple dared to question the sect leader, so he shook his head and said, he accepted it himself, he can't blame others for his death. Elder Xianxia smiled and nodded, if that's the case, then during the life and death challenge, Master Mu better not interrupt at the crucial moment. Don't worry, I, Master Mu, am not as shameless as a certain someone. At this moment, a voice sounded behind Elder Xianxia. If it was not Master Mu, who else could it be? Seeing this, Elder Xianxia stroked his beard and did not say anything else. At this moment, around the battle arena, voices of discussion could be heard. Lin Ling's strength is not bad, but this time, he wants to challenge Ting Yunlong. Does he want to take over Ting Yunlong's position? Impossible, not to mention Ting Yunlong, Lin Ling is not a match for the rest of the people on the battle arena. That's right, it's only been half a year, Lin Ling is at most at the peak of the 6th level of body tempering. The surrounding voices did not affect the battle arena. Xian Feng sneered at Lin Ling, as if mocking Lin Ling for not knowing that a disaster was about to befall him. Do you know who they are? Let me tell you, he is Senior Ting Yunlong, ranked 11th among the inner disciples. The rest are ranked 15th and 16th. Haha, do you regret going up on the battle arena now? However, Lin Ling was indifferent to Xian Feng's words. Are you done? Within the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, all of you will die. At this moment, the battle arena was once again in an uproar. Everyone thought that Lin Ling did not know the opponent's strength, which was why he dared to accept the challenge. But now, even though he knew the opponent was strong, he was still arrogant and fearless. This Lin Ling was hard to imagine. Haha, junior brother, I can be considered easy to talk to among the inner disciples. If you offended junior brother Xian, just apologize and the matter will be over. Why do you have to be so aggressive? The return of the king. Me? Aggressive? You should know that last time I spared his life, but this time he came looking for me himself. Lin Ling sneered. The disciple shook his head. That's because you didn't apologize, not sincere enough. Apologize? What did I do wrong? He wanted to kill me, I spared his life, and I even had to apologize afterwards. Is this your so-called reason? Lin Ling coldly snorted. These people had come to bully him because they were stronger, and now they were trying to reason with him, as if they were the ones in the wrong. Spare people where possible, the disciple continued, his face full of righteousness. However, Lin Ling quickly interrupted him. I know you're saying so much because you want to see me regret, then kneel down and beg for mercy. But in the end, you still want to kill me, so let's cut the crap. Xian Feng must die, and since you dared to come, you must also die. Die. You. Die. The disciple was enraged. Indeed, he was the type of person who hid a knife behind a smile. He had to kill Lin Ling no matter what, but before he killed him, he wanted to play with him and make him regret his actions. That was obviously more satisfying. But he hadn't expected that Lin Ling wouldn't fall for it. Not only did he want to kill Xianxia, he also wanted to kill him. Junior brother Yang, why waste words with him? Just kill him. I need to seize the time to cultivate. Which one of you wants to go first? Ting Yunlong suggested. Several people smiled faintly, not putting Lin Ling in their eyes at all. However, none of them made the first move because they disdained him. AI, then I'll go first. Although an ant is weak, if I don't kill it, it's just a waste of time. Die. Seeing this, Ting Yunlong sighed and shook his head. He took a step forward, and at the same time, a layer of cloud-like stellar energy appeared around him. He had the cloud spirit body. I'm a sword cultivator, and I cultivate the clear cloud sword. I have the might of a cloud dragon. Before I die, I'll let you see my stunning sword, so that you won't die in vain. Die. Shua, his sword was different from Shiminjian's. It gave people a feeling of riding the clouds, like a dragon galloping through the clouds. With a thrust of his sword, the wind and clouds surged. It's here. The clear cloud sword's martial arts, cloud dragon sword. Back then, senior brother Ting used this sword to defeat many of the three great sect's inner court disciples and obtained the title of Cloud Dragon. Many disciples cried out in surprise, their eyes filled with reverence. Whoosh, the sword light instantly appeared in front of Lin Ling, like a graceful sword strike. However, in terms of swordsmanship, how could Ting Yunlong compare to Shi Menjian? Obviously, that was impossible. Although the ants are weak, if I don't kill them, it will be a waste of time. Lin Ling's expression was indifferent. He pulled out his right hand and the bronze greatsword appeared. He was too lazy to even use the Brilliance Resurgence sword because the other party wasn't qualified for him to use it. Furthermore, he didn't use any martial arts and just used his strength to suppress the other party, because he was at the 9th level of physique tempering. Boom, the bronze greatsword slashed out, clang, a crisp sound rang out as Ting Yunlong's sword shattered. His eyes widened. Everything had happened too quickly and he couldn't react in time. He could only see the bronze greatsword transform into a black dragon and instantly crush him. Whoosh, with a sweep of the sword, Ting Yunlong was dead. Plop, after his body fell, the entire square was silent, terrifying. One had to know that Ting Yunlong was at the peak of the 8th stage of body tempering and was ranked 11th among the inner disciples. He had countless battle experience and was highly valued by the elders of the Guyan sect. However, he was killed in a single move. Moreover, the person who killed him was the former trash of Arcade Peak, Lin Ling, who was only at the 6th stage of body tempering half a year ago. This huge contrast caused everyone to suck in a breath of cold air. They couldn't believe their eyes. In just half a year, Lin Ling's strength had increased by so much. This must be a fluke. In half a year, he was at most at the 7th stage of body tempering. Elder Xianxia's expression was solemn, but he couldn't believe his own eyes. Beside him, Mo Jingtian frowned and didn't say anything. Obviously, he didn't believe it either. How is this possible? This is fake. Everyone, join hands and kill him. On the battle stage, Xianfeng was also shocked. However, he couldn't believe that Lin Ling had surpassed him by so much. Therefore, he was filled with killing intent. The surrounding crowd recovered from their shock. Now that Lin Ling wanted to fight the four of them, they would know if this was true. I said before, you only have an incense stick of time. You all should cherish this world. Lin Ling ignored Xianfeng's shock. Holding the bronze sword, he walked forward step by step. Deliberately mystifying. I want to see if a junior who was only at the 6th stage of body tempering half a year ago has the qualifications to be arrogant. Take my palm, 8 Elephant Divine Palm. The remaining 4 inner disciples attacked one after another, and at the same time, they used their strongest skills. Weak, too weak. With this little strength, you dare to stand up for others and try to kill me? Lin Ling shook his head in disdain. These arrogant inner disciples were not as strong as Mo and the others, yet they dared to be arrogant? Swish! He slashed out with his sword. There was nothing fancy about it, only vigorous strength. Cha! The person on the left used a martial art. It was as if the heavens were falling and the earth was rending. However, when it met Lin Ling's sword, everything turned to ashes, and the result was death. The person on the right used a speed martial art and wandered around the battle stage. However, Lin Ling took a step forward and instantly caught up. He slashed out with his sword, death. The person behind him tried to sneak attack. Lin Ling didn't even look at him and took the blow. However, he was safe and sound. He turned around and punched out with his fist, death. In just a few breaths of time, 3 of the inner disciples who thought they were extraordinary died. Moreover, they were crushed without any strength to fight back. Lin Ling was showing them whether or not he was lucky. At the same time, he was telling them whether or not they had the qualifications to be arrogant in front of him. They had the qualifications to casually take his life. The disciples around the square were already completely numb. They were even completely dumbfounded. Lin Ling was too strong. In their eyes, it was like a dream. It was as if a king had returned and swept through everything. Your strength is already ranked in the top 10 of the inner disciples. I surrender. The remaining inner disciple was so scared that his legs went soft. He directly knelt down. He was not an idiot. Lin Ling easily defeated the other experts. This strength was not an undeserved reputation. How could he be his opponent? If you were stronger than me and I surrendered, would you let me go? Yes. Lin Ling's face was indifferent. He walked forward step by step. The disciple was speechless. He already knew the answer in his heart. If he was stronger than Lin Ling, how could he let Lin Ling go? You are the senior brother who made me regret and even apologize. Do you regret it now? Lin Ling asked again. This sentence made the inner disciple even more speechless. How could he not regret it? If he knew that Lin Ling was so strong, he would never have gone up. He regretted it to death. I am different from you. You like to hear your opponent apologize and regret, but I don't. So, die. Yes. There was no mercy. Lin Ling was too soft-hearted, so his sword was extremely decisive. Shua, a sword slash. At this point, the 5 inner disciples who wanted to take Lin Ling's life were all killed. It's your turn. Go. Lin Ling's gaze fell on Xianfeng. Xianfeng's face was pale and his eyes were filled with fear. He never thought that Lin Ling would be so strong. He simply couldn't compare. 6 Peaks Grand Competition. You can't kill me. My father is Elder Xianhai. Xianfeng said anxiously. Lin Ling shook his head, so what? Humph. Lin Ling's words made the crowd speechless. Lin Ling's attitude had made it clear that he would not kill Xianfeng today to settle their grudge. You dare. Humph. At this moment, an angry roar sounded. It was Elder Xianhai. Why wouldn't I dare? Humph. Lin Ling took a step forward. Not only did he not hesitate, he was even more decisive. His sword came out, and his head fell. Xianfeng's eyes were wide open. Before he died, he could only feel the world spinning around him. He could only see his own body as his head fell off. However, there was a thought in his mind. If he didn't provoke Lin Ling again, then with his bones recovering, he might be able to make a name for himself in the future. Unfortunately, there was no medicine for regret in this world. Fenger. Humph. Elder Xianhai shouted. His eyes were red. He never thought that Lin Ling would dare to kill his son. His son died in front of him just like that. In this life and death battle, he wanted to see Lin Ling die. Elder Xianhai, this is a life and death battle. Humph. At this moment, a dignified voice sounded in his ears. It was Master Mu who spoke. Earlier, Elder Xianhai was afraid that Master Mu would interrupt the life and death battle, so he specifically said that outsiders could not interfere. Now, Master Mu naturally reiterated this point. He killed my son, so what if it's a life and death battle? Elder Xianhai roared hysterically. Elder Xianhai, the sect rules cannot be broken. Humph. Sect leader Mo Jingtian also spoke. He was not helping Lin Ling, but in this situation, Elder Xianxia did not have the right to speak. If he took action, Guyan sect's rules would be destroyed in front of so many disciples. Moreover, Master Mu would not let this matter go. Sect leader, Elder Xianxia gritted his teeth, but there was nothing he could do. He could only stare coldly at Lin Ling. Lin Ling remained indifferent. Elder Xianxia had long been his enemy. In the future, he would definitely kill him, so what was there to be afraid of? Ignoring the gazes of the surrounding people, Lin Ling floated down the martial stage and left step by step. His back was a little lonely and did not fit in with the surrounding disciples. However, he was extremely arrogant. Everyone stared at his back and for a moment, ripples appeared in their hearts. Today, Xian Feng originally wanted to use the opportunity of the life and death battle to kill Lin Ling. Who would have thought that they would be completely annihilated and even let Lin Ling use this battle to once again become famous in Guyan sect? His strength has increased very quickly. He should have reached the 9th stage of body transformation. In just half a year, such talent is truly rare. Mo Jingtian said with a complicated expression as he stared at Lin Ling's back. Master Mu faintly smiles. Jingtian, do you regret it? These words made Mo Jingtian's face turn gloomy. During the inner disciple assessment, he had given up on Lin Ling. Now, Lin Ling was using his strength to tell him that in Guyan sect, who could be compared to him, Lin Ling? This was like a slap to Mo Jingtian's face. However, even though Mo Jingtian was shocked, he would not admit it. He snorted, he is only at the 9th stage of body transformation. There are many in Guyan sect. If he can become a core disciple, then I will lose. Then you shall wait quietly. Master Mu shook his head and turned to leave. Mo Jingtian smiled disdainfully. The rise of a genius does not depend on the increase of his strength, but on his combat power. Therefore, Mo Jingtian, will wait. Around the square, the crowd gradually dispersed. Among them, Fatty, who did not leave. He stood at the same spot and was suddenly overjoyed. Lin Ling was so strong. With his relationship with Lin Ling, no one in Guyan sect would dare to bully him in the future. While he was overjoyed, he also sighed. When he went to Mountain View Town with Lin Ling was only slightly stronger than him. Now, the gap between them was getting bigger and bigger. Of course, he was not the only one who was sighing. Far away, there was another youth who was also pale. It was Xianxia. On the other hand, the top inner disciples such as Ning Fei and the rest had a serious look on their faces. Although they still did not take Lin Ling seriously, they had to admit that Lin Ling's rise had indeed made them feel pressured. After all, Lin Ling was only 15 years old. The grand competition of the 6 peaks is coming. I hope I can meet him. Xiao Lin, who was ranked 3rd among the inner disciples, said lightly. His words were full of confidence. Ning Fei also nodded. In the future, he may not be worse than us. However, at present, he is still not our opponent. If he wants to become a core disciple, besides us, there is still Nu Ba, the strongest obstacle. He can't become a core disciple. Let me give you a piece of advice. Don't underestimate him. Anyway, I think highly of him. Beside them, Anuera smiled. Her smile was like a spring breeze, like a snow lotus blooming on an iceberg. Ning Fei and Xiao Lin were stunned for a moment. However, when they thought that this iceberg beauty was speaking for Lin Ling, they suddenly became jealous. When Lin Ling returned to Alcade Peak, Yu Yu heard the news and hurried over. During this time, Yu Yu had not left Alcade Peak. She took care of Huoleitang every day and worried about Lin Ling at the same time. Therefore, when she saw Lin Ling, her big eyes suddenly became wet. However, she did not say much and only touched Lin Ling's face with her small hands. As long as you and Master are here, I will definitely come back. Lin Ling smiled, revealing his white teeth. This little girl was his family in this world and he especially cherished her. Only in front of this little girl would he reveal the cheerfulness of a young man. Yes. Yu Yu nodded. She did not speak much and gave off a gentle and cute feeling. At that moment, with the help of Lin Ling, she changed into a clean dress and dressed up slightly. She looked as cute as a porcelain doll. The two of them walked towards Huoleitang's place. A moment later, in Huolei Tang's room, Lin Ling looked at the man on the bed and his expression changed slightly. When he thought of this man protecting him with his life, his eyes became firm. Master, I will protect Arcade Peak for you. This is a promise between men. I will definitely become a core disciple. Right now, he was waiting for the grand competition of the 6 peaks. The days passed slowly and Lin Ling returned. He was not as high profile as everyone imagined. Instead, he kept a low profile and did not leave Arcade Peak. That day, the grand competition of the 6 peaks officially began. The entire Arcade Peak was bustling with noise and excitement. All the disciples had trained hard for a year just for this moment. At this time, the inner sect disciples would be ranked again. Some would rise and some would fall. At this time, the top inner sect disciples would compete for the position of core disciple, hoping to be the best. Lin Ling was ready to go and walked down from Arcade Peak. His purpose for this trip was to become a core disciple. The first to begin was the battle for the position of core disciple in the grand competition of the 6 peaks. All the inner sect disciples could participate. Currently, there are 4 core disciples in Guyan sect. They are like the kings of the world. However, I heard that Nuba has a high chance of becoming a core disciple this time. Yes, Nuba is the #1 inner sect disciple after all. Ningfei and Shaolin are not weak either. Home gate, there was a high platform in the square where the big shots of the Guyan sect were seated. They were watching the grand competition of the 6 peaks calmly. Elder Xianxia's face was ashen and no one knew what he was thinking. Then, his gaze landed on the edge of the square where a young man was walking over calmly. Lin Ling is here. I heard that he made a bet with the sect leader that he will become a core disciple in half a year's time. Yes. I have to say that his strength is indeed not bad. However, his cultivation time is too short. 1 year is not even enough for him to become an inner disciple. It will be difficult for him to become a core disciple. Yes. Yes, what a pity. Yes. The square was silent for a while. Then, everyone looked at Lin Ling. After a few battles, none of the disciples dared to look down on Lin Ling. In fact, many disciples secretly admired Lin Ling. Mo Jingtian was also looking at Lin Ling. He had to say that Lin Ling had indeed surprised him. However, Lin Ling was obviously not qualified to become a core disciple. If he failed, Mo Jingtian would like to see if Lin Ling still had the right to be arrogant and question his judgment. Beside him, Elder Xianxia's eyes were filled with murderous intent. This time, if Lin Ling failed, Arcade Peak would change owners. Huolei Tang would die, and so would Lin Ling. Of course, he did not think that Lin Ling had any hope. Lin Ling knew that the two of them were looking at him, but he did not care. The grand competition of the 6 peaks would prove everything. Mo Jingtian and Elder Xianxia would slap their own faces. The grand competition of the 6 peaks has officially begun. Currently, there are 100 inner disciples who are preparing to sign up. They will pass the home gate and the heart gate. Those who pass will be qualified to compete for the position of a core disciple. Yes. At this moment, an old man's voice was heard. It was the presiding elder. He said lightly, "Don't think that these 2 gates are easy to pass. There have been countless people who wanted to become a core disciple. However, the number of people who died in these 2 gates were also like carps crossing a river." Yes. When he said this, the disciples gasped. It seemed that these 2 gates were not easy to pass. Begin. The elder waved his right hand, and a rumbling sound could be heard from the square. The ground caved in, forming a valley. There were many stone tablets in the valley, and it was extremely mysterious. If you want to become a core disciple, your body's cultivation level must not be weak. The first test, attack. After the auditing elder spoke, a winding staircase extended into the valley like a dragon. Around the valley, the disciples watched the battle from above with excitement. After that, the inner disciples who were about to participate in the trial walked down the stairs into the valley. Lin Ling, are you confident? And Yuer followed behind Lin Ling with light steps. Although Lin Ling had shocked the world with a single brilliant feat at the Genius Summit, the difficulty of becoming a core disciple was much higher than the Genius Summit. Therefore, she didn't know if Lin Ling would be able to pass. Of course I'm confident. It shouldn't be difficult to pass this gate. Lin Ling replied with a smile. Just as he finished speaking, a cold snort was heard. You talk too big, be careful you don't humiliate yourself. Behind Lin Ling, a few youths walked over. The one who spoke was a black-cloaked youth. He was handsome, and the corner of his mouth revealed a smile that was not a smile. He was Xiao Lin, who was ranked third. What does it have to do with you? Lin Ling looked at this person indifferently, frowning slightly. Haha, I know you defeated Ting Yunlong, but Ting Yunlong is only ranked 11th in the inner sect. Is that enough for you to be arrogant? Xiao Lin laughed disdainfully. He saw that Yu'er and Lin Ling were very close, and he couldn't help but feel extremely jealous. Yu'er was the Gu Yan sect's heavenly daughter, and the target of many young talents. Xiao Lin wasn't surprised, but he knew that he wasn't worthy of Yu'er right now. However, Lin Ling was even weaker than him. What qualifications did he have for Yu'er to speak for him? Xiao Lin, some people don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. They think that they can become a core disciple just because they have some strength. Haha, why are you talking nonsense with this kind of person? Beside Xiao Lin, Ning Fei also walked over with an arrogant gaze. It's not the first time the two of you have participated in the grand competition of the 6 peaks, but you haven't become core disciples either. I don't know where you get the arrogance to lecture others. If I were you, I'd keep a low profile to avoid embarrassment. Lin Ling laughed mockingly. These two people were high and mighty last time they asked him to report his cultivation method. At that time, Lin Ling wasn't their match, but now, why would Lin Ling be afraid of them? Lin Ling's words made Ning Fei and Xiao Lin frown slightly. They thought that Lin Ling didn't know his own limits and wanted to become a core disciple, but in reality, they weren't core disciples either. Since they weren't core disciples, what qualifications did they have to lecture others? Then I'll wait and see how far you, Lin Ling, can go. Ning Fei snorted coldly. Lin Ling didn't know how to conduct himself. He didn't give any face to him, who was ranked second among the inner sect disciples, which made him very uncomfortable. Lin Ling nodded lightly. Okay, then let's take the test and see the results. With that, he and Yu'er strode into the valley. Ning Fei and Xiao Lin's expressions turned even uglier. The grand competition of the 6 peaks hasn't started yet, but Lin Ling isn't afraid of Ning Fei. In the distance, everyone was shocked. Lin Ling defeated Ting Yunlong not long ago, so they thought that Lin Ling's strength was only so. They didn't expect Lin Ling to be fearless in the face of Ning Fei, who was ranked second among the inner sect disciples. That domineering aura was simply shocking. In the valley, the fog was hazy and filled with a mysterious aura. Hundreds of inner sect disciples waited quietly with solemn expressions. For the attack stage, the disciples taking the test must follow the passage to the end. Everything they encounter along the way must be destroyed one by one. Those who reach the end will pass. At that moment, the supervising elder's voice was heard. Only then did everyone see that there were 10 6-meter-wide paths in front of them. There were rocks on both sides of the paths, and it seemed that they could only pass if they followed the path to the end. Hui Lin and Yu'er, Flower Lin, Zhonghai. Go for the test. The supervising elder's voice was heard again. The 10 people whose names were called each chose a path and prepared to pass the test. It looks easy. I will definitely pass the attack stage. The 10 inner sect disciples were all in high spirits. Begin. As the voice sounded, the 10 inner sect disciples shot into the main path. At that moment, a rumbling sound was heard. In front of the path, a 5-meter-wide black ball rolled down with a mighty aura. Child's play. One of the inner sect disciples sneered disdainfully and displayed his martial arts, mountain-suppressing palm. He slapped the black ball with his palm. However, the black ball was made of an unknown metal and was extraordinarily hard. The powerful palm only left a palm print, and the black ball continued to roll forward. Oh no! The inner sect disciple couldn't react in time and was hit by the black ball. He spat out blood and lost consciousness. The elder quickly rescued him, but at this point, the disciple had also lost his qualification. A black ball made of obsidian. Obsidian is the heaviest and hardest material. Once hit by the black ball, even if you don't die, you will be crippled. that black ball is at least 20,000 pounds. Outside the valley, the onlooking disciples sucked in a breath of cold air. The inner sect disciples taking the test in the valley were all waiting. Some of the disciples had strong attacks and broke the black ball, but they found that there was more than one black ball behind them. Some of them kept retreating, cursing their parents and running away. In the end, they were disqualified. Of course, there were also some who overestimated themselves and died under the black ball. This attack stage was indeed difficult. Are you still confident and arrogant now? Humph, if you want to become a core disciple, this stage will take your life. Chapter 75 Showing off his abilities. If you don't speak, do you think you'll become mute? Lin Ling replied lazily in the face of Xiaolin's provocation. That attitude was undoubtedly more frustrating for Xiaolin than a fierce resistance. And Yuer has passed the first stage. The other 9 have failed. At this time, the results of the first round were announced. Many people sucked in a breath of cold air. Out of 10 people, only 1 had passed. It seemed that becoming a core disciple was not an ordinary difficulty. Second batch, Niu Ba, Ning Fei, Xiaolin, said the examiner. Surprisingly, there were 3 extremely strong cultivators among this batch of examinees. The crowd was filled with anticipation. A frog at the bottom of a well, let me show you my strength. Xiaolin was full of confidence and strode into the road. Ning Fei sneered, Lin Ling, I'm going to crush your confidence now. After the 2 of them entered the middle of the road, their bodies shot forward. The black balls in front of them rolled over, and they casually threw out a punch. Bang! The black ball that weighed over 20,000 kilograms was broken by the force. That kind of strength made many people gasp. It had to be known that at the 9th stage of body transformation, a normal person would only have a strength of 9,000 genes. Even if they used martial arts, it would only be 10,000 genes. But the black ball was 20,000 genes. From this, one could see the disparity between them. However, Ning Fei and Xiaolin still managed to break through it easily. Time passed slowly and the 2 of them successfully passed. Ning Fei broke 4 black balls, while Xiaolin had 3. It was a record that was broken and cheered outside the valley. Niu Ba was also among this group of people. However, Niu Ba seemed to be very calm. After breaking 2 black balls with 1 punch, he increased his speed and rushed to the finish line. No one knew how strong he was. 3 people passed. Next batch, Huang Tong, Su Zijian, and Lin Ling. As the elder's voice sounded, many people looked at Lin Ling. Not long ago, Lin Ling was not afraid of Ning Fei and Xiaolin. Now that it was his turn, would Lin Ling be able to pass? Daring to go against Ning Fei, I'm afraid he can't even break a black ball. He worshipped Ning Fei, and Lin Ling dared to provoke his idol, which made him extremely unhappy. Many of the disciples who worshipped Xiaolin echoed the sentiment. Lin Ling slowly walked onto the main road, his eyes glimmering. 20,000 gene of obsidian. Compared to my resurgence sword, it's only 10,000 gene. However, I can still test my limits. He walked forward calmly, waiting for the obsidian to fall. While he was thinking, the other disciples had already madly rushed forward. Lin Ling slowly walked forward, undoubtedly causing many people to laugh endlessly. They thought that Lin Ling had given up on the examination and had given up on himself. You want to fight me like this? Worthy of being called a frog at the bottom of a well. The disdain in Xiaolin and Ning Fei's eyes intensified. Rumble. At this time, the black ball in front of Lin Ling finally rolled over. In the eyes of many people, Lin Ling had no other choice but to turn around and run. If he resisted, he would die. Lin Ling was still calm and composed. His footsteps didn't speed up, and without borrowing any momentum, he punched out. Bang! With a simple punch, the 5-meter-tall giant black ball was broken. What? This scene caused many people's eyes to widen. Xiaolin and Ning Fei frowned. Lin Ling was in the same realm as them, but they had been cultivating for more than a year at the 9th stage of body tempering and had a solid foundation. However, Lin Ling had only been cultivating for half a year, or even less than half a year. How could his attack be so strong? Bang! Lin Ling still walked forward slowly, his fists punching out calmly. With every punch, a black ball was broken by him. Looking at him, it was as if he was strolling in his own garden. 9 Dragon's strength had reached the 9th stage of body tempering and had already reached the extreme realm. Lin Ling's spirit chi was several times thicker than the average 9th stage of body tempering. So scary. Others are saving time and passing the examination quickly, but he is walking slowly. He has already broken 6 black balls so far. Some disciples sucked in a breath of cold air. Someone taking the examination like Lin Ling was the first in Gu Yan's sect. In a moment, Lin Ling passed easily, breaking 7 black balls. This made him the idol of many disciples. Even among the inner disciples who were taking the examination, many of them secretly admired him. Ning Fei and Xiao Lin's faces were filled with anger. They had broken 4 and 3 black balls respectively, and were only tied with Lin Ling in total. It's just an attack test. It doesn't mean anything. The improvement of a martial artist includes speed and defense. You have to lose in the next test. Ning Fei said unwillingly. A total of 50 people passed the attack test. Soon, the speed test came up. Speed was also a part of the test that could not be underestimated. If a martial artist did not have speed, they would be a live target and would be beaten by others. The speed test was in an open space with a large number of fire feather bees flying around. The disciples taking the test were not allowed to be touched by the fire feather bees within the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, or else they would fail. The fire feather bees were as fast as lightning. When they flew through the air, only a flash of fire could be seen. They were extremely fast. The difficulty of the test increased as time passed, and the number of fire feather bees increased. Ling Xiaoshan failed. Elder, I was not touched by the fire feather bees. Look at your crotch. There are burn marks there. You failed. Most of the disciples taking the test could not last for the time it takes to burn a stick of incense. Even if they could avoid the attacks of the fire feather bees, they could not guarantee that they would not be touched by the fire feather bees. Mystic Cloud Steps. This Shi Fan is not bad. He passed. Pass. There were disciples who were good at movement martial arts. At that moment, they displayed their strength and barely lasted for the time it takes to burn a stick of incense. In this test, Ning Fei and Xiao Lin did not dare to be arrogant. They would be satisfied if they could last for the time it takes to burn a stick of incense. Of course, they thought that if they found it difficult, Lin Ling would definitely fail. After a while, the two of them focused and finally passed the test. Next, Lin Ling. The examining elder announced the names, but his gaze was fixed on Lin Ling. After the result of the first attack on Guan Zhuiyue, he had high hopes for Lin Ling. Lin Ling, Lin Ling. Outside the valley, many voices were heard. The current Lin Ling had won their hearts. They all hoped that Lin Ling could pass the test. Haha, looks like you are getting a lot of attention. However, if you fail, you will fall from the altar into the abyss. It will be extremely embarrassing. Yes. That's right. Speed movement martial arts are sometimes the hardest to learn. I don't believe that your speed can be compared to ours. Ning Fei and Xiao Lin laughed gloatingly. At that moment, the more attention Lin Ling received, the more unbalanced they felt. He was just a newcomer. How dare he steal their limelight? Then I'll show you what speed movement is. Lin Ling smiled disdainfully and strode into the open space. He knew very well that if he wanted to become a core disciple, he had to display his strength. Buzz buzz buzz. Just as he entered the open space, 3 fire feather bees shot towards him like meteors and lightning. Reverse blood technique. Yes. Lin Ling did not dare to underestimate them. He used his strongest movement martial arts and turned into an afterimage, disappearing from the spot. Buzz buzz buzz. Chapter 76 Heart Pagoda. This young man's movement technique is very fast. Looks like it won't be hard to pass. The reviewing elder nodded his head in appreciation. With one look, he could tell that Lin Ling was not a newbie who had just entered the 9th level of body transformation. His foundation was extremely solid. Ning Fei and Xiao Lin's faces were a little distorted. Lin Ling's strength had once again exceeded their imagination. Buzz buzz buzz. Gradually, the 5 fire feather wasps flew out, and the area Lin Ling could dodge became smaller and smaller. However, Lin Ling's soul force was very sharp. Once those fire feather wasps got close, he would be able to detect them and avoid them. That kind of speed that seemed to be able to predict the future made the examining elder's expression even more interesting. Gradually, 10 fire feather wasps flew out. Lin Ling was still calm as before. Around the valley, cheers rang out like waves. So far, Lin Ling was the only one who was able to pass the test of speed with such ease. Although the other disciples were able to pass, they were clearly in a difficult situation. Half an hour passed quietly, but Lin Ling didn't quit. He entered a state of intoxication, and because there were more and more fire feather bees in the open space, his speed was constantly increasing. The auditing elder didn't interrupt Lin Ling either. He was in high spirits and wanted to see how many fire plume wasps Lin Ling could handle. In the open space, there were already 50 fire feather wasps. These wasps were constantly flying, drawing beautiful patterns in the air. As for the surrounding disciples, they were completely shocked. 50. It was unimaginable that Lin Ling had once again broken the speed record. 100. This kid is crazy. I really can't understand why the sect leader would give up on someone with such talent. As the number of fire feather wasps increased, the auditing elder sucked in a breath of cold air. There was no longer any space to retreat in the open space. The fire feather wasps were everywhere. But even so, Lin Ling had created a new record. Wait, look, those fire plume wasps aren't flying, they're hovering in one place. At this moment, a sharp-eyed disciple could not help but shout in shock. The fire plume bees should have occupied the entire space, but they were not flying everywhere. Instead, they were flying around in one place, forming a fire vortex. Lin Ling was standing in the distance, calm and composed. Could it be? The examining elder's eyes narrowed as he thought of a possibility. The fire feather wasp was confused by Lin Ling's speed, causing it to lose its sense of direction and unable to find any trace of Lin Ling. It's the 9 palace steps. This kind of martial art is very bewitching. Stepping on the 9 palaces, even if he is standing in front of the enemy, he still won't be able to find the enemy's tracks. This Lin Ling has cultivated a lot of speed martial arts. At this point, not only had Lin Ling successfully passed, there was no point in continuing the test. The fire plume wasp posed no threat to Lin Ling at all. Pass. As the auditing elder spoke, Lin Ling walked out step by step. The valley was completely silent. This was the first time the disciples had seen such a scene. It was simply unbelievable. Lin Ling's martial arts were mysterious. Even Mo Jingtian and Elder Xian Hai frowned slightly. They realized that Lin Ling was not an ordinary 9th level physique tempering stage. His foundation was very solid, surpassing many martial artists of the same level. On the other hand, Ning Fei and Xiao Lin were speechless. They wanted to see Lin Ling embarrass himself, but who knew that Lin Ling would slap them in the face again, letting them know that their senior brother was nothing more than that. The third test, defense test. This test was relatively simple. One only had to withstand 10 attacks from the Ironback ape. The strength of the Ironback ape was comparable to an ordinary 9th level physique tempering stage martial artist. As long as the martial artist's cultivation method or talent was higher, it was not difficult to pass. In this test, there was nothing special about the disciples. A total of 20 people passed. Of course, Lin Ling was undoubtedly the most dazzling of the 3 tests. He had surpassed the top 3 inner disciples in the past. However, this test was only a test of the basics. It did not represent everything. Next was the test of the mind. This test, the heart pagoda, did not look at one's cultivation level. It looked at one's martial heart. The heart pagoda was divided into 9 levels. Passing the first 3 levels was considered a pass. So far, the highest record of the heart pagoda in the Gu Yan sect was the 6th level. The heart pagoda did not seem dangerous, but in reality, it was more terrifying than the original test. As the saying goes, if one's heart dies, one will die. If one's heart was not strong enough and perseverance was not good enough, many disciples had died in the heart pagoda. The martial heart also indicates how far one can go in the future. The core disciples of the past could reach the 6th level. Lu Ba, will surpass them and reach the 7th level. Among the 20 disciples who passed, Nu Ba had been keeping a low profile. He wore a straw hat and his eyes were bright. He did not shine in the original test because he knew that the mental state test was the most important. On the other hand, Ning Fei and Xiao Lin were full of confidence. They had lost to Lin Ling before, but they were confident that they would win this test. They wanted to make Lin Ling feel ashamed. After all, they had cultivated for a longer time and their martial heart was stronger. On the other hand, Lin Ling had broken through in a short period of time. His martial heart was weak and could not withstand a single blow. Rumble. In the center of the square, the valley gradually disappeared. A simple and unadorned tower rose from the ground. The tower was majestic and ancient. Every floor of the tower had a different colored bell hanging on it. It was not to be underestimated. 20 disciples who were taking the test enter. Remember, if you can't defeat your inner demons, then give up resisting. Although giving up will cause your martial heart to suffer a setback and make your future cultivation more difficult, at least giving up will save your life. Elder. The supervising elder's voice echoed, but his gaze was mostly on Lin Ling. Lin Ling was the youngest at the moment, but his talent was the one that he admired the most. If Lin Ling failed in the mental state test, he would not be surprised because Lin Ling was still young and had only cultivated for a short time. However, if Lin Ling stubbornly refused to give up, he would lose his life and waste his talent. Therefore, the supervising elder was reminding Lin Ling. Lin Ling also guessed the meaning of the elder's words. He looked at the elder with gratitude, but his expression was still firm. Although he had only been in this world for a short time, the setbacks and difficulties he had encountered were 10 times more than those of his peers. Therefore, his martial heart was not weaker than anyone else. Moreover, he had lived 2 lives and was not the 15-year-old youth he appeared to be. Inner demons? I want to see what my inner demons are. Rumble. Rumble. The ancient tower shook and the tower door gradually opened. The 20 disciples entered one after another, and Lin Ling was among them. He walked side by side with Enuer. Enuer gave Lin Ling an encouraging look, which made Lin Ling nod. After a while, everyone entered the tower. After entering the tower, Lin Ling found that the surroundings had changed. There were green mountains and clear waters, white clouds floating in the sky. In the distance, there were farmlands like stairs, crisscrossing, and many farmers were busy in the fields. What is this place? Lin Ling was secretly shocked. At this time, a middle-aged man's voice came from the distance. Ling it's busy farming time, come and help. Farming? Lin Ling was even more shocked. He came to the mental realm pagoda to farm? He pondered for a moment, but could not find any clues. He could only walk towards the fields and work with the farmers. A firm martial heart. The heart pagoda's first heart demon, the diligent demon. Martial artists are led by diligence. Without diligence, no matter how high your talent is, you won't be able to go far. The examining elder looked at the heart pagoda and said, "That's right, it was the diligent demon. It was used to test whether a disciple's martial heart was firm or not." In the hearts of the disciples around the square, only an incense stick of time had passed. But in the heart pagoda, time seemed to have passed for more than 10 years. And the disciples taking the test had to work every day. If their hearts were not calm enough, if they were lazy, they would be eliminated. Plop. Not long after, a disciple fell out of the pagoda. His face was blank. F***ck, I've been farming for more than 10 years. I can't take it anymore. He still didn't react. He thought he was still farming, but the others knew that he was eliminated. Then, another disciple fell out. Eh? Wasn't I slacking off and sleeping? Why am I out of the pagoda? Although his heart was calm, he was not diligent. He was lazy every day. This was equivalent to learning martial arts and being lazy, so he was also eliminated, and the disciples in the pagoda who were not eliminated gradually walked into the second floor of the pagoda. Obviously, they had passed the diligent demon. Lin Ling also entered the second level. His surroundings changed, and he gradually came to his senses. He couldn't help but smile. On the first level, he had been working every day without any thoughts of disloyalty. This made his heart even more calm, and he had reached a higher level. He found that his soul force had also increased by a lot. The area it covered had also increased. Heart pagoda, interesting. Lin Ling took a step forward. Caves appeared around him. At the entrance of the caves, there were large amounts of gold, pills, martial arts, and cultivation methods. These treasures were like delicious cakes, emitting an attractive smell. Treasures? It seems that this trial is related to greed. Everyone has a greedy heart. If one's heart is greedy, they will want to take shortcuts. Gradually, their martial heart will not be firm. Lin Ling lightly shook his head. He ignored the treasures and walked like this. Heavenly Spirit Cleansing Pill. At the entrance of some caves, Lin Ling saw the pill he wanted the most. He couldn't help but be secretly surprised. The Heart Pagoda could even know what he was thinking. Unfortunately, there was no such thing as a free lunch. Lin Ling, who had lived 2 lives, how could he be fooled? Soon, he walked out of the 2nd floor. Wow, someone walked out of the 2nd floor. What a fast speed. I wonder who it is. Maybe it's Nu Ba, his martial heart. Outside the pagoda, the heart pagodas, the heart's heart. It was Lin Heart, but no one knew pagoda. The heart, the heart. The heart. The heart to heart. Heart to the to heart. To heart to the heart, PID. Heart. Lintby. Lin Ling's principle was to treat others the way they treated him. If Gu Yan sect treated him like a disciple, he would definitely treat Gu Yan sect like a sect, like his home, but Gu Yan sect did not. It's Mo Jingtian, Elder Xianxia, and the disciples of Gu Yan sect. Lin Ling frowned. The scene in his eyes was that he had become the strongest disciple of Gu Yan sect and was respected by everyone. He had a good relationship with sect master Mo Jingtian and Elder Xianxia. These elders doted on him and treated him as their personal disciple. Lin Ling was even flattered by their care. Lin Ling, you are the only one who is favored by the heavens in Gu Yan sect. From today onwards, you will be my last disciple. When I travel to the west, you will also be the sect leader of Gu Yan sect. Kneel down and kowtow to me. In the main hall, Mo Jingtian looked at Lin Ling dotingly. Elder Xianxia was also smiling. Lin Ling was his disciple. Now that Lin Ling had become a talent, as his master, he was also proud. When did I become the disciple of that fat pig Xianxia? And Mo Jingtian thinks so highly of me that he even gave me the position of sect leader? Lin Ling was surprised. However, he curled his lips and suddenly laughed. Sect leader, where is Huolei Tang? Haha. That trash has been sent to the back of the mountain to mine. Why are you mentioning him? Mo Jingtian was puzzled. Haha, Huolei Tang is my master. A master for a day is a father for life. You and Xianxia are not my masters. Lin Ling sneered. He knew that this was an illusion. It was a test of his loyalty to the sect. You. Mo Jingtian was furious. If you don't kneel down, don't even think about leaving this place. Haha. Lin Ling, you have disappointed me. You are the disciple of Elder Xianxia, not Huolei Tang's disciple. Elder Xianxia said angrily. Lin Ling frowned and thought for a while. He vaguely understood. Today, if he did not kneel down and kowtow to Mo Jingtian, he might not pass this test. If he failed, he would lose the qualification to participate in the grand competition of the 6 peaks and lose the chance to become a core disciple. There were only 2 choices. 1. Kneel down. 2. Be eliminated from the grand competition of the 6 peaks. At the same time, in the core pagoda, many disciples had arrived at the 3rd level. However, the 3rd level was extremely easy for them. Many of them passed the test easily and arrived at the 4th level. The bell on the 3rd level was still ringing, letting everyone know that there were still candidates on this level. However, this level was the easiest one. Why did the candidates hesitate for such a long time? You want to become a core disciple? I knew it. You can't pass this test. Mo Jingtian looked at the core pagoda coldly. He knew that the person who was waiting there was definitely Lin Ling. That level was created by the founder. Other than testing one's martial heart, it also tested one's loyalty to the sect. Right now, Mo Jingtian was obviously forcing Lin Ling to kneel down and kowtow to Mo Jingtian. If he doesn't kneel down, he will fail. Haha. Elder Xianxia also smiled gloatingly. Rumble. At this moment, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled on the third level of the core pagoda. It was as if the heavens and earth were falling apart. The illusion actually broke out of the pagoda and surrounded the entire core pagoda. Many disciples were shocked. A teacher for a day is a father for life. My only teacher is Huoletang. I will never forget his kindness. Since you all want to stop me, I will kill you all. Roar. A loud shout came from the pagoda. Everyone could hear that it was Lin Ling's voice. At this moment, in the third level, Lin Ling's childish face was filled with indifference. He held a huge sword in his hand and walked forward step by step. He chose not to kneel down. He would rather fail than lower his noble head. How could he forget Huoletang's kindness? Hence, since this level was to test his loyalty to the sect, he would use his martial heart to fight against Huoletang and see who was more determined. Swoosh, he slashed with his sword. Elder Xianxia, who was beside Lin Ling, was split into two. His eyes were wide open before he died. You dare to kill your teacher? Kill. When I was at my weakest, Huoletang was the one who protected me. He is my teacher. You, get lost. Scram. Lin Ling shouted coldly. He slashed with his sword again and Elder Xianxia was reduced to ashes. After all, this was an illusion and not a real person. You betrayed your teacher and killed your ancestors. Lin Ling, do you still have Guyan sect in your eyes? Mo Jingtian, who was in the illusion, had a dignified expression. He was like the king of a country, like a god who had descended from the heavens. He shouted coldly and pointed at Lin Ling. If it was any other disciple, they would definitely be frightened and kneel down to beg for mercy when they saw the sect leader flying into a rage. Translator, Transin editor, Transin / What is Guyan sect? In the inner sect assessment, I won, but I was unfairly besieged. Where are you, the sect leader? My master is cautious and conscientious, wholeheartedly for the sake of Guyan sect. That year, when he was strong, you had a fawning face, but after Qi deviation, you looked down on him like a dog, despising him as a waste. Are you a competent sect leader? Lin Ling took a step forward and his aura became even stronger. Mo Jingtian pointed at Lin Ling, but he could not say a word. Indecisive, immoral, incompetent, and forsaking righteousness for benefits. Today, I will abolish your position as the sect leader. Lin Ling slashed with his sword. With decisiveness, strength, and conviction, he slashed Mo Jingtian into two. When Mo Jingtian disappeared, his face was filled with unwillingness. At the same time, the scene in front of Lin Ling changed. He stepped into the fourth level. The third level, the demon of loyalty, tested the loyalty of the disciples. The way to pass was to express one's loyalty. However, the heart pagoda tested the martial heart. If one's martial heart was firm enough, then the demon of loyalty could be slashed. So domineering. Due to Lin Ling's violation of the rules of the heart pagoda, an illusion appeared outside the pagoda. Everyone gasped and secretly admired him. Lin Ling had even killed the sect leader. His heart of martial arts was beyond imagination. Moreover, he killed the sect leader and Elder Xianxia in front of everyone. This was extremely ironic. Mo Jingtian stared at the heart pagoda with anger in his eyes. Lin Ling scolded him in front of everyone. This action was like a slap to his face. Lin Ling trampled on the sect leader of this generation and did not even put him in his eyes. It was a pity that he was furious, but there was nothing he could do. He could not say that Lin Ling did not pass, that he killed him, and that he was disloyal to the sect. However, if he said such words, it would only reduce his prestige as the sect leader. After all, Lin Ling had truly passed the third stage. Beside Mo Jingtian, veins were popping out on Elder Xianxia's forehead. Lin Ling had killed him mercilessly as well. Elder Xianxia's prestige had been greatly reduced. He was even afraid that he would become a laughing stock among the disciples. The fourth stage, Sex Demon. This stage stopped most of the disciples, and many of them were eliminated. As for the stage of lust, a new air appeared in their hearts. Bang bang bang, outside the tower, a large number of figures fell out. Every one of them was drooling and had a dazed look on their faces. This made the examining elder secretly shake his head. The fourth test had always eliminated the most disciples, and it was the same this year. Ning Fei and Xiao Lin were also eliminated. Their test was naturally in Yuer, but even so, they didn't mind. After all, they had passed the test of their hearts. But after they swept their gazes over, their expressions became unsightly. Lin Ling was still in the pagoda. This meant that Lin Ling's martial arts heart was stronger than theirs. They had lost to Lin Ling in the test of their hearts. There were only 3 people left in the pagoda. They were Lin Ling, Nu Ba, and in Yuer. To Nu Ba, the sex demon was obviously the easiest test. He moved forward slowly in the 4th level. Around him, there were beautiful bodies and fragrances. Occasionally, there would be the moans of seductive women. But Nu Ba didn't even look at them and continued to move forward. My goal is to break through the 6th level and break the record. Currently, I should be number 1. Ning Fei, Xiao Lin, and Lin Ling, how can they be compared to me? Not long after, Nu Ba stepped into the 5th level, and Yuer was also walking on the 4th level. Unlike the others, this level was filled with handsome men. There were muscular men, delicate men, and scholarly men. Moreover, they were all naked. However, Yuer's beautiful face didn't change. Her long eyelashes didn't even move. However, in the next moment, a black-clothed young man appeared before her. The black-clothed young man wasn't the handsome type. He had delicate features and a faint smile on his face. However, his eyes were extremely deep. He gave off a clean yet mysterious feeling. Lin Ling. At this moment, Yuer stopped her steps. Her beautiful face was a little strange. The black-clothed young man's smile became even wider. He slowly took off his shirt and revealed his strong muscles. Immediately, Yuer's beautiful face turned red. She quickly ran away. She knew this was her inner demon, but without a doubt, this was also the only inner demon that could threaten her among the sex demons. Senior Sisterin, why are you running? Don't you want to? When Yuer was running, the black-clothed young man's voice came from behind. It made Yuer's delicate body tremble. She didn't know why, but her heart softened. She watched that young man grow up. He was extremely mysterious in her heart and also attracted her curiosity. However, she now realized that it wasn't as simple as just making her curious. We're still young. Not now. Yuer said shyly. Then, she ran even faster. Of course, when she was about to leave, she couldn't help but look at the young man's naked upper body. Fortunately, she was a woman and was more reserved. Thus, she barely passed the 4th trial. The last person on the 4th floor was Lin Ling. At this moment, he looked at the beauties around him and couldn't help but bitterly smile. Not only were there beauties from this world, there were even beauties from the previous world. Moreover, there was a female star that he used to like. It would be a lie if he said that he wasn't moved by these beauties. After all, he was also a man. Looks like this trial is the sex demon. Helplessly shaking his head, Lin Ling thought of Huoletang and Yuyu. He suddenly clenched his teeth, stopped looking, and continued forward. Not long after, a woman with snow-white skin and creamy skin appeared. It was Yuer. At this moment, Yuer was wearing a thin gauze dress. The 2 beautiful peaks in front of her were clearly visible, causing one to be unable to restrain their lust. Senior Sisterin, you're here to join in the fun? Lin Ling's bitter smile deepened. The scene in front of him was too realistic. He couldn't even tell if it was real or fake. In the end, Lin Ling steeled his heart. His eyes were calmer than usual, and he walked away with large strides. Yuer was constantly moaning behind him, but Lin Ling ignored her. However, the sex demon wasn't just Yuer. In the end, Yuyu appeared. This girl caused Lin Ling's footsteps to pause. The indifference in his eyes softened a bit. At this moment, Yuyu was like a little princess. Her delicate little face was flushed red like a blooming lotus. She was pure within pure. But her clothes had already been removed, revealing her fair skin, her slender waist, and her delicate little feet. Yuyu, you're still young. Lin Ling sighed. Under Yuyu's resentful gaze, he walked forward with large strides. At the same time, Lin Ling felt that his soul force had once again increased. The range of his soul force had reached 20 meters, when Lin Ling also stepped into the 5th floor. Outside of the Heart Pagoda, all the disciples' eyes were focused. Those 3 people had all passed. Their talents were so strong, their martial hearts were unprecedentedly firm. This also meant that those 3 people would go even further in the future, and their strength would be even stronger. Nuba is fine, but even Linling is so firm. Truly not simple. But Nuba's goal is to break the record and reach the 7th floor. Perhaps he will succeed. They have already surpassed all the inner court disciples. The sound of discussion rose and fell one after another. End of chapter 78. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.